Marshal's Canon Fodder Spouse Chapter 45 to Chapter 74. As a super mech, its cockpit was larger than any other mech Duanhenji had ever been in. Although Duanhenji was already familiar with the internal structure of this mech, he was only able to experience it after the data was visualized. It was truly amazing that a human's mind could drive such a large mech. Similar to the exterior of the mech, the interior of the cockpit was also made of silver-white metal. At this time, the mech had not been officially activated yet. The dashboard and screen were not lit up, so the cockpit looked exceptionally cold. Seeing Duanhenji standing motionless at the door of the cockpit, Meng Jinhui, who was standing behind him, slowly walked over. He gently placed his hands on Duanhenji's shoulders and said, "Come on, let's go in and take a look." Meng Jinhui's words brought Duanhenji out of his daze. He nodded and walked into the cockpit of the mech. Mech piloting was not an easy task, especially when the mech's level was higher and larger. The requirements for the pilot would be even higher. Although the cockpit was large, it was not half a meter wide. Duanhenji knew that when the war began, the cockpit would be filled with various screens. Although the data recorded on the screens were different, each one was related to the safety of the pilot and the outcome of the war. At this time, the Marshal walked over to the pilot seat of the mech. At the same time, a thin red curtain of light fell from the ceiling of the cockpit. Meng Jinhui slowly closed his eyes. The red light swept across his face. Then, the red light suddenly turned into a light blue color. Meng Jinhui opened his eyes at this moment, waiting for the blue light to sweep across his eyes. "Welcome, Yetian Empire Nanjushing Marshal Meng Jinhui, activating the mech." As soon as the cold electronic voice faded away, the control panel in front of Meng Jinhui finally lit up. At the same time, at least 10 light screens of various sizes appeared in the control room. These screens didn't light up for no reason. When they appeared, densely packed text and data began to scroll. It looked very lively. Duanhenji had previously used the Army's internal system to view driving videos, but the angle of the Army's camera system was fixed. Normally, it would not be able to capture so many screens in the cockpit. Even though Duanhenji had imagined this scene countless times in his mind, he was still shocked when he saw it in real life. Extreme technology and extreme beauty never clashed. Now that the mech had been officially opened, Duanhenji, as a mech researcher, couldn't help but pay close attention to the data displayed on the various screens. At this time, Meng Jinhui, who was sitting in the driver's seat, suddenly turned around and said to Duanhenji, "Aheng, come here. I'm going to open the front passenger seat." After hearing Meng Jinhui's words, Duanhenji was stunned. Unlike Meng Jinhui, who always piloted mechs alone, many weaker or younger mech pilots would first find a partner to operate the mech together. Therefore, when they designed their mechs, they actually reserved at least 2 pilot seats. But does the Marshal really trust me that much? Once he was bound to the co-pilot seat, he would have a certain amount of control authority. When that time comes, it would be easy to interfere with the Marshal. Duanhenji couldn't help but look at Meng Jinhui suspiciously. After receiving his gaze, the other party nodded at him with certainty. Seeing this, Duanhenji didn't say anything else. He walked to Meng Jinhui's side and slowly sat down in the sea-black pilot seat. As soon as Duanhenji sat down, a bluish-purple light curtain fell from the pilot seat. Even though he had no experience in piloting this mech, Duanhenji was still a top mech designer. After verifying his identity, he smoothly entered the activation information on the control panel and confirmed the status of the mech. While Duanhenji was doing all this, Meng Jinhui was watching him from the side. From his point of view, Duanhenji's waist and the back of the black leather pilot seat were perfectly aligned, forming an extremely beautiful angle. Because he was lowering his head to enter information, Duanhenji's chin was slightly lowered, revealing a patch of cold white skin that almost blended in with the color of his jacket. Even though his hand was on the mech's control panel, if one just looked at the way he was typing, it would be easy to have the illusion that Duanhenji wasn't typing on the control panel, but rather the keys of a piano. In fact, Duanhenji had already noticed that Meng Jinhui was staring at him, but he really couldn't figure out why the Marshal was looking at him. He was a little nervous under the other party's stare. After entering all the information, Duanhenji's hand was still silently hovering over the control panel. After waiting for a while, he finally slowly raised his chin and said to Meng Jinhui in an unusually stiff voice, "It's done." The Marshal didn't seem to find it strange that he was staring at someone. He nodded and turned back to say, "Let's go take a look at Nanju's moon." As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Henji felt a force firmly binding him. Lowering his head, he found that the fastening device on the driver's seat had appeared, fixing his waist tightly to the driver's seat. After all, mecha were different from starships. In order to avoid unexpected danger, the system would automatically activate this device to ensure the pilot's safety before official takeoff. Last time when Amro had activated his mecha, Duan Henji hadn't actually set the command to let it fly off the ground, so the fastening device hadn't appeared. In fact, he hadn't been nervous at first, but when the device appeared, Duan Henji felt as if he was riding a roller coaster, and his emotions unconsciously began to stir. Meng Jinhui sensed this and said to Duan Henji, "I've set the minimum operating speed, don't worry." As soon as Meng Jinhui finished speaking, the silver-white wall in front of the mecha's cockpit slowly fell down. As the person who designed this feature, Professor Duan suddenly remembered that, in order to ensure combat safety, when the mecha was officially in operation, the front and side of the cockpit would be made of this transparent material. In an instant, Duan Henji's line of sight was unobstructed. This angle is really exciting. Although Duan Henji was an otaku, no matter what, he was someone who had studied ancient martial arts since he was a child. He wasn't afraid of heights, and after adapting to this height and angle, Duan Henji couldn't help but feel excited. In an instant, the mecha rose from the ground and flew into space. The ground instantly shrank and disappeared into the distance. In just a few seconds, the mecha had passed through the atmosphere and entered the vast sea of stars. Unlike a large starship, the mecha didn't need to follow a fixed route. Meng Jinhui was an excellent mecha pilot. He didn't appear to be as tense as the average person. Instead, he had a relaxed expression on his face. From this, it could be seen that Meng Jinhui's control of the mecha was abnormally high. Looking at the galaxy outside the window, Meng Jinhui said to Duan Henji, "That's a satellite of the southern star in front of us. It's called planet Nanwei." Following Meng Jinhui's gaze, Duan Henji saw a planet glowing with a white light. Unlike Earth, Nanjushing had more than one satellite. Planet Nanwei was one of them, and the one with the largest surface area. Meng Jinhui stopped the mecha and said to Duan Henji, "Actually, this satellite wasn't originally called Nanwei, but Nanjushing No. 1 satellite. Later, when people migrated to Nanjushing, they gradually developed feelings for this huge satellite that accompanied them every night. That's why its name changed from Nanjushing No. 1 satellite to Nanwei." As he said this, Meng Jinhui's tone was soothing, as if he was telling him a bedtime story. The Marshal's voice was extremely superior. When he spoke tirelessly, his voice turned into a pool of warm water that wrapped around Duan Henji's fingertips and heart. Duan Henji didn't pay attention to whether the author of Stargazing had purposely described planet Nanwei's appearance, but from his perspective, this satellite really did look like the moon. In traditional Chinese culture, the moon's waxing and waning seemed to be linked to people's joys and sorrows. Duan Henji grew up in contact with ancient martial arts and traditional Chinese culture. Although he began to engage in scientific research after he became an adult, the image of the moon and its accompanying images had already been carved into Duan Henji's bones. In the interstellar era, people no longer lived on just one planet, so the moon was no longer the only thing that accompanied them at night. They abandoned the sorrow of separation, and Duan Henji, the unexpected interstellar era, was particularly lonely. Ever since Duan Henji transmigrated into the book, he had intentionally forgotten his past life. However, at this moment, when he looked at planet Nanwei from afar, there was an indescribable feeling in his heart. "I wonder how my family on Earth is doing? Do they still remember me?" Duan Henji was so engrossed in looking at planet Nanwei that he didn't notice that a thin layer of water had appeared in his eyes. Even though he didn't cry, his sparkling eyes couldn't escape Meng Jinhui's eyes. When Meng Jinhui saw Duan Henji's nostalgic and regretful expression, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. However, he didn't want to disturb Duan Henji's emotions. He just silently watched him from the side. When Meng Jinhui saw the thin layer of water in Duan Henji's eyes, he couldn't help but move his hand away from the control panel. He paused for a moment and didn't follow his instinct to caress Duan Henji's cheek. Meng Jinhui was waiting for the day when Duan Henji could truly cry in front of him. After a while, Duan Henji finally walked out of his emotions. When he felt the tears in his eyes, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Duan Henji secretly glanced at Meng Jinhui. When he saw that the Marshal was looking ahead, he couldn't help but sigh in relief. Of course, Duan Henji didn't think that Meng Jinhui didn't notice his strange behavior. He just felt that Meng Jinhui was a person who really knew how to take care of other people's emotions. Seeing that Duan Henji had recovered, Meng Jinhui ended his mecha's hover mode and piloted it in the direction of planet Nanwei. As they got closer, Duan Henji finally noticed something strange about planet Nanwei. The surface of this silver-white planet was as uneven as the moon, but these craters were obviously not caused by meteorites. After coming clean with Meng Jinhui, Duan Henji suddenly seemed to have the courage to ask questions. He glanced at the craters in front of him that were obviously formed not long ago, then turned to face Meng Jinhui and asked, "Why are there so many craters on planet Nanwei?" Duan Henji didn't realize that he had asked a question that lacked common sense in the interstellar era. After hearing his words, even Meng Jinhui couldn't help but be surprised. The Marshal couldn't help but glance at Duan Henji, then confirmed with him again, "Which crater are you talking about?" Although the mecha's speed had slowed down, it was still close to the surface of planet Nanwei. Although Duan Henji's EQ wasn't very high, he still understood some of the meaning behind Meng Jinhui's question. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he stretched out his hand and pointed at the largest crater in front of him. After seeing what Duan Henji was pointing at, Meng Jinhui realized that, as the spouse of the director of the Mecha Research Institute, he seemed to lack common sense even more than he had imagined. The Marshal was silent for a moment, then replied, "The special silver soil of planet Nanwei contains a certain type of metal. These craters were left behind when people were excavating the soil to extract the metal." After saying that, the mecha landed steadily on the surface of planet Nanwei. Meng Jinhui promptly changed the topic. "The temperature outside is -200 degrees, he said. After Meng Jinhui finished speaking, Duan Henji saw a golden and purple light suddenly appear in front of him. This is the star of planet Nanwei's solar system. After discovering Duan Henji's surprising lack of common sense, Meng Jinhui immediately explained the light source to him. Then, the mecha's cockpit fell silent once more. Duan Henji watched as the golden and purple light gradually expanded, dyeing the silvery white surface of planet Nanwei with different colors. Because planet Nanwei was originally pure white, planet Nanwei was now like a clean canvas. As the dreamy light from the star shone on planet Nanwei, the craters on planet Nanwei also had their own unique shadows. How beautiful! Duan Henji finally understood that perhaps Meng Jinhui had brought him to planet Nanwei today for this special sunrise. He didn't know how long the sunrise lasted, but in the end, planet Nanwei returned to its pure white, only brighter. Even though Duan Henji was a little reluctant to leave, he was already very satisfied with the beautiful scenery. Just as Professor Duan was about to turn around and ask Meng Jinhui if he wanted to return to Nanwei, Meng Jinhui unexpectedly spoke first. Meng Jinhui asked, "Ahung, do you want to try piloting this mecha?" What? It wasn't an exaggeration to say that when Meng Jinhui said this sentence, Duan Henji's entire soul trembled. This wasn't because he was excited by the pilot's invitation, but because an alarm suddenly went off in Duan Henji's mind, reminding him over and over again according to his character's settings, he should be a person with zero spiritual power. Duan Henji didn't know that the general had already found out about him trying to pilot a mecha in Amro. Right now, there was a question in his mind, and that was, what else did Meng Jinhui know? If he knew, where did he get it from? But right now, the reason wasn't the most important thing. Duan Henji was thinking. Should he just come clean with Meng Jinhui, or continue to play dumb? At this moment, Meng Jinhui suddenly said, "If you're willing, just relax your spiritual power and enter the L09 command." After hearing Meng Jinhui say L09 command, Duan Henji couldn't help but sigh in relief. It seemed that Meng Jinhui didn't know that he had already recovered his spiritual power. The L09 command that Meng Jinhui spoke of was one of the two pilot modes of the mecha. Under normal circumstances, it was used by first-time pilots. After entering the mecha piloting course in the military, students temporarily didn't have the ability to pilot a mecha on their own. At this time, they would activate the L09 mode, and under the guidance of the instructor's spiritual power, they would slowly sense the mecha's surroundings. This command actually reflected the miraculous nature of mechas and spiritual power. This was because only when the mecha was used as a medium, people's spiritual power could sense each other. In this mode, the person sitting in the co-pilot seat didn't even need to use spiritual power. After all, from a certain point of view, he was just playing the role of a spectator. Although Duanhenji was familiar with mecha, he didn't have a deep understanding of spiritual power. He had clearly forgotten one thing. Generally, auxiliary perception could only be completed on an entry-level mecha. Since Meng Jinhui could bring him to activate L09 mode on his mecha, that meant that Meng Jinhui had tacitly agreed that Meng Jinhui had spiritual power above A rank. He had long been completely exposed. After hearing Meng Jinhui's words, Duanhenji tried to relax his spiritual power, and then quickly entered the L09 command on the control panel. After a few seconds, his fingertips lightly tapped on the control panel's confirm button. Duanhenji slowly retracted his hand, and then relaxed his spiritual power. At this moment, he felt another golden and powerful spirit that could almost materialize wrap around his entire body. Duanhenji was a little nervous at first, but when that feeling appeared, he finally relaxed completely. Then, Duanhenji felt his brain connect with the spiritual power. In the blink of an eye, his consciousness had spread to every corner of the giant mech. Meng Jinhui activated the mecha and flew into the sky. As the mecha moved, Duanhenji also had the illusion that he was controlling it. This is the feeling when you activate the mecha. Meng Jinhui was teaching Duanhenji how to get the giant mecha to leave the ground. Duanhenji saw the hole in the ground begin to shrink, but the mecha didn't completely leave the Southway planet. After a few seconds, the mecha was hovering 100 meters above the ground. Duanhenji once again felt his spiritual power focusing on a certain point in the mecha. Meng Jinhui said, "Try entering the 5VX command." Duanhenji was very familiar with the mecha, and his grasp of the commands was also far better than the average mecha pilot. As soon as Meng Jinhui finished speaking, he quickly entered the command. Then, with the help of his spiritual power, the silver mecha's outer wall immediately glowed with a faint blue light. The protective system was activated. After the blue light had completely covered the mecha, Meng Jinhui said to Duanhenji, "If you encounter any danger in the future, remember these two commands." Duanhenji was shocked when he heard the other's words. Only then did he realize that Meng Jinhui wasn't helping him with his perception like he was teaching the freshman in the military. Meng Jinhui was actually teaching him how to protect himself in the event of danger. Duanhenji knew how demanding L09's command was for the person in the driver's seat. In the military, it would take at least a year for the pilot to activate the protective system. After all, if the person in the front passenger seat accidentally lost control of his mental power during this process, then both of their mental powers would be damaged. Why was Meng Jinhui doing this? Did Meng Jinhui know that his spiritual power was zero and that there was no possibility of him losing control, or did he have absolute confidence in his own abilities? As he pondered, the mecha slowly landed on the surface of the Southway planet. Duanhenji was just about to ask Meng Jinhui if he should deactivate the protective shield now when he felt his spiritual power stir again. This time, he didn't try to activate the mecha. Instead, he let Meng Jinhui guide him to explore the corners of the large mecha, just like he had done in Amro. Meng Jinhui was guiding him, using his spiritual power as a medium to explore the internal structure of the mecha. This time, Duanhenji was completely shocked. Activating L09 mode already required a lot of effort from the person in the pilot's seat, but compared to the person in the co-pilot's seat who used spiritual power as a medium to explore the details of the mecha, it was nothing at all. This could only be done by someone with extremely strong spiritual power. If he failed, the consequences would be unthinkable. Now that he had sensed Meng Jinhui's spiritual power flowing smoothly through the various structures of the mecha, Duanhenji finally had a new understanding of Meng Jinhui's abilities. To be precise, he thought, Sir Marshal was no longer piloting the mecha. What he was doing now was completely controlling the mecha. In the eyes of others, the silver super mecha was incomparably dangerous, but in Meng Jinhui's hands, it was unbelievably gentle. This could only be done by someone who had the ability to control a mecha beyond their level. After thinking about this, Duan Henji realized that the upgrades he had made to Meng Jinhuai's mecha were far from enough. If he wanted to design a mecha that was truly compatible with Meng Jinhuai's abilities, he would have to at least improve it by 3 generations. Duan Henji couldn't help but glance at Meng Jinhuai. Then, a sudden suspicion flashed through his mind. Sir Marshal looked like the male lead no matter how he looked at him, but why did the author of Toppling the Stars clearly state that he would never be the male lead of this novel? Although Duan Henji's mind was full of doubts, his train of thought only ran for a short while. The internal structure of this top-notch mech was too tempting for him. Duan Henji immediately focused his attention and began to examine the internal system under the guidance of Meng Jinhuai's psychic power. Models and data were the foundation of research, and could not be compared to direct psychic power exploration. Compared to the previous intense experiment, Duan Henji had more experience. Since today's exploration was led by the Marshal himself, Duan Henji's concentration was even higher now that there was no outside interference. As everyone knew, Duan Henji was a genius in the field of mecha design. Not long ago, he was still struggling with the fact that only a mech that was 3 generations ahead of its original foundation could be compatible with Meng Jinhuai's psychic power. Now that his psychic power had finished exploring the huge mech, Duan Henji's mind was filled with countless new ideas about mecha design. Duan Henji thought that perhaps it was not a difficult task after all. This was not a simple thought, but rather a vision of the future work that would take place in his mind in the near future. After the end of L09 mode, Meng Jinhuai slowly retracted his psychic power. He saw that Duan Henji was no longer speaking, as if deep in thought, so he stopped talking to him. The cockpit fell into silence. The huge silver mech slowly rose into the air, then turned around and flew in the direction of Nanjushing. Because of his high concentration, Duan Henji felt like only a moment had passed. But when the mech landed on the familiar landing pad in Nanjushing, he realized that an entire day had passed. The busy landing pad during the day was now empty, and the silver mech looked even more sacred in the dark night. It was supposed to be cold, but the light of the night illuminated it with a hint of gentleness. After getting out of the mech, Duan Henji couldn't help but look back at it. Next, they saw that this seemingly clean and beautiful mecha was actually covered in large and small burn marks from the flames of war. After noticing Duan Henji's gaze, Meng Jinhuai also turned to look at the mech. Seeing this, he casually said to Duan Henji, "That was left over from the battle with the League of Lixing a few days ago. We haven't had time to repaint it yet." As the war progressed, the accompanying maintenance personnel would seize the time to repair the mecha after each battle ended. However, due to the lack of time, the maintenance at that time only focused on functional recovery. The damage to the mecha's exterior could still be seen by others. This was the first time Duan Henji had seen a mech that had not been repainted in time. Its surface was a little mottled. Under the silver light of planet Nanwei, the lines of the mech softened. Even so, as he looked at the mech quietly parked here, Duan Henji still felt like he could vaguely see a huge fireball in the galaxy. It was also difficult to avoid artillery fire. Meng Jinhuai took out the signet-shaped key, and the huge silver mech disappeared in front of Duan Henji's eyes. Without the cover of the mech, the cool night breeze blew in from the side. Duan Henji couldn't help but shiver. He pulled his collar together. Meng Jinhuai slowly walked to his side and quietly blocked the wind for him. The two of them boarded the hovercraft side by side. The journey back was quiet. After returning to his residence in the house of the Marshal, Duan Henji realized that he hadn't looked at his photon computer for the entire day. Unlike mobile phones on Earth, photon computers were extremely important in the galaxy. It was almost unimaginable to not look at a photon computer for a day here. Speaking of which, after returning to the house of the Marshal, Meng Jinhuai seemed to have forgotten that the two of them used to live in the same bedroom. They were clearly not as wary of each other as before, but this couple who seemed so sweet to the outside world still went back to living separately. Duan Henji was very satisfied with this. After returning to his bedroom, he took out his photon computer. Then, Duan Henji saw all the unprocessed messages that he had accumulated for the entire day appear in front of his eyes at the same time. In addition to the news from the Research Institute in Amro, there was also a message from the royal family. It was a message that Duan Henji saw as a warning. The other party wanted him to show his sincerity and not forget his identity. Yes, don't forget your identity. The Yetian Empire's royal family sent undercover to Meng Jinhui. Duan Henji slowly put down his photon computer. Although he had already revealed his identity as a spy to Meng Jinhui, to the royal family, his identity was still a huge threat that could cause trouble at any time. Professor Duan looked at the message on the photon computer and thought for a while. He then sat down at the table and opened the back end of his photon computer. He thought that it was time to clean up the connection between the original owner and the royal family. In the interstellar era, everyone's birth information was accurately recorded by the star network. Erasing the past seemed to be a very complicated thing at times, but sometimes, for some people, it was also an extremely simple thing. Duan Henji returned to Nanjushing this time for the military banquet. After a short stay, he once again returned to the research institute. This time, the galaxy seemed to be peaceful for a long time. During this time, the entire Yeti Empire Mecha Research Institute's research was finally on the right track, and Duan Henji's personal research on the new generation of ordinary mass-produced mecha was also nearing completion. During this time, Professor Duan also got used to the life of running between the Research Institute and Amro University. His colleagues at the Research Institute and the students at Amro University also got used to the magical scene of Marshal Meng Jinhui occasionally appearing in front of them. Even though the Yeti Empire Mecha Research Institute and the military had always been very close, Meng Jinhui had only come here once or twice before, and it was always to attend events. But now Meng Jinhui. As long as he passed by the Research Institute on the planet, he would come here to take a look. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell what he was here for. In the beginning, they were shocked to see Meng Jinhui collapse, but now, they almost regarded him as a member of the Research Institute. The staff of the Research Institute became more and more nervous. The situation in the galaxy stabilized day by day. Finally, a major event that people almost forgot was brought up again. Nanjushing officially announced that the investigation of the attack on Tizishing a while ago had final results. Because Duan Henji didn't pay special attention to this matter, he wasn't notified in advance. When he saw the news, he was sitting alone in his residence at the Research Institute, watching the galactic news while eating dinner. After hearing what the host said, Meng Jinhui couldn't help but sit up straight. He then slowly put down the chopsticks in his hand. Duan Henji had been in this world for a while now, so he had his own understanding of the galactic situation. Therefore, when Duan Henji saw this news, he immediately noticed that the final results of the investigation were announced by Nanjushing, not by the royal family. This was a sign worth paying attention to. Many people noticed that in this investigation that lasted several months, the Yitian royal family, who had never had much of a presence in the past, suddenly became high profile. They would release news from time to time and send people to guard Tizishing. But now, the final results were released by Nanjushing alone. It didn't seem like the royal family had anything to do with it. Is this, deliberately not giving them face? After noticing this in the news, not only Duan Henji, but many people also had this doubt in their hearts. But soon, everyone's attention was attracted by the content of the news report. The host of the news program disappeared from the screen, and then General Dongfeng suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Duan Henji saw that Dongfeng Hoen was wearing a black military uniform full of medals. His expression was extremely serious, and he looked very murderous. Duan Henji and Dongfeng Hoen actually had a lot of contact in reality. Especially after Meng Jinhui began to frequently come to the Research Institute recently, he gradually became familiar with the two generals. Duan Henji had never seen Dongfeng Hoen with such a serious expression, so he couldn't help but feel nervous. If it was said that Duan Hongya's heart was slowly hanging in the air at this moment, then Dongfeng Hoen's words immediately made him feel even more uneasy. General Dongfeng said in the news that after several months of investigation by the military, the mastermind behind the Tizishing incident had been unearthed by them. This incident was not simply planned by a remnant force of Tizishing. Behind it was the League of Lixing. After Dongfeng Hoen's speech, Duan Henji also connected the two events bit by bit. The League of Lixing had actually been funding independent forces on Tizishing. When Meng Jinhui went to Tizishing, they finally sent assassins to attack Meng Jinhui. the League of Lixing's original calculations were good. In their vision, even if Meng Jinhui was not dead or seriously injured, the Yetian Empire would fall into a panic for a while. Especially since Tizixing was very close to the Alliance, this planet might be able to become independent or be annexed by the Alliance. But unfortunately, Duan Henji's appearance made the butterfly flap its wings. In the interstellar era, people were generally not good at close combat, and the lethality of weapons was extremely high. If Duan Hongya hadn't suddenly appeared to join this chaotic battle, then those assassins definitely wouldn't have been left alive, or perhaps only a few of them would have been lucky enough to survive. In fact, the plot of the original book should have been like this. But Duan Henji really didn't have the courage to kill, and his skills were especially good. After Duan Henji appeared, not only were there no survivors, but there were also a lot of survivors. The League of Lixing was different from the Yetian Empire. Their leaders changed extremely quickly. If this matter was exposed, the person who planned this would definitely be impeached and removed from office. Therefore, the League of Lixing, who originally did not want to start a war so early, thought for a while and finally brought forward the schedule of the war. After reading the news, the book transmigrator Duan Henji sat at the dining table and was silent for a long time. Duan Henji had thought more than once about how an intruder like himself would disrupt the course of interstellar history. Today, when the answer was placed in front of him, Duan Henji found that he was more shocked than expected. Although the title of Director of the Mecha Research Institute was great, Duan Henji was still mentally a normal person. He feared war and respected life, so at this time, when his actions were related to a real war, Duan Henji's heart could not help but sink. In order to end the melee, a suppressive mech must be born. Duan Henji thought that his work progress would probably have to be accelerated. As a qualified professor, Duan Henji was busy with the research institute, but he did not miss a single thing on Amro's side. This week, when he arrived at Amro as planned, he found that the school was once again lively. After a period of time together, Duan Henji had become familiar with the teachers in the mecha department who often handed over work to him. After slowly discovering that Duan Henji was not as cold as they thought, the teachers here often took the time to consult him. While waiting for class to start in the lounge, one of the teachers came to consult Duan Henji. After resolving the teacher's question, Duan Henji suddenly remembered the lively scene in the school today. As the teacher was about to leave, he saw Duan Henji raise his head and look out the window in confusion. He asked the teacher, "Is there any activity in Amro today?" Although Duan Henji did not like to participate in activities when he was in university in his previous life, he was always happy to experience it. If something big happened in the school, Duan Henji would temporarily stop his life between the laboratory and the dormitory and walk around the campus a few times to experience the lively atmosphere. Duan Henji's expression was curious when he asked the question, and his eyes were bright. Although he did not deliberately show any emotion, when he saw Duan Henji's current expression, the teacher's ears couldn't help but turn red. He nervously replied, yes, but it has nothing to do with our department. There's a pharmacy awards ceremony in Amro these few days. It's one of the more important events in the industry. Pharmacy? Duan Henji immediately thought of a person, and that was Lan Jingqi. Just like before, recently Lan Jingqi often sent Duan Henji messages about his life and school. And if Duan Hongya didn't remember wrongly, he seemed to have mentioned before that he had written a very satisfactory paper. Probably because the recipient was Duan Henji, although Lan Jingqi's grades had recently reached the top of his profession, he had never talked about his achievements in an excited tone, let alone talk about his achievements. Therefore, when the teacher told Duan Henji that Amro was holding a pharmacy event, Duan Henji finally remembered a plot related to Lan Jingqi. According to the book Toppling the Stars, Lan Jingqi's genius name was first revealed because of a thesis. Although that thesis was successfully published in the most authoritative journal in the industry, it did not receive the attention it deserved at first. It was not until a conference was held at Amro University that his reputation began to grow. If he didn't ask today, he would have missed this event. Although Duan Henji had been extremely busy recently, after hearing about the pharmacy conference from the teacher, he immediately decided to push back his schedule to make time for this award ceremony. The teacher only saw Duan Henji think for a bit and then say to himself, "I'm very interested in this event, I don't know if I have the opportunity to participate." Duan Henji wants to stay at Amro to participate in the event, Although the staff member was not a school official, after hearing the student's words, he quickly nodded and said, "Of course you can, I'll go inform the teacher in charge of this event." Duan Henji nodded at him and said, "Thank you." After hearing this conversation, the assistant who had been by Duan Hongya's side recently also silently retreated to the back. He began to update Duan Henji's schedule on his optical computer. Then, as usual, he sent the news to the Research Institute in Nanjushing. This award ceremony was held once every 3 years. The main purpose was to honor the scientists who had made significant achievements in the field of pharmaceutics in the past 3 years. Although it could not be compared to the mecha department, Amro's pharmaceutics was still famous in the galaxy. Therefore, every few years, the conference would be held at Amro University. Just like the last mecha research conference, the pharmaceutics experts had already gathered on campus a few days ago. Therefore, when Duan Henji arrived, he felt that Amro was more lively than usual. Duan Henji's decision was a bit sudden. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Amro did not inform him in advance that he would be in the audience. The next morning, according to the previous schedule, Duan Henji should already be on the starship heading back to the Mecha Research Institute. Although he knew that his achievements were insignificant compared to Duan Henji's, before the award ceremony began, Lan Jingqi hesitated for a moment. In the end, he still sent a message to Duan Henji to inform him that he was one of the candidates for the award. Lan Jingqi originally thought that he would receive a neutral encouraging reply from Duan Henji, but he didn't expect that not long after he sent the message, the other party would tell him that he already knew about this, and that he would be participating in this event. Duan Henji had always thought that Lan Jingqi was a very mature young man. But today, not long after informing him that he would be participating, the optical computer finally received a message that matched the other party's age. Lan Jingqi sent Duan Henji an extremely emotional crying emoji. Although there was no further reply, Duan Henji's mood couldn't help but improve a lot when he saw the emoji. Today's event was an impromptu decision, but the relevant military personnel still quickly prepared a suitable suit for Duan Henji. It was a dark blue suit. Its design was simple, and its tailoring was excellent. Although the style was low-key, it looked extremely elegant when worn. Unlike the previous Mecha conference, the Pharmaceutics Award ceremony was held in a different auditorium in the school. Most of this auditorium was made of a transparent material similar to glass, so the lighting was excellent. The auditorium had 2 entrances, one front and one back. The largest entrance was the one where the students and guests would enter. The person in charge of the school and Duan Henji knew that no matter what, his arrival would definitely not have anything to do with the word low-key. If he entered through the main entrance like the normal guests, it would be rather dangerous. So after some discussion, the school decided that Duan Henji would enter through the smaller entrance in the auditorium. That entrance faced the first row of the guest seats, so he would have to pass through the center of the stage. There were still 2 minutes before the award ceremony would officially begin. The guests and students present saw that the host of this event was actually standing on the stage early. Just as everyone was wondering if there was a mistake with the timing, they heard the host say, "First of all, please allow me to greet everyone on behalf of this award ceremony and Amro University. I'm sure everyone has noticed that the event hasn't officially begun yet." The host paused for a moment. He couldn't help but glance at the other entrance in the auditorium. He continued, "I'm going on stage early to introduce a special guest for this event." Hearing this, the auditorium immediately quieted down. Following the host's gaze, everyone turned to look at the entrance. This guest isn't an expert in the field of pharmacy, but he's also very concerned about this industry, so he's here today as a special guest. As soon as he finished his sentence, the silver door that had been tightly shut finally opened slowly. Upon hearing his introduction, many in the crowd began to whisper and guess the identity of this mysterious audience member. He had the status to start the award ceremony 2 minutes early and make a special introduction, but he wasn't an expert in the field of pharmacy. So who could it be? Even though Duan Henji was standing outside the door, he also heard the host's description of him. Unlike the guests who only paid attention to the content of the speech and wanted to extract important information, Duan Henji could hear the uncontrollable excitement in the host's words. In his opinion, it was really awkward to be introduced in such a grand manner. At this moment, the door was already opened. Under the gaze of countless people, Duan Henji walked in alone. It was currently morning on the planet where Amro was located. As soon as Duan Henji walked in, large patches of warm sunlight shined from the side. In an instant, Duan Henji's entire body was plated with a layer of golden edge by the sunlight. He looked extremely sacred and warm. No one in the room could have imagined that the person attending today's conference would be Duan Henji. The moment he walked in, the original whispers all stopped. Everyone stared blankly at the man at the door. However, this was only one of the surprises today. After Duan Henji walked in, another guest appeared. Not only were the guests surprised, but even Duan Henji was surprised. When Professor Duan heard the sound of footsteps behind him, he couldn't help but turn around and see a familiar figure. The person standing behind Duan Henji was wearing a black double-breasted suit. The bronze buttons reflected a warm glow under the sunlight. In front of his chest was a brooch made of ruby. It was also illuminated by the sunlight, and the light red light reflected by the brooch happened to fall on Duan Henji's chin, adding a touch of brightness to his somewhat pale skin. When Duan Henji turned around and saw who it was, he was stunned. If he remembered correctly, Meng Jinhui didn't have any plans to work on planet Duguang recently. But why would he suddenly appear here at an award ceremony that had nothing to do with the military? Duan Henji opened his mouth, but before he could think of what to say, the man standing behind him gently put his hand on his shoulder and smiled. I happened to pass by planet Duguang today, so I came to take a look. After that, the two were led by the staff in front of them and sat side by side in the middle of the first row of the guest seats. Although it was true that Meng Jinhui would often appear in places that had nothing to do with work recently, the doubts in Duan Henji's heart still hadn't been eliminated. However, there were tens of thousands of people in the venue, so Duan Henji couldn't ask any more questions. He sat down with Meng Jinhui, and it was time for the event to officially begin. The arrival of Meng Jinhui and Duan Henji was so sudden that the people in the audience didn't even react until the two sat down. After the host came back on stage and expressed his gratitude on behalf of Amro, the audience finally erupted into a round of applause. The main purpose of today's award ceremony was to honor the researchers who had made achievements in the field of pharmaceutics in the past 3 years. Therefore, after the event officially began, the host first introduced all of the nominated researchers in order. The researchers that were introduced walked in through the door. Duan Henji came in and sat on the other side of the VIP seats. Most of the audience at this event were pharmaceutical-related workers, as well as Amro students. Every time a guest entered the venue after the introduction, there would be a round of applause. After Duan Henji secretly glanced at the reactions of the people around him, he realized. Maybe he and Meng Jinhui were the only outsiders in the entire venue. Unlike the audience whose eyes were filled with excitement, Duan Henji felt that he and the Marshal were purely here to join in the fun. They were simply incompatible with the atmosphere of the event. Wait a second, Duan Henji looked at the person next to him. Why does Meng Jinhui look like he fits in with the atmosphere? Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui had been seeing each other a lot more often, so the interaction between the two gradually became more and more natural. For example, taking advantage of the gap between the first few guests entering the venue, Duan Henji couldn't help but turn his head slightly to ask Meng Jinhui, who was clapping with a smile, "Does Marshal know these researchers?" When Meng Jinhui heard Duan Henji's question, he put down his hand and turned around. He smiled and said, "I don't know them." Duan Henji knew it. The awards ceremony was divided into 6 categories according to the pharmaceutical field, and each of them was very valuable. Even though it was difficult to tell people's age from their appearance in the interstellar era, Duan Henji still saw a few white-haired old professors. From the reactions of the attendees, it could be seen that these people were all highly respected seniors in the industry. Lan Jingqi was indeed worthy of being a genius in the field of pharmaceutics that was specially written about in the book to be able to participate in this conference with them as a student of the university. After waiting for a while, the host finally read out the names of the last group of award candidates. Along with this, the identity of each person was introduced, as well as their achievements in the field. When the host read out the third name, he paused for a second before continuing. The next candidate is Lan Jingqi, from Amro University's pharmaceutics major, undergraduate. Even though Lan Jingqi couldn't help but tell Duan Henji about this, in reality, the list of nominees for the awards ceremony would not be announced in advance. After hearing the host's words, the originally extremely quiet awards ceremony venue suddenly had a lot of whispers. Amro University's pharmaceutics major, undergraduate. These few words would definitely be a dazzling title in the outside world. Unfortunately, they were currently in Anlua University. At a glance, this was the worst and most insignificant identity in the entire hall. Why would the organizers of the awards ceremony give a student a nomination? What's more, it was a little-known student in school. Even though Lan Jingqi's grades were ranked at the top of his major, Amro was still a university. Students rarely cared about rankings like they did in high school. There were many pharmaceutics students, but most of them had never heard of the name Lan Jingqi. The few that had heard of it would connect him to the school bullying incident a long time ago, and Duan Henji's name. Before this year's awards ceremony, there had never been a case of an undergraduate student being nominated. Everyone sitting in the venue was blessed by the heavens, so when they suddenly heard that someone of the same level as them was nominated, they naturally felt a bit unbalanced. In other words, it was very unbalanced. After Lan Jingqi's name, there was a long list of thesis titles. Different professions were like different mountains. Although Duan Hanya had put in the effort to understand pharmaceutical terms, he still didn't understand what this paper was about. After all, the original owner's education didn't have any related content, so no matter how good Duan Henji was in his major, it didn't change the fact that he was very biased in his major. Duan Henji, who was carefully listening to the keywords, didn't notice that Meng Jinhui, who was sitting next to him, suddenly raised his eyebrows when he heard the long list of thesis titles. As the owner of a pharmaceutics research institute, a good student who had never been biased in his major, even though Meng Jinhui wasn't proficient in this field, he at least understood what the thesis title was about. He couldn't help but shift his gaze from the stage to the door for the first time, and he revealed a meaningful expression. Lan Jingqi's achievements couldn't be compared to the other nominees, so the introduction time was naturally much shorter. After the host finished speaking, the door from before slowly opened again. Compared to before, the applause that greeted him was a bit sparse. However, the youth standing at the door didn't care about what others thought of him. Duan Henji saw that Lan Jingqi was wearing a white suit today. He seemed to have grown a lot taller recently, and his lean body also made him look thinner. Compared to the group of industry bigwigs wearing black formal suits, Lan Jingqi indeed had an invincible youthful appearance. But seeing his youthful appearance, and then thinking about how Lan Jingqi was nominated at such a young age, his peers felt that it was hard to accept. As the future popular supporting male lead, Lan Jingqi's body exuded an aura of not caring about ordinary people. After the door opened, he slightly bowed to the host on the stage, and then walked to his seat, unaffected by the applause and discussion. Although Duan Henji himself and Lan Jingqi were about the same age, probably because of the influence of Lan Jingqi's youthful aura, or because the first time they met, Lan Jingqi's bullied appearance left a deep impression on him. Every time Duan Henji saw Lan Jingqi, he couldn't help but forget the dark future in his novel, and have the illusion that he was looking at his own junior. So when the other person appeared at the door, Duan Henji's gaze couldn't help but carry a bit of gratification. Because he knew that Duan Henji was coming, after walking out of the door, Lan Jingqi couldn't help but cast his gaze to the first row of the guest seats, and then began to look for that familiar figure. Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui sat side by side, but his seat was more towards the entrance. Lan Jingqi's gaze swept across the side seat, and he immediately saw Duan Henji sitting there, slowly clapping for him. But before he could reveal a surprised expression, he saw the person sitting next to Duan Henji. Meng Jinhui, the nominator's seat was at the other end of the first row of the guest seats, because he didn't know that Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui would be here. Before Lan Jingqi, every time someone passed by here and saw them, they would reveal an extremely surprised expression, and then slow down to greet the two. But Lan Jingqi was different. As a supporting male lead who didn't get along with the Marshal in the original novel, when he saw that Meng Jinhui was here today, Lan Jingqi's eyes suddenly became cold. His footsteps didn't even pause, he just casually nodded at the other person, and then quickly walked back to his seat. Meng Jinhui's status was very high, and Lan Jingqi's actions were obviously not giving him face. The people in the back didn't see Lan Jingqi's expression, and gradually quieted down, but the Amro pharmacy professors sitting in the front all saw his excellent performance. Did Lan Jingqi, who was always reassuring, go crazy today? When his experimental professor saw this scene, he almost couldn't sit still and stood up to question him. But as the person who was ignored, Meng Jinhuai's performance was very calm. He withdrew his gaze from the front, and then his finger tapped on the wooden armrest, and lightly tapped a few times. This was originally an unconscious action, but it made the school leaders behind him break out in a cold sweat. "Is this the student that Aheng met at Amro last time?" Meng Jinhui suddenly asked. When Duan Henji heard this, he was subconsciously shocked. Then he remembered that when he helped Lan Jingqi out of trouble, he was still a suspected spy from the royal family, so of course the marshal had to pay attention to abnormal movements at all times. It wasn't strange that Meng Jinhui knew about this, but his tone was very strange. In his heart, Duan Henji often ridiculed Meng Jinhui as Great Movie King Meng. Meng Jinhui was very good at disguising his emotions. When he was working, he always had a businesslike appearance, but in private, he always had a polite smile on his face. It was very difficult for others to read any special emotions from Meng Jinhui's face or tone. But Duan Henji just heard a bit of disdain in his words, and this feeling was completely undisguised. What exactly was going on today? Why were both Meng Jinhui and Lan Jingqi acting so strangely? If Meng Jinhui's disdain for Duan Henji was understandable, then why was Lan Jingqi showing hostility towards Meng Jinhui? Duan Henji couldn't understand no matter how hard he thought about it. But when he thought about how the marshal knew everything, he nodded at him. Seeing this, Meng Jinhui suddenly asked again, "Then, did you come to this conference today for him as well?" Although this was the truth, when these words came out of Meng Jinhui's mouth, it sounded very strange. Duan Henji's alarm went off again. Why did the marshal suddenly ask this question? At this time, the next segment of the awards ceremony was about to begin. Seeing that Duan Henji was still hesitant to answer, Meng Jinhui didn't ask any more questions. He turned around and faced the podium again. Judging from his expression, Meng Jinhui still looked gentle and polite, but Duan Henji felt that the pressure on him was gradually decreasing. The film industry in the interstellar era developed very quickly. Even in a scientific awards ceremony like this, every time an award was about to be given out, the holographic screen on the stage would start projecting. Then, it would use a documentary to briefly introduce the results of the research. In his previous life, other than reading novels, Duan Henji also liked documentaries and movies. Just now, he was a little worried that he wouldn't be able to understand the content of the ceremony and would feel bored. Now that he saw the well-edited documentary on the holographic screen, Duan Henji's interest was piqued once again. There were many nominees today, so naturally, not everyone had a documentary to go with them. The holographic screen mainly showed the winners and the results of some famous interstellar researchers. As the videos played, the time gradually approached noon. The award for Lan Jingqi's subject was finally going to be given out. Standing on the stage was the president of the Interstellar Pharmaceutical Research Association. Every time an award was about to be given out, he would go on stage and give a brief introduction. No matter how interesting the documentary footage was, Duan Henji was still a little tired after watching it for an entire morning. However, after hearing the president's words, he finally perked up again. This time, after the president's summary of the work of the past 3 years was different from before. After the president's summary, he obviously started to praise specifically. If Duan Henji's understanding was correct, then the president was talking about Lan Jingqi. During the last award ceremony, I never thought that one of the nominees 3 years later would be such a young researcher. In the interstellar era, it was hard to tell which of the nominees was the youngest just by looking at appearance. However, because of the student introduction just now, everyone put the president's words on Lan Jingqi. Now that everyone was looking at him, the popular supporting actor Lan Jingqi didn't show any strange expressions. His calm demeanor was already very different from his peers around him. The president glanced at Lan Jingqi and said, "His research direction also surprised me. This is a field that very few people are involved in." The length of the award ceremony was fixed. After saying this, the president walked off the stage. Then, according to the usual process of the award ceremony, after the names of the winners were read out again, the guest in charge of giving out the awards walked on stage. The person who came was an extremely senior professor of Anlua. His steps were no longer steady, and the hair on his temples was already dyed with frost. Duan Henji saw the old professor pick up a traditional envelope from the side and slowly open it. Even though Duan Henji could roughly guess whose name was written on the envelope, when the professor opened the envelope, he couldn't help but feel nervous. The professor was stunned when he saw the name on the envelope. He slowly said, "Congratulations, Lan Jingqi. We welcome the youngest award winner in history." After he finished speaking, the screen lit up again. The documentary about Lan Jingqi's successful research began to play. After the award ceremony, the documentary would be uploaded to the interstellar network. Therefore, this content was prepared for the general public, so Duan Henji could obviously understand it. In the middle of the first row of the VIP seats, Duan Henji looked up at the screen. As the documentary played, Duan Henji's heart started to beat faster. Even though Duan Henji still couldn't understand some of the more in-depth content, he could tell from the rest that Lan Jingqi's research direction was related to the poison in his body. A long time ago, when Duan Henji came to Amro for a class, Lan Jingqi came to his lounge to look for him. At that time, Duan Henji had already received a detailed medical report, and remembered some of the abnormal values and residual toxins. Because of his doubts about the data, Duan Henji vaguely mentioned it to Lan Jingqi while they were chatting. He didn't expect that a few months later, Lan Jingqi would actually write an award-winning thesis based on the problem he casually mentioned. Duan Henji's hand slowly moved to the wooden armrest of the chair. Because he gripped the armrest so tightly, his knuckles started to turn white. Duan Henji stared closely at the image on the screen, and even his breathing became cautious. At this moment, Duan Hongye suddenly felt Meng Jinhui, who was sitting at the side, gently place his palm on the back of his hand. Unlike Duan Henji's cold hand, Meng Jinhui's palm was still so warm, and his heartbeat immediately stabilized. "If he's willing, he can come to the LDK 300 Research Institute during the holidays," Meng Jinhui suddenly said in a low voice. While speaking, the Marshal's eyes were still focused on the screen in front of him. His expression was very relaxed. Duan Henji almost thought that he was hallucinating. During this period of time, he already knew that the LDK 300 Research Institute's strength was definitely not inferior to the Yetian Empire's Royal Research Institute. If Lan Jingqi could really study and work at the LDK 300, it would be beneficial for his own studies and his progress in detoxification. However, Meng Jinhui clearly looked down on him a few seconds ago, so why was he inviting Lan Jingqi to the LDK 300 Research Institute? Not long after the Marshal finished his sentence, the video ended. Lan Jingqi's thesis was published not long ago, and because the research direction was very unpopular, not many people in the room read it carefully. However, after watching this video, everyone finally had a new understanding of his research. The scientific world was the same as the battlefield, it was a world where strength was respected. In just a few minutes, the students in the back row looked at Lan Jingqi with disdain, and now, they looked at him with admiration. However, as a slightly Jinibu male supporting character, Lan Jingqi was still so calm. After the short video ended, Lan Jingqi, who was wearing a white suit, walked on stage. He received the trophy in his hand and used a few seconds to thank his professional teacher. Then, he nodded at the audience and walked off the stage. Is this the end? At the age of 20, he became the youngest winner of this award, and he received a trophy that was difficult for his peers to touch. That's all, Lan Jingqi said. Under the shocked gaze of the crowd, Lan Jingqi walked off the stage in an unusually cool manner. However, he did not return to his seat. Instead, he turned around and walked towards where Duan Henji was sitting. After seeing Duan Henji, Lan Jingqi, who was very calm, suddenly became a different person. When he smiled, his eyes would involuntarily squint. At this time, he smiled and shouted, "Professor Duan." He looked very young. Lan Jingqi, who was walking towards Duan Henji, opened his arms, obviously wanting to hug him. Although Duan Henji was not used to physical contact, after seeing Lan Jingqi's expression, he did not want to be embarrassed. Therefore, when Lan Jingqi walked over, Duan Henji also stood up from his seat. Then, Duan Hongye discovered that Meng Jinhui's palm was still on the back of his hand that was next to the other parties. Therefore, the crowd saw that when Duan Henji stood up, Meng Jinhui also stood up. If one looked down, they would discover that the two of them had been holding each other's hands tightly the whole time. the general and Professor Duan's relationship was really good. Lan Jingqi, who also saw this, subconsciously slowed down his steps. At this time, Meng Jinhui took a step forward and then extended his empty hand towards Lan Jingqi. "Congratulations." Meng Jinhui smiled and said to him. No matter how willful he was, Lan Jingqi was still an adult. He knew how dangerous it was to disrespect the Marshal again and again. After seeing Meng Jinhui reach out his hand, Lan Jingqi gently bit his lip. In the end, he stopped waiting for a hug and gently shook Meng Jinhui's hand instead. "Thank you, Marshal," he said calmly. He didn't feel the slightest bit of excitement that he was shaking hands with the Empire's Marshal. After hearing Lan Jingqi's insincere gratitude, Meng Jinhui didn't say anything else. The Marshal nodded at him and then put his hand down. Duan Hengji, who was standing on the side ready to hug Meng Jinhui, saw Lan Jingqi shake hands with Meng Jinhui and couldn't help but feel relieved. Duan Hengji reached out his hand like Meng Jinhui and said to Lan Jingqi, "Amro, and I will be proud of you." Compared to the Marshal's congratulations, Duan Hengji's words were unexpectedly sincere. Because there was no loudspeaker in the guest seats, Duan Hengji's words could only be heard by Professor Amro and the leaders sitting in the first few rows. Now, as soon as he finished speaking, the people behind him all stood up and began to applaud the two of them in unison. Although there were some episodes during the award ceremony, Duan Hengji was right. Whether it was him or Amro University, they would be proud of Lan Jingqi. But after he finished speaking, Duan Hengji felt Lan Jingqi's grip on his hand a little too tight. Duan Hengji tried to pull his hand away, but Lan Jingqi still didn't have any intention of letting him go. It wasn't until Duan Hengji couldn't help but look at him suspiciously that Lan Jingqi reluctantly let go of Duan Hengji's hand. He said to Duan Hengji, "Thank you, Professor Duan. I'll continue to work hard." Seeing that Lan Jingqi didn't do anything out of line this time, the professors behind him all secretly sighed in relief. What was going on with Lan Jingqi? Why did the usually low-key and obedient student suddenly become so unpredictable when faced with a big event like today? The pharmaceutical profession was also very important in the galaxy. Not long after the award ceremony ended, the galactic news was broadcasted. Although the award winners were all filmed science documentaries, scientific research was still far away from the ordinary people of the galactic. But the sudden appearance of Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhui still attracted the attention of the audience. The news introduced Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhui's visit, and of course Lan Jingqi, the youngest award winner in history, wasn't left out. After talking about Lan Jingqi's achievements, the media couldn't help but mention the small episode that happened a few months ago on Amro University's campus. If that incident was really a small circle of gossip, it was now being spread by the galactic media. The story of Duan Hengji helping Lan Jingqi out of trouble, and the friendship between the two of them, who had vastly different statuses, instantly became a story that countless people loved to talk about. It had to be admitted that no matter which era or which planet, face was always the first thing that attracted people's attention. After seeing that Amro University had such a handsome young genius, many people began to search for news about Lan Jingqi, especially his friendship with Duan Hengji. Professor Duan's cult reputation was already deeply rooted in people's hearts. Before Lan Jingqi, people had never heard of Duan Hengji having good friends in private. Therefore, when the news suddenly spread today, many people who didn't pay attention to this matter before were curious. They were curious about Lan Jingqi and Duan Hengji. Not long after the news was broadcasted, Lan Jingqi's name and Duan Hengji's name reached the top of the galactic search list at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. In most people's imaginations, a young genius like Lan Jingqi should be incomparably aloof. Or maybe he should be just like Duan Hengji, cold and mysterious. Therefore, on one hand, many people were searching on the galactic search and gossiping about Duan Hengji and Lan Jingqi. On the other hand, there were people who were worried that this kind of large-scale gossip would annoy Lan Jingqi. In the galactic era, everyone had a social account that was tied to their ID, and Lan Jingqi was no exception. Even though he wasn't interested in these kinds of social activities with his real name, he would still post something on his account every few months. Lan Jingqi's name wasn't common, so it didn't take long for people who were curious about Lan Jingqi because of today's news to easily find his social account. It could be seen that Lan Jingqi's social account was very simple. Ever since he entered Amro University, everything he posted was related to the university. This really satisfied everyone's imagination of a young genius. But, in this world, other than the quiet onlookers, there were also people who liked to leave comments everywhere. When they saw Lan Jingqi's name on the galactic search list, they directly treated him as a public figure. Therefore, in a short 10 minutes, Lan Jingqi's social account had a lot of comments. Many of them were expressing their suspicions. They were analyzing the news to see if the relationship between Lan Jingqi and Duan Hengji was true. After all, there were a lot of people in the galactic era. There were more high-quality people than on Earth, but there were also a lot of people who only knew how to gossip and didn't care about the development and new results of the scientific community. Therefore, in the eyes of these people, the most authoritative pharmaceutical award ceremony was just a few meaningless words. In the eyes of these people, Lan Jingqi, who appeared out of thin air and appeared on the news, came from a completely different world from Duan Hengji. Therefore, in the comments section of Lan Jingqi's social account, there were people who wanted to get information about Duan Hengji from him, people who were infatuated with his looks, and also people who questioned whether he was making up a story to hype himself up. In short, in the eyes of rational people who understood the value of today's award, these comments were enough to completely infuriate a young genius, especially in the full version of the video on Galactic. Lan Jingqi was someone who didn't give face to the Marshal. XL, I saw the blogger in the afternoon news today. He's very handsome. Is he Amro's school hunk? Oh right, I heard that today's award is also quite amazing. X1L, Lan Jingqi, do you really know Professor Duan? Don't hype yourself up. X2L, can the blogger tell us in private what kind of person Professor Duan is? X3L, did you really meet Duan Hengji by accident at school? That's impossible. But what was very unexpected was that Lan Jingqi didn't seem to be infuriated by the brainless comments in the comments section as everyone had guessed. On the contrary, he even picked out a few comments and replied. Lan Jingqi, thank you. It's just as the internet said, I met Professor Duan by accident at school. I'm very grateful to him. Lan Jingqi, Professor Duan is a very, very gentle person in private. Even though Lan Jingqi's reply wasn't long, under the influence of today's hot search, these few replies were quickly spread to the corners of Galactic. And the focus of people's attention shifted from will he be angry after seeing these brainless comments, to Duan Hengji is actually a very gentle person in private. No, according to Lan Jingqi's original words, Duan Hengji is actually a very, very gentle person in private. Professor Duan was the best person to explain the 3 words white moonlight in the hearts of countless people in the galaxy. And he was indeed very qualified to be the white moonlight, high and mighty, but also cold enough. Even though everyone could see that Duan Hengya's body had slowly changed recently, Duan Hengya still hadn't recovered from his shock. But even so, before Lan Jingqi, no one had publicly used the word gentle to describe Duan Hengji. Lan Jingqi's words on the internet didn't take long to reach Duan Hengji's ears. The general's workaholic persona didn't collapse. Even though he didn't plan it in advance, after the award ceremony, Meng Jinhui decided to take a look at the military's team stationed on planet Duguang. As for Duan Hengji, even though the intensity of the work at the research institute was very high, there were still normal days off. Tomorrow was one of those days. Therefore, Duan Hengji, who wasn't in a hurry to go back to the research institute, returned to his residence at Amro University and prepared to rest there for a while. He habitually turned on his optical computer to read the news. The first thing he saw was the media's report on him and Lan Jingqi, as well as the other party's response on his social media account. Even though Duan Hengji looked very otherworldly, he had read a lot of clichés, so he could imagine the kind of responses on his social media account. Even though the reporters deliberately took screenshots, Duan Hengji still noticed some of the ambiguous responses. If it was a normal person, Duan Hengji would definitely not have bothered with them. However, Lan Jingqi, who told him to be a half-evil character in the later stages of Toppling Stars. Duan Hengji was a little worried about Lan Jingqi's mental health, so after thinking about it, he clicked on his social media account. As expected, netizens who were used to being evil in the entertainment industry were different from those in the industry who respected each other's abilities. After receiving Lan Jingqi's gentle reply, a lot of boring alternative accounts appeared and began to mock Lan Jingqi and Duan Hengji for pretending to be close. What kind of boring people were these? Duan Henji felt that Lan Jingqi's mental health was very healthy right now. However, as a protective person, he thought about it for a while and still liked Lan Jingqi's latest post thanking the organizing committee for the award ceremony. After Duan Henji liked it, he went offline. He didn't know how many people he scared. After all, before Lan Jingqi, the only thing Duan Henji liked was the Marshal. The afternoon in Amro was very quiet. Duan Henji sat alone on the sofa in the study room and quietly looked at the data on the optical computer. Because he was used to living alone, as he gradually became more familiar with this world, Duan Henji's life was no longer as tense as it used to be. For example, when he was alone in a room, he couldn't help but pose in a very casual manner. The afternoon sun was just right, so Duan Henji opened all the curtains in the room. Duan Henji, who was wearing a light gray casual outfit, nestled himself in the beige single-seat sofa in the study room. His body was simply covered with a soft blanket of the same color. At some point, Duan Henji, who was looking at the optical computer, couldn't resist the sleepiness and fell asleep. The blanket gently slid down a little, making the entire scene look very casual and beautiful. After finishing his work in the military, Meng Jinhui came to Duan Henji's residence on planet Duguang for the first time. When Meng Jinhui looked through the open door of the study room, this was the scene he saw. No one would have thought that the Marshal, who was busy inspecting the troops stationed on planet Duguang, would have seen the news on the intergalactic web. Although he was unhappy, he still agreed with Lan Jingqi's words. Duan Henji was indeed a gentle person. Meng Jinhui deliberately slowed down his footsteps, but he still woke up Duan Henji, who was taking an afternoon nap. Duan Henji opened his eyes and saw the Marshal standing under the afternoon sun. Seeing that Duan Henji was awake, Meng Jinhui was a little surprised and said, "Sorry, I woke you up." Slowly, Duan Henji got used to interacting with Meng Jinhui. If this was when he first transmigrated and saw Meng Jinhui standing in front of him, he would definitely be scared out of his wits. But now, Duan Henji seemed to be able to ignore the Marshal's aura in his daily life. Because he just woke up, Duan Henji was still a little dazed and curled up on the sofa. Seeing the person in front of him, Duan Henji rubbed his eyes and glanced at the optical computer and said, "It's okay. I should get up." After speaking, Duan Henji suddenly realized that his current posture wasn't very elegant. He quickly put his legs down from the sofa and said to Meng Jinhui, "Marshal, are you preparing to leave planet Duguang?" Just as Duan Henji was thinking about whether he should go back to Nanjushing with Meng Jinhui or go directly to the research institute, Meng Jinhui gently shook his head and said, "No, I'll stay on planet Duguang today." Huh? Planet Duguang's economic development was average, but as the home of the empire's most famous university, Amro, there would be conferences held every few days and there were many high-class hotels. As the Marshal's home planet, Duguang also had a military base. Logically speaking, no matter which one it was better than Duan Henji's temporary residence in Amro. Unexpectedly, Meng Jinhui casually put his hands in his pockets and smiled at Duan Henji. "Can I stay here tonight?" Since the Marshal asked, there was no way he could refuse. Duan Hongya fell asleep in a daze around 4 in the afternoon, and by the time Meng Jinhui arrived, it was already 6 in the afternoon, the standard time of planet crossing light. Because he had to come to Amro every few days, Duan Henji had already treated this place as his second home. As someone who came from Earth, Duan Henji wasn't used to having robots in his home all the time. Therefore, a long time ago, he stopped the robots here and put them in the warehouse. He only kept one for cleaning. Therefore, during this period of time, Duan Hongya had been cooking by himself. Seeing that it was almost night time, Duan Henji began to wonder if he should take out the robots while Meng Jinhui wasn't paying attention. However, as soon as he walked to the first floor and saw the empty living room, Meng Jinhui realized that Duan Henji had stopped using the robots. Meng Jinhui looked at the clean but slightly smoky kitchen and asked Duan Henji, "Does Aheng always cook by himself?" Anyway, not long after Duan Henji transmigrated, Meng Jinhui caught him making a midnight snack. Now that Meng Jinhui had already seen through it, Duan Hongya could only nod his head generously and say, "Yes, I'm not used to the robots here." After hearing Duan Henji's words, Meng Jinhui seemed to be in a good mood. He slowly walked in the direction of the kitchen and said, "Coincidentally, I learned a few things many years ago." It's not easy to have time today, don't take out the robots. After hearing Meng Jinhuai's words, Duan Henji didn't understand the meaning of his words for a while. It wasn't until he saw Meng Jinhuai walk into the kitchen and roll up his sleeves that Duan Henji realized that the general wanted to cook dinner with him. Just like what Meng Jinhuai said, he really only learned a few things. Seeing the confident but clumsy Marshal in the kitchen, the words contrast cute suddenly popped up in Duan Hongya's mind. Meng Jinhuai was wearing a black military shirt. At this time, he rolled up his sleeves and carefully washed the vegetables in his hands. Duan Henji walked into the kitchen. After seeing what he was doing, he couldn't help but take out a transparent container. It's easier to wash in this. Although his tone was calm, Duan Henji was secretly happy that he could be Meng Jinhuai's teacher. While the general was washing the vegetables, Duan Henji took out a piece of meat from the incubator and placed it on the table. The taste of people in the interstellar era was slightly different from what Duan Henji was used to. However, after being caught eating supper last time, he realized that the general's taste was somewhat similar to his. In fact, most people who liked to cook had a heart that wanted to share with others. The cold and aloof Duan Henji was no exception. After thinking for a while, he decided to cook according to his taste. In his previous life, Duan Hongya was best at close combat and ancient martial arts, and his favorite weapons were swords and daggers. As early as when he was in his teens, Duan Henji had already thoroughly studied the dagger as a cold weapon. Even Duan Henji's knife skills could be described as amazing. Meng Jinhuai, who had just finished washing the vegetables, saw Duan Henji place a piece of meat on the chopping board. Then, he took out a knife from nowhere and began to easily and deftly remove the tendons that affected the texture of the meat. Even though he was only handling the food, Duan Henji's movements were as beautiful as a dancer's. Meng Jinhuai, who originally wanted to cause more trouble, stopped and began to quietly admire the scene. Although every home in the interstellar era had robots, there were still many people who liked to cook by themselves. Cooking shows were also very popular. Of course, Meng Jinhuai was not someone who had the time to watch those shows. However, in the few times he had watched them, he had never seen Duan Henji's actions. Duan Henji, who was seriously working on the task at hand, realized that Meng Jinhuai had started to openly touch the fish. Duan Henji seemed to follow him everywhere he went with a curious gaze. He did not look like the serious Marshal of the past at all. Instead, he looked like a child. Duan Henji also realized that he seemed to inexplicably like this kind of atmosphere. Meng Jinhuai did not speak, and Duan Henji did not disturb the scene that could only be described as warm. His movements were very nimble and he subconsciously began to cook some dishes that he rarely tried when he lived alone. After a while, the aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. Perhaps because it was rare for him to relax, today's Meng Jinhuai was different from usual. After dinner was served, Duan Henji looked at the table full of food and finally realized that he made a bit too much. At this time, the Marshal suddenly did something that was particularly unbefitting of his status. He casually turned on the optical computer that had been hanging beside him and took a few photos. Duan Henji, who was sitting opposite him, was stunned as he watched Meng Jinhuai complete this set of actions. He thought, if he saw a similar description in Stargazing, he would definitely solemnly leave a comment under the chapter, "The Marshal is OOC." Unfortunately, at this moment, Duan Henji was not a reader. After seeing Duan Henji's expression, Meng Jinhuai looked at him and smiled. He then said, "Ahung, do you log into social media often recently?" Duan Henji thought that Meng Jinhuai was not a person who would ask him this question for no reason. Since he asked, he must have seen the likes on Lan Jingqi's account. Originally, Duan Henji did not think that this matter was important, so after hearing Meng Jinhuai's words, Duan Henji thought for a bit and said, "Not very often, but occasionally." "I see," Meng Jinhuai paused and said, "then I'll also upload the photos." Ahaha. Wait a minute, Duan Henji did not understand. What does it have to do with the Marshal uploading the photos? The point is, the Marshal is actually going to upload photos on my social media account. What kind of serious OOC is this? The above only happened in Duan Henji's mind. In reality, he paused for a moment, then slowly nodded his head. Therefore, before Star Web recovered from the shock of Lan Jingqi's description of Duan Henji as gentle and the fact that he liked it, Meng Jinhui really uploaded a photo of Duan Hengji's dinner to his social media account. He even specifically wrote that it was Duan Hengji's work. As someone who had witnessed Meng Jinhui's OOC the entire time, Duan Hengya was shocked by his actions, let alone a passerby who had suddenly received this message. Who has the guts to do this? Who dares to steal the Marshal's account? This was the subconscious reaction of everyone when they saw the photo. However, after they saw Meng Jinhui's photo, they finally fell silent. It turned out that under the appearance of a flower on a high mountain, Duan Hengya was not only a gentle person, but also such a homely person. Miraculously, after seeing this state, people were not as excited as they were at noon. Instead, they fell into a unified yearning for love and homely life. It seems that love can really change a person a lot. For example, the cold Professor Duan left the laboratory, and the once deified Marshal couldn't help but show off on Star Web for the first time. When Duan Hengji saw that the Marshal had really posted it, he had no choice but to do as he was told. He took out his optical computer and opened the Marshal's account. However, before Duan Hengji could see everyone's praises for a beautiful life, the first thing he saw was a comment from an acquaintance. "Yu Xinlan, I want to eat too." That night, time seemed to have passed by very quickly. During this period of time, Duan Hengya's design of a new generation of mecha that could be mass-produced had reached the final stage. Every time they met Meng Jinhui, the two of them would have a good discussion about this problem. Even though Meng Jinhui had never piloted a mass-produced mecha before, as a Marshal of the Empire, his understanding of mecha combat was far above Duan Hengji's. Therefore, every time Duan Hengji listened to Meng Jinhui's conversation, he would gain new inspiration. Duan Hengji couldn't help but cook a little more tonight, so as they ate and talked about work, time slipped away unknowingly. Even though the Star Web was currently bustling with activity, the two of them had already forgotten about the little episode just now. Even though he had never been to Duan Hengji's residence on planet Duguang before, halfway through dinner, Meng Jinhui went straight to the wine cabinet and took out a bottle of red wine. Duan Hengji had long noticed that Meng Jinhui would always drink a bottle of red wine during dinner when his work was more relaxed. Duan Hengji stopped the robot at home, but he could tell that even though Meng Jinhui's cooking skills were average, the way he poured the wine was very smooth and elegant. Meng Jinhui smoothly poured the wine into the glass in front of him, as well as Duan Hengji's. In his previous life, Duan Hengji was addicted to carbonated drinks such as cola and didn't have much interest in wine. After transmigrating to this world, Duan Hengji realized in despair that there was no beverage he liked in the interstellar era. However, even though Duan Hengji wasn't very interested in wine, to be honest, he was a little curious about the taste of the wine in his house. Therefore, when Meng Jinhui poured the wine for Duan Hengji, he didn't stop him. After a while, Duan Hengji couldn't help but pick up the wine glass in front of him and take a sip. This wine was brewed by the Amro Food School. The alcohol content wasn't high, and it had a bit of fruity taste, somewhat like a beverage. After tasting it, Duan Hengji was a little surprised. During dinner, Professor Duan sipped the entire glass of red wine one mouthful at a time. However, Duan Hengji was used to his body from his previous life, and he forgot that his current alcohol tolerance wasn't high at all. After dinner, the only cleaning robot left in the house came over. Duan Hengya looked at the time. It was already past 10 p.m. on Planet Crossing Light. He gently placed his hand on the table and chose to stand. But soon, Duan Hengji realized that even though the alcohol content wasn't high, he was still a little drunk. Fortunately, Duan Hengji was a person with good alcohol tolerance. He didn't talk nonsense after getting drunk, he only felt very sleepy. Duan Hengji rubbed his eyes in a daze. He didn't know what he looked like right now. Duan Hengji was wearing loose and comfortable casual clothes. Because he was a little drunk, his usually pale skin had a faint blush. When he saw Duan Hengji immediately walk to the stairs, Meng Jinhui, who had been beside him, silently reached out his hand and helped Duan Hengji up. "Be careful of the stairs," said Meng Jinhui. Duan Hengji's reaction was half a beat slower. When he heard Meng Jinhui's words, he paused for a second before slowly saying, "Oh." He held the railing and walked up to the second floor. After coming up, facing this row of doors, Duan Hengya's brain, which was gradually slowing down, finally remembered one thing, a very important thing. the mansion that Amro gave him wasn't large, and it was originally for him to live in. For convenience, the largest room on the second floor was transformed into an office by Duan Henji. Other than the bedroom, there was only one empty room left on the entire floor. Unfortunately, that room had just become a warehouse for idle robots. When Meng Jinhui saw Duan Henji standing there without moving, he couldn't help but ask him, "What's wrong?" After hearing the question, the sleepy Professor Duan slowly turned around and told Meng Jinhui the truth, "There's only one bedroom here." Unlike the grand bedroom in the house of the Marshal, the bedroom on planet Duguang was a bit shabby. In addition to the overall size, the bed was only 1.5 meters wide. Even though this size was indeed a double bed, Duan Henji, who was used to being alone, couldn't imagine what it felt like to be squished together with two people. Even though this person was Meng Jinhui, even though they had slept on the same bed before. But that was different. Duan Henji wasn't used to this kind of distance. After Duan Henji finished speaking, Meng Jinhui calmly looked at the 3 closed doors in front of him. Then, the Marshal turned around and asked Duan Henji, "Okay, which one?" There didn't seem to be anything wrong with the Marshal's question. 11:30 p.m. on planet Duguang. Duan Henji was in a deep sleep because he drank some wine. His back was facing Meng Jinhui, and his whole body was hanging on the edge of the small double bed. From Meng Jinhui's point of view, it was a bit funny and a bit pitiful. Seeing that it was late at night, Meng Jinhui slowly moved over and pulled Duan Henji over from the edge of the bed. Then, he covered him with the blanket. Meng Jinhui's night vision was good, and there was a small night light in the corner of the room. At this moment, Meng Jinhui could see Duan Henji's face very clearly. The small night light shone from not far away, and Duan Henji's facial features looked surprisingly soft under the light. At the same time, from Meng Jinhui's point of view, Duan Henji's face also had a thin layer of cute fluffy hair. In the eyes of most people, Duan Henji was cold in both appearance and temperament. Normally, almost no one would use the word cute to describe him. But tonight, after seeing Duan Henji's cheeks lit up by the night light, Meng Jinhui he couldn't help but reach out and carefully poke Duan Henji's cheek. Although Duan Henji was very thin, his face was not as thin as a skeleton like those who were seriously ill. On the contrary, there was still some flesh on his face that protected his bones. After gently touching his cheek, Meng Jinhui, who was half sitting on the bed, suddenly looked like he had seen something fun. He couldn't help but laugh softly. After a long time, the Marshal finally laid down again. He then gently said a good night to Duan Henji, who was already sound asleep. After that night, Duan Henji once again returned to his busy working state. Because the design of the new mecha was about to be completed, Duan Henji's mind was at its smoothest. He collected all the first-hand information he collected from the military some time ago. He compiled all of it into the military's super-optical supercomputer and began to research without sleep or food. Before Duan Henji, although the military and the research institute worked closely together, there was never a designer who had so much confidential information for reference. After analyzing the information, Duan Henji's mind became more open. Just as the mecha model was about to be officially released, Duan Henji even temporarily stopped his work on planet Duguang and stayed in the research institute. Although the research institute's work had begun to be systematic, this type of mecha upgrade was still within the scope of other people's abilities. Therefore, other than sometimes Duan Henji purposely looking for Suminga or the various team leaders to discuss related issues, the dean's office door was always closed. Currently, although the members of the Yeti Empire Mecha Research Institute vaguely knew that Duan Henji was busy with the mecha upgrade, no one knew how his progress was. In most cases, mecha upgrade was not a simple task. The main person in charge would often spend a few years on it. Therefore, in most people's minds, this project was only in the middle of the design process. In short, no one expected that this project that was supposed to be in the middle of the design process was already in the middle of the design process. Late one night, Duan Henji sat alone in his office and gently placed his hand on the model generation button of the photon computer. Duan Henji glanced at the time on the corner of the screen. After such a long period of intense research, he finally realized just how long he had been working like a madman. Duan Henji couldn't help but take a deep breath and retract his hand from the model generation button. What Duan Henji was going to do next was to generate a mecha virtual model. This was an irreversible step. Once the model was officially generated, the photon computer would display a detailed simulation of the mecha, just like the one that appeared in Amro's classroom. This model would contain all the data of a mature mecha. It could even be sent directly to the mecha manufacturer to be manufactured. However, although the model could be manufactured, according to intergalactic convention, before the actual manufacturing process, the virtual model would have to be tested and simulated under various conditions in the photon computer. If there was a mistake in the calculation of the model or the data, then the simulation wouldn't be completed smoothly. Once the data was generated, it would be irreversible. If they wanted to change it, they would have to start all over again. This was a test for the new mecha, but it was also a test for the researchers. Even though Duan Henji's mental fortitude was top-notch, he couldn't help but pause when the model was about to be generated. If there was a mistake in the design of the mecha, then a few months of work would go down the drain. Other than a bunch of incorrect data, he wouldn't be able to obtain anything. Recently, Duan Henji had been busy with research. Once again, he stayed in the laboratory. Because he hadn't left the house, his hair had grown quite a bit. Duan Henji didn't notice that his hair could now be pulled up into a small ponytail. While he was waiting, a strand of slightly longer black hair fell from his forehead and swept across Duan Henji's eyes, drawing his attention back to the data itself. Because it hadn't been used for a long time, the super photon computer entered a rare temporary hibernation mode. The screen that was originally constantly jumping suddenly quieted down. Duan Henji once again looked at the densely packed data on the screen. Finally, Duan Henji looked at the screen and took a deep breath. Then, he closed his eyes and pressed the generate button in front of him. Although the mecha data was huge, the super photon computer's calculation speed was also unimaginably fast. However, the moment he pressed the button, a small black mecha model appeared in front of Duan Henji. The screen dimmed. Duan Henji felt the change in light and slowly opened his eyes. If there was a mistake in the model data, it should have been a red light. After opening his eyes and seeing that the mecha model was successfully generated, Duan Henji slowly let out a sigh of relief. Although the follow-up test hadn't started yet, being able to successfully assemble the model proved that there was no mistake in the calculations. After a short moment of absent-mindedness, Duan Henji finally became excited like any successful researcher. Although it was already late at night at the research institute, Duan Henji wasn't sleepy at all. He looked at the mecha model. After hesitating for a moment, he sent out the basic model data. There were tens of thousands of simulation experiments. The sooner they started, the sooner they would be finished. From tonight onwards, the mecha model that didn't have a name yet, but was destined to rewrite the history of the galaxy officially entered the simulation experiment state. Logically speaking, after the mecha data began the experiment, the researchers couldn't make any changes to the data until the experiment was finished. Duan Henji could have used this time to rest, but he received a notice yesterday telling him that his long-awaited vacation wouldn't start as planned. Because while Duan Henji was working hard, another incident that was described in detail in Star Flipping happened. This was supposed to be a story where the female lead shone brightly and met famous people from all over the world. But when it came to Duan Xianxia, it became a great calamity that had to be overcome. The Emperor of the Yetian Empire was celebrating his birthday. As a scientist orphan adopted by the Empress family, Duan Henji, who was deeply involved with the royal family, was obviously invited. Duan Henji was about to return to the first place he went to when he transmigrated into the book. He wasn't happy at all. On the surface, this birthday banquet had nothing to do with Duan Henji. However, Professor Duan, who had been working half-heartedly recently and had been threatened by the royal family several times, knew that this banquet was definitely not an easy event for him. It could be seen from the Tizishing incident that the Yitian royal family was no longer satisfied with their low-key status. This royal banquet was previewed on the Star Web a long time ago, and later on, celebrities from all over the empire were invited. Although the royal family and Nanjushing were not on good terms, they didn't completely tear off the disguise. As the Marshal, Meng Jinhui was still one of the invited guests. There was still an hour before the banquet officially began. Even though they had already arrived at the capital planet's jurisdiction. According to the royal family's regulations, before the banquet officially began, this starship from Nanjushing couldn't land at will. Therefore, even though it had been in the vicinity for a long time, the black starship continued to fly around the capital planet. The starship slowly circled around the capital planet, looking very leisurely, but the people inside the starship had nothing to do with the word leisurely. The royal family made it clear that this event was going to be a big event. Before the banquet even began, the relevant person in charge of the royal family gave a very traditional dress code to every guest. The relevant personnel from the military were very efficient. They had already prepared formal attire for Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui. However, after suddenly receiving this code, they could only contact the designer again and work overtime to design it. In this day and age, it was very easy to make a dress, but designing it according to the royal family's dress code was very difficult. The poor designer worked overtime for the past few days to come up with several drafts. After many rounds of confirmation, the final product was finally sent over when Duan Henji boarded the starship. In general, as the Marshal, Meng Jinhui was fine. After all, he only needed to wear the military attire. As for Duan Henji, he had to hurry up and change his clothes piece by piece. At this time, the man in the mirror was wearing a white slim-fit robe. This was the traditional style of the Yetian Empire. In Duan Henji's eyes, it looked a little like the long robes that were popular in China 100 years ago, but it was more slim-fit. As for the details of this dress, they could be seen if they got closer. This was a satin white robe with many star patterns embroidered with golden silk thread. It looked extremely gorgeous under the light. The robe had narrow sleeves and was decorated with a few jade cufflinks. It just so happened to match the same material on Duan Henji's chest. Before this dress, Duan Henji had already tried on a few clothes that he thought were extremely pompous. Therefore, after putting on this dress, Duan Henji finally let out a sigh of relief. The royal family of the Yetian Empire worshipped luxury. This was something that Duan Henji knew a long time ago. However, it didn't mean that he could accept extremely pompous traditional clothes on his body. Duan Henji looked at the sapphire blue dress that was studded with gems in the robot's hand. He said to his assistant, "You don't have to try anymore, just use this one." Upon hearing this, the assistant glanced at the gown that had been left out in the cold with a conflicted expression. He originally wanted to dutifully persuade Meng Jinhui to try again, but after seeing the other party's expression, the assistant, who was already familiar with Meng Jinhui, finally swallowed the rest of his words. "Okay, Professor Duan." The robot walked down with the clothes, and at this time, Meng Jinhui, who had also changed his clothes, walked over. There were more styles of military uniforms than Duan Henji expected. Usually, Meng Jinhui liked to wear a black military uniform. However, today, he wore a white, or rather, silver military uniform. Other than the dark golden pattern, the only decoration on this uniform was the glory medals on Meng Jinhui's chest. On the shoulder of the double-breasted silver military uniform, there was an extremely long cloak that almost reached the ground. Meng Jinhui was a little taller than Duan Henji. With this cloak, Duan Henji felt an indescribable sense of oppression just by standing there. After seeing Meng Jinhui, the assistant gave him a simple greeting and then left. Meng Jinhui looked at Duan Henji and suddenly reached out his hand. Duan Henji was surprised by Meng Jinhui's sudden approach. However, he quickly realized that Meng Jinhui was helping him adjust his sleeves. Meng Jinhui's movements were very gentle and his expression was very serious. Meng Jinhui's fingers gently rolled down the sleeves that were accidentally rolled up. After adjusting Duan Henji's clothes, Meng Jinhui finally raised his head. The Marshal smiled at Duan Henji and said, "Okay, the starship is about to land." While Meng Jinhui was talking, the giant starship belonging to the military slowly passed through the clouds of the capital planet and flew towards a large mecha parking area. From the moment the starship saw the parking area to the moment it landed steadily, the entire process took less than a minute. When the starship stopped, a hover device responsible for receiving the starship was connected to the exit of the starship. Duan Henji, Meng Jinhui, and the two generals from the military walked to the exit of the starship together. The moment they were about to board the hover device, Meng Jinhui suddenly reached out and firmly held Duan Henji's hand. This wasn't the first time Duan Henji held hands with someone in public, but he couldn't help but be shocked. The scale of this banquet had nothing to do with the word low-key. Before the hover device reached the banquet hall, Duan Henji saw rows of reporters waiting there. It was now the last few minutes of the entrance ceremony. Other than the host of the banquet, there were only a few VIPs from Nanjushing left. There were still some people waiting at the entrance, but when they saw the hover device flying towards them, all the Star Web Media's cameras adjusted at the same time and focused on where the hover device was going to land. Every reporter who was familiar with the process knew who was on the hovercraft. Under the gaze of hundreds of reporters, the silver hover device slowly came to a stop on the ground. Then the door opened. Yu Xinlan in a gorgeous black dress was the first to walk down, followed by Dong Fenghuan. In addition to Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui, these two generals who had never attended a royal banquet also received a lot of attention from the media. Unfortunately, the two of them didn't stay in front of the cameras for long. After a simple greeting, the two walked straight into the banquet hall. However, before the media saw Meng Jinhui and Duan Henji appear on camera, something unexpected happened. No one appeared in front of the hovering device, but another similar silver-white hovering device landed here. After seeing the familiar pattern on the hovercraft, the media, who had been waiting here according to the entry order, were collectively dumbfounded. What's going on? Why did the Emperor and Empress of the Yetian Empire come early? Looking at this, I'm afraid today's event will be more exciting than expected. After the two of them left, Duan Hongye originally wanted to follow the original plan and follow the two of them out of the floating device. But before he could take a step forward, Meng Jinhui, who was standing next to him, gently pulled Duan Henji's hand and motioned him to look at the side of the hover device. The side of the hover device was made of a one-sided transparent material. After Duan Henji turned around, he saw another hover device next to him. This is... Before he could finish his sentence, he realized that the people in the other hover device were the Emperor and Empress of the Yetian Empire. Meng Jinhui nodded at Duan Henji and said softly, "Don't worry." While the two were talking, the door of the other hover device opened. Under the gaze of the media, a woman in a bright red dress walked out of the hover device. This was Empress of the Yetian Empire. Before this, Duan Henji had only seen her once, and that was when he transmigrated. At the royal banquet, after he poured wine over the female lead's head, this woman stood in the middle of the hall and clapped excitedly. Every time Duan Henji thought about it, he would get goosebumps all over his body. If Shui Yan was a gloomy viper, then Empress was a poisonous scorpion with needles. The style of this red dress was very exaggerated. After she walked a few meters out of the hover device, the tail was still in the hover device. In addition, this dress was decorated with gems, which were glaring under the sunlight. After Empress's dress was completely out, Shui Yan slowly walked out of the hover device. Even though his clothes were equally complicated, it didn't seem too exaggerated when compared to the people around him. Duan Henji wanted to ask Meng Jinhui if they should go out now. But before Duan Henji could speak, he saw the woman standing outside the hover device stop and glance at Duan Henji. At this time, Meng Jinhui finally held Duan Henji's hand and walked out of the hover device. After seeing the woman still standing there without moving, Duan Henji understood why she came early. Duan Henji's memory told him that as the president of the Yeti Empire Mecha Research Institute, the original host only had to bow in front of the emperor. But according to the traditional etiquette of the royal family, the original host was adopted by the empress family and grew up with their help. Every time she saw the empress, she had to give her a big bow according to the tradition of the Yitian Empire. Although a lot of Star Web media were invited to this banquet, it was still open for filming according to the time slot. After the guests entered the banquet hall, the scene was inevitably a bit chaotic, so the filming inside had to wait for more than 10 minutes before opening again. In this way, the media was bound to miss the scene of Duan Henji bowing to Empress. So she was waiting for me here. Although the royal family still didn't know that Duan Henji had talked to Meng Jinhui, in their eyes, he was still an unqualified undercover agent who had clearly shown signs of rebellion. Before coming, Duan Henji knew that this trip would not be easy, but he didn't expect Empress to be so naive as to set up a barrier for him here. The cultural setting of Galactic Toppling was generally more Chinese, but in some details, the author still referred to the settings of many other countries. For example, Empress was now wearing a black ribbon on her chest, and every time the original host saw her, the etiquette was a very grand half-kneeling and kissing. To be honest, Duan Henji had never half-kneeled to anyone in his life. Although the Duan family was an ancient martial arts family, the family didn't pay as much attention to empty etiquette as before. Even when he was a child and asked for red packets, Duan Henji would at most bow. Duan Xianxia was not used to kissing hands in the first place. Now that he was asked to kneel in front of so many people in the galaxy, it was obviously a very difficult thing to do. Perhaps Empress chose to appear early just to remind Duan Henji that he was still a spy for the royal family. But after seeing the other party's intention, Duan Henji's heart was extremely conflicted. When Duan Henji walked out of the suspension device, he pursed his lips tightly. Because of his bad mood, his aura almost surpassed that of Meng Jinhui in his military uniform. He had no idea how stunning he looked right now. He was completely in line with the image of Professor Duan, the flower of high mountains that people imagined him to be. After seeing Duan Henji, Empress raised her chin and smiled at him. She then slowly reached out her hand. Duan Henji really wanted to walk directly into the banquet hall, but his rationality told him that this kind of behavior was too naive. After hesitating for a bit, Duan Henji finally slowly turned around and walked toward Shui Yan and Empress. The filming equipment of the interstellar era was miniature and silent, but after seeing the excitement in the reporter's swollen eyes from the corner of his eye, Duan Xianxia even had the illusion of a shutter clicking continuously in his ears. He walked next to Empress and was about to salute her like he remembered. But suddenly, Meng Jinhui, who was still holding Duan Henji's hand, suddenly tightened her grip. Meng Jinhui's action was a bit sudden, and Duan Henji's hand was a bit painful. He couldn't help but look at Meng Jinhui. Unexpectedly, the general didn't respond to Duan Henji's gaze. On the contrary, Meng Jinhui walked over and stood next to Duan Henji. Meng Jinhui nodded at Empress and smiled at the woman in red. Your Highness Empress, a Heng is now a citizen of Nanjushing, not a citizen of Guiyu. Guiyu was where Empress's family was located. After Meng Jinhui said this, the surrounding reporters were all stunned. In the interstellar era with a large population, in order to facilitate data collection and convenient interstellar life, everyone's identity information had their own home planet. When the original owner was young, his home planet was his parents' home planet. After an experiment accident happened and he was adopted by the royal family, Duan Henji's identity information was moved to Empress's family, which was the Guiyu Meng Jinhui just mentioned. Because the research institute's planetary level wasn't high enough and it wasn't considered a habitable planet, Duan Henji's identity information was still on Guiyu after he became an adult. Until after he got married, it was moved to Nanjushing. This was a bit like the household registration of the Earth era, but the overall process was faster and more convenient. If Meng Jinhui didn't say this, Duan Henji really would have forgotten that he was also Nanjushing. Meng Jinhui's words were to remind Empress that in a way, Duan Henji was now no longer part of Empress's family. In fact, he wasn't wrong. After getting married and transferring his identity information to Nanjushing, Duan Henji no longer had any relationship with the royal family and there was no need to follow their etiquette. After Meng Jinhui said this, Empress's smile also froze on her face. After a while, she slowly took her hand back and said with a stiff smile, "Oh, I almost forgot. So Henji is already one of the Marshal's people. What is she talking about?" Duan Henji was disgusted by her strange tone. But because of Meng Jinhui's words just now, Duan Xianxia finally openly saluted the two of them in accordance with his current identity as the dean of the research institute. The good show ended like this. After Meng Jinhui took Duan Henji's hand and walked into the hall, the media finally realized what kind of competition they had just filmed. At the same time, Meng Jinhui's words "a Heng is now part of Nanjushing, not part of Guiyu" kept repeating in their minds. The door of the banquet hall was open, and the guests who had already entered the hall also noticed what happened outside. Originally, for these galactic celebrities, coming to the capital planet of the Yetian Empire to attend a banquet should be an honorable thing. But after seeing what happened at the door, the people who originally didn't have anything to do with the two factions of the empire couldn't help but feel nervous. They were afraid that they would be involved if they weren't careful. So after Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui entered the hall, the people around them weren't as enthusiastic as before. After everyone saw Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui, they just politely greeted the two of them and didn't have any intention of talking to them. Vaguely, with Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhui as the center, a vacuum circle formed in the hall. Meng Jinhui wasn't a person who cared about this. After the two of them entered the hall, Yu Xinlan, who came in before them, walked over with a glass of wine. She glanced at the hall and said, "This hall was built more than 200 years ago, when the empire's royal family was at its most prosperous. I saw everyone's attire and etiquette today, and I realized that there are still so many people who miss that era." Yu Xinlan's words were very vague, but other than Duan Hengji, who failed history, everyone in the hall could hear the sarcasm in her words. 200 years ago, the Yi Tian royal family wasn't just prosperous, it was also extremely extravagant and corrupt. It could be said that the seeds of the empire's downfall were planted at that time. Now that the hall was quiet, Yu Xinlan didn't deliberately lower her voice. While she was speaking, the emperor and empress of the empire walked in. Seeing this, everyone around them broke out in a cold sweat. After hearing her words, the queen stopped in her tracks as expected. Shui Yan looked at the woman with some dissatisfaction, but he didn't stop her. "General Yu, you're really interesting. According to you, should the members of the Yetian Empire like the era of war?" Empress asked. Before Yu Xinlan had time to refute, she suddenly heard Shui Yan, who had been standing there without speaking, coldly call out to the person next to him, "Empress, you talk too much today." After hearing his words, the woman in red finally glanced at Yu Xinlan coldly, then turned around and walked to the center of the huge banquet hall. Generally speaking, the process of the royal banquet was very boring. After a few routine segments were over, the banquet officially began. Because of the previous episode, many people who originally wanted to get close to Meng Jinhui all gave up on the idea. Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhui were also happy to be free. After the banquet began, the two sat on a sofa in the corner of the banquet hall, facing both overt and covert glances. It was at this moment that Meng Jinhui suddenly held a glass of wine and spoke to Duan Hengji about Empress's family. The Yetian Empire had a long history, and Empress's family was also ancient. Some of the things Meng Jinhui talked about were mentioned in Yitian history books, but there were also things that ordinary people didn't know about. Speaking of which, Duan Hengji didn't know much about Empress. After all, even the character Empress only appeared a few times in Toppling Stars, let alone her family. After listening to Meng Jinhui's introduction, Duan Hengji finally knew that Empress's family was so powerful that it was even comparable to the royal family. He and Shui Yan could be regarded as a complete political marriage. In recent years, the gap between the two had become wider and wider. Hearing this, Duan Hengji couldn't help but complain in his heart, "It seems that Meng Jinhui and I aren't the only ones who received the outwardly harmonious script in Toppling Stars." Seeing that Duan Hengji was distracted, Meng Jinhui suddenly reached out and touched his forehead. "What are you thinking about?" Duan Hengji's hair was a little long. When he lowered his head, his hair would fall down and cover his eyes. Meng Jinhui gently pushed the strand of hair behind Duan Hengji's ear. As a person who wasn't used to physical contact, Duan Hengji had unknowingly adapted to the gradually shrinking distance between him and Meng Jinhui. When Meng Jinhui asked him to tidy up the hair on his forehead, Duan Hengji even subconsciously turned his head. "Nothing, I was just thinking about the history of Interstellar." Meng Jinhui had already accepted that Duan Hengji was super biased, so when he heard Duan Hengji say this, he smiled and said, "It's okay, that's not important." Not long after Meng Jinhui's voice fell, a middle-aged man in a gray suit walked over. He held a glass of wine with a serious expression. Duan Hengji had never seen this man before, but he could tell from his clothes and demeanor that this man was also a soldier. After seeing him, Meng Jinhui stood up from the sofa, then nodded and said, "General Kong." "Good morning, General." The man held his glass of wine and bowed to Meng Jinhui, then nodded to Duan Hengji and said, "Professor Duan." General Kong. Duan Hengji remembered that there was such a person in Toppling the Stars. He was the third general of the empire and had his own army that didn't belong to the military. Compared to the Southern Star, Kong Shang, who had always been focused on defense, was much more low-key. Most of the time, people would even overlook his existence. While Duan Hengji was reminiscing, General Kong greeted Duan Hengji and walked out of the banquet hall with Meng Jinhui. He probably wanted to find a quiet place to catch up. After Meng Jinhui left, Duan Henji felt that it was a bit boring to sit here alone. However, in Toppling the Stars, the banquet hall was a place with a high incidence of accidents, so it was never boring. The original owner of the body was a spy for the royal family, and he had been to the capital planet more than once. Just as Duan Henji was about to use his memory to find a place with fewer people to rest, he suddenly felt someone walking in his direction. From the moment Duan Henji entered the banquet hall, no one dared to get close to him. Therefore, after feeling the aura that was constantly approaching him, Duan Hongya's mind immediately flashed with the words "someone with ill intentions." Subconsciously, Duan Henji turned around and looked in the direction of the person. But what surprised him was that the person walking towards him wasn't a member of the royal family, nor was it a celebrity from the Yetian Empire. Instead, it was the female lead of Toppling the Stars, Shang Mingzhen. What was she doing here? Shang Mingzhen was wearing a dark green dress today. Although she had made some adjustments according to the dress code of the royal family, her overall style was much more low-key compared to the people around her. After all, the female lead was the female lead. She knew what kind of clothes suited her best. Now, she also knew how to maintain a low profile at this kind of banquet. "Hello, Professor Duan." Seeing Duan Henji turn around, Shang Mingzhen paused for a moment before carefully greeting him. Although it hadn't been long, Duan Henji felt that the female lead had matured a lot. Duan Henji wasn't someone who didn't give face to others, not to mention the female lead of the novel in front of him. Even though Duan Henji felt that many of the important plots in this world had gone astray, and his life didn't seem to have anything to do with the female lead, he still nodded and said, "Hello." Duan Henji didn't speak much. After greeting her, the atmosphere between the two of them was a bit strange. Shang Mingzhen knew that from the moment she walked towards Duan Henji, many people around them were observing this corner. In order to not appear too awkward, she asked, "Professor Duan, do you still remember me? I met you here last time." How could Duan Henji forget the female lead? After hearing her words, Duan Henji nodded and walked to her side and said, "I remember, you're Shang Mingzhen." After hearing Duan Henji's words, Shang Mingzhen looked up at him in surprise. Although Shang Mingzhen felt that Duan Henji would definitely remember her, she wasn't sure if Duan Henji would remember her name. If the atmosphere between the two of them was a bit awkward before, when she heard Duan Henji accurately call out her name, Shang Mingzhen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then, she began to gradually return to her normal state. Although the setting of StarCraft was a bit shocking, at least in Duan Henji's opinion, as the female lead, Shang Mingzhen was a smart person. After a few months of experience in the entertainment industry, the female lead's already high social skills continued to improve. She smiled at Duan Henji and said, "I came to disturb Professor Duan this time mainly to thank you." "Thank me?" Duan Henji was a bit confused. But before he could ask, Shang Mingzhen told him what happened recently. He didn't know if it had anything to do with what happened on the day Duan Henji transmigrated. After a period of development, Shang Mingzhen had already won her first award in advance. The interstellar entertainment industry was very developed, and the social status of celebrities was higher than on Earth. Today, Shang Mingzhen didn't come as the female companion of a celebrity, but as the new movie queen. With the rise of her status in the entertainment industry, Shang Mingzhen heard more rumors and gossip from the upper class. She finally realized what kind of crisis she faced at the royal banquet. If Duan Henji didn't stand up for Empress, she would definitely continue to hate herself. And if Duan Henji didn't bring her to change clothes, she would have missed the opportunity to be exposed after the banquet, and she would have missed an important promotion point in her career. Although the beginning of the story wasn't very good, Shang Mingzhen was a rational person. After understanding the series of events that happened later, her feelings towards Duan Henji had completely turned into gratitude and worship. That's right, the female lead, who had no interest in interstellar politics in the original StarCraft, actually began to pay attention to the news. Then, Shang Mingzhen was attracted by Professor Duan's recent drama-like experience and became his fan. Duan Henji was stunned. He never thought that things would turn out this way. In fact, Duan Henji was too busy recently. If he paid a little attention to the interstellar entertainment news, he would have known. The new movie queen, Xianxia, was not only a famous fan of his, but she also often liked and reposted all kinds of mecha research news that he didn't understand on social media. Although Xianxia restrained herself on the surface, the worship in her eyes and the pile of mecha-related things that followed couldn't be deceived. Logic told Xianxia that the situation at today's banquet was unclear. But due to her idolatry and the life philosophy of wealth comes from danger. After hesitating for a while, Madame Xianxia finally walked to Duan Henji's side. As a person with courage and protagonist aura, she really wasn't afraid of being involved in the dispute between Nan Zhuxing and Capital Planet. Duan Henji felt that this world was really magical. Just as Xianxia was about to continue speaking, Duan Henji once again felt someone coming over. This person's aura was very familiar. Duan Henji couldn't help but look over Xianxia's shoulder. Then, Duan Henji saw Meng Jinhui, who had just finished catching up with General Kong. Although the female lead couldn't sense who was coming, she guessed that someone was coming from Duan Henji's gaze. She couldn't help but turn around to look. Sir Marshal. Xianxia was stunned for a moment. Meng Jinhui's imposing temperament, which had been tempered by the flames of war, couldn't be deceived. Even though he could chat with Duan Henji naturally just now, Xianxia was still shocked when he turned around and saw Meng Jinhui. Yes. Meng Jinhui politely greeted Xianxia, then walked to Duan Henji's side and asked, "Aheng, is this your friend?" Seeing this, Duan Henji finally remembered an important plot that had nothing to do with the situation in the galaxy and was almost forgotten. At today's banquet, the female lead shone brightly and met celebrities from all over the galaxy. Among them was the Yetian Empire's Marshal Meng Jinhui. In Toppling Stars, this was the first time the female lead met the male Marshal, who only existed in the narration. After hearing Meng Jinhui's question, Xianxia couldn't help but take a small step back. She was wearing a pair of stilettos. When she stepped back, Xianxia's heels hit the stone floor, making a crisp sound. Because the surroundings were too quiet, the sound of the heels was unexpectedly loud. However, as someone who had some experience in the entertainment industry and had seen big scenes, Xianxia quickly calmed herself down. She nervously smiled at Meng Jinhui and said, "General, hello." Probably because he had a good chat with General Kong, Meng Jinhui seemed to be in a good mood. He smiled and nodded at Xianxia as usual, then turned to look at Duan Henji, waiting for his answer. Duan Henji didn't need to think to know that Meng Jinhui definitely remembered that he met Xianxia at the banquet a few months ago. And the relationship between him and the female lead. Although friends wasn't enough, there didn't seem to be a more suitable word to describe it. So he nodded and said, "Yes." After hearing this, Meng Jinhui slightly narrowed his eyes. If he remembered correctly, there seemed to only be two friends that Duan Henji had ever admitted to. One of them was the pharmaceutical genius from Emory University, Lan Jingqi, and the other was the woman in front of him. No matter how you looked at it, Xianxia and Lan Jingqi didn't seem to come from the same world as Duan Henji. More importantly, in just a few seconds, the general actually found a similarity between Xianxia and Lan Jingqi. Duan Henji seemed to have helped them out before. In fact, when he first learned about the relationship between Duan Henji and Xianxia, even Meng Jinhui wasn't sure what Duan Henji's purpose was. But now, after a few months of observation and waiting, Meng Jinhui finally came to a conclusion. Duan Henji was indeed helping Xianxia that day. After hearing Duan Henji admit that he and Xianxia were friends, Meng Jinhui once again turned to Xianxia and said with a smile, "Is that so?" "Hello." As a citizen of the Yetian Empire, Xianxia, like everyone else, often saw news about Meng Jinhui on the star web. But today was the first time she came into close contact with Meng Jinhui in person. As an artist, Xianxia was naturally sensitive. She found that Meng Jinhui was clearly just greeting her with a smile, but she had the illusion that he could see through her. But, maybe this wasn't an illusion. Xianxia didn't like to deal with people she couldn't see through, even though she still respected this legendary general of the Yetian Empire. But in her heart, Xianxia had slowly drawn Meng Jinhui out of her future circle of communication. Xianxia thought that it was best if she didn't cause any trouble. Duan Henji only saw Meng Jinhui and Xianxia look at each other with probing eyes in just a few seconds. Then, Xianxia's expression became a little strange. Even though Shang Mingjin was frightened by Meng Jinhuai's gaze, she still maintained her elegance on the surface. She smiled at Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhui, then said, "Okay, I'm just here today to express my gratitude to Professor Duan, I won't disturb you anymore." After she finished speaking, she didn't wait for Duan Hengji to say anything else, she lifted her skirt and quickly walked in the other direction of the hall. When Shang Mingjin walked away, Meng Jinhui also turned around and looked at her back. When Duan Hengji saw Meng Jinhui turn around, he couldn't help but feel strange. In his impression, Meng Jinhui wasn't someone who would easily be curious about unnecessary people. When Duan Hengji saw this, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The female lead is indeed the female lead. When Shang Mingjin completely disappeared into the sea of people in the banquet hall, Meng Jinhui slowly turned around. What surprised Duan Hengji was that Meng Jinhui frowned slightly, as if he was thinking about something. Duan Hengji couldn't help but feel nervous. Even though he didn't understand why he was nervous about Meng Jinhui's expression, after a pause, Duan Hengji asked Meng Jinhui, "What is the Marshal thinking about?" Duan Hengji's words pulled Meng Jinhui back from his thoughts. He glanced at Duan Hengji and didn't speak for a long time. When Duan Hengji thought that Meng Jinhui wouldn't answer his question again, he finally heard him slowly say, "The actress just now looked like someone I know." When Duan Hengji heard Meng Jinhui's words, the long-awaited alarm in his head sounded again. Once again, he quickly recalled the current storyline of Toppling Stars. As the female lead who was charmed by thousands of people, Shang Mingjin had an inexplicable relationship with many of the male supporting characters in the book. And in this book that has yet to officially announce the final male lead, Marshal Meng Jinhui is an extremely popular person and is recognized by the readers as having the male lead halo. Just as the readers of this novel were guessing whether Meng Jinhui was the male lead, the author suddenly appeared and directly denied this speculation. Her original words seemed to be, "As an author with extremely high moral values, I have no intention of making Meng Jinhui the male lead." So, if Meng Jinhui wasn't the male lead in the book, then why did he feel a sense of familiarity with Shang Mingjin? What does this have to do with the author's moral values? Duan Hengji felt that his imagination wasn't enough. But in the next moment, after seeing Meng Jinhui's serious expression, Duan Hengji suddenly had a very strange guess in his heart. "It can't be, it's really as I imagined, right?" Meng Jinhui was silent for a while, then said to Duan Hengji, "Shang Mingjin, she looks very much like a deceased elder in my family." After saying this, Meng Jinhui stopped and adjusted his expression. He looked at Duan Hengji and said, "It's okay, I'll investigate this matter in private." A deceased elder in the family? Meng Jinhui's words actually matched Duan Hengji's inexplicable imagination. As the female lead in a somewhat Mary Sue novel, how could Shang Mingjin not have a noble background that ordinary people can't imagine? This novel's early description of her background was very vague, it really could be a surprise waiting for the readers. Suddenly realizing that he might have discovered the truth, Duan Hengji's feelings were very complicated. As time passed, the atmosphere of the banquet finally became lively little by little. Perhaps because of the appearance of the female lead, Shang Mingjin, people slowly came over to talk to Meng Jinhui. Now, the people who came to see the Marshal were basically people who were closer to the military. They knew that no one could accurately grasp the balance between Capital Planet and Nanjushing. Instead of carefully walking on a tightrope, it was better to directly stand behind one side. Although they didn't directly state their position, it was very obvious that they were taking sides. Because they had to talk about official business, Meng Jinhui once again left this relatively quiet corner of the banquet hall. After Meng Jinhui left, finally, an uninvited guest slowly walked over. It was Empress from the Yetian Empire. "Dean Duan, good evening." She held a wine glass in one hand and gently placed her other hand on the elbow of the other. When Empress spoke, her body leaned back slightly, looking a little careless. Although Duan Hengji was the dean of the Yeti Empire Mecha Research Institute, ordinary people still called him Professor Duan. Very few people would directly call him dean. This title, coupled with Empress's tone of voice, was difficult to not notice the sarcasm in her voice. Unlike Meng Jinhui, who tried to lower her voice, Empress's voice was very penetrating, and she deliberately raised her voice when she spoke. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone's eyes turned to her. Although it was known that Duan Hengji was raised by Empress's family, in fact, If one carefully recalled the public events that the two attended together, one would realize that they almost never communicated. Now that the relationship between Nan Zhuxing and the royal family was delicate, why did Empress suddenly come here? Perhaps most people present didn't understand, but Duan Hengji understood the meaning behind her words. Just like what Su Mingge always thought, Duan Hengji's previous achievements were actually not enough for him to take on the heavy responsibility of being the dean of the Yeti Empire Mecha Research Institute at such a young age. In fact, the reason why the original host was able to reach this position in such a short period of time was because of Empress's family. On one hand, it was to divide the power of the royal family and to seek greater benefits for the family. On the other hand, perhaps it was because of Meng Jinhui. In fact, there was a reason why the royal family chose Duan Hengji as the other party of this political marriage. As a diamond-level bachelor in the galaxy, countless people paid attention to Meng Jinhui's relationship problems. The more people asked, the more they could naturally get a glimpse of his ideal type. Coincidentally, Meng Jinhui, who had always been thinking about the person he met when he was young, described the person as Professor Duan. Seeing this scene, Empress simply went with the flow and continued to perfect Duan Hengji's image. He also helped behind the scenes and pushed him to the position of dean. Now that Empress mentioned the word dean in front of Duan Hengji, it was undoubtedly to remind him that he didn't get to where he was today by himself. In fact, Duan Hengji was not a thick-skinned person. If he encountered this kind of situation when he first transmigrated, he would definitely feel guilty. But unfortunately, Duan Hengji had been in this world for a while, and now he had his own achievements, although he hadn't announced them yet. Everyone only saw Duan Hengji, who was wearing a white shirt, walk to Empress, then slightly bow to him. Now Duan Hengji's expression was still as indifferent as usual, but people could see a bit of carelessness in his movements. Miraculously, no one thought that Duan Hengji was rude at this time. Instead, they perceived a bit of elegance. If the previous Duan Hengji was a perfect, flawless silver plate on the 15th day of the lunar calendar, then now, this white moonlight turned into a crescent moon. With an elegant and careless arc, it was no longer perfect, but it had a more charming silver hook. After all, Empress had known Duan Hengji for many years, so she could see his attitude at a glance. Seeing this scene, the woman walked to a position very close to Duan Hengji, then lowered her voice and said to him, "Long time no see, have you forgotten your identity?" Although Duan Hengji was wearing high heels, he was still a lot taller than the woman in front of him. He looked down and instantly felt a sense of oppression that couldn't be ignored. Empress instinctively wanted to take a step back, but the instinct cultivated from years of being in a high position made her stand still. Duan Hengji gently shook his head at the woman and said, "Your Highness, I'm a spy sent by the royal family to Nan Zhuxing." "You?" Empress was choked by Duan Hengji's words. After hearing his words, the woman in red couldn't help but look around in panic. After seeing the curious but not shocked gazes around her, she let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Duan Hengji's words weren't heard by others. "Are you crazy?" She lowered her voice and asked sternly. Hearing this, Duan Hengji slightly bent his waist, but in an instant, the distance between the two shrank again. Although there were countless secrets in his heart, the strange thing was that Duan Hengji's eyes always had a childlike clarity. His eyes were very light, and at this time, under the illumination of the hall's lights, it gave the illusion of a light golden color. It was like a shallow stream at sunset. At this moment, the onlookers read a different temperament from Duan Hengji's body, and that was sexy. A kind of sexiness formed by the intersection of naivety and complexity, purity, alienation, and unruliness. "No. Your Highness." "Your Highness Empress, I'm just answering your question." Empress had never been played by a spy like this. At this time, she looked at Duan Hengji as if she was looking at a crazy person. As an ordinary person, Empress of course didn't think that Duan Hengji was a different person from the one she knew before. She instinctively blamed the other party's change on the recent torture of the poison, which made Duan Hengji start to hate the royal family. As a spy who had stolen military secrets countless times, Duan Hengji's own dark history was deep enough. Empress didn't think that he would choose to die together with her in order to take revenge on her. So the woman calmed down a little, and then said to Duan Hengji, "If you show us some sincerity, the royal family will of course not let you be poisoned again." If not, don't forget that you still have a family member on the royal family's side. Wait a minute, if Empress didn't say this, Duan Henji would have forgotten that he had a good-for-nothing brother. To be honest, Empress's threat was really bad. After hearing Empress's words, Duan Henji slowly stood up straight. Even though Duan Henji still had that cold expression on his face, the woman had the illusion that he was sneering at her. Duan Henji said to Empress, "Don't worry, I will show you sincerity." When Duan Henji said this, he had a serious expression on his face, but in his heart, he was secretly laughing at the other party. The royal family underestimated Duan Henji's professional skills. What they didn't know was that during this period of time, Professor Duan had already made a move to delete everything he shouldn't have in the imperial family's star web system. Seeing that Duan Henji agreed, Empress finally let out a sigh of relief, but before the woman could say anything, Duan Henji said, "Then, can the royal family also show me some sincerity? Of course, I know the antidote." Before the woman could finish speaking, she saw Duan Henji slowly shake his head and say, "Not the antidote." Then what else? The Empress, who had always liked to be aloof and enjoy the sight of others panicking, finally had a taste of being pressured by others step by step. The people who were secretly looking in this direction discovered that after chatting in a low voice for a while, the Empress suddenly couldn't help but take a step back. Even though Duan Henji was wearing a white shirt and looked like he didn't care about anything, the aura on his body was about to burst through the roof. As expected of Professor Duan. For some reason, a lot of people exclaimed in their hearts at the same time. "Nothing," Duan Henji casually shook his head and said, "I just suddenly remembered something from when I was young, about that experimental accident." Duan Henji spoke very slowly while staring into the woman's eyes. Of course, Duan Henji didn't just casually bring up this topic. In fact, when Duan Henji was erasing traces of his past in the royal family's galactic network system, he accidentally found a very old set of information that was closely related to him. It was an accident investigation report, and the content of the investigation happened to be the experimental accident that changed the original owner's life many years ago. In fact, not long after Duan Henji transmigrated into this world, he had already downloaded the official report about that incident on the internet. But when Duan Henji opened the accident investigation report stored in the royal family's internet, he finally realized that this report was completely different from the one that was widely circulated on the galactic network. Unfortunately, the latter half of the report seemed to have been deliberately stopped halfway through the investigation. Duan Henji still didn't have any memories of that time, so he said this to trick the other party. Sure enough, Empress's expression was very strange. The wine glass in the woman's hand couldn't help but shake. The bright red wine collided with the glass wall, revealing the momentary panic in her heart. Empress looked up at Duan Henji. Perhaps she had always looked down on Duan Henji before, thinking that he was just an ordinary spy who didn't know how to use his intelligence. But now, in her eyes, Duan Henji suddenly seemed to be enlightened, and it was terrifying. "What, did you remember?" She held the wine glass in her hand and asked Duan Henji. It was different from what she imagined. After hearing Empress's words, Duan Henji suddenly shook his head and said, "Nothing, just some fragmented memories." When Empress heard Duan Henji's words, she couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. She asked him, "Then what do you want the royal family to do?" Duan Henji recalled the incident investigation report that he only saw half of it, then he said almost word by word, "I want to ask, does your highness know who the third person in the laboratory was?" This royal birthday banquet started with a bang, but it ended with a bit of a mess. The guests and reporters all noticed that from the moment he entered, Emperor Zhuyen had once again disappeared without a trace as usual. After the conversation with Duan Henji, Empress, who was originally in a good mood, was suddenly in a bad mood. The media didn't take a picture of Duan Henji and Empress talking, so in the end, the most popular woman at the banquet was the new movie queen, Xianxia. She seemed to know Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui, regardless of the entertainment industry. Overall, even though the banquet was a bit unexpected, it went smoother than expected. After leaving the noisy banquet hall and boarding the starship, Duan Henji suddenly felt relieved. Although he looked very confident just now, Duan Henji himself knew that as a person who rarely communicated with people face to face, he was actually very nervous when he spoke. Although Meng Jinhui was talking to someone just now, he didn't hear the conversation between Duan Henji and Empress. However, Yu Xinlan, who had been silently paying attention to this side, went to Meng Jinhuai's side before the banquet ended and told him what had just happened. Meng Jinhuai could feel the pressure on Duan Henji's body gradually decreasing, but in the banquet hall, the marshal didn't show his doubts. It wasn't until they boarded the starship that Meng Jinhuai finally walked up to Duan Hongye, who had taken off his armor on the way back and exposed his fragile and conflicted side. At this time, Duan Henji was sitting on a sofa by the window. Although he was looking at the Milky Way outside, his attention was obviously not on it. "Ahang, what's wrong?" Meng Jinhuai sat next to him and asked softly. Because Duan Henji was lost in thought, he didn't notice Meng Jinhuai's arrival. After being awakened by the other party's words, Duan Henji paused for a moment. In the end, he slowly moved his gaze away from the window and then told everything he found out. "I want to investigate the experimental accident back then," Duan Henji said to Meng Jinhuai. He didn't say this in a negotiating tone, he simply wanted to inform him. In fact, Duan Henji could have started to leave the royal family, but the report he found in the system made him stay for the time being. He wanted to follow the royal family and find out the truth of that year. Although in Duan Henji's memory, the original owner's parents were only a very vague existence, and sometimes he even had to spend a lot of effort to remember their appearance. But Duan Henji still felt an inexplicable force driving him. He wanted to find the truth and comfort the original owner's parents. The relationship between the royal family and Nan Zhuxing was very complicated now, and any small matter was enough for both sides to diverge. The accident investigation was completely carried out by an organization under the royal family. It was reasonable to say that Meng Jinhuai wouldn't be able to intervene so easily. It might even cause unnecessary trouble. But after hearing Duan Henji's words, Meng Jinhuai was silent for a moment, then slowly reached out his hand and hugged Duan Henji. "I'll go with you," Meng Jinhuai said softly. Ever since Duan Henji had inserted the mecha's information into the Research Institute's super photon computer, the photon computer had been overloaded with calculations every day, every hour, and every second. The computing power of the Yeti Empire Mecha Research Institute's photon computer was one of the top 3 in the entire galaxy. When it was operating normally, it used less than 20% of its computing power to support the operation of the entire Research Institute. When Duan Henji used the photon computer to conduct simulations, he also transferred the daily computing tasks of the Research Institute to a backup photon computer. So up until now, no one in the institute knew how far Dean Duan's work had progressed. After returning to the Research Institute from the capital planet, Duan Henji once again locked himself in his office. This time, he didn't work non-stop like before. Instead, he sat quietly in front of the photon computer and observed the progress of the simulation experiment. As a mecha, it had to be able to deal with all the harsh environments in the galaxy. Whether it was the ultra-high temperature or the cosmic radiation that could be named or not, or even the cosmic radiation that had not been thoroughly studied. So just the simulation of the cosmic environment in the photon computer alone took a full 10 days. Mecha experiments were not an easy task. Although Duan Hongye also understood that if the experiment went wrong, he would only be left with a pile of useless data. But after returning to the Research Institute, Duan Hongye still stayed in front of the optical computer without leaving for a moment. Finally, the simulation experiment slowly came to an end. Looking at the last name left in the experimental project column, Duan Hongye, who was sitting in front of the optical computer, couldn't help but feel nervous. Even though the photon computer randomly arranged the experiments, the last experiment didn't have the highest failure rate. But because the experiment was coming to an end, Duan Henji couldn't help but feel nervous. Finally, the last experiment began. The data on the photon computer changed, and the entire silver laboratory was once again illuminated by a dark blue light. Time passed by minute, and the data on the screen was changing faster and faster. After a while, the data on the screen was changing so fast that the human eye couldn't keep up with it. Earlier, Duan Henji had been following the data closely, but now that the data was so fast that it was dizzying, he finally gave up on this task. Duan Henji looked at the estimated end time of the experiment and stood up from his seat. There was less than half an hour left before the end of the experiment. Duan Henji took out his optical computer and started refreshing it to ease his nerves. After seeing the contact ID in the optical computer, Duan Henji suddenly remembered something important. That was the registration of the mecha. If the simulation on the AI was successful, it would be best for the mecha to enter the official testing phase as soon as possible. Before that, he had to register his real name on the star web. After registration, some basic information about the mecha would be published on the star web at the same time. In other words, the birth of a new generation of mecha could not be kept a secret for much longer. Seeing the progress bar, Duan Henji silently walked to the other side of the room and took out the optical computer that he had neglected for a long time. Then, Duan Henji found Meng Jinhuai's name. Duan Henji hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he opened the conversation with Meng Jinhuai. However, Duan Henji was not in a hurry to send a message to Meng Jinhuai. When the conversation window opened, he once again walked to the optical computer. At this time, there were only a few minutes left until the end of the experiment. The data on the screen suddenly slowed down. At this time, Duan Henji could finally see the information on the screen with his naked eye. After seeing the numbers on the screen, Duan Henji couldn't help but sigh in relief. The optical computer was now running smoothly, there was no sign of any abnormalities. 1 minute left until the end of the experiment. Suddenly, the optical computer recalculated the progress of the experiment. At the same time that the experiment time bar in the lower right corner changed, a notification popped up in the center of the optical computer. It appeared a bit too suddenly. The moment it appeared, Duan Henji almost thought that there was something wrong with the experiment. But before he could get nervous, he saw the text on the notification clearly. Duan Henji couldn't help but move closer to the optical computer. He saw that the minute record in the lower right corner of the optical computer had turned into a countdown timer. 40 seconds. 30 seconds. Last 10 seconds. When he got closer, Duan Henji held his optical computer in his hand. Seeing the countdown approaching, he couldn't help but tighten his grip on the metallic optical computer in his hand. This time, Duan Henji didn't accidentally break the optical computer, but because he used too much force, in just a few seconds, a deep mark was left on his hand from the optical computer. Experiment ended. The moment the countdown in the lower right corner of the screen ended, Duan Henji saw that the rapidly changing data suddenly stopped. Then, a silver mecha model appeared in front of Duan Henji's eyes. Along with the data that the optical computer had accumulated over the past 10 days, it was enough to become the greatest wealth of the mecha research community. He didn't know why, but he was still nervous just now. But when the words "experiment ended" appeared in front of his eyes, Duan Henji suddenly relaxed. He didn't even have time to show a relaxed or happy expression on his face. Duan Henji's hand quickly moved to the analog keyboard of the super optical computer, then he quickly encrypted and backed up all of the important experiment data. Saving time data was very simple, but encrypting this huge amount of data was not an easy task. After Duan Henji finished his work, a thin layer of sweat had already formed on his body unknowingly. After confirming the data again, Duan Henji remembered that he had forgotten about the optical computer. He turned on the optical computer again, and the interface was still stuck on Meng Jinhuai's ID. This time, Duan Henji didn't hesitate. He didn't say anything, but he directly sent over the basic data of the new mecha that would be announced on the star web in the future. The general was about to receive the biggest surprise of his life so far. When the message was sent out, it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon in Nanjushing. At this time, Meng Jinhuai was in his office having a meeting with Yu Xinlan and Dong Fenghuan. Because the content of the meeting was confidential, there were only 3 of them in the office. Meng Jinhuai directly used his optical computer to open the information needed for the meeting. There were some videos in the information, so the optical computer was also connected to a screen in the conference room. Now that the video of the battle had finished playing, the screen went dark again. Just as Meng Jinhuai was about to say something to the 2 generals, Yu Xinlan, who was sitting at the side of the conference table, suddenly coughed with a strange expression. Then, she glanced at Meng Jinhuai and silently shifted her gaze to the side. At this time, Meng Jinhuai's back was facing the screen. Although Yu Xinlan was usually a bit flirtatious, under most circumstances, she was still a very professional general. Seeing her like this, Meng Jinhuai couldn't help but be a bit confused. "General Yu, what's the matter?" Meng Jinhui asked directly. Seeing that she was called out, Yu Xinlan understood that her expression just now was a bit exaggerated. After a short moment of hesitation, Yu Xinlan, who originally wanted to laugh it off, pointed at the screen and said, General, your optical computer just received a message. As the general of the military, Meng Jinhui's optical computer was always very busy. When he was watching the video just now, the optical computer received a lot of messages, but they were all ignored by Meng Jinhui. Although Meng Jinhui didn't understand why Yu Xinlan suddenly pointed this out, after hearing her words, he subconsciously turned around and glanced at the screen. Then, Meng Jinhui saw the name of the sender. Duan Henji. It was both unexpected and expected at the same time. Yu Xinlan saw Meng Jinhui, who was supposed to be busy with work, suddenly walked to his optical computer and was about to open the message. In fact, it was understandable that Meng Jinhui chose to look at Duan Henji's message. After all, now that Yu Xinlan was familiar with Duan Henji, she knew that Duan Henji wasn't someone who would casually send a message to Meng Jinhui. If Duan Henji was looking for Meng Jinhui at this time, it must be something important. Originally, Yu Xinlan thought that this was the general's privacy and that she shouldn't be looking at it, but she was really curious, so when Meng Jinhui turned on his optical computer, Yu Xinlan couldn't help but look at the screen that was still synchronized with the optical computer. Then, she saw, a mecha. Did Duan Henji have nothing better to do? Why would they send Meng Jinhui a mecha? Yu Xinlan frowned subconsciously. Then, General Yu finally realized that something was amiss. As one of the leaders of the military, a general who slowly climbed up from the bottom, Yu Xinlan had a wealth of war experience and was very familiar with all of the existing mechas in the empire. If her professionalism and memory were correct, she had never seen the silver mecha that appeared on the screen before her before. When she thought of this, Yu Xinlan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air and make a hiss sound. So what was going on with this model? As someone who wasn't familiar with Duan Henji's plan, even though Yu Xinlan had a much deeper understanding of mechas than ordinary people, she couldn't immediately connect this unfamiliar mecha model to the new generation of mechas. Ever since he found out that this message was sent by Duan Henji, General Dong Fenghoen, who was attending the meeting, consciously moved his gaze to the side. At this time, he was pretending to be calm and drinking the coffee in front of him. After hearing Yu Xinlan's strange sound, Dong Fenghoen finally couldn't help but put down his coffee cup and whispered to Yu Xinlan, "Be careful." But Yu Xinlan was about to speak, but when she realized that her speech would be exposed through Meng Jinhui's private message, she cleverly shut her mouth. Even so, Yu Xinlan's hiss had already been heard by Meng Jinhui. In fact, the general's feelings were more complicated than Yu Xinlan's. As Duan Henji's spouse, Meng Jinhui obviously knew what he had been busy with. And Meng Jinhui believed that Duan Henji would definitely complete this difficult task in an unimaginable amount of time. Even so, Meng Jinhui really didn't expect that Duan Henji would complete the new mecha earlier than he had expected. It turned out that Duan Henji had been waiting for the simulation experiment to end. In the eyes of the people of Interstellar, as well as himself, Duan Henji was already a first-rate mecha genius. And as someone who had done a lot of research on mechas, just by looking at this model, Meng Jinhui realized that Duan Henji's level of genius was far beyond everyone's expectations. Under this indescribable ecstasy, Meng Jinhui suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of unhappiness in his heart. Even though he knew that with Duan Henji's personality, if the mecha wasn't officially completed, he definitely wouldn't announce it. But Meng Jinhui couldn't help but feel vaguely disappointed that the other party didn't let him share the burden. Yu Xinlan couldn't help but raise her head to look at Meng Jinhui again. Why was the great Marshal's mood suddenly happy and then unhappy? Yu Xinlan's confused expression was too obvious. This time even Dong Fenghoen gave up on stopping her. Naturally, Meng Jinhui also saw her expression from the corner of his eyes. Unexpectedly, Meng Jinhui didn't get angry. He didn't close the model. Instead, he walked back to his original position. Meng Jinhui said to Dong Fenghoen and Yu Xinlan, "It's about this mecha model." Seeing that Meng Jinhui didn't shy away from mentioning the model, the two admirals' gazes finally landed on the silver-white mecha frame. Meng Jinhui directly enlarged the mecha model according to the scale. In an instant, a 2-meter-tall silver 3D projection appeared in the middle of Meng Jinhui's office. this is. Dongfeng Hewen was the most confused person in the room because she didn't sneak a peek like Yu Xinlan. Meng Jinhui reached out and turned the mecha model in a circle. Then, he said to the two admirals, this was just designed by a Heng. Right now, all of the simulation tests have been completed on the super-optical supercomputer of the Mecha Research Institute. The great Marshal's words contained too much information. For a long time after he finished speaking, the entire office remained silent. Finally, it was Yu Xinlan who broke the silence. Great Marshal, what do you mean? Yu Xinlan didn't finish her sentence, but Meng Jinhui understood what she meant. The man in black standing in the middle of the office reached out and opened the basic data of the model. He said, Duan Henji has created a new generation of mecha. This is the final model and basic information. When Meng Jinhui opened the basic information of the mecha, a bunch of densely packed characters appeared beside the silver mecha. These were all the information that would be publicly displayed on the galactic network after the mecha was registered. Dongfeng Hewen and Yu Xinlan were very familiar with these basic data. After Meng Jinhui opened the information, the two of them quieted down and read the contents together. Even though there wasn't much text on the mecha's basic information, Dongfeng Hewen and Yu Xinlan still read very slowly. They didn't dare miss a single word. After a few minutes, the silent Dongfeng Hewen finally moved his gaze away from the mecha and the text beside it. He glanced at Meng Jinhui and said, this mecha, compared to the previous generation, it's a huge improvement. Dongfeng Hewen was an introverted person. Compared to Yu Xinlan, who always used exaggerated words, Dongfeng Hewen's wording had always been strict. But this time, after a slight pause, Dongfeng Hewen said, the basic data of this mecha, compared to the previous generation, can even be said to be 2 generations ahead. Hearing Dongfeng Hewen say this, the silent Yu Xinlan couldn't help but nod. She agreed with Dongfeng Hewen's words. Then, Dongfeng Hewen continued to say to Meng Jinhui, if this generation of mecha can be mass-produced, then we will have an overwhelming advantage over the mecha of the other countries. As generals who were trained in the flames of war, whether it was Dongfeng Hewen or Yu Xinlan, the two people's psychological endurance was much better than the average person. But even if it was them, looking at the mecha in the middle of the office now, their eyes were incomparably complicated. If I remember correctly. Yu Xinlan gently bit her lip and said, before Duan Henji, the previous president of the Mecha Research Institute used 6 years to design the new generation of mecha. It's already considered the fastest. Yu Xinlan didn't finish her words, but Meng Jinhui and Dongfeng Hewen could both understand her meaning. From the mecha's basic information bar, it could be seen that from the time Duan Henji wrote the first program for this mecha until now, it was only a total of a few months. If they didn't see with their own eyes the information generated by this super quantum computer, no one would be able to imagine that a new generation of mecha could be done in such a short time. After Yu Xinlan said this, she suddenly raised her head and made a very exaggerated expression. Then General Yu leaned back in her chair and habitually sighed, it's really annoying to compare people to people, I feel like I'm going to fall in love with Duan Henji. As a person who didn't have a filter on her mouth, Yu Xinlan often said some very exaggerated words. For example, the word love once became Yu Xinlan's catchphrase. But this time, after she habitually said this sentence, she was greeted with a cold glare from Meng Jinhui. Seeing this, Dongfeng Hewen coughed lightly and said to Yu Xinlan in a low voice, watch your words. Oh. There were a lot of people in the galaxy who were obsessed with mecha, especially now that the Yetian Empire was in a tense period. Even ordinary people who didn't have much spiritual power would pay attention to military news from time to time and then go to mecha-related forums to give advice. Speaking of which, it was necessary to mention the mecha-related culture. As a non-entertainment forum, there were actually more people gathered here than the #1 entertainment forum on the galactic web. Even though you could talk about anything on this forum, the main content of every day was still mecha-related. Of course, there were also rumors that this forum was the largest gathering place of Duan Henji fans in the galaxy. The galactic era was very special, every planet had its own standard time. Because of this, the entire forum was very lively and the activity level was unimaginable. There was never a moment of silence here, and the 3 words Duan Henji were mentioned every few seconds. Just 10 hours later, at 8 o'clock in the morning in Nanjushing, a netizen who habitually went to the most authoritative mecha registration website to look for information suddenly discovered something. The most watched section of the entire website, which was also the section with the slowest updates, was the mecha registration information section. After more than a year of silence, there was finally a new face. Under normal circumstances, mecha design speed was very slow. Before today, the last mecha to release basic information was a resupply mecha released by the Yeti Empire Mecha Research Institute. After seeing a new, never-before-seen silver mecha in this section, the netizen who first discovered it didn't have time to take a closer look before he copied the information and directly posted it on the mecha forum. Picture, look at what I found. A new mecha registration model. OP habitually went to the mecha registration section this morning. I didn't expect to actually find a model I've never seen before. Attached is the model diagram and detailed data. Can anyone analyze what this mecha is used for? Also, is it powerful? After all, he was just an ordinary mecha enthusiast. The OP simply scanned the mecha's data and directly gave up on trying to decipher it. Perhaps because the people who saw the post didn't understand it, although the speed of replies after the post was fast, they were all meaningless comments like waiting for the answer or waiting for the expert. Until 5 minutes later, a well-known person on the forum finally appeared. And post OP, did you really copy this mecha's basic information directly from the official website? LZ The expert replied to me. Yes, is there any problem? And, this mecha Yution is crazy. I'm also an amateur mecha enthusiast, but from the mecha's attack data, I can roughly see that this ordinary mecha model's attack power is comparable to the current A-class mecha in the galaxy. Military mecha weren't categorized into A-class. This netizen's reply was the mecha level determined by the enthusiast on the forum. For them, A-class mecha was equivalent to mecha that can only be piloted by at least a field officer. After seeing this reply, the post instantly boiled over. LZ, It's actually an A-class mecha. No wonder it's so good looking. I even think it's prettier than Admiral Yu's mecha and that's not right. Wait a minute. Did none of you see the last line of the basic information? Quickly look at the name of this mecha designer. Even though it was called Basic Mecha Data, the star web was still filled with densely packed words. As a mecha researcher, Duan Henji's name was buried in the last row of the basic information column. Following his name were a bunch of references and links to data reports. If one didn't read the entire document carefully, it would be easy to overlook these 3 small words. After the reminder from the Star Web's guru, everyone looked back and found the words Duan Henji in the extremely dense words. Mecha was a very difficult subject. Before discovering the name Duan Henji, the guru had already told everyone that this mecha was an A-grade mecha. However, it wasn't until they actually saw Duan Hongya's name that these people had a direct understanding of the mecha that had yet to be officially named. This was Duan Henji's creation. In an instant, hundreds of millions of access requests were sent to the Star website. Even though the Star website was supported by the Star website's top server, it was still affected by the huge number of visitors in a short period of time. It was obvious that mecha enthusiasts in the Star website were crazy about it. In fact, Duan Henji had already provided the new mecha's information to the Star website in advance and registered it. The reason the information appeared at 8 in the morning in Nanjushing was because the Star website's automatic update time was that time. While the Star Web Mecha forum was boiling over, Duan Henji was still in the middle of the night. Professor Duan, the person who created all of this, was still asleep. It wasn't the official working hours of the Yeti Empire Mecha Research Institute. Other than a few offices that were on duty, the rest of the rooms were dark. However, even though there were only a few people in the offices, when the Star website suddenly appeared, the entire Research Institute building was filled with screams and screams. The staff on duty read the news over and over again. After confirming that they didn't make a mistake, they immediately opened their photon computers to check in detail. The information that had popped up on the Star web was actually real. To be able to work at the Yeti Empire Mecha Research Institute, even an intern would have 100 times more professional qualities than the online gurus. Therefore, after reading the basic information in detail, everyone could feel that their mecha had improved even more. Naturally, they were even more excited. This kind of excitement even beat back the sleepiness. A few hours later, the research institute finally entered its official working state. Logically speaking, the staff responsible for last night's shift should have gone back to rest. However, when Vice President Xianxia entered the building, he saw a tense and excited scene. What was going on? Xianxia was currently in the weapons system area that he was in charge of. Based on his understanding of his staff, they were definitely not willing to work overtime on their own accord. For this group of people to stay here, it meant that something big had happened last night. Logically speaking, it wasn't wartime, so there was no need to rush to repair it overnight. Therefore, after seeing how excited the group of people were, Xianxia couldn't help but frown. Then, he walked behind the few staff members. Because Xianxia had just arrived at the research institute, he didn't have time to change his clothes. Now, he was wearing a black turtleneck sweater with the research institute uniform draped over his arm. Logically speaking, the sound of Xianxia's high heels hitting the ground wasn't soft. Moreover, these staff members who were already very familiar with him should be able to recognize Xianxia's footsteps. However, now, they didn't notice Xianxia's arrival at all. This is really strange, Xianxia complained in his heart. Then, he reached out his hand and patted the shoulder of the staff member in front of him. What are you guys doing? Did something happen last night? Xianxia asked in confusion. Because he was too engrossed in his work, he was suddenly photographed. The staff member couldn't help but scream. Even though he didn't sleep last night, his voice was still full of energy. As soon as he screamed, his colleagues in front of him trembled in fear. *CK. Xianxia was also shocked by them. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back and ask, "Why are you so serious?" "Sue. Professor Sue." The staff member who screamed just now smiled embarrassedly. Then, he gave up his seat and said to Xianxia, "It's because of the mecha that was registered on the website this morning." As basic researchers, they all knew that the Duan Henji had completed the mecha update. Vice Dean Xianxia definitely knew about it. However, after hearing the staff member's words, Xianxia's expression became even more strange. He looked at the person who spoke with a puzzled expression and asked, "A new mecha is registered?" There were no less than 100 mecha research institutes in the Interstellar. Although none of them could compare to the Yeti Empire Mecha Research Institute, they would still release a new mecha every once in a while. After Xianxia's voice fell, the room fell silent for a moment. Then, someone reached out and adjusted the interface to the bottom of the basic information bar. Then, someone whispered. It was registered by Professor Duan. Professor Duan. A new mecha. Xianxia didn't speak for a long time after hearing this. In the interstellar mecha world, whether it was the name Duan Henji or the words new mecha, they both had extremely special meanings. When these 2 words were connected together, it was enough to shake the entire industry. Xianxia didn't speak. He gently draped his lab coat over the back of the chair and sat in the empty seat in front of him. Seeing this, the staff members who were supposed to get off work didn't have any intention of leaving. Everyone surrounded Xianxia and the optical supercomputer in front of him. They silently watched Xianxia's reaction. For a professional researcher, this kind of basic information could be understood at a glance. However, unlike before, Xianxia didn't go through all the content in one go this time. Xianxia looked at the content at the back while scrolling up the interface from time to compare it with the information he had read before. This time, the vice president of the research institute sat in front of the optical supercomputer and looked at the information that couldn't be more basic to him for a full half an hour. At the same time, the staff members who were about to leave the office didn't leave. Finally, Xianxia scrolled down to the last line of the basic information bar and saw the words Duan Henji hidden among the various information. Xianxia let out a long sigh and said to the optical supercomputer, "Duan Henji, what a genius." Although the atmosphere at the research institute was very harmonious recently, any staff member with some experience knew or heard that Duan Henji and Xianxia didn't get along well. Xianxia had always thought that Duan Henji wasn't worthy of the position of president. If they remembered correctly, this seemed to be the first time Xianxia directly praised Duan Henji in front of a staff member. Duan Henji became the president of the research institute at such a young age, so he was probably tired of hearing the word genius a long time ago. But in any case, these two words coming from the mouth of an ordinary passerby and from the mouth of an authoritative figure in the industry were different in nature. Xianxia was usually a very humble person. After he finished speaking, he stood up from his chair and smiled as he shook his head and said, Duan Hengji really knows how to hide things. He actually completed such a big project in such a short period of time without saying anything. Xianxia was obviously very excited when he said this. After hearing this, someone finally joined in the discussion. Yeah. Professor Duan's ability is insane. It was now the Research Institute's daytime working hours. Since Duan Hengji had some business with Xianxia, he directly followed the system to the weapons team's duty room. Duan Hengji never thought that as soon as he walked to the door of the duty room, he would hear someone calling him insane. Actually, the voice wasn't loud, but Duan Hengji's senses were extremely sharp. Even though he didn't intentionally listen in on the conversation, he still heard the key words. Because he had just finished a heavy workload, Duan Hengji had recently set aside some time for himself to relax. When he woke up this morning, he didn't open his optical supercomputer immediately like he usually did. Duan Hengji had already sent his application to the optical supercomputer a long time ago, but he didn't know that the system had sent all the basic information about the new mecha this morning. When he suddenly heard someone say this about him, Duan Hengji's footsteps suddenly stopped. He didn't know whether to stand or leave. There were a lot of people in the duty room right now. Just as Duan Hengji was about to turn around and leave, someone finally saw him standing at the door. Professor Duan. The person who called out to Duan Hengji was a young girl. Her voice was high-pitched to begin with, and because she was very excited at the moment, those 3 words were especially penetrating. When the staff member called out those 3 words, everyone in the office turned to look at the entrance. Normal staff members might have been more reserved, but Xianxia was different. After seeing Duan Hengji, Xianxia walked around the crowd and walked over. He placed a hand on Duan Hengji's shoulder and said in a very serious tone, "Congratulations." Then, Duan Hengji was greeted by the admiring gazes of everyone in the room. Even though he didn't know what was going on, under the passionate gazes of everyone around him, Duan Hengji felt like he was a celebrity who had just walked into a signing event. As an intruder in this world, Duan Hengji didn't realize how big of an impact his work would have in the galaxy. When Duan Hengya returned to his office and turned on his optical computer, he found that in just a few hours this morning, he had received a lot of messages, even more than the blessings and inquiries he had received after he fainted from the poison. In addition to acquaintances, there were even interview invitations from a few well-known galaxy media outlets. The media industry in the galaxy was very developed. Even though Duan Hengji had a cult reputation, he had actually appeared on many related programs before. Even General Meng Jinhui had been interviewed a few times. However, Duan Hengji didn't think he was good at answering questions. After thinking about it, he finally rejected the media's interview request. Even though Duan Hengji didn't appear in person, the popularity of this matter didn't decrease at all. Starting from 8 a.m. in Nanjushing, the media kept talking about the new mecha and the Research Institute. At noon, all the channels produced related programs to discuss and popularize science. On one hand, basic mecha science was one thing, but on the other hand, some people who didn't understand science also began to search for gossip about Duan Hengji. As a famous male god in the galaxy, everything about Duan Hengji had been researched countless times by curious netizens. But today, because of the excitement, the netizens realized that Duan Hengji was really a low-key person, so they turned their attention to another person. This person was Duan Hengji's younger brother who was mentioned by the royal family a few days ago. He was a famous playboy in the galaxy, Duan Hengxing. The appearance of the original Duan Hengxing had been exaggerated over and over again in the original novel. As his younger brother, Duan Hengxing had a playboy aura that was hollowed out by alcohol and women, but if you looked closely, you would find that his facial features were really good. Even though they were brothers, it was hard for people to connect the two, whether it was their identity or behavior. So even though their names were similar and there were some related news, in most cases, the public wouldn't immediately associate Duan Hengji with the famous playboy in the galaxy. But today was different. Because of the birth of the new mecha, the public's curiosity towards Duan Hengji reached a peak again. At the same time, without any new information, some people finally turned their attention to Duan Hengxing. As a playboy who liked to be in the limelight, Duan Hengxing naturally wouldn't refuse an invitation to a program. So that night, he appeared on a well-known variety show in the interstellar galaxy. Also, this episode's guest was the newly crowned Best Actress, Xianxia. When the program was broadcast, Duan Hengji was on a starship headed to Amro's planet Duguang. Because of his half-vacation, Duan Hengji didn't work on the starship, which was very rare. Instead, he turned on his optical computer and prepared to read the news to pass the time. Unfortunately, Duan Hengji forgot what time it was. When Duan Hengji opened the news section, he saw himself in slow motion, even though the headlines were all related to mechas. As a person who wasn't that narcissistic, after seeing those photos, Duan Hengji silently retreated. Just as Duan Hengji was about to turn off his optical computer, a notification suddenly popped up in the corner of the news section that didn't have any mecha-related content. This was a promotional notice for a variety show, and, if Duan Hengji wasn't wrong, the participants of this show were Xianxia and Duan Hengxing. Actually, the average viewer could tell with a glance that Duan Hengxing and Xianxia were people from two completely different worlds. The reason why the show put the two of them in the same episode was because Duan Hengxing was popular and Xianxia was participating today. But when Duan Hengji saw these two names, his heart couldn't help but tremble. In the original novel, the reason why he was cursed so miserably by the readers, other than his identity as an undercover, was also because of Duan Hengxing. In the novel, it was written that as a famous playboy, Duan Hengxing met the female lead after an event and began to harass her. In the end, Duan Hengxing, who couldn't get what he wanted, ruthlessly created trouble for the other party. In the end, the female lead's plot armor successfully turned the situation around. But because of the support of the original host, Duan Hengxing walked out unscathed. Even though Duan Hengji believed that he was no longer the unlucky undercover on the verge of being overturned, he also believed that he wouldn't be like the original host, cleaning up Duan Hengxing's mess. But when he saw Duan Hengxing's name appear together with Xianxia, Duan Hengji couldn't help but feel nervous for a moment. Then he had a bad premonition. Right now, the variety show had already started and was halfway through its broadcast. Duan Hengji had just opened the video when he couldn't stand the noise and closed it. But after closing the video, Duan Hengji didn't give up on watching it. He used the Star Web's index and navigation to find the entertainment section. Then he saw the show's page floating on the front page. At the beginning, the comments in the post were all about how Duan Hengxing and Duan Hengji weren't alike at all. But later, more and more comments were about Duan Hengxing's behavior and dissatisfaction. This was a live show. As a playboy, Duan Hengxing's disguise didn't last long. From his words and actions, it wasn't hard to see that Duan Hengxing was a very uncultured person. He often said inappropriate things and forced himself to be the main character of the interview. In fact, many people who had been paying close attention to the gossip and knew Duan Hengji well knew that other than blood, Duan Hengji really didn't resemble his own brother at all. And when they heard Duan Hengxing talking nonsense about how good his relationship with Duan Hengji was, these people lost interest in him. Especially when Duan Hengxing started to steal the real main character of the show, Xianxia. Alright. This time, Duan Hengya discovered that as someone who loved to be in the limelight, Duan Hengxing didn't seem to have any good feelings towards the female lead despite meeting her in a different setting. On the contrary, he seemed to have a bit of disagreement. The live broadcast of the variety show was 3 hours long. At this time, Duan Hengji's starship had already arrived near planet Duguang. Now that the design of the new mecha had been completed, the next step was to test it out in reality. Although the photon computer simulation experiment was very complete, as a new mecha that was greatly improved compared to the previous generation, the task of testing it out was still very difficult. Amro University had an institution that specialized in spiritual power research. This time, Duan Hengji came to Amro not only for class, but also for a meeting with the person in charge of the institution to study the test flight together. Not long after, the starship landed steadily on Amro University's starship dock. The person who came to greet him today wasn't the person in charge of the mecha department, but a staff member of the Spiritual Power Research Institution. Right now, the news about Duan Hengji and mecha was very lively. Logically speaking, there would be fanatical students waiting in front of the dock. However, because this was not the time that Xianxia usually arrived at, the parking lot was finally able to maintain a rare tranquility. Seeing Xianxia appear, a small gray hover device quickly moved over. Then, a staff member came down and greeted him excitedly. To be honest, it was unexpected that Xianxia would come to Amro for a meeting before the mecha test flight. Unlike mecha, which was already very systematic, spiritual power research wasn't very popular. In the eyes of some people in the galaxy, this research was even a little metaphysical. So even though Amro University had set up a research institution for it, after so many years, there were still people who didn't treat it as science. There were even people who didn't know about the existence of this research institution. Mecha and spiritual power were closely related, but before Xianxia's arrival today, no related person had ever come here for a meeting before a project. Not to mention that this person was Xianxia, who had just been deified. From the starship dock to the research institute, the staff member didn't stop talking. When the hover device stopped, he awkwardly scratched his head and said to Xianxia, "Sorry, Professor Duan, I talked a little too much on the way here." Xianxia didn't mind at all. In his eyes, even though this staff member was a little talkative, his words were very interesting. Xianxia shook his head and said, "It's fine, it was very interesting." After hearing Xianxia's words, the staff member suddenly became embarrassed. He awkwardly looked away and said, "Professor Duan, you can rest here for a while. The meeting will start in 10 minutes. After that, the staff member was embarrassed and said goodbye to Xianxia for the time being and walked out. It was different from Xianxia's expectation of continuing to work or taking a short break. After the staff member left, Xianxia guiltily closed the door to the lounge and quickly turned on his optical computer. Even though Xianxia was vaguely prepared, when he saw the new comments on the entertainment forum, he couldn't help but rub his eyes. X post, Xianxia is crazy, right? X+1 post, did I hear wrong? Xianxia just said that Professor Duan and the general don't have a good relationship, and the two of them are just using each other? Although Xianxia was a hedonistic son who had always wandered around the core circle of power in the royal family, Xianxia naturally knew more than the average person. For example, he was very clear that the early marriage between Xianxia and Meng Jinhui was just a political marriage. Similarly, Xianxia had seen Xianxia and Meng Jinhui in private several times, so he had seen them more than once. The interaction between the two clearly showed that they were not close. Today, the program team called Xianxia to participate in the recording. He originally thought that he would be able to take advantage of this opportunity to be in the limelight. However, he did not expect that as the recording progressed, his screen time would become less and less. Therefore, in order to attract the attention of the program team and the audience, Xianxia directly said this sentence without thinking. After saying this, Xianxia saw the surprised faces of the audience. He then mentioned a few public events when Xianxia and Meng Jinhui just got married to support his statement. At this time, after reading the text description on the forum, Xianxia could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Xianxia was ignorant and incompetent and did not enter the core work of the royal family. Therefore, he did not know that he was actually an undercover who had stolen a lot of information. Xianxia guessed that if the other party really knew about this matter, he might even reveal his identity as a spy today. At this time, in the studio on the other side of the galaxy, the originally lively atmosphere was completely cooled down by Xianxia's few words. Just as Xianxia was about to say something, he suddenly heard a sneer from the person sitting next to him. Then, Xianxia, who had been pursing her lips and barely speaking since the beginning, showed an impatient expression. After the sneer, the movie queen shook her head with some dissatisfaction. She turned around and said to Xianxia, "From what I remember, the relationship between the Marshal and Professor Duan has always been very good." Xianxia was once photographed by the media chatting with Xianxia and Meng Jinhui at a royal banquet. This incident was really worth bragging about for any celebrity in the entertainment industry. However, what was unexpected was that as a celebrity who needed to maintain exposure and be a topic of discussion, Xianxia would choose to skip the topic in subsequent interviews whenever the media asked about this matter. Today, when Xianxia publicly stated that the relationship between Xianxia and Meng Jinhui was not good, Xianxia's sudden statement suddenly put him in a very awkward position. After hearing Shang Mingzhen's words, Duan Hengxing's face obviously became ugly. Duan Hengxing was a person who obviously did not have any real talent, but he was very proud of his reputation. Now that he was being attacked by a small celebrity in front of the entire galaxy, Duan Hengxing did not care that they were currently in the middle of a live broadcast. He directly turned around and began to ridicule Shang Mingzhen. When the production team invited Duan Hengxing here today, they did not expect things to develop like this. The ratings were high, but the reputation was probably going to be ruined. The moment Duan Hengxing opened his mouth, the production team reluctantly cut off the live broadcast. When the production team's floating camera landed, the on-set director ignored Duan Hengxing. The director walked over to Shang Mingzhen and whispered to her, "Mingzhen, thank you so much for today." Duan Hengxing was a brainless person, but the production team was not stupid. They clearly knew how high the prestige of Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhui was in the galaxy. At the same time, the relationship between the Marshal and the Marshal had always been a topic of interest in everyone. Today, Duan Hengxing suddenly questioned the relationship between the two. If Shang Mingzhen did not refute him, it would give the impression that the production team deliberately said that Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhui were not on good terms. At that time, they would be the unlucky ones. "It's fine." Shang Mingzhen stood up from her chair and ignored Duan Hengxing. Then, she walked over to the makeup artist and started to touch up her makeup. After Shang Mingzhen left, Duan Hengxing, who was still sitting there, could not help but grit his teeth. Duan Hengji did not rest for long. After a while, he heard footsteps coming from the corridor. Duan Hengji glanced at the forum one last time. After he found out that the live broadcast was suddenly cut off, he turned off his optical computer. The door of the conference room slowly opened. Duan Hengji stood up from his chair. "Hello, Professor Duan." As soon as the door opened, Duan Hengji saw a man in a gray lab coat quickly walk towards him and reach out his hand. The man was about the same height as Duan Hengji. His hair was slightly longer and it was obvious that he did not take care of it properly. At this moment, his hair was a little puffy. If it were not for the fact that glasses were no longer available in the interstellar era, Duan Hengji believed that the man in front of him would definitely wear a pair of slightly thick black-rimmed glasses, just like his colleagues in the research institute in his previous life. Duan Hengji was not good at interacting with strangers. However, after seeing the man's familiar appearance and temperament, Duan Hengji's slightly nervous mood immediately calmed down. He also became unexpectedly relaxed. He shook the man's hand and said, "Hello, Director Wen." "Oh." When the man heard Duan Hengji call him Director Wen, he was stunned for a moment. He then said, "Hello, Professor Duan. Please take a seat." Even though he was the director of the Psychic Force Research Institute at Amro University, no one had ever called him Director Wen before Duan Hengji. Therefore, after all the staff members were seated, Director Wen smiled embarrassedly and said to Duan Hengji, "Professor Duan, actually, you can just call me Wen Xuanin." When the staff members saw Wen Xuanin's expression, they couldn't help but laugh. Taking advantage of this, Wen Xuanin began to briefly introduce his colleagues to Duan Hengji, as well as the field of research that everyone was mainly involved in. Duan Hengji didn't know anything about the field of psychic force before. When he heard Wen Xuanin's introduction, he subconsciously rested his chin on his hand and looked at Wen Xuanin very seriously. However, Duan Hengji didn't know how much psychological pressure his actions brought to Wen Xuanin. Duan Hengji's eyes were often described as seductive, and now, he was staring at Wen Xuanin with a curious expression. As an otaku from the interstellar era, Wen Xuanin was soon embarrassed by Duan Hengji's stare. The more he spoke, the redder his ears became. There weren't many people in the Psychic Force Research Institute at Amro University, and after so many years of working together, everyone was very familiar with each other. Because psychic force had always been a fringe subject, everyone in the institute was used to a free working mode, and there was no distinction between seniors and juniors. As Duan Hengji's expression gradually relaxed, everyone was no longer nervous. Wen Xuanin had just finished introducing the staff member sitting on his left when the staff member whispered, "Wen Xuanin, watch your image." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire conference room was filled with stifled laughter. Duan Hengji couldn't help but shift his attention from the staff member's words to Wen Xuanin's cheeks. After noticing that the staff member was a little embarrassed, Duan Henji finally looked away and said half-jokingly, "Sorry, I was a little fascinated." "Ha ha ha, it's okay, it's okay. I can't control my expression well." Wen Xuanyin was also a carefree person. After his colleagues' teasing, Wen Xuanyin laughed and finally introduced himself. "I studied at Amro University for 11 years. I started out as a mecha major." At this point, Wen Xuanyin looked at Duan Henji with some apprehension. Seeing that the staff member didn't have any special reaction, Wen Xuanyin continued, "But when I was in my 3rd year, I realized that my interest wasn't in the mecha major, so I switched to the psychic force major." Wen Xuanyin's words shocked Duan Henji. In the interstellar era, the mecha major was undoubtedly at the top of the chain of disdain for all subjects. Amro University's mecha department was at the top of the chain of command. To be able to give up on this major and seek refuge in the often overlooked field of psychic force, which was even regarded as a pseudoscience, required an extraordinary amount of dedication. Duan Henji couldn't help but show a surprised expression. After seeing Duan Henji's expression, Wen Xuanyin thought that Duan Henji was dissatisfied with his decision to give up on the mecha major. After all, in the hearts of many industry experts, the field they were in was always the most noble. Wen Xuanyin felt that if he said that he was giving up on the mecha major in front of Duan Henji, it might really make the other party feel uncomfortable. Therefore, Wen Xuanyin quickly added, "Of course, don't mind me. Actually, I'm still paying attention to the mecha industry. Although the information on the mecha industry changes very quickly, some of the knowledge I learned in the past is already outdated. But, just like the new mecha you just released, I'm also paying attention to it right away." Duan Henji understood the meaning behind Wen Xuanyin's words. Professor Duan gently shook his head and said, "It's a very happy thing to be able to do something you like. Of course, I don't mind." In daily life, Duan Henji's expression was a little less, but every time he spoke, his expression was extremely sincere. Therefore, after hearing Duan Henji's words, Wen Xuanyin let go of the uneasiness in his heart. He continued, "Now, my main research direction is related to the production of psychic force. It's also the biggest topic in the entire research institute. At the same time, I'm also doing some research on the combination of psychic force and mecha." After talking about the field of expertise, Wen Xuanyin's expression immediately became serious. Then, Duan Henji watched as Wen Xuanyin turned on his optical computer and directly pulled up the basic information of the newly developed mecha from the website. After seeing the model, Wen Xuanyin smiled at Duan Henji a little embarrassedly. Then, he entered some words on the virtual keyboard while saying to Duan Henji, "Although Professor Duan is here now, I'll still show off my slight skill in front of an expert." Duan Henji admired Wen Xuanyin's personality. He nodded at him and then watched as Wen Xuanyin pulled up the psychic force operation diagram of the mecha. Then, he began to carefully analyze the structure of the mecha from the perspective of his field of expertise. There was a saying in the Earth era, "Good news never leaves the house, but bad news spreads far and wide." Today, the entire Interstellar was talking about the new mecha. That variety show had taken the liberty of inviting Duan Henxing to the live broadcast, but it didn't compete with the popular science show in terms of viewership. In the end, Duan Henxing's terrifying speech dragged the show down and the live broadcast was cut off at the last minute. Even so, in just a few minutes, Duan Henxing's performance on the show, as well as his shocking speech, was cut out and spread all over the interstellar web. During the intermission of the conference, Duan Henji couldn't help but turn on his optical computer and take a look. What he saw was this: the screen was filled with current news and mecha inquiries. Duan Henxing relied on his crazy speech to carve out a bloody path for himself on the interstellar web. This speech had already begun to spread like wildfire. Although the interstellar web was still mostly filled with ridicule, Duan Henji still felt a little uneasy. After all, as the main character of this incident, Duan Henji knew very well that Duan Henxing's speech was mostly true. At least a few months ago, his relationship with Meng Jinhui was still very delicate. Everyone knew that the relationship between Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui wasn't as simple as a normal husband and wife relationship. The relationship between the two of them could even affect the public's trust in the military and the research institute. If this incident was spread by someone with ulterior motives, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. Duan Henji's thoughts weren't without reason. He quickly discovered that several very familiar media outlets on the interstellar web had suddenly released videos that matched Duan Hengxing's speech. Most of these videos were small clips taken from live broadcasts. Individually, they didn't seem like much, but when they were pieced together, the word unfamiliar was everywhere. Most of the videos were taken before Duan Hengxi transmigrated into this novel. Occasionally, there were some clips of him after he transmigrated into this novel. In short, the editing of these videos was very professional, and the accompanying text was very instructive. Duan Hengxi looked at the names of the media outlets again. It didn't take long for him to recognize that a few of them were registered in the League of Lixing that just ended the war with the Yetian Empire. Even though Duan Hengxi understood what the other party was trying to say, he didn't know how to deal with it. In fact, he could directly refute the rumors on his social media account, but this was obviously a very stupid way of doing things. Just as Duan Hengxi was thinking, the meeting's break ended, and everyone returned to the room again. During the break, Wen Xuanyin didn't idle around. This time, as soon as the meeting restarted, Wen Xuanyin showed Duan Hengxi a table. "Professor Duan, look, this is the matching relationship between different types of spiritual power and different models of mechas," said Wen Xuanyin as he looked at the table on the holographic screen. After hearing Wen Xuanyin's words, Duan Hengxi couldn't help but look surprised. In fact, he had wanted to find such data for a long time, but unfortunately, whether it was the research institute or the military, these two organizations didn't do any experiments related to it. The mecha industry in the galaxy was actually like this: there weren't many models of mechas in active service, and whoever had the spiritual power to activate the mecha would be able to pilot it. Before this, no one had ever thought about whether or not there was a need to test the difference between different levels of spiritual power and different mechas. Even though Duan Hengxi had thought about doing the experiment himself, this experiment was bound to require a large number of samples and calculations, and it would take a very long time. Therefore, Duan Hengxi, who didn't have the time to do the research, had to give up on this idea. In short, Professor Duan really didn't expect that the Spiritual Power Research Institute had already quietly completed this experiment. Since more than 10 years ago, they had used the high-level authority of the Amro Research Institute to gain access to several military schools in the Empire, and then carried out this experiment on campus. Even though the spiritual power of the samples was generally not high, for the sake of safety, the Research Institute didn't try to carry out experiments on the edges of the data. However, the table they gave still clearly showed where the boundaries of different levels of spiritual power were when activating different mechas. At the same time, after reaching a certain level of spiritual power, the mecha pilot would be able to perform 100% of the mecha's performance. Before carefully looking at the data, Duan Hengxi couldn't help but think to himself that Wen Xuanyin was really a very generous person. If it were someone who was a little more cautious, the other party would never show such important information to him when they were meeting for the first time, even if they were now in a cooperative relationship. The data table was very clear, so Duan Hengxi didn't have to look at it for too long. After briefly looking through the table, Wen Xuanyin continued, "As you can see, Professor Duan's new mecha is a basic mecha, but it's a big upgrade compared to the previous generation, so there are some uncertainties." At this point, Wen Xuanyin stopped and looked at Duan Hengxi. After making sure that the other party didn't have any objections, he continued. "Combined with the previous data, my suggestion is that for the safety of the test pilot, as well as to demonstrate the mecha's strength as much as possible, you can choose a test pilot whose spiritual power is in this position." After saying that, Wen Xuanyin reached out his hand and ticked a few boxes on the table. The positions he ticked were the upper middle of the basic mecha pilot column, and there were even test pilots who were one level higher than that. "Once the mecha's attributes have stabilized, we can let normal mecha pilots test it after training," concluded Wen Xuanyin. Wen Xuanyin's spiritual power range was slightly higher than what Duan Hengxi had thought. In fact, Wen Xuanyin himself could probably guess that the spiritual power range he had listed was different from what Duan Hengxi had imagined. Therefore, when he finished his professional explanation, Wen Xuanyin looked at Duan Hengxi with a faint sense of uneasiness. He was a little afraid that Duan Hengxi would reject his suggestion. However, as a top researcher, Duan Hengxi always had a good habit, and that was to be good at listening to other people's suggestions. After Wen Xuanyin finished speaking, Duan Hengxi looked at the table in silence for a while. In the end, he moved his gaze back to Wen Xuaning's face, and then he saw the other party's nervous expression. "Thank you for your suggestion and information," said Duan Hengji very seriously. "I'll look for test pilots based on this spiritual power level." As soon as Duan Hengji finished speaking, Wen Xuaning immediately let out a sigh of relief. He switched back to his usual carefree mode, then returned the chart and said to Duan Hengji, "Thank you for Professor Duan and the Research Institute's trust in us. If you have any questions about spiritual power, feel free to ask me." Wen Xuaning's last sentence had become his catchphrase. As a researcher in the unpopular research industry, Wen Xuaning's last sentence had become his mantra. Every time he encountered someone who wanted to seriously study spiritual power with him, Wen Xuaning would become very excited. At the end of the conversation, he would always say this sentence out of habit. In fact, Wen Xuaning did not expect Duan Hengji to ask any questions. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Duan Hengji's face turn serious. One had to know that even when they were talking about mechas just now, Duan Hengye had never been so serious. Wen Xuaning's expression changed. He looked at Duan Hengji, then he asked tentatively, "Professor Duan, what do you want to ask?" At this time, there were a dozen people sitting in the office. When they saw that Duan Hengji was hesitant to speak, the staff sitting on Wen Xuaning's left took the lead. The rest of the people said goodbye to Duan Hengji and walked out of the conference room. Now, only Duan Hengji and Wen Xuaning were left in the office. It was only at this time that Duan Hengye, who was sitting at the head of the conference table, slowly asked, "May I ask? If a person's mental strength suddenly changes, will their personality also change greatly? And in terms of memory, will there be any changes? Are there any related cases in the interstellar?" At first glance, Duan Hengji's words sounded a little illogical. However, because his expression was very serious when he asked the question, Wen Xuaning did not treat it as a question out of curiosity. Duan Hengji saw that Wen Xuaning, who was sitting diagonally in front of him, suddenly straightened his back. Then, he said to Duan Hengji in a very serious tone, "Professor Duan, I can't give you an accurate answer for this question for the time being. But if you're willing to wait for a while, can we talk about it in detail?" In fact, when Duan Hengji asked this question, he did not have high expectations. However, after seeing Wen Xuaning's serious expression and hearing him ask him to wait, Duan Hengji felt that he might be getting closer to the truth. "Okay." Duan Hengji stood up and shook Wen Xuaning's hand again. He then said in an unusually serious tone, "I look forward to our next meeting." "Me too." Wen Xuaning shook his hand. After coming out of the Amro Mental Strength Research Institute, Duan Hengji sat on the hovercraft alone and flew back to his residence. He had been thinking about Duan Hengxing's scary statement today. As soon as he got on the hovercraft, he turned on his optical computer and searched for his name again. Even though the Amro campus was large, the Research Institute was not far from Duan Hengji's residence. When he opened the interstellar web to search for his name, the hovercraft had already stopped in front of his residence. Duan Hengji walked into his house. At this moment, he finally scrolled through the news and saw a piece of content about Duan Hengxing that was just released. Post a video, delete it later. Everyone, don't believe Duan Hengxing's words and the leak of Lixing's media. Everyone should know what Lixing is trying to do. As for Duan Hengxing, haha. Look at the video. He's jealous of Duan Hengji and took the opportunity to criticize him because Duan Hengji didn't fulfill his unreasonable demands. Video, the account that posted this was an anonymous account. In the short 10 seconds that Duan Hengji read the text, tens of thousands of comments appeared below the post. Duan Hengji stopped in his tracks. He stood at the door and clicked on the video below. "Brother, what are you looking at?" "Brother, I've been a little tight on money recently. Aren't you going to give me something? I'm your brother after all. If I'm poor, wouldn't you be embarrassed?" When he saw this familiar scene, Duan Hengji was completely stunned. In the video, Duan Hengxing looked sloppy and was pestering him for money. If Duan Hengji remembered correctly, this incident should have happened not long after he transmigrated to the house of the Marshal's banquet. He didn't expect that someone would secretly record it. It turned out that there were such gossipy people among the guests who attended the military banquet. In the video, Duan Hengji rejected Duan Hengxing's request. Before he could get up and walk away, Duan Hengxing pulled him back. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Before Duan Hengxing could say anything, a man wearing a black double-breasted military uniform and leather gloves of the same color appeared in the video. Then, Duan Hengxing fell to the side. At that time, Duan Hengji was so angry that he didn't notice Meng Jinhuai's movements. However, Duan Hengji, who was watching the video, was really impressed by the marshal's coolness. In the later part of the video, Duan Hengji saw Meng Jinhuai approach him and say something. Because the distance was quite far and the voice was low, the video didn't record those words. Then, Meng Jinhuai patted him on the shoulder and walked into the hall with him. It could be seen that the person filming the video wasn't close to the scene of the incident. From time to time, someone would appear near the camera and block the scene in front of the camera. When the block in front of the camera finally disappeared, Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhuai were already holding hands on the screen. Then, the camera suddenly rotated 180 degrees. Duan Hengji saw his younger brother, Duan Hengxing, standing up with his hands on the floor. Duan Hengxing was looking at him with eyes full of hatred. Even though he was far away and didn't record it, he could tell that Duan Hengxing was cursing him and Meng Jinhuai at this time. After Duan Hengji finished watching the video and logged out, he found that the video that had hundreds of thousands of comments had suddenly disappeared. Even the account was deleted. However, whether it was by accident or on purpose, the video was not restricted by the permission of the person who posted it. Now, many netizens had downloaded it and spread it. Unlike the ordinary netizens who only cared about the content of the video, Duan Hengji only had one question in his mind. This video that suddenly appeared and directly overturned Duan Hengxing's comments. Who was the person who shot this video? In most people's minds, Nanjushing was almost the same as the military. But in reality, this planet also had many other highly organized organizations. They were responsible for the military and other related organizations. For example, Nanjushing had a special organization responsible for tracking current events, especially those related to the military. As a sensitive person who was closely monitored, when Duan Hengxing participated in the program, Nanjushing's special staff began to follow up. Even though he had already expected that Duan Hengxing would most likely cause some trouble on the show, he still didn't know what to do. But when Qin Er heard him say to the media that Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhuai's relationship isn't good, the staff couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This Duan Hengxing incident involved General Meng Jinhuai, so in just a few seconds, the general's optical computer received a video clip sent by a special staff member. Under normal circumstances, the staff member could make the decision to refute rumors and make specific arrangements. But today's rumor was related to Meng Jinhuai, so after the staff member hesitated for a while, he still sent this very embarrassing news to Meng Jinhuai. The staff member didn't expect the general to contact them so quickly, and the person in charge of this incident was actually Duan Hengji's personal assistant. Duan Hengji didn't know either. When he was in a meeting at Amro University's Spiritual Force Research Institute, his assistant was also busy on the starship. Whether it was the original owner or Duan Hengji, they were used to being alone. This assistant was sent by Nanjushing after Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhuai got married. Thinking about it carefully, he actually didn't know anything about mechas. In the early days, the assistant's job was to closely observe and monitor this undercover agent, but now, he was mainly responsible for handling daily affairs for Duan Hengji and communicating with the military. In short, before he suddenly received the news from the Marshal today, the assistant had never tried to refute the rumors. Duan Hengji had asked his assistant not to follow him closely, so during the banquet, his assistant did not stay by Duan Hengji's side. Instead, he observed his surroundings from afar. Let's go back to the banquet a few months ago. An assistant dressed in black stood in the corner of the banquet hall. He held a glass of wine and diligently paid attention to the Duan Hengji. Many people related to the royal family attended the banquet that day. In order to keep an eye on Duan Hengji's movements, Duan Hengji's assistant carried a micro camera with him. This was supposed to be a prohibited item for military banquets. However, as a staff member in charge of monitoring the undercover agents, he still received special permission to bring the items in. After a while, Duan Hengxing appeared beside Duan Hengji. Although the relationship between Duan Hengji and Duan Hengxing was not good, the two were still brothers. Therefore, when he appeared, Duan Hengji's assistant became nervous. Then, he slowly took the micro camera out of his sleeve and gently threw it into the air. This micro camera was only the size of a speck of dust. Because of its small size and high concealment ability, normal people and the media couldn't casually buy it. The hover device floated into the air. Duan Hengji's assistant put down his wine glass and began to adjust the angle of the camera by adjusting his sleeve. In short, a few months ago, the assistant had anxiously recorded the interactions between Duan Hengji and Duan Hengxing. He didn't expect that after a few months, he would receive such a special task from the Marshal. As one of the few people who knew about Duan Hengji's identity, the assistant became the only person in charge of this rumor-refuting activity. As a normally strict and serious corps member of the military, Duan Hengji's assistant felt like he had never completed such a shameful task before. When he was notified to refute the rumor, Meng Jinhui specifically told him to be careful with his tone and not to sound too abrupt. Although the assistant didn't have much time to browse the star web, as a native of the interstellar era, he at least knew better than Duan Hengji what the netizens of the star web were like. While Professor Duan was having a meeting at the research institute, the assistant turned on his optical computer. He uploaded the video he had taken a few months ago for surveillance purposes, and then began to seriously write a document in front of the optical computer. However, even though the document was written very quickly, the assistant wasn't satisfied with the content he wrote. Because he was used to writing reports for the Marshal, his writing style was very serious. It didn't seem to match the style of the star web. In the starship's lounge, Duan Hengji's personal assistant showed a rare hesitant expression. After thinking carefully in front of the optical computer for a while, he finally reached out his hand to the virtual keyboard and added the following words at the end of each sentence with a serious face: "Oh and la." After writing this, the assistant suddenly felt a sense of shame. He didn't want to look at his document anymore. He quickly finished editing and attached the video. After that, he used the military's authority to set an automatic deletion time and decisively turned off the optical computer. This video refuting was very effective. If people were confused by the news about Duan Hengxing and the League of Lixing, now the netizens began to unify and condemn Duan Hengxing. After all, anyone with a discerning eye could see that in the video, Duan Hengxing's attitude towards his brother was very impatient. And the reason for all this was because Duan Hengji didn't fulfill his wish. Duan Hengji's prestige in the galaxy was very high, especially now that he had personally created a new generation of mecha. Therefore, when people saw how Duan Hengxing treated his brother on the star web, his reputation, which was already close to zero, dropped to infinity. At the same time, after returning home for a while, Duan Hengji gradually came to a realization: no matter who took the video, its release was definitely related to Nanjuxing. Duan Hengji's special mission in Amro this time was to discuss the mecha test flight with the Spirit Research Institute. Other than that, he also had to attend classes. Because he had been busy researching the new mecha, Duan Hengji had missed a few classes. Fortunately, he had finished writing the new foundational textbook a while ago, so he could continue with the original schedule for the time being. Also because of the new mecha, Amro's mecha department had been very excited recently. Duan Hengji walked to the classroom as scheduled, but before he could come out of the lounge, he heard the noise of the students not far away. Logically speaking, Amro's mecha professional edition students would meet Duan Hengji every few days. After a period of time, everyone already had experience beyond their age group. But today, when it was time for the official class, everyone still gathered together and chattered about the new mecha. As an old school in the galaxy, Amro had many teachers who were very concerned about the state of the students before class. However, Duan Hengji didn't pay much attention to this. When it was time, Duan Hengji walked to the center of the classroom as usual. The moment Professor Duan appeared in the classroom with a calm heart, a burst of applause suddenly erupted in the classroom. Incidentally, there were also some screams mixed in with the applause. There were thousands of people sitting in this circular classroom belonging to the mecha department. When all these students spoke at the same time, the sound was far louder than Duan Hengji imagined. Duan Hengji couldn't help but take a step back when he heard this kind of sound as soon as he entered the classroom. To be honest, with the huge circular classroom and the cheers and applause, Duan Hengji suddenly had the illusion that he was in the middle of a concert. Some time ago, when Amro and the League of Lixing went to war, Duan Henji gave a special speech in the classroom. Since then, the distance between him and the students had shortened. If this was in the past, the students would definitely suppress their excitement and pretend to be calm and finish the class. However, after that incident, Duan Henji was no longer just a simple idol and professor in their hearts. Instead, they vaguely felt like a big brother. Therefore, after seeing the basic information of the new mecha, the mecha department students no longer held back and began to jeer. Duan Henji's skin wasn't very thick. When the students began to jeer, his expression showed a moment of helplessness. However, Professor Duan immediately stretched out his hand and made a quiet gesture to everyone. The atmosphere in the classroom was really too lively. After Duan Henji's gesture, it took a long time before the classroom finally quieted down. After the excitement had passed, everyone looked nervously at the center of the classroom. After all that commotion just now, Professor Duan wouldn't be angry, right? Just as they quieted down, Duan Henji, who was standing in the middle of the classroom, couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. No matter how good Duan Henji's knowledge of mecha was, he was still a novice when it came to being a teacher. If the students hadn't stopped just now, he really wouldn't have known what to do. Duan Henji knew that, as a student of the mecha department, everyone sitting in this classroom was very eager to learn more about the newly registered mecha. He glanced at the sparkling eyes of the students sitting below. Their eagerness was almost written all over their faces. Duan Henji, who had originally wanted to continue with his original progress, hesitated when he saw the expressions on everyone's faces. Then, he walked over to his own optical supercomputer. After seeing Duan Henji's actions, everyone in the classroom held their breaths. Then, under the watchful eyes of thousands of people, Professor Duan opened the model on the registration website. In just a few seconds, a 1-to-1 silver mecha appeared in the middle of the classroom. After seeing it, an uncontrollable wave of excited exclamations instantly broke out around him. The ceiling of Amro's ring-shaped classroom was very high. After the 1-to-1 mecha model appeared, there was still a lot of space above it. At this time, Duan Henji couldn't help but look up at it. Speaking of which, this was the first time Professor Duan had seen a mecha of this size. After the exclamations, the students held their breaths and began to carefully observe the mecha in front of them. After seeing how serious everyone was, Duan Henji didn't want to disturb them for the time being. After thinking for a while, he said, "I believe that everyone has already seen the basic information of this mecha on the star web. If you have any questions about the mecha's basic information, you can ask me directly." As soon as Duan Henji's voice fell, the optical supercomputer's notification light instantly lit up. Seeing this, Duan Henji glanced sideways. Then, Professor Duan, who only wanted to choose a few simple answers, saw that, almost the entire classroom lit up with an inquiry light. In fact, when the students clicked on the question button, they had already noticed the actions of the surrounding students. After seeing Duan Henji's action of looking at the optical supercomputer and his slightly surprised expression, the classroom became lively again. Seeing this, Duan Henji didn't look carefully anymore. He directly chose a student who was closer to him and began to answer her question. This group of young people who were currently in university were at the peak of their imaginations, so the questions they asked were of all kinds. Among them, there were some that were extremely professional and required live simulation experiments on the optical screen. There were also some that were slightly gossipy. For example, the question that Duan Henji was asked the most today was, "What was the name of this mecha?" To be honest, Duan Henji hadn't thought about this question. However, after seeing everyone's expectant gazes, a familiar name suddenly appeared in Duan Hongya's mind. "It's called Nanju," Duan Henji said. In fact, the reason why Duan Henji thought of this name was because he often heard it. But what he didn't expect was that after he answered this question, everyone showed a meaningful expression. What's going on? Unknowingly, half of the class had already passed. Just when everyone was at their most relaxed, an accident suddenly happened. At this time, although Duan Henji was still standing in the middle of the classroom, because he started to answer the questions from the row of students on the right, he subconsciously moved his standing position a little bit to the right. At this time, Duan Henji's line of sight stopped at a higher position in the classroom, and the rows below his eyelids became his visual blind spot. Taking advantage of this opportunity, about 10 meters away from Duan Henji, a student in a black sweater suddenly jumped over the first row of experimental tables and ran towards Duan Henji's direction. After seeing his movements, the students sitting around couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Duan Henji also felt something was wrong and immediately looked over. That student came prepared. While he was running towards Duan Henji, a dark green light suddenly flashed from his hand. Then, the light suddenly grew longer. The student who was running towards Duan Henji did not raise his hand. Because of the angle, the dark green beam of light slashed straight towards the silver floor, burning a long mark on the ground. It was a laser weapon. Duan Henji immediately realized that a student brought a prohibited weapon to Amro. Years of practicing ancient martial arts instinctively told Duan Henji to immediately dodge to the side. At the same time, a few people with laser weapons suddenly appeared in the classroom. Seeing this, Duan Henji, who was dodging, couldn't help but curse in his mind. He never thought that a big undercover like himself would encounter a group of small undercover in Amro. Galactic Collapse mentioned that people from other countries created fake identities in the Interstellar and infiltrated the Empire's military. Although that plot wasn't important and didn't have much impact on the interstellar situation, it was normal for something similar to this to happen in Amro's mecha department. Now that the new mecha model had been registered, but it hadn't been put into production yet. In the entire Interstellar, only Duan Henji had access to its detailed data. It was conceivable that once the new mecha was put into production, the Yetian Empire would have an overwhelming advantage in the upcoming war. Choosing to kill him before the mecha production was a good idea. Although after the nominee star incident, the military had strengthened the security around Duan Henji, those soldiers wouldn't appear in the classroom during class. Now that he thought about it, this was the best time to surround him. Duan Henji pursed his lips. For the first time, he was annoyed by his carelessness. Now, Duan Henji knew very well that from the day he successfully designed the new mecha, his life no longer belonged to him alone, but to the entire empire. These students' skills were very average compared to Duan Henji's, but they had the advantage of numbers and didn't have to worry about anything. Duan Henji didn't know if they were in this class from the beginning or when they got in. But from their actions, it was clear that they didn't care about the students around them. Just as these people increased the attack range of their laser weapons and began to surround Duan Henji in a net-like structure, a number of students in the front row of the classroom were accidentally injured. The sudden situation in the classroom instantly spread to the outside. After discovering the abnormality, Duan Henji's assistant and a few military personnel guarding the door quickly looked at each other. Then, they forced open the classroom door from the outside and rushed in. At the same time, the students in the back row opened the emergency exit and ran out. The two groups of people were running in opposite directions, so the speed at which the military personnel entered the classroom was much slower. In the midst of this chaos, the assistant quickly turned on his optical computer and entered a voice command. Contact the Nanjushing House of the Marshal. Emergency. Activate emergency communication mode. Even though Duan Henji didn't have a weapon, it wasn't hard for him to take care of these students or find an opportunity to open the exit in the middle of the classroom and return to the lounge. But those students seemed to have grasped Duan Henji's personality. Just as they continued to fight with him and blocked the lounge's passageway, Duan Henji suddenly stopped. Another person used laser weapons to block the students in the front row who hadn't escaped yet. Duan Henji didn't think of himself as a holy father, but as a normal person with a conscience, he couldn't make the choice to sacrifice his students. Professor Duan. One of the students who blocked the students shouted Duan Henji's name. Then he gasped for breath and said to Duan Henji, Professor Duan, we don't want to make things difficult for you. After hearing his words, the people in the middle of the classroom stopped what they were doing. They formed a confrontation with Duan Henji. Duan Henji was wearing a long gray windbreaker to class today. At this time, because of the laser weapon, the windbreaker that reached his ankles was also cut into a few pieces of cloth. If this windbreaker was worn by someone else, it would definitely give the impression that they had just escaped from a disaster. But who told the person wearing it at this time to be Duan Henji? Not only did the clothes not make him look disheveled, it instead gave him a kind of messy beauty. There were more than 20 students who were held hostage by the laser weapons. At this time, a few of them couldn't help but cry. What's your purpose? Duan Henji asked coldly. Professor Duan, we know that if we accidentally hurt you, there will be a lot of trouble. So please don't worry, the person we are targeting today is not you. The person said. Damn. Duan Henji couldn't help but roll his eyes. They had already come this far, but they still acted like they respected him. What do you want? Duan Henji still went straight to the point. Seeing that Duan Henji didn't give them any face, the student didn't say anything else. He looked at the hostages and said to Duan Henji, destroy the mech's data. Then he added, I know you have a backup copy. Just delete it according to the steps I've told you. Hearing this, Duan Henji stretched out his hand to fix his collar. Then he suddenly sneered at the person in front of him. That's it? Shouldn't I thank you while I'm at it? Anlua students had never seen Duan Heng smile at night, let alone such a cold smile. In their eyes, Professor Duan at this time was like a demon that walked out of hell. His whole body was emitting a dangerous aura. While the confrontation in the classroom was going on, Nan Zhuxing and a group of people ran over. After seeing them, the people holding the laser weapons immediately became nervous. At the same time, Duan Henji slowly stretched out his hand, indicating that they should stay put and not move. I'm going to delete the data. Duan Henji said calmly. After hearing Duan Henji's words, the military personnel not far away immediately showed an extremely shocked expression. They had been with Duan Henji for a while, so they thought they had some understanding of Professor Duan. In these people's impression, Duan Henji usually only worked. How could he so easily delete the mecha data that he had painstakingly condensed just like that? Hearing this, the person who was talking to Duan Henji just now looked at one of his accomplices. Then that person held the laser weapon in front of his chest and slowly walked towards Duan Henji. Duan Henji, don't play tricks. After that, he took out a special metal handcuff. The handcuff was used to secure the elbow. Duan Henji was extremely skilled, this was known by everyone in the Interstellar. In order to prevent Duan Henji from playing tricks, they specifically found a pair of handcuffs like this. After putting on the handcuffs, Duan Henji could still move his hands, but it was pretty much limited to entering information on the photon computer. Unlike the student who was nervously restraining Duan Henji's arm, Duan Henji's expression was very calm, as if he was a bystander. Are you done? He glanced at his arm and asked coldly. It's done. Obviously, he was the one holding the weapon, but after being looked at by Duan Henji, the person was the first to feel guilty. He brought Duan Henji to the photon computer, and then the person who had been talking all this time began to instruct Duan Henji to delete the data. Disregarding his identity as a spy, the person in front of him was after all a top student from Amro's mech department. He had a deep understanding of how to cleanly delete data. Duan Henji realized that if he really followed the person's instructions step by step, his backup would indeed be completely deleted. As expected, they came prepared, Professor Duan. The assistant who had been standing in the distance finally couldn't help but call out to him, but Duan Henji ignored him. The photon computer started up, and the silvery white light emitted by the constantly refreshed data illuminated half of Duan Henji's body. At this time, whether it was the student holding the hostage or the military personnel, they were all extremely nervous. But strangely, Duan Henji, who was surrounded by laser weapons, still had a calm expression on his face, as if this had nothing to do with him. His bound hands moved closer to the virtual keyboard, and the moment Duan Henji's fingers were about to enter the first character, the person holding Duan Henji close to him suddenly saw the person in front of him fly in an instant. Duan Henji, who was in the air, kicked the photon computer away, and the photon computer that was kicked away coincidentally hit a laser weapon that was hovering next to the hostage. No one knew who let out a scream, but that scream instantly penetrated everyone's eardrums and reverberated in the classroom. Duan Henji was not affected by the scream, and he stepped on the shoulder of the person in front of him and continued to kick forward. Even though Duan Henji's hands were tightly bound, his body's balance was not affected at all. Duan Henji, who was flying in the air, actually used his leg to hook up a laser weapon. Before the person whose weapon was taken away could react, he nimbly turned his body in the air and used the weapon to burn a group of people to death. Duan Henji's movements were very nimble, and the way he flew in the air seemed to violate the laws of physics. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but recall the Tizishing incident, and then they came to the same conclusion: Perhaps Duan Henji was hiding some of his strength that day. In just a few seconds, a group of people fell in front of Duan Henji's eyes. The moment he landed steadily on the ground, the military personnel standing not far away finally snapped out of their daze and rushed over with their weapons drawn. At the same time, Duan Henji's assistant picked up his photon computer again and muttered to the photon computer, "Okay, the problem is solved." And it was solved by Professor Duan himself. The assistant silently added in his mind. After the assistant put down the photon computer, he stood in the distance and stared blankly at Duan Henji's figure. After a long time, he finally muttered to himself, "Amazing." Duan Henji's assistant didn't know how to fight in close combat, so in order not to cause trouble for Duan Henji, he didn't go to the front. Just as the military staff stepped forward together and controlled all the abnormal students, the assistant walked quickly to the huge silver classroom again. The nature of this incident was almost equivalent to the attack on Xianxia last time, and the identity and location of the attacker were also very special. Amro University is the top university in the Yetian Empire. This is not a place where anyone can easily mix in. Although compared to the research institute where Duan Henji often stayed, Amro University is more open and free. But it is also known that there are many advanced research institutes in the empire in this university. For example, Duan Henji just finished visiting your spiritual research institute is one of them. Therefore, compared to other universities in the interstellar, Amro's internal security system has reached the strictest level in the university. But even so, some people still mixed in, and they even brought dangerous weapons into the classroom. This silver, ring-shaped classroom of the mecha department was filled with the existence of interstellar high-tech technology. Because he has only been to Amro's mecha department and has not been to other schools, Duan Henji didn't know that in fact, there is only one classroom like this in the entire interstellar. According to common sense, there is a special detection system at the entrance of this classroom, which can detect whether the student is carrying dangerous items. But who would have thought that at this sensitive stage, so many people brought in laser weapons at the same time? And they also attacked Duan Henji in the classroom. Intuition told Duan Henji's assistant that this matter is probably related to the top management of Amro University. The last planet that was attacked was a Yuan Zhan star that was just recovered by the military. Therefore, when the news of that incident spread, people were more nervous than shocked, as they had expected. Perhaps compared to the Xianxia incident, this incident is more likely to cause panic. After all, in most people's minds, the Empire's #1 institution of higher learning should be a quiet and peaceful place. Duan Henji's assistant had no intention of hiding the incident. After all, there were over 1,000 witnesses to the incident. Nan Zhuxing was not good at shutting the mouths of the people, and he liked to do this kind of thing. Taking 10,000 steps back, it had been a while since the incident. Sitting at the back of the classroom, the first batch of students to evacuate had probably reached a safe location. Needless to say, they had probably spread the news. In short, the most important task now was to find out if there were any unknown people who had sneaked into the school, and to ensure the safety of the other laboratories, students, and teachers. The military had troops stationed on planet Duguang where Amro University was located. Just as Duan Henji's assistant walked out of the classroom, he took out his own light brain, and then quickly said to the opposite side, "Now planet Duguang is in a state of emergency, send 1/3 of the garrison to Enluo University." I am afraid that no one will believe it. The man who has been with Duan Henji and has been familiar to some people on the Star Network, he has the authority to mobilize the military stationed on planet Duguang. Anyone who has some understanding of the upper echelons of the Empire, or who is familiar with the working process of the military, they all know that to be able to mobilize the garrison of a planet, this person must have a military rank above the general rank. Such a senior officer of the military is just an assistant to Duan Henji. Although Amro University has a lot of suspension devices for students to and from school, there are too many people outside the Silver Ring classroom at the same time, and because of the urgency of the incident, there is no order in the crowd. The parking lot was suddenly crowded with them, so the speed of suspension devices was much slower. As students of mecha design, they never thought that war was something that was very far away from them. But in the quiet campus of Amro University, these students never thought that something related to war would suddenly descend upon them in a quiet moment. Moreover, the people who attacked Duan Henji were their classmates who sat in the same classroom as them. Today's incident in the Silver Ring classroom could be said to have instantly shattered the worldview of many students. As young people around the age of 20, after witnessing such a thing up close, they were unable to calm down. When people gathered together, it was very easy to cause panic to spread. Duan Hengji's assistant saw that the mecha students were crowded at the landing port of the suspension device as soon as he got close. Upon closer inspection, he could even see that quite a few of them were trembling all over, with tears on their faces. Apart from these people, the slightly calmer students were also gathered together, nervously discussing the incident in low voices. The landing port was still a few dozen meters away from the door of the classroom, but because of fear, no one dared to look back. So for now, these students still didn't know that the crisis in the classroom had actually been resolved. Even though some staff members from Amro University had already arrived to take care of the students, Duan Hengji's assistant could feel the heavy uneasiness and nervousness from everyone as soon as he got close to the crowd. Although he had been by Duan Hengji's side recently, in reality, many of the students had never seen this assistant before. So when the assistant left the classroom, he called over a teacher responsible for taking care of the students. Just as he was about to explain the situation to the teacher and ask her to calm the students down, the assistant suddenly heard a series of footsteps behind him. The only people left in the classroom were Duan Hengji, the military staff, the captured students, and the attackers, and at this moment, from the sound of the footsteps, it was clear that there was only one person behind him. Duan. Professor Duan? The teacher, who was facing the entrance of the classroom, slowly widened her eyes. Her gaze passed over Duan Hengji's assistant's shoulder, and then she called out blankly to the front. The teacher's voice wasn't loud. Even the assistant, who was less than a meter away from her, could only vaguely hear a little. But miraculously, Duan Hengji, who was at least 10 meters away from them, accurately heard the teacher's words. Then, he nodded at the two of them and quickly walked over. Seeing this, Duan Hengji's assistant couldn't help but turn around to look. The special handcuffs on Duan Hengji's hands had been removed. A few minutes ago, he had clearly just finished a soul-stirring fierce battle. But at this moment, Duan Hengji, who had just walked out of the classroom, gave off a feeling of calmness and composure. If one ignored the fact that Duan Hongya's clothes had been torn apart by the laser weapon, he really looked like an innocent passerby. Professor Duan? Even the assistant couldn't help but call out his name. At this moment, the surrounding students had already noticed the situation. Someone called out to Duan Hengji's assistant, and then everyone's attention was focused on the classroom. When they saw Duan Hengji walk out of the classroom unscathed, the students instantly had a question in their hearts: am I dreaming? After all, the situation in the classroom was very tense, and they all saw it with their own eyes. Even though everyone knew that Duan Hengji was very skilled, at this moment, after seeing his appearance, they understood that perhaps their understanding of very good was somewhat different from Duan Hengji's understanding of very good. In fact, the reason why Duan Hengji walked out so early was because he knew that the students would be uneasy because of this incident, so he rushed out to reassure them. When Duan Hengji noticed that the students on the parking lot had noticed him, he nodded at them and said, "Don't worry, everyone, just listen to the school's arrangements. Don't go out casually for the time being." Duan Hengji's expression and tone were very calm, as if what just happened was not a life and death situation. Even though they didn't know the specific situation in the classroom, when they saw Duan Hengji come out, the tension in their bodies finally dissipated a little. Seeing this, the teacher standing in front of Duan Hengji couldn't help but cast a grateful look at him. Duan Hengji stood behind the assistant. The situation was quite tense, so the teacher didn't take a closer look at Duan Hengji. Only now did she notice that there seemed to be a long dark mark on Duan Hengji's left arm. Today, Duan Hengji was wearing a long gray trench coat. This color was originally very resistant to dirt, so one had to take a closer look to see the abnormality on his arm. "Professor Duan, your arm." The teacher hesitated for a second, pursed her lips, and pointed at Duan Hengji's arm. After hearing the teacher's words, Duan Hengji's assistant immediately walked to his side. After getting closer, the assistant discovered that the dark mark on Duan Hengji's face was quite small. On the back of his left arm, there was an extremely long wound. At this time, the blood had already soaked his sleeve. As the personal assistant who knew Duan Hengji's physical condition, when he saw the wound on his arm, his mind immediately went blank. But the strange thing was that after hearing someone's reminder and noticing his assistant's gaze, Duan Henji realized that he was accidentally hit by a laser weapon. Duan Henji had been practicing cold weapons since he was a child. In the process of learning, not only had he suffered a lot of injuries, but he had also seen others get injured. So when he turned around and saw the wound on his arm, Duan Henji calmly reached out his other hand and directly pressed the bleeding area. Then, Duan Henji very calmly said to his assistant, "It's okay, it didn't hurt the main blood vessels on the arm. Just stop the bleeding." Duan Henji forgot that this was the interstellar era. Most people here would never get sick in their lifetime, and they would never bleed so much in their lifetime. Because he had been paying attention to Duan Hongya, not only did the assistant standing beside him hear his words, but the surrounding students also heard his words. In an instant, Duan Hongya was surrounded by strange gazes that said, "Are you kidding me?" Even though Duan Henji felt that his arm was fine, when the military arrived, Professor Duan was immediately brought to the military station and received treatment there. In Duan Henji's opinion, the interstellar treatment for external injuries was really amazing. Even though Duan Henji had heard of the nutrition cabin treatment before, when his arm was soaked in the dark blue cold liquid, he still felt like it was magical. Duan Hongya felt that he could even see the wound slowly healing, and at the same time that the blood stopped flowing, an itch came from the wound. Even though it was his left arm that was injured, Duan Henji's posture was a little awkward because he wanted to soak in the nutrition solution. Duan Henji was curious about the feeling of the wound healing quickly, but after a while, he started to feel a little bored. Duan Henji wanted to use this time to take out his optical supercomputer and take a look, but when he thought about the special situation, he was afraid that if he opened his optical supercomputer, the screen would be filled with images of himself. With this thought in mind, Duan Henji finally gave up on the idea of picking up his optical supercomputer. However, Duan Henji's guess was right. The incident of him being attacked in the classroom had already spread throughout the interstellar. At the same time, there were also thousands of different written records. As mecha students, they admired Duan Henji very much. After today's incident, the students who returned to the safe zone couldn't help but excitedly take out their optical supercomputers and start to record what happened. At the very beginning, the people who posted the records on the interstellar web were the first batch of students who ran out of the classroom. Their recording of the incident ended when Duan Henji was suddenly surrounded and then nimbly dodged the attack. After a while, the students who were stranded on the docking platform also returned to the safe zone. Their descriptions of the incident were much more detailed. Due to their nervousness, the students who ran out late didn't see how Duan Henji fought off the attackers. However, there were still a few who were braver enough to record the scene on the docking platform. In the video, Duan Henji was wearing a slightly tattered gray windbreaker. However, the windbreaker didn't make him look wretched. Instead, it gave Duan Henji a special, indescribable aura. If this had been back on Earth, this aura would have been called chivalrous. Now, not many people cared about Duan Henji's aura. The video recorded it more clearly than the naked eye. After noticing that one of Professor Duan's arms was abnormal, people zoomed in slightly to see that Duan Henji's left arm was currently dyed red with blood. Right now, the students who were left as hostages in the classroom were taken away by the military for psychological counseling and statements. Therefore, for the time being, no one went to the star web to report what happened in the classroom. Even though Duan Henji's expression was very calm in the video, after seeing that he was injured, the star web was still worried. At this moment, Duan Henji, who was calmly waiting for the wound on his arm to heal, suddenly saw his optical computer flash. Even though it took a lot of effort to move, Duan Henji still took the optical computer when he saw how frequent the notifications were. He turned on the optical computer and 10 or so messages popped up. Lan Jingqi, Professor Duan, I heard about what happened just now. How are you right now, Lan Jingqi? Did you use a nourishment pod? You'll recover a lot faster if you use it. Lan Jingqi, the situation seems to be very serious. Amro has already sealed off the school. Lan Jingqi, Professor, I saw on the news that you haven't left planet Duguang yet. May I ask if you're currently stationed at the military base? Can I come and see you, Lan Jingqi, Professor? I'm currently outside the military base. After seeing the long string of messages from Lan Jingqi, Duan Henji was shocked. The military base was as heavily guarded as the house of the Marshal on Nanjushing. Right now, the situation on planet Duguang was at its most tense. A student suddenly appearing in front of the military base was very suspicious. Most importantly, according to Lan Jingqi's message, Nalo University had already been sealed off. So how did he manage to get out of there? In any case, when he thought about how Lan Jingqi was already outside the military base, Duan Henji quickly pulled out the contact information of the person in charge of the military base. Then, he asked the other party to let Lan Jingqi in. Because he was sitting on the sofa waiting for the wound on his arm to heal, Duan Henji wore a loose white sweater with the sleeves rolled up to his shoulders. In order to avoid catching a cold, Duan Henji also wore a black windbreaker on his back. When Lan Jingqi walked into the lounge, he saw Duan Henji in a lazy state. Although Duan Henji lost a lot of blood, his complexion didn't change much. After seeing Duan Henji's appearance, Lan Jingqi couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He called out to Duan Henji in a low voice. Then, he quickly walked over to him. Although Duan Henji was the youngest in the family, he wasn't spoiled by the elders. On the contrary, since he was young, he acted like he wasn't interested in ancient martial arts. Therefore, he was often neglected by his family. Duan Henji was often injured when he was young, but it was rare for someone to look at him with such a caring gaze. After seeing Lan Jingqi's caring gaze, Duan Henji couldn't help but feel touched. However, Duan Henji suddenly thought of Lan Jingqi's crazy actions when he ran out of Amro University and appeared at the entrance of the military encampment. He couldn't help but frown. Then, he disapproved of Lan Jingqi's actions and said, "The situation on Duguang planet is very tense. The danger inside Amro University hasn't been completely eliminated. You rashly running over like this will cause unnecessary trouble." Probably because he saw Lan Jingqi as his junior, Duan Henji couldn't help but speak to Lan Jingqi with a hint of sincerity. However, Duan Henji saw that after he finished speaking, not only did Lan Jingqi not lower his head to reflect, he even smiled slightly. Seeing this, Duan Henji didn't understand what Lan Jingqi was thinking and said even more seriously, "If I didn't see the message you sent just now, the military would definitely have taken you away after discovering the suspicious hover device. I'll see how you explain it then." "But you've seen it for yourself," Lan Jingqi suddenly added. Duan Henji always thought that the Lan Jingqi he knew was a mature and reliable child. But today, after witnessing the other party's series of crazy actions, Duan Hongya once again realized that Lan Jingqi was, in essence, still the willful villain who walked on the edge of good and evil in toppling stars. He thought that he definitely couldn't let Lan Jingqi continue like this. However, just as Duan Henji opened his mouth and didn't have time to say anything, he saw the door to the lounge slowly open again. A man wearing a black double-breasted military uniform walked in, his face expressionless and his aura powerful. At this moment, the lounge was very quiet. Duan Henji could only hear the sound of the man's military boots hitting the metal floor of the lounge. The man stopped 3 meters away from Lan Jingqi, glanced sideways at him, and then said in a calm voice, "Leave now and return to Amro to receive your punishment for sneaking out during the school lockdown period. Or should I ask someone to bring you directly to the military's interrogation room?" Meng Jinhuai's body was covered in a black aura. Even though Duan Henji was used to interacting with him, he couldn't help but shiver when he saw the marshal like this. As for Lan Jingqi, he realized that Meng Jinhuai's eyes didn't treat him as a living person, but as an object. Lan Jingqi didn't like Meng Jinhuai, but Lan Jingqi was also a smart person. After hearing Meng Jinhuai's words, Lan Jingqi silently clenched his fists. He was silent for a moment, then turned to Duan Henji and said, "Professor Duan, I'll be leaving first, I'll come see you another day." Then, without looking back, he quickly walked out as if the marshal was invisible. After Lan Jingqi left the lounge, only Duan Henji and Meng Jinhuai were left in the room. The height difference between the two wasn't that big, but perhaps because one was standing and the other was sitting, Duan Henji was completely suppressed by Meng Jinhuai's aura. After Lan Jingqi left for a long time, Meng Jinhuai didn't say anything. The air in the lounge seemed to have frozen, making Duan Henji feel suffocated. Duan Henji raised his head to look at Meng Jinhuai. Just as he was about to open his mouth to break the silence, he suddenly saw Meng Jinhuai quickly walking towards him. Duan Henji was currently sitting on the sofa. There was a small nutrition pod in front of him on his left. Meng Jinhuai bypassed the nutrition pod and walked to Duan Henji's side. then slowly knelt on one knee on Duan Henji's right side. Although Duan Henji knew that Meng Jinhui just wanted to be at the same height as him, he was still shocked by Meng Jinhui's actions. Seeing this, Duan Henji subconsciously looked at his arm that was soaked in the nutrition pod. Seeing that the wound was about to heal, he wanted to call Meng Jinhui to get up and end his recovery. But before Duan Henji could say anything, Meng Jinhui approached him again and hugged him in his arms. Because one of his arms was soaked in the cold nutrition pod, Duan Henji's body temperature was lower than usual. After being hugged by Meng Jinhui, Duan Henji instinctively shuddered. Meng Jinhui buried his face in Duan Henji's shoulder, and after a while, he slowly said, "Sorry, I'm late." Duan Henji was surprised when he heard Meng Jinhui's words. He reached out his right hand and gently patted Meng Jinhui's shoulder, then said, "It's okay, I can handle it." Duan Henji felt Meng Jinhui's chin on his shoulder and gently shook his head. The Marshal continued to whisper, "You chose to put your life in danger to preserve the data and save the students. As the Marshal of the Empire, I should support this most rational and comprehensive choice. But..." Meng Jinhui paused, then continued, "The moment I heard the news, I told myself that I didn't want you to do this." After hearing this sentence, Duan Henji was stunned. He couldn't help but ask himself in his mind, what does Meng Jinhui mean? However, before Duan Henji could think of a reason, the Marshal gently patted Duan Henji's back with his palm. He then let go of him and said, "It's time to soak in the nutrient solution." Meng Jinhui's words interrupted Duan Henji's train of thought, and he followed the Marshal's gaze. Sure enough, the wound on his arm that was still hideous a few hours ago had now disappeared without a trace after soaking in the nutrient solution. Other than the new patch of skin on his left arm that was still a little red, there were no other traces of the wound that had once existed. Although he already knew that the interstellar era's nutrition cabins were amazing. After seeing his arm, Duan Henji couldn't help but be amazed. Duan Henji had never used a nutrition cabin before. Even though the wound had healed, he didn't know what to do next. Meng Jinhui saw Duan Henji's confusion. He got up and walked to the back of the nutrition cabin. He then clicked on the small light screen behind it. Just as Meng Jinhui's finger lifted, from the light screen, Duan Henji saw the dark blue liquid that had been wrapped around his arm begin to evaporate rapidly. Duan Henji didn't know what the principle of evaporation was, but as the liquid gradually disappeared, his arm slowly began to warm up. The moment the nutrient solution completely disappeared, the transparent nutrition cabin also slowly cracked from the middle. Even though Duan Henji saw the process of it closing with his own eyes, he was still a little surprised to see the smooth cabin wall crack again. Meng Jinhui has been watching Duan Henji from the side. He has long felt that his spouse has always maintained a sense of curiosity about the things around him. At the same time, whenever this feeling appeared, Duan Hengya's body would also emit a childlike innocence that was the complete opposite of his usual mature and steady state. After feeling that the wound on his arm had completely healed, Duan Henji couldn't help but sit there and stretch his arm. Because he hasn't moved for a long time and has been in the same position for a long time, Duan Henji's muscles were slightly sore when he did these movements. Duan Henji was about to get up, but at this moment, Meng Jinhui suddenly walked to his side, then slowly half-kneeled on the ground like before. Duan Henji saw Meng Jinhui carefully roll down his sleeves. Then, Meng Jinhui stood up again and stretched out his hand to Duan Henji. Although he was frightened by Meng Jinhui's series of movements just now, Duan Henji finally recovered a little. He hesitated for a moment, then stretched out his right hand, and was gently pulled up by Meng Jinhui. Duan Henji was wearing a black windbreaker, and when he got up, the windbreaker slipped off his shoulders. After Meng Jinhui noticed this, he immediately stretched out his hand, then took the windbreaker that almost fell off, and put it back on Duan Henji. At this time, Meng Jinhui withdrew his aura, and under the light of the lounge, his eyebrows were unexpectedly gentle. Meng Jinhui's movements were extremely gentle. During these few minutes, Duan Henji couldn't help but hold his breath, afraid to disturb this moment of peace. When Meng Jinhui finished putting on Duan Henji's clothes, he smiled at him, then childishly reached out his hand to ruffle Duan Henji's hair and said, "Okay, I'll be sure to keep your arms warm during this time." Duan Henji's ears instantly turned red. Since the establishment of Amro University, the school had never been closed for such a long time. 2 days after the incident, the school's daily operations were suspended, and people from the military entered Amro and began to use professional equipment to search every corner of the campus for weapons. Amro's campus was huge, and even though the military had ample manpower, it still took 2 full days to complete this task. During this time, the students whose movements were restricted collectively turned on their photon computers out of boredom, and then began to discuss this matter with the netizens on the galactic web. Starting from the morning of the day after the incident, some of the students from the mecha department who had been used as hostages returned to their dormitories. Still feeling unsettled, they also began to describe Duan Henji's elegant demeanor on the galactic web, just like the previous batch of students. As witnesses to the second half of the incident, they had the deepest impression of Duan Henji's performance after his arms were bound. Each and every one of the students of Amro was worthy of being called top students. Although the mecha department's specialization was a little more logical, everyone's writing was still very impressive. Thus, while the netizens on the galactic web had yet to recover from the shock of the previous day's incident, several logically clear and smoothly written posts appeared on the galactic web. Even though the people who wrote the posts were different, one thing was in common: Duan Henji's image in the posts was incomparably stunning. Even though the netizens had watched the live broadcast of the nominee, the description of flying in the posts still made their hearts itch uncontrollably. Unfortunately, this incident didn't happen in the live broadcast. The day after the incident, Duan Henji was escorted back to the research institute by military personnel, temporarily suspending his teaching duties at Amro University. The virtual model of the mecha had already been tested by the photon computer, and after a period of preparation and review, the mecha manufacturing site at the Research Institute was finally open for business after so many years. Under normal circumstances, mass production of a mecha would only take a little over half a day to complete the precise assembly work. However, a newly designed mecha like Nanju needed to be assembled at a specialized manufacturing site, and this process usually took 2 weeks. After Duan Henji returned to the Research Institute, he would take a hovercraft to the manufacturing site after completing his daily research. Now that 5 days had passed, the internal assembly of the mecha was still some time away, but from the outside, it looked no different from the virtual model on the photon computer. Looking at the silver mecha in front of him that hadn't been painted yet, Duan Henji's heart was full of satisfaction. Even though the mecha's assembly work was completely done by the mecha operators, even if he was the designer, he wouldn't be able to do anything. However, no matter how busy he was every day, Duan Henji still took time out to watch the assembly. Of course, Duan Henji wasn't the only one who was curious about the new mecha. There were less than 10 people in the Research Institute who had the authority to watch the production site. Over the past 5 days, these people, like Duan Henji, would come to watch the production site from time to time. In addition, General Yu Xinlan, who was currently in charge of monitoring the Research Institute's security on the planet, also liked to do this. Today, Duan Henji's work was relatively easy. He was already at the manufacturing site at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Unlike what he imagined a factory to be, this place that nurtured all the new mechas of the Yetian Empire looked very much like an egg on the ground. In order to enter the manufacturing site, he had to go through more than 10 identity verification procedures. Identity verification complete. Nanjuxing, Duan Henji, president of the Yeti Empire Mecha Research Institute. After completing the last verification procedure, Duan Henji finally walked into the manufacturing site. This was a 10-meter-long silver corridor. After Duan Henji walked in, the door behind him slowly closed. After another 10 seconds of waiting, the door in front of him opened at the same speed. At this time, Duan Henji saw that there was someone standing inside the manufacturing site. The person was wearing the white uniform of the Research Institute, his dark brown hair was tied up behind his head. His hands were gently placed in his pockets, and he was currently looking up at the mecha in front of him. His posture was very elegant. Duan Hongye recognized the man's identity from his hairstyle and height, but before he could call out his name, the man in white standing in front of him slowly turned around after hearing the delay of a few seconds from the opening of the manufacturing point's door. He nodded at Duan Henji and said, "Professor Duan, good afternoon." "Good afternoon, Professor Su." After that, Duan Henji walked to his side. This was the best angle to observe the mecha assembly. During this period of time, in the eyes of the Research Institute colleagues, the relationship between Duanhenji and Suminga had unknowingly changed from a mutual dislike to a friendly working partner. Duanhenji was not as cold as he appeared to be on the surface, and Suminga was also a person who liked to gossip a lot. Therefore, because most people didn't have access to the manufacturing site, most people still didn't know that Duanhenji and Suminga's relationship had gradually become closer as they watched the mecha assembly equipment and chatted with each other. When he saw Duanhenji coming over, Suminga took his hands out of his pockets. He then crossed his arms and looked up at the mecha. He said to Duanhenji, "When I was an undergraduate, I studied mecha design, but after my master's, I began to focus on mecha weapon system research. I didn't think much of it before, but now that I've seen a complete mecha being slowly assembled, this process is indeed very fulfilling. After watching it, I'm a little envious of you." Although Suminga said this, in fact, his tone didn't contain much disappointment or envy. Everyone in the Research Institute had 10,000% passion and love for their profession, let alone a Vice-Dean like Suminga. Duanhenji knew that the reason why Suminga said this to him was because he was attracted by the process of the mecha being assembled day by day from nothing. Duanhenji also looked up at the mecha, and then said casually to Suminga, "If you don't compare it to mass production, this assembly process isn't actually that slow. I estimate that it'll be done in the next week." "Is that so?" Suminga couldn't help but raise his voice. "Remember to call me when the time comes. Let's go watch the new mecha test flight together." The mecha test flight would be carried out on a special planet. Duanhenji nodded and said, "Okay. I'll let you know when the time is set." Suminga was originally focused on the mecha, but when he heard Duanhenji say, "when the time is set," he suddenly turned around and asked Duanhenji, "Will you be going back to Amro University in the near future?" There were 3 rows of control desks in this huge manufacturing room, and behind each control desk was a silver leather chair. Seeing this, Duanhenji slowly walked to the control desk, pulled out a chair, and sat down. He thought for a moment, then shook his head at Suminga and said, "Not for now. Amro University's investigation hasn't ended yet." Suminga also sat down with Duanhenji. Hearing this, he nodded and said, "I remember that this semester is about to end. Stopping classes at this time won't have much of an impact." Unlike Duanhenji, who had been secretly groomed by the royal family, Suminga was a formal graduate of Amro University's mecha department. Although he had graduated many years ago, Suminga still magically remembered the school holidays. But after saying this, Suminga suddenly shook his head at Duanhenji, and then said to him with a look of admiration, "You're really amazing. You've actually taught so many classes for the mecha department already. People like me who can't stand children can't be teachers." Just based on appearance alone, Suminga was actually no different from Duanhenji's group of students at Amro University. So when these words came out of his mouth, there was a sense of dissonance that arose spontaneously. Duanhenji thought about it carefully. He didn't know if it was because he was usually more serious, but the Amro Mecha department students were actually very obedient in class. The reason Suminga had this impression was probably because he had taken himself into the identity of a student back then. Of course, Duanhenji only thought about this for a moment, he didn't say it to Suminga. As a somewhat talkative person, even though Duanhenji wasn't the least bit cooperative as a chatterbox, Suminga was always able to find a new topic to talk about after the silence had broken. He was a person who spoke whatever came to mind. Just now, after talking to Duanhenji about those kids at Amro University, Suminga suddenly remembered something that had been buried in his heart for a long time. Duanhenji saw that Suminga's expression, which had been leisurely looking up at the mecha just a moment ago, had suddenly changed. Immediately after, the other turned to look at him with some hesitation, and then asked, "There's something. I don't know if it's appropriate, but I'm still quite curious." Duanhenji remembered that when he had just transmigrated into Toppling Stars and met Suminga for the first time, the other seemed to have gathered a group of people to badmouth him. And after discovering that he had heard those words, Suminga's expression had also been quite disdainful. He couldn't figure out why Suminga, who hadn't even been embarrassed at that time, would have such a hesitant expression on his face now. After seeing Suminga's expression, Duanhenji knew that what Suminga wanted to say was definitely not something good, but in the end, curiosity still defeated Duan Henji. But before Duan Henji nodded in agreement, Suminga suddenly sighed, and then said to himself, "Forget it, I can't bear it. What I want to ask is, that time when I met you at the house of the Marshal's banquet. That time when you met me at the house of the Marshal's banquet?" Duan Henji didn't react for a while, and after seeing that he was ready to recall carefully, Suminga then added, "That is, are you planning to have a child recently?" Duan Henji finally remembered that what Suminga said was probably the most embarrassing moment of his life. At the thought of this, Duan Henji's face instantly turned red, and then his ears began to buzz. At the banquet at the military headquarters, he met Dong Fengyu and learned that she had two fathers. Then, driven by curiosity, he took out the optical computer to search for relevant information. And Suminga happened to see this scene. After hearing Suminga's question, Duan Henji felt that it was necessary for him to explain this problem. He cleared his throat, but before he spoke, he heard the sound of the door opening from the corridor of the manufacturing point. Because of the nervousness of Suminga's question just now, Duan Henji, who was focused on his memories, didn't notice that another person walked into the room. At the same time when the prompt sounded, Duan Henji couldn't help but turn around and look at the door. Then he saw Yu Xinlan, who was wearing a military uniform and smiling at him awkwardly. "Ha ha ha. I didn't hear anything. After seeing Duan Henji looking at her, Yu Xinlan raised her hand with an awkward smile, then touched the back of her head stiffly. Today, Yu Xinlan was wearing a capable dark blue military uniform, and her clothes and the general's badge on her shoulder were in sharp contrast to her awkward expression at this time. Well, even though Yu Xinlan said so, with Duan Henji's understanding of her, it was estimated that in these few seconds, Yu Xinlan had already planned the process of snitching in her mind. That's right, now Duan Henji knew General Yu very well. Whether Yu Xinlan snitched or not, and who did she snitch to, Duan Henji didn't know for the time being. Just as he expected, the assembly of the mecha Nanju went very smoothly, and the speed was faster than expected. After another week, the assembly of Nanju finally reached the final step. Today was a big day for both Duan Henji and the Yeti Empire Mecha Research Institute. In order to witness the birth of the mecha with his own eyes, Duan Henji cancelled all research tasks for the day. Even though it was a private event, as the Marshal of the military, Meng Jinhui, rushed over to witness this moment with him. The mecha manufacturing area of the Research Institute was very large, and Meng Jinhui's mecha was also manufactured here in the past. Therefore, even though there was already a mecha and dozens of people in the manufacturing area at this time, the indoor space was still very spacious. As the director and the designer of the mecha, Duan Henji used the super-optical supercomputer in the Research Institute to confirm the safety of the follow-up data before coming to the site. Therefore, when Duan Henji finally arrived at the manufacturing area, the other participants of the event were already there, including Meng Jinhui. A notification sounded in the corridor of the manufacturing area. At this time, the assembly of the mecha was about to be completed, and the manufacturing area was very quiet. After hearing the prompt from the corridor, everyone turned around at the same time to look in the direction where Duan Hanya had come from. Although today's event was not open to the public, today's event was still considered a ceremony, and all the participants were dressed in formal wear. However, because the final confirmation had just finished, Duan Henji was worried that he would miss the important moment if he came late. At this time, he did not change his clothes. He was still wearing the white robe of the Research Institute. The silver light in the corridor shone from behind Duan Henji. In the eyes of the people in the manufacturing area, Duan Henji's white robe was simply stunning. It was obviously an ordinary lab coat, but with Duan Henji's expression and the light, it gave off a sense of holiness. The assembly of the mecha was nearing the end, and the assembly could be completed at any time in the next few minutes. However, when Duan Henji entered the door, everyone's eyes could not help but stick to him. It was as if they had forgotten about the mecha in front of them. Duan Henji was frightened by the stares of these people. Seeing this, Duan Henji quickly glanced at the crowd, then quickly walked to Meng Jinhui's side. Speaking of which, Meng Jinhui had been in Nanjushing recently, and the two of them had not seen each other for a long time. Although Duan Henji usually did not feel anything, at this time, after being stared at by so many strange eyes, he finally felt relieved when he walked to Meng Jinhui's side. Duan Hengji was less than a meter away from Meng Jinhui. Meng Jinhui suddenly stretched out his hand and called out in front of everyone, "A heng." By now, Duan Hengji was used to Meng Jinhui calling him that. When he saw Meng Jinhui's outstretched hand, he habitually placed his hand on Meng Jinhui's palm. Then, the two of them stood side by side, then raised their heads and looked at the mecha. After hearing Meng Jinhui call out a heng, the people who were amazed by Professor Duan finally realized that they were the third wheel. In an instant, everyone in the hall who participated in the event woke up and looked at the mecha together. Speaking of which, the external assembly of the mecha Nanju had been completed a long time ago. Now, the final installation of the light screen should be done inside the mecha. Although the people outside could not see the progress inside the mecha, this did not mean that they did not know when the assembly of the mecha would be completed. When the light screen showed that the assembly of the mecha had stopped at 99%, everyone's eyes gathered on the assembly robots hanging next to the mecha. Once the assembly of the mecha was completed, the robots would start up again. Then, they would engrave the code and name of the mecha on the outside of the mecha. Time passed little by little. Everyone held their breaths. Although Duan Hengji was confident that there would be no problems, he still felt that his hand, which was already not warm to begin with, had become cold again. Suddenly, Meng Jinhui, who had been holding Duan Hengji's hand all this time, slowly pulled his hand over. Before Duan Hengji could react to what Meng Jinhui wanted to do, he felt his right hand being wrapped by Meng Jinhui's hand and put into the pocket of his military uniform. Then, his cold right hand instantly warmed up. At this moment, someone exclaimed in a low voice. Then, Duan Hengji looked up and saw the black robot hanging on the side of the mecha move. Everyone stared at it nervously. The robot first flashed a blue light, then slowly moved closer to the mecha and slowly engraved the words Nanju on the side of the mecha. Out of selfishness, Duan Hengji did not use the characters in the font library. Instead, he used his own handwriting. Due to the distance, no one could see the words Southern Zhu clearly for the time being. However, the moment the robot finished carving the words and left, a burst of applause broke out in the room. Duan Hengji let out a long sigh of relief. Before he could react, Meng Jinhui gave him a hug. "Congratulations," Meng Jinhui said in Duan Hengji's ear. Perhaps this was supposed to be an exciting and warm moment, but there was someone who ruined the atmosphere once again. After Meng Jinhui said congratulations to Duan Hengji, Yu Xinlan, who was standing not far away from Duan Hengji, couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Then, she sighed and said, "This scene is really like a child being born." Duan Hengji thought that he might have misunderstood General Yu. Maybe Yu Xinlan didn't snitch but simply shared this gossip with the public. "It's over. This time, I won't be able to explain myself." Just as Yu Xinlan finished speaking, the people around her fell into a strange silence. Only Suminga couldn't help but burst out laughing. Then, he reached out and patted Yu Xinlan's shoulder. "General Yu really knows how to talk," Suminga praised sincerely. The Yetian Empire had its own mecha test planet. Although this planet was owned by the royal family, all of the personnel were transferred from the military. The design of a new mecha was not a simple matter. In the past few years, the entire empire had registered less than 10 mechas. When there were no test missions, all of the test pilots were serving in the military, and this exclusive test planet was also unmanned. The choice of a planet to be used as a test planet was actually very particular. For example, the Yetian Empire's test planet was very famous in the galaxy. The reason why this planet was famous was not only because of the existence of the Yeti Empire Mecha Research Institute and the Imperial military, but also because of the harsh natural conditions on the planet. As a test planet, it was necessary to simulate the harsh conditions of the galaxy as much as possible. As a result, the planet's environment couldn't be any worse. Extremely high and low temperatures coexisted on the planet, and various named and unnamed cosmic rays recklessly intruded into the planet. In addition, there were also various kinds of space junk visiting from time to time. Due to the unique conditions, when the Yetian Empire did not have any test missions, this planet would often be rented by countries with good relations to conduct test flights. As the president of the Imperial Mecha Research Institute, Duan Hengji had long heard of the famous test planet, but he never had the opportunity to come here. A few days after the completion of the assembly of the new mecha, the photon computer calculated the best time for the test. Accompanying this, as the mecha's creator, Duan Henji also arrived on the test planet ahead of time. Also on the same starship as him were Meng Jinhui and 2 generals from the military. This was an extremely barren planet. Duan Henji saw it through the starship's window. Although it was not as terrifying as Duan Henji imagined, it was not a scene of hell on Earth. But whether it was the sky covered by a light storm or the pitch-black Earth, it was not beautiful at all. Because the weather conditions on the test flight planet had always been bad, even the military's giant starship had to hover in the air for a long time before finally finding the right time to land through a gap in the storm. This starship used the highest grade of soundproof material, and Duan Xianxia didn't understand the interstellar meteorological terminology. However, from the announcement of the starship's broadcast alone, he could tell that the storm on this test flight planet was strong enough to roll up and crush the mountains in an instant. Attention, the starship is descending. Please pay attention to your safety. An electronically synthesized female voice sounded from the starship. After a few seconds, the seatbelt on Duan Henji's seat automatically popped out and firmly secured him in place. At the same time, all the miscellaneous items on the table were also stored in the special device. Duan Henji could not help but feel nervous. Although he did not understand planetary weather, his experience as a mecha designer told him that this giant starship's defense was comparable to the best mecha. Although this storm was dangerous, it would not pose too much of a threat to it. Duan Henji slowly exhaled and gradually relaxed. As the starship gradually descended, his hand moved to the armrest of the sofa and gripped it tightly. Seeing this, Meng Jinhui, who had been silent all this time, glanced at Duan Henji and said softly, "It's okay." There was a time when the weather on this test flight planet changed abruptly. In the end, the starship passed through the storm without a scratch. Even though Meng Jinhui said it very casually, after hearing his words, Duan Henji could not help but break out in a cold sweat. At this moment, the view outside the observation window suddenly plunged into darkness. Not a single ray of light could penetrate. Duan Henji knew that the starship had now officially entered the gap between the storm. The darkness lasted for a total of 5 to 6 minutes. During this time, the originally stable starship began to sway slightly. No one in the cabin spoke. Duan Henji's eyes were fixed on the altitude record on the holographic screen in front of him. Even though nothing could be seen from the dark window, the numbers on the holographic screen told Duan Henji that the starship was currently descending at an extremely fast speed. Finally, when the starship descended to about 5,000 meters above the surface, light shone through the observation window. At the same time, Duan Henji's seat belt unbuckled and the miscellaneous items on the table appeared again. "We're about to land." Duan Henji looked out the window and muttered to himself. The storm just now was about 30,000 meters in diameter. Meng Jinhui suddenly turned around and said to Duan Henji. He knew that Duan Henji sometimes lacked the common sense of interstellar life, but he was very happy to learn about it. Sure enough, the moment Meng Jinhui finished speaking, Duan Henji suddenly opened his eyes wide and repeated the number again. 30,000 meters? Duan Henji couldn't help but look up at the storm that was already far away. It turned out that he had just passed through a storm with a diameter larger than the Earth. Even though he had lived in the interstellar era for a while now, after hearing this number, Duan Henji still felt that it was a bit unreal. The grayish-black storm was getting further and further away. After the notification from the starship sounded, Duan Xianxia looked down at the window again. It turned out that unknowingly, the starship had already landed steadily on the ground of the test flight planet. This planet was different from any other planet that Duan Henji had been to before. Because the surface environment of the planet was too bad, people absolutely couldn't be directly exposed to the surface of the planet. Therefore, after the starship stopped, Duan Henji saw that a corridor suddenly extended from the outside of the black metal building in front of him, then connected to the starship. Seeing that Duan Henji was still sitting there, Meng Jinhui stood up and said to him, "Okay, you can go out now." The distance between the two was a bit close. After seeing Meng Jinhui's close-up face, Duan Henji awkwardly looked away and stood up from his seat. Before Duan Henji, many people had already arrived at the test flight planet. Among them were the weather team responsible for escorting this mission, as well as the monitoring team from the research institute. This team would be led by Duan Henji personally, and Su Mingge would be the assistant. In addition to these traditional teams participating in the test flight work, Duan Hengji also called over another person in advance who hadn't been at the test flight site before. Speaking of which, the two of them met a few days ago at Amr University. That person was the director of the Psychic Force Research Institute, Wen Xuanin. After seeing the starship land, these staff members who had been waiting on the test flight planet walked out of the corridor and waited. As soon as Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhui entered the building, they walked up to them and shook hands. Everyone present was considered a big shot in the galaxy. After a simple greeting, Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhui sat in the monitoring hall together, waiting for the test flight to begin. By now, more than half of the people participating in this activity had arrived. After another 10 minutes, the last few people walked through the corridor and into the monitoring hall. The leader was a middle-aged man in a mecha pilot's suit. Although his appearance wasn't outstanding, he had a very powerful and calm temperament. After he walked over, he saluted Meng Jinhui and said to the two of them, "Marshal, Professor Duan. I'm the person in charge of this test flight. I'm from the military's test flight team." It turned out that this was the test pilot for this mission. After confirming the range of the test pilot's psychic force with Wen Xuanin, Duan Hengji pulled up the information of the military's test pilots and found him. Test pilots were very precious. For the sake of confidentiality, Duan Hengji didn't see his picture at the time. After meeting him, Duan Hengji realized that this man really fit the image of a test pilot in his mind. Seeing that Duan Hengji was looking at him, the test pilot nodded again and said, "Thank you, Professor Duan, for your trust." Although his spouse Meng Jinhui was a soldier, Meng Jinhui's way of speaking was more ordinary. Now that he heard a real soldier of the empire speak to him in a serious tone, Duan Hengji couldn't help but become serious. He shook hands with the test pilot and said, "Thank you." After Duan Hengya's voice fell, the test pilot once again gave him a solemn military salute. After greeting him, Duan Hengji noticed that there was an old man standing behind the test pilot. His hair and beard were all white. Although he still looked hale and hearty, his slightly slow movements told the outside world the fact that he was old. When the old man saw Duan Hengji looking at him, he smiled at him and walked over. "Hello, Professor Duan, I'm a reporter covering this test flight event." He shook hands with Duan Hengji while speaking. After that, the old man walked over and shook hands with Meng Jinhui and said, "Long time no see, General." This old man knows Meng Jinhui. Duan Hengji couldn't help but look at them curiously. He already knew that even though this event wouldn't be broadcast live, there would still be reporters from the Star Network who would come over to film it. They would edit it into about 10 minutes of content and put it on the news program. The old man in front of him was obviously past the age of retirement. How did he become a reporter in charge of this event? Unlike Duan Hengji's confused face, Meng Jinhui obviously knew the old man. After the two greeted each other, the old man said to Meng Jinhui, "So many years have passed in the blink of an eye. The first time I came to a test flight planet was actually a few decades ago." After that, his eyes showed a hint of nostalgia. After the two chatted for a while, Meng Jinhui turned around and introduced the old man to Duan Hengji. Mr. Yan was a well-known interstellar war reporter when he was young. He was a good friend of my parents. Although he has been retired for decades, when he learned about the test flight mission, he still volunteered to come to the test flight planet to report. After hearing this, Duan Hengji finally understood the old man's identity. At this time, the old man looked at Duan Hengji and said, "Maybe Professor Duan doesn't remember me anymore, but I still remember when you were young. I went to the research institute to interview your parents." After hearing Mr. Yan's words, Duan Hengji couldn't help but be surprised. After carefully thinking about it, this seemed to be the first time he heard his parents mentioned after transmigrating into this novel. In Duan Hengji's memory, although they were well-known interstellar scientists, their daily lives were very low-key. They didn't even leave the planet where the research institute was located often. "You look very much like your mother," the old man said after looking at him for a while. Although Duan Hengji had never met the original owner's parents, after hearing someone mention them, he also had some desire to ask questions. However, Duan Hengji's rationality told him that now wasn't a good time. The data on the light screen in front of him showed that the planet was about to reach the best state for the test flight. He needed to sit in the monitoring seat and work. The layout of the monitoring hall was very similar to the satellite monitoring center on Earth. In front of each staff member was a different light screen. At the front of the hall was a huge screen with a length and width of more than 30 meters. Behind the light screen was a window. At the beginning of the test flight, the light screen would be in a dormant state. At this time, the people in the room could directly observe the scene through the window. After the mech flew away, the light screen would come out of hibernation and start broadcasting the scene around the mech. Under the watchful eyes of the people in the hall, the test pilot walked into the preparation room. A few minutes later, a silver-white mech flew out of the preparation room skylight and instantly appeared in front of the window. From the corner of his eye, Xianxia saw that from the moment the mecha appeared in front of the window, when Xuanyin, who was sitting beside him, had been staring intently at the screen in front of him. Then, he quickly recorded the changes in his spiritual power. As if he felt Xianxia's gaze, he turned around and whispered, "Everything is normal." The spiritual power is very compatible with the mech. Although the simulation experiment was very thorough, the person sitting in the mech was still a living person. No matter how strong Xianxia's mental fortitude was, he still couldn't help but feel nervous about the experiment. However, after hearing Wen Xuanyin's words, Xianxia finally breathed a sigh of relief. The silver-white mech stopped in front of the window for a few seconds. Then, in a short 3 seconds, it flew into the sky at the fastest speed possible. Looking at it with the naked eye, the huge mech disappeared in front of everyone's eyes in an instant. After the mech took off, Xianxia quickly shifted his gaze from the window to the small light screen in front of him. The light screen recorded the natural environment around the mech, as well as the mech's own condition. From the green indicator light on the screen, it could be seen that the mech was in good condition. As a mech that condensed countless high-precision interstellar technology, Nanju's data was being monitored by hundreds of people. No matter how powerful Xianxia was, he couldn't see everything clearly. In fact, today's monitoring task was mainly carried out by the Research Institute's team. Xianxia and Suminga were responsible for the implementation of several emergency plans. After confirming that the mech's data was normal, Xianxia raised his head and looked at the giant light screen not far away. Nanju had already flown to the edge of the interstellar storm. After a few seconds of waiting, the silver-white mech rushed into the storm without hesitation. Flying in an interstellar storm was a necessary quality for a mech. However, after seeing the rapidly spinning interstellar storm on the satellite image, Xianxia couldn't help but feel nervous. At this time, there were two different situations in the monitoring hall. The research team represented by Xianxia was extremely nervous. Suminga, who was always fearless, couldn't help but bite his lips. Needless to say, the Research Institute staff couldn't wait to get into the light screen. In sharp contrast, the military staff represented by Meng Jinhui were all calm and composed. Looking at the extremely dangerous scene on the light screen, this group of people didn't even frown. Because of the tension, Xianxia looked at Meng Jinhui with a much more straightforward gaze. When he saw Xianxia looking at him with a probing gaze, Meng Jinhui suddenly opened his mouth and said to him, "When a soldier walks on the battlefield, the first thing he has to learn is trust." While speaking, Meng Jinhui was still looking at the light screen in front of him. His expression was still relaxed, but there was an undeniable firmness in his words. The word trust made Xianxia's heart tighten. Then Meng Jinhui continued, "Not only do you have to have trust in your superiors, but you also have to have trust in your mech. If a soldier doesn't have trust in his mech, then it's best if he doesn't go to the battlefield." Meng Jinhui's tone was very calm, but the meaning behind his words made Xianxia feel inexplicably guilty. This was because Xianxia remembered that on the day he transmigrated to this world, the original Meng Jinhui had just done something to Meng Jinhui's mech. Just like what Meng Jinhui said, to be able to pilot this mech, he must have trusted the mech and its designer. However, the original Meng Jinhui had used this trust to set a trap for Meng Jinhui. Xianxia didn't even dare to think about how Meng Jinhui viewed this matter, and how he viewed himself as the mastermind behind it. Even though Xianxia wasn't the one who tampered with the mech's data, Xianxia couldn't help but feel guilty and fearful every time he thought about it. Meng Jinhui could sense that Xianxia's mood had dropped significantly. However, before he could say anything, the large light screen in front of him disappeared again, and Nanju reappeared outside the window. Today's test flight was relatively basic, but it was also the most dangerous and tested of the mech's performance. After a few minutes of flight, when the mech reappeared in front of the window, all the staff in the hall stood up from their chairs and applauded. There were still many experiments to be done, and the test flight would last for more than 2 months. However, today's mission was completed with 0 errors, which meant that the mech's most important functions were operating normally. For the rest of the test flight, the Research Institute's specialized team would be stationed here permanently. Seeing that the experiment was over, Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhui stood up. A few seconds later, the test pilot walked back into the hall. As the Marshal, Meng Jinhui walked up to him and began to communicate with him. At the same time, Duan Hengji and the other Research Institute staff began to organize the data. Today's test flight mission was completed smoothly, and all the data was almost exactly the same as what the photon computer simulated, but this kind of post-production analysis was still necessary. After the experiment was over, the entire hall suddenly became busy. On the surface, Duan Xianxia seemed to have forgotten what he was thinking, but in reality, after staring blankly at the data on the screen for the umpteenth time, Suminga, who was sitting on the side, finally couldn't help but ask nervously, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the data?" Duan Hengyi's usual appearance was simply too calm, so much so that his current contemplative and conflicted appearance scared the surrounding staff members. Duan Hengji looked up and noticed that almost all of his colleagues from the Research Institute were looking at him nervously. If it weren't for Suminga's question, someone would have already started to recheck the data. After realizing that his state of mind was affecting others, Duan Hengji quickly shook his head and said, "Sorry, I was distracted. I haven't rested well for the past few days, so, I'm a little sleepy." As he explained, he subconsciously reached out his hand and massaged his temples. After seeing Duan Hengji's state, the surrounding staff finally relaxed. Suminga smiled and patted Duan Hengji's shoulder and said, "Okay, now that 90% of the data has been checked, do you want to take a break?" Just like Suminga said, the experiment data was about to be checked, and the remaining data were very simple auxiliary system data. Duan Hengji looked at the light screen again and stood up. He took a deep breath and said, "Okay, thank you for your hard work." Among the people present today, other than the test pilots, the Research Institute staff had the most important task. So by the time Duan Hengji finished checking 90% of the data, there weren't many people left in the hall. Duan Hengji saw that Meng Jinhui was standing in front of the window, looking at the gray storm in the distance. He couldn't help but walk over slowly. After Duan Hengji came over, Meng Jinhui turned to look at him and asked unexpectedly, "Aheng, did you have something to say just now?" Duan Hengji hadn't completely let go of the matter just now. After hearing Meng Jinhui's words, he was silent for a moment. In the end, he turned to look at the other party and said slowly, "The next step of my work plan is to complete the upgrade of the top-level mecha." Duan Hengji had never hidden his desires and goals. After hearing his words, Meng Jinhui wasn't surprised. Then, Duan Hengji continued to ask Duan Hengji, "Are you still willing to trust me?" After saying this, Duan Hengji couldn't help but feel nervous. He was anticipating an answer, but he was also afraid to hear it. Before Meng Jinhui could respond, Duan Hengji added, "Tell the truth." Duan Hengji didn't know that his serious expression and the words "tell the truth" gave Meng Jinhui the illusion that he was facing a stubborn child. So, even though they were talking about a serious topic, Duan Hengji saw the Marshal couldn't help but smile at him. Then, the Marshal nodded lightly and said, "Of course, I will always trust you." Duan Hengji thought that he was being very serious when he spoke to Meng Jinhui. However, after seeing Meng Jinhui's reaction, he felt like Meng Jinhui was teasing a child. However, even though he thought so in his heart, Duan Hengyi, who had always thought that he was in the wrong, still swallowed back the words he wanted to say. "Forget it, I'll talk about it another day." After seeing Duan Hengji's reaction, Meng Jinhui smiled and shook his head. "Okay, let's go back to the starship and rest for a while. We'll return when the weather conditions are good." Even though the starship could withstand the largest storm on the test flight planet, according to the rules of interstellar travel, they still had to continue waiting on this planet. After that, Meng Jinhui turned around and walked away. Duan Hengji looked at his back and suddenly had a strange thought in his mind. Does Meng Jinhui really not want to divorce me? However, the moment this thought popped up in Duan Henji's mind, a word flashed across his mind. That word was fake. Duan Henji, who was walking back to the starship, never thought that one day, he would actually use the word fake to describe himself. Professor Duan couldn't help but have some goosebumps on his arms. He threw away the strange thought and quickly walked behind Meng Jinhui. The Yitian Empire people had always had 100% trust in Duan Henji. However, when the news of the Nanju Mecha's first successful test flight came out, the entire empire was in an uproar for a while. This news finally diluted the panic caused by the Amro attack. For a time, the entire empire was discussing this new mecha. While the investigation of the Amro incident was still ongoing, the students could finally leave planet Duguang. In the interstellar era, each planet's speed and orbital period were different. Therefore, there were now as many habitable planets as there were different years. In fact, when Duan Henji had first transmigrated into this book, he had discovered that in this world, the commemorative festivals were all calculated according to the natural year of the capital star of the country. On the other hand, almost all of the festivals based on the astronomical calendar had disappeared. Even though Duan Henji was not a person who liked festivities, nor was he keen on holidays and anniversaries. However, Duan Henji was a little disappointed when he found out that there was no such thing as Chinese New Year in this world. But even so, there was still a very important festival in the galaxy that didn't differentiate between nationalities and countries, and that was the Galactic Day. This festival was mainly to celebrate the long-gone era of interstellar discovery. During the festival, the entire galaxy would enter a state of public holiday. In the 7 days after Interstellar Day, not only were schools and companies on vacation, but even the Research Institute was also on vacation. Even though everyone usually lived on the same planet as the Research Institute, just like how Duan Henji's ID was Nanjuxing, the staff of the Research Institute also came from different planets in the Empire. Once the holiday began, other than the staff on duty, everyone else would leave the Research Institute and return to their original home. Due to the fact that he didn't have a deep understanding of the local customs after transmigrating, the entire Research Institute began to get busy. Only then did Duan Hanya finally react. He had ushered in the grandest festival in the universe. Due to the special nature of the festival, the military didn't have holidays like other organizations. However, as Interstellar Day approached, the festive atmosphere gradually became stronger. For example, the beige house of the Marshal's residential area became extremely gaudy overnight. Because the Interstellar Day commemorated the era of interstellar discovery, star elements also filled the entire festival. After waking up, Duan Henji wanted to continue working in the study room. However, as soon as he opened the door, he found that the ceiling of the corridor was covered with fine silver diamonds. It was only now that Duan Henji found out that the ceiling of the House of the Marshal's corridor could be adjusted. Duan Henji slowly closed the bedroom door, then turned around and looked at the ceiling. At this time, the ceiling was blue with a little purple, just like the sky at the intersection of day and night. And under the bluish-purple ceiling, there were countless tiny diamonds that were trembling slightly. Duan Henji found that these suspended silver diamonds would move with the flow of air, just like duckweed on water. Duan Henji couldn't help but slow down the rhythm of his breathing, afraid to disturb the stars in the corridor. However, perhaps because he stood here for a long time, the fine diamonds in the corridor slowly floated down and lay on top of Duan Henji's soft hair and thick eyelashes. When Meng Jinhui arrived, this was the scene he saw. Duan Henji was wearing a gray sweater and was looking up at the Interstellar Day decorations in the corridor. Fine silver diamonds floated down from the top of his head and fell on Duan Henji's face. As the famous flower of high mountains in the galaxy, Duan Henji usually had a slightly cold temperament. But now, he was like ice that had turned into fine snow, unbelievably gentle. Meng Jinhui didn't want to disturb Duan Henji, but Duan Henji's perception of the surroundings was too obvious. Almost as soon as Meng Jinhui appeared at the end of the corridor, he turned around. "Good morning," Duan Henji said. This morning, it was rare for Meng Jinhui to not wear a military uniform. Under a background that was like stars and snow, he and the coffee-colored knitted shirt on his body made Duan Hanya feel warm. After hearing Duan Henji's words, Meng Jinhui also said, "Good morning." Then he walked to Duan Henji's side. After seeing Meng Jinhui's appearance, Duan Hengji originally wanted to ask him why he didn't go to the military headquarters today. Could it be that he was also on vacation? But before he could ask, Duan Hengji suddenly remembered that his schedule for today was Interstellar Day-related activities. It seemed like this activity was related to Meng Jinhui. Sure enough, after Meng Jinhui walked over, he said to Duan Hengji, "There's an Interstellar Day activity in a bit, it might take up your entire morning. You're not busy today, right?" There were only a few small experiments left to do in the past few days. Generally speaking, the entire research institute was in a relatively relaxed state, and Duan Hengji was the same. After hearing Meng Jinhui's words, Duan Hengji shook his head and said, "I'm not busy." Then he asked, "Where are we going to participate in the activity now?" Meng Jinhui shook his head and said, "Just here, just take a photo." After hearing Meng Jinhui's words, Duan Hengji finally remembered. Every interstellar day, the upper echelons of the empire would take a photo similar to the New Year's pictorial on Earth and add their own blessings. During Interstellar Day last year, the original owner took a photo with Meng Jinhui. So this was the Interstellar Day activity that Meng Jinhui talked about. The residential area of the house of the Marshal was very large, and the two walked to the first floor while talking. No one lived here, and Duan Hengji didn't even come here a few times. When he reached this floor, he discovered that even this place, which was usually not visited by people, had been redecorated for this Galactic Day event. Duan Hengji remembered that last year, the original owner and Meng Jinhui took a photo at the entrance of the banquet hall of the House of the Marshal. And this year, it seemed like they were going to take a photo inside the residential area. Sure enough, after Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhui went downstairs, a few staff members walked up to them. Because he often attended banquets and other public events after transmigrating to Toppling Stars, Duan Hengji was very familiar with the staff members in charge of styling. After they arrived, they greeted the two of them first, and then Duan Hengya was brought to a changing room on this floor. After entering the room, Duan Hengji saw a lone beige shirt hanging in the middle of the dressing room. Nan Zhuxing's staff had always been very professional, but when Duan Hengji saw the shirt, he couldn't help but turn around and confirm with them. "This shirt?" Seeing that Duan Hengji asked, a very familiar staff member nodded and said, "Yes, Professor Duan, you just need to change into this shirt today." Although there were a lot of designer pants in the wardrobe, Duan Hengji couldn't accept them, so he still wore a pair of ordinary black trousers when he went out this morning. But the trousers weren't the main point was the shirt. It was too different from last year's outfit. During last year's shoot, the original host wore a very formal suit. Nan Zhuxing's temperature wasn't high, but he was sweating a little during the shoot. But this year, the formal suit was gone, and a beige shirt was hanging here alone. Especially when Duan Hengji walked closer, he saw that this shirt was made of silk. Although Duan Hengji had doubts about the outfit, he never cared much about what to wear. Therefore, when he once again looked at the staff member with a puzzled expression and received an affirmative nod from the other party, Duan Hengya still walked into the inner room of the lounge and changed his clothes. After putting it on, Duan Hengji found that the shirt's cut was very retro. In his opinion, it looked like a retro outfit from a certain era in Western countries. But compared to the portraits left behind at that time, it was a little simpler. After Duan Hengji changed, the robot came out with a box. After the lid was opened, Duan Hengji found that there was a silver brooch with some long tassels lying quietly in the box. Compared to the previous gems, this brooch was really simple and elegant. Because the outfit for today's shoot was too simple, after the staff member tidied up Duan Hengji's hair, he walked out of the room. As soon as Duan Hengji went out, he saw that Meng Jinhui was already standing in the corridor. Just like he didn't wear formal clothes, today Meng Jinhui didn't wear a black military uniform like last year. As the marshal of the military, whenever he appeared in public, Meng Jinhui always neatly combed his hair behind his head and exposed his forehead. But today was different. His hairstyle was very natural and part of his forehead was covered by his bangs. Coupled with the light gray cotton shirt on his body, Duan Hengji couldn't associate Meng Jinhui with the previous marshal of the military. After seeing Meng Jinhui, Duan Hengji couldn't help but be stunned. It wasn't until Meng Jinhui walked towards him that he finally realized that it was time to go to work. Now, Duan Hengji had gradually adapted to his identity as a public figure. In the past year, he had participated in a lot of events and became a frequent guest of the media. But unlike the live news coverage, today was Duan Hengji's first time taking photos. The photos that would be released on Interstellar Day were still photos, so the overall shooting process wasn't much different from the Earth era. Now, the entire floor was covered in silver. In just a few minutes, Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhuai's hair and eyelashes were covered with fine diamonds just like before. Although the overall shooting process was similar to Earth, because the shooting equipment was more advanced and there was no need for lighting, the entire shoot only took 10 minutes. Unlike the awkward scene Duan Hengji imagined, the entire process was very natural. But even so, after hearing the staff say that the shoot was over, Duan Hengji couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then, Duan Xianxia, who found that there were fine diamonds on his shoulder during the shoot, finally couldn't help but be curious. He reached out and rubbed the fine diamonds accumulated in the wrinkles of his shirt shoulder, then rubbed them with his fingers. What is this? After Duan Hengji felt the cold touch between his fingers, he searched for the answer in the original host's memory. But unfortunately, ever since the accident when he was a child, the original host had never celebrated Interstellar Day. So, Duan Hengji obviously couldn't find the answer that Duan Hengji wanted from his memory. Meng Jinhuai seemed to know what Duan Hengji was thinking. He reached out his hand and slowly pinched a bit of the diamond in the air. Then, he walked up to Duan Hengji and said, "This is a kind of metal. After it reacts with certain substances in the air, it will automatically float to the top." When the staff members heard Meng Jinhuai's words, they couldn't help but be surprised. They looked over. After all, this kind of metal diamond decoration was very common in the Interstellar. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that they had gotten the answer from their parents when they were in elementary school. They didn't expect that the seemingly omniscient Professor Duan didn't know about this kind of metal. Duan Hengji also saw the staff members' surprised expressions. He immediately realized that he seemed to have accidentally exposed his lack of common sense, so that's how it is. He gently loosened his fingers. Then, he saw that the silver-white thin diamonds had indeed floated back to the roof. Even though Duan Xianxia told himself in his heart that he couldn't do anything that would make him look ignorant. But when the diamond floated up, his eyes couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. Meng Jinhuai, who was standing on the side, remembered something. When Duan Hengji's parents passed away because of an accident, he was only a child. Now that so many years had passed, Duan Hengji had probably forgotten the lively atmosphere of Interstellar Day. Meng Jinhuai, who originally wanted to ask Duan Hengji if he was going to work, suddenly changed his mind. He walked up to Duan Hengji and asked, "Can you lend me some time in the afternoon?" After hearing Meng Jinhuai's question, Duan Hengji didn't immediately understand what he meant by lending him some time. However, Duan Hengji's work these past few days had been relatively easy, so when he heard Meng Jinhuai's question, even though he didn't know what the Marshal wanted to do, he still nodded and said, "In the afternoon? Okay." It was probably because the Marshal's serious image was too deeply ingrained in people's hearts, so in Duan Xianxia's expectation, Meng Jinhuai might want to use the afternoon to communicate with him about the design of the new top-level mecha. Or maybe there were some problems with the investigation of the Amro incident, so Meng Jinhuai wanted to consult him about the situation at the time. After the two of them boarded the hovercraft, Meng Jinhuai handed a black coat and a cap of the same color to Duan Hengji. After seeing these things, Duan Hengji finally felt that something wasn't right. He put on the coat and asked, "Where are we going now?" After hearing Duan Hengji's words, Meng Jinhuai glanced at the outline of the city that was gradually appearing outside the hovercraft window. Then, he calmly said to Duan Hengji, "We're going to celebrate the festival." Celebrate the festival. These three words were really simple, but when they came out of Meng Jinhuai's mouth, Duan Hengji felt that it was extremely surreal. As a famous workaholic in the galaxy, Meng Jinhuai actually told him that he wanted to borrow his afternoon to celebrate the festival, even though Duan Hengji really wanted to ask Meng Jinhuai if he was joking, or ask himself if he was dreaming right now. Duan Hengji stopped himself. But reason still made Duan Xianxia take back those questions. He glanced at Meng Jinhuai and asked, "Then, just the two of us?" "That's right." Meng Jinhuai had a natural expression on his face. "Wait." After seeing Meng Jinhuai's reaction, Duan Henji realized that he asked the wrong question. He didn't want to know if Meng Jinhui was going to celebrate the festival with just the two of them. He wanted to know if there would be any security personnel accompanying them. What about security? He added in the end. In fact, if it was in the past, Duan Henji would never care about security. But in the short span of a few months, he experienced 2 consecutive attacks, so security was now something that Duan Henji was very concerned about. Even though Duan Henji knew that no one would know about this in advance, the person beside him was Meng Jinhui. The Marshal's identity was special, so he had to pay more attention to his safety than himself. After hearing Duan Henji's words, Meng Jinhui casually smiled at him and said, "Don't worry, we're in Nanjushing right now." After saying that, the hovercraft slowly approached a huge silver building that was more than 300 stories high, and then went through the door of the indoor parking space in the middle of the building. "This is the largest city on the Southern Star," Meng Jinhui said to Duan Hongya the moment he stepped through the door. "This is the largest city on the Southern Star, and it's also a planet directly under the military's jurisdiction." As soon as he said that, the hovercraft came to a steady stop. Then the hatch opened, and Meng Jinhui also put on his cap and walked down. Looking at Duan Henji, who was still holding his cap in his hand, Meng Jinhui half-jokingly said to him, "You're not wearing your cap. Nanjushing's security is fine, but if you go out without a cap, it's still a bit dangerous." After hearing Meng Jinhui's words, Duan Henji finally put on his cap and walked down from the silver hovercraft. In front of the hovercraft was a device similar to an elevator, which could be used to walk to the inside of the building. After accepting that he was going to appear in public with Meng Jinhui, Duan Henji finally asked a question he should have asked earlier. He followed Meng Jinhui into the elevator and asked, "What are we going to do later?" Probably because he couldn't be more exposed, Duan Henji didn't want to hide the fact that he lacked common sense in front of Meng Jinhui. As a newcomer to the interstellar era, he really didn't know how this era celebrated Interstellar Day. As expected, Meng Jinhui wasn't surprised at all after hearing Duan Henji's question. Many planets will hold carnivals during this holiday, but because Nanjushing's nature is a bit special, there won't be any carnivals here. However, compared to normal days, once Interstellar Day arrives, the shopping mall will be a lot more lively than usual. Meng Jinhui explained. As he said that, the wooden door in front of him opened, and an extremely loud noise instantly traveled into Duan Henji's ears. After taking a look, he realized that he was already standing in the shopping mall. In his previous life, Duan Henji was an otaku, but because he liked to watch movies, he often went to shopping malls. Perhaps it was related to the setting of the novel, but even though this huge building looked extremely high-tech from the outside, it didn't look much different from the shopping malls on Earth. Duan Henji couldn't help but lower the brim of his cap. Even though the environment was very noisy, his mood was inexplicably happy along with the crowd. At this time, Meng Jinhui directly grabbed Duan Henji's hand and said, "Come, let's go watch a movie." In fact, Duan Henji was already used to holding hands with Meng Jinhui from time to time, but when he remembered that they were in a shopping mall, he reflexively became nervous. However, after seeing from the corner of his eye that the people around him were not paying attention to him at all, Duan Hongya realized that he was now in the interstellar era. Holding hands in the mall would not be scrutinized by others like on Earth. "Okay." Duan Henji gently shook Meng Jinhui's hand in the slightly crowded shopping mall. His tone was slightly raised, and there was a faint smile that couldn't be ignored. Probably because Xianxia, the female lead of Star Flipping, is an actress, the introduction of the entertainment industry in this book is very detailed. Therefore, even though he had never been here before, just based on his memory of the plot in the book, Duan Hongya knew that all the movies now were in holographic form, and the place to watch the movie had changed from a public screening room to a holographic ball. In this way, privacy is at least guaranteed. After thinking of this, Duan Henji couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Even though the mall is now crowded with people, at least 50 floors of this 300-story building are used for the cinema. Therefore, even though Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui came here without an appointment, the two of them used the optical computer here to buy tickets to enter the cinema very smoothly. The gray door rose upward, Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui walked in. Then Duan Henji saw 2 gray holographic spheres placed in the center of the room. There are many holographic spheres in the study room of the Nanzhuxing house of the Marshal, but Duan Henji has never tried it. Seeing Duan Henji standing there and carefully studying the introduction text on the holographic sphere, Meng Jinhui walked over and said to Duan Henji. First, put your right index finger here. He pointed to the fingerprint verification area on the holographic sphere. After hearing Meng Jinhui's words, Duan Henji finally moved his eyes away from the function introduction, then looked at the verification area pointed by the other party. The holographic sphere is very new to Duan Henji. He slowly put his finger on it, then curiously waited for the gray object in front of him to react. At this moment, the gray holographic sphere suddenly lit up, then the lid on the holographic sphere slowly rose. Even though Duan Henji knew what was in front of him, after all, this is the first time he came into contact with it. After the holographic sphere opened, he stood next to it for a while, then finally slowly bent down and sat inside. Meng Jinhui didn't seem to be in a hurry. After Duan Hanya sat in the holographic sphere, he squatted down again and introduced the function keys inside to the other party, although there was a detailed description next to each function key in the holographic sphere. Even though Duan Henji didn't want to and couldn't pretend that he didn't have common sense in front of Meng Jinhui. But seeing the Marshal patiently explaining the usage of the holographic sphere to him, Duan Henji couldn't help but feel embarrassed. When Meng Jinhui introduced the holographic sphere, Duan Henji didn't say anything. When the other party finished talking and was about to get up, Duan Henji finally couldn't help but say thank you to Meng Jinhui. After hearing Duan Henji's words, Meng Jinhui couldn't help but raise his head, then he suddenly reached out and rubbed Duan Henji's hair that was messed up by the hat just now. Don't say thank you to me. After saying this, Meng Jinhui smiled at him, then sat in the holographic sphere next to him. The gray lid in front of him slowly lowered. Because he hasn't tried holographic viewing before, Duan Henji couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Involuntarily, Duan Henji also reached out his hand to touch the top of his head, until his vision fell into darkness, then he slowly withdrew his hand. Okay. Duan Henji was sure that, as a gay man, when Meng Jinhui rubbed his hair a few minutes ago, he did have some special feelings. But before Duan Henji could think about this carefully, in the blink of an eye, he found himself standing in a forest. Although he knew the magic of the holographic sphere, when he saw the scene change in an instant, Duan Henji couldn't help but secretly admire it in his heart. He couldn't help but turn around and look around. At this moment, Meng Jinhui also appeared beside Duan Henji. It was specifically introduced in stargazing that there were many viewing modes for movies in the interstellar era to choose from. For example, if he and Meng Jinhui chose the two-person mode today, they would appear in the same world after the movie started. Although the scene in front of him was very realistic, it was probably because he thought it was fake. Facing the empty forest, Duan Henji always felt a little awkward. But after Meng Jinhui appeared, everything was different. If Duan Henji was still a little nervous a moment ago, now he was completely relieved. The holographic movie was an immersive viewing mode. During the movie, the audience could freely move within a certain range of this world, but their actions would not interfere with the development of the plot. The movie is about to start, now we're waiting for the interface. As soon as Meng Jinhui's voice fell, the environment where the two were in changed from a forest to a snowy mountain. For the sake of the viewer, the natural simulation in the holographic sphere was not 100% realistic. But after this scene appeared, Duan Henji still felt a chill coming from all directions. This was the cold wind on the snowy mountain. Duan Henji couldn't help but lean toward Meng Jinhui, and Meng Jinhui naturally reached out and grabbed Duan Henji. They just chose a martial arts movie similar to the ancient Chinese setting. Before Duan Henji finished observing the surrounding environment, a child holding a long sword ran past him. Now that they were not in the real world, Duan Henji's perception of the outside world disappeared. So even though he already knew about the holographic movie mode, the sudden appearance of the child still shocked Duan Henji. Duan Henji couldn't help but take a step back. After realizing what had happened, Professor Duan coughed awkwardly. He turned sideways and asked Meng Jinhui, "Marshal, where are we going now?" After hearing Duan Henji's words, Meng Jinhui did not immediately reply. Instead, he frowned. When Duan Henji saw Meng Jinhui's expression, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Did I do something wrong? Don't call me that, Meng Jinhui said, just call me Jinhui. If you're not used to it, just call me Meng Jinhui. So Meng Jinhui frowned just now because of the way I addressed him. Duan Henji couldn't help but be stunned. In fact, he had long felt that as a spouse, he had always called Duan Hanya Lord Marshal like everyone else, which gave him an inexplicable and strange feeling. Meng Jinhui had actually brought up the issue of how to address him a few times before, but Duan Hanya had never corrected him. Now that he saw Meng Jinhui's solemn expression, Duan Henji finally suppressed the surging emotions in his heart. He nodded, then gently called out Meng Jinhui's name. After he finished speaking, Meng Jinhui's eyebrows finally relaxed. He suddenly smiled at Duan Henji and said, "Actually, I still like it when you call me Jinhui." Okay. Duan Henji felt that Duan Henji was really weird today. In fact, when he thought about it carefully, Duan Henji had addressed others according to the last two words of their name. But for some reason, when he changed it to Meng Jinhui, he felt an inexplicable sense of ambiguity. Duan Henji still didn't force out the last two words. He glanced in the direction where the child disappeared, then asked Meng Jinhui, "Where should we go now?" Sensing that Duan Henji was changing the topic, Meng Jinhui smiled and didn't mention the name again. He took Duan Henji's hand and walked forward, then said, "Since the surrounding scenery hasn't changed, the story should have happened nearby." At this time, Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui were standing on top of a snowy mountain. Not far away, there was a stone pavilion. If one looked carefully, one could see that there were people in the pavilion. The snow on the snowy mountain was very deep. Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui walked forward together in the snow. He didn't know if it was because he was stepping on the snow below, but Duan Hanya kept feeling that he was walking unsteadily, and even his speed had slowed down. Not only Duan Henji, but Meng Jinhui who was walking beside him also noticed this. Seeing this, Meng Jinhui stopped, then looked at Duan Henji with a concerned expression and asked, "What's wrong? Do you feel uncomfortable?" After entering the simulated world of the floating sphere, Duan Henji no longer had any ancient martial arts on his body, and his perception of the surrounding environment also slowed down. In order to not fall down because of walking too fast, Duan Henji kept his head down. Now that he heard Meng Jinhui's words, Duan Henji slowly raised his head and straightened his body. At this moment, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness hit him. Duan Henji pressed his hand on his forehead, then said to Meng Jinhui, "I feel a little dizzy." After hearing Duan Henji's words, Meng Jinhui breathed a sigh of relief. In the galaxy, many people will feel dizzy when they use the holographic sphere for the first few times. This is a normal reaction. After seeing Duan Henji's current state, Meng Jinhui briefly explained the principle of dizziness to him, then repeated the shutdown procedure and asked Duan Henji to exit the movie mode. After listening to Meng Jinhui's explanation, Duan Henji understood that his current reaction is very similar to 3D dizziness on Earth. Speaking of which, it was quite helpless. In fact, as an otaku, Duan Hanya had also tried to play a few more popular 3D online games. Unfortunately, these attempts all failed because of his 3D dizziness. Although he was very enthusiastic about the upcoming plot, Duan Hanya, who was already seeing double, still nodded. He began to exit the movie mode according to Meng Jinhui's words. When he thought about how Meng Jinhui finally had the interest to rest and relax, Duan Henji couldn't help but feel a little guilty. When he exited the program, Duan Henji suddenly raised his head and said to Meng Jinhui, "I'm sorry." When he suddenly heard the words "I'm sorry," Meng Jinhui didn't understand what he meant. But after seeing Duan Henji's expression, he finally understood why he was apologizing. Meng Jinhui couldn't help but shake his head and corrected him again. "Don't say thank you, and don't say sorry." When Meng Jinhui's voice was recorded, Duan Henji exited the system. After the darkness in front of him disappeared, Duan Henji saw the cover of his holographic ball slowly open. He finally returned to the familiar world. Even though he was now out of the holographic ball, the dizziness still didn't disappear. At the same time, Meng Jinhui, who hadn't exited the holographic ball yet, suddenly felt that his hand that was holding Duan Henji was suddenly empty. Meng Jinhui reflexively lowered his head to look, but when he raised his head again, his surroundings were already empty, and he could no longer see Duan Hanya's figure. Meng Jinhui didn't like this feeling. Duan Henji sat in the holographic ball for a while, then slowly stood up with the help of the metal bulkhead. Shortly after he came out, another holographic ball next to him also opened. Meng Jinhui quickly walked out of it, then walked to Duan Henji and asked, "Are you feeling okay now?" "Yeah." Although he was still a little dizzy, at least now he was in a much better state than before. Duan Henji nodded to Meng Jinhui, then slowly let go of the holographic ball. Hearing Duan Henji's words, Meng Jinhui couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, the door of the screening room opened again. Meng Jinhui glanced at the time and said, "Okay, it just so happens that it's earlier than I expected, let's go and have lunch in advance." After that, Meng Jinhui once again held Duan Henji's hand and walked out. There were exits at both ends of the cinema. This time, Meng Jinhui chose the opposite direction. After going out, Duan Henji found that the originally enclosed indoor shopping mall suddenly became an open-air street. This is simulated by the holographic screen. Meng Jinhui seemed to have guessed what Duan Henji was thinking and explained to him. There were a lot of people on the street at this time, but unlike Duan Henji who deliberately lowered his hat to cover his face. Although Meng Jinhui also put on a disguise, he didn't pay attention to himself like Duan Henji. Even when Meng Jinhui was talking, he slightly raised his head and looked at the ceiling for a while, exposing his entire face. When Duan Henji saw Meng Jinhui's appearance, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He lowered his voice and said, "There are a lot of people on the street." "It's fine." Meng Jinhui suddenly turned around and raised his eyebrows at Duan Henji. He then said, "No one would have thought that Professor Duan would come shopping with the general." Just like Meng Jinhui said, the pedestrians on the street were all talking among themselves, and no one paid attention to them. In some crowded places, a passerby accidentally bumped into Meng Jinhui's arm. But maybe it was because of his height, although the passerby raised his head and said sorry to Meng Jinhui, he didn't see the face of the man he bumped into clearly. After seeing this scene, Duan Henji also relaxed a lot. He saw that Meng Jinhui seemed to have a purpose in bringing him to a certain place, so he couldn't help but ask, "Where are we going now?" After hearing Duan Henji's words, Meng Jinhui pointed at a shop not far away, then said to Duan Henji, "It's over there. It's the representative food of planet Junlin. I think you'll like it." The place Meng Jinhui pointed at was less than 100 meters away. Not long after he finished speaking, the two walked to the entrance of the shop. Even though the name of the shop was Simple Junlin, as soon as Duan Henji stood at the door, his nose smelled a familiar fragrance. Duan Henji thought that he probably knew what kind of shop Meng Jinhui brought him to. Meng Jinhui walked forward and verified his identity with the robot at the door. Then the door of the shop opened, and the two were led by the robot to a private room. Sure enough, Duan Henji saw something very familiar in the middle of the table in the middle of the private room, hot pot. Probably every Chinese person would have some degree of affection for this food. Even though Duan Henji wasn't a fanatic, when he saw the bronze-colored pot on the table, he couldn't help but feel excited. After the two sat down, two holographic screens appeared on the table. After seeing it, Duan Henji couldn't hide the excitement on his face. Seeing the expression on his face, Meng Jinhui's smile didn't fade for a moment. Meng Jinhui said to Duan Henji, "This shop has been open for many years. I remember when I was very young, my parents brought me here. But speaking of which, I haven't eaten here for almost 10 years. I don't know if it's still the same." Meng Jinhui's words were filled with nostalgia and regret. When Duan Henji ate hot pot, there was a set of dishes that he would order. Even though most of the dishes had changed names in this era, when Meng Jinhui spoke, Duan Henji had already ordered everything according to the pictures. Even though Meng Jinhui was usually very gentle, that gentleness was also a layer of disguise. He rarely revealed his true emotions. But now, Meng Jinhui's words clearly contained his own emotions. After hearing this, Duan Henji couldn't help but look across. After seeing Duan Henji's expression, Meng Jinhui continued to say to him, "If my parents could see you, they would definitely like you." When Meng Jinhui said this, he finally didn't say this out of nostalgia. Instead, he said this in a purely appreciative tone. After being praised, Duan Henji actually felt a little embarrassed. He gently shook his head and said, "My personality isn't very likable." When he said this, Duan Henji was indeed very sincere. Hearing Duan Henji's words, Meng Jinhui couldn't help but laugh. He never would have thought that Duan Hongya's position towards himself would actually be not very likable. Why would you think that? There are countless people in the galaxy who like you very much. Meng Jinhui said. His words weren't wrong. In fact, he even felt a little humble on behalf of Duan Henji. In fact, Duan Henji was indeed the Prince Charming in the hearts of countless people in the galaxy. At this time, the light screen in front of Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui disappeared. Duan Henji subconsciously supported his chin with his hand, then said to Meng Jinhui, I don't talk much, and sometimes I don't seem to have many emotions. It's fine if you just look at it from the news. But if you really get to know and become friends, I don't think many people can stand it. In fact, even though Duan Henji's personality was more of a homebody, it wasn't that he didn't try to make friends in his previous life. Because of his nature, he didn't speak much and didn't reveal his emotions frequently. Therefore, if one didn't know Duan Henji well, they would often think that he was being perfunctory, or that his sincerity was being ignored. In his previous life, Duan Henji didn't seem to have anyone who could be considered a good friend other than his childhood friend. In fact, Duan Henji didn't even realize that he had unknowingly placed Meng Jinhui, who he had always been on guard against, in a very close position. He had an inexplicable sense of trust towards Meng Jinhui, and was willing to share some of his feelings with him. Hearing Duan Henji speak so frankly, Meng Jinhui couldn't help but be surprised. Everyone appreciates different personalities. I remember that my parents liked people with calm personalities. He said, then added, I'm the same as them. After hearing Meng Jinhui's words, Duan Henji suddenly couldn't help but smile, then slightly shook his head and said, I'm honored. Unknowingly, Duan Henji could also casually joke around with Meng Jinhui's words. Not long after he finished speaking, the robot served the dishes that he had ordered earlier. When the soup in the pot boiled, Duan Henji smelled the familiar aroma again. He suddenly felt like it was a lifetime ago. But in a sense, it was indeed a lifetime ago, since the last time Duan Henji ate this kind of food. During the Interstellar Day holiday, not only were the shopping malls and other places more lively than usual, the interstellar web was also the same. On the way back, Meng Jinhui suddenly took his optical computer to Duan Henji's side. He pulled out the photos on the optical computer and asked Duan Henji, Ahung, what do you think of these photos? After hearing Meng Jinhui's words, Duan Henji turned around and looked at the optical computer. Then he realized, the Marshal's optical computer actually stored a bunch of photos of food. This was seriously inconsistent with his image. Seeing Duan Henji's surprised expression, Meng Jinhui said with a matter-of-fact expression, the optical computer took these photos by itself. Duan Henji knew that the optical computer had this kind of floating and automatic shooting function. But the point was, the function had to be adjusted by itself. But after seeing Meng Jinhui looking at the photos with great interest, Duan Henji didn't want to be a wet blanket. He leaned over and began to carefully select the photos from Meng Jinhui's optical computer. After the incident where Meng Jinhui posted the food he cooked at Amro on the interstellar web, Duan Henji didn't even need to guess what the other party wanted to do. After a few minutes, the hovercraft landed and the photos were finally selected. But Duan Henji didn't know that this time, Meng Jinhui had secretly added a photo that he didn't see before. In the photo, Duan Henji was sitting across from a wooden dining table with his chin propped up on his hands. His head was slightly tilted, and there was a hint of amusement and curiosity in his eyes. In short, this was a completely different Duan Henji from the public's impression. After Meng Jinhui posted the photo, he turned off his optical supercomputer. Even though Meng Jinhui did not look at the photo again, he could imagine how lively the star web would be after the photo was posted. The star web was also powered by a super optical supercomputer. Even with such high computing speed, after Meng Jinhui posted the photo, the star web social system still lagged for 5 minutes. After receiving the notification and seeing the thumbnail, everyone wanted to open Meng Jinhui's account to see the bigger picture. Due to receiving too many similar requests at the same time, the star web system also fell into a state of processing lag. It was not an exaggeration to say that in this day and age, everything in people's lives depended on the star web. In everyone's impression, this was the first time such a thing had happened to the powerful interstellar network system. Even though the web page could still be browsed, after seeing that it was 5 to 6 times slower than usual, everyone could not help but praise Meng Jinhui and Duan Henji's popularity. When the lag occurred, the Star Web staff started to deal with the problem. Now that 5 minutes had passed, the Star Web social system was finally running smoothly. However, even though the internet was running smoothly, after seeing the photo posted by Meng Jinhui, everyone's brain lagged for a while. The person in the photo posted by Meng Jinhui was indeed Duan Henji, but, other than his appearance, the person in the photo was completely different from Professor Duan. Look at the photo, the Marshal and Professor Duan are actually shopping and eating in Nanjushing. Today, my family asked me to go out with them, but I actually rejected them. I really regret it, first comment, but I'm still jealous of you. You've already breathed the same air as them, second comment, OP, I feel even worse than you. Based on my speculation, I was in the mall when they went out. But I didn't recognize my two male idols. But then again, who would have thought that the Marshal and Professor Duan would actually go shopping and eat, third comment, cough, that's right. I'm the same as you. I've always thought that the Marshal and Professor Duan weren't from the same dimension as me. Therefore, when he saw the news just now, he actually had a very unreal feeling. Fourth floor, wasn't the main point that Professor Duan was so gentle in the photo? He was a completely different person from my impression of him. What happened to his aloofness? Crying, fifth floor, TSK. Don't you know who took the photo? Speaking of which, I felt like whipping the Duan Hengxing again. With the Marshal's husband getting along like this, he could actually fabricate a rumor that the two of them had a bad relationship. At this moment, not only were the netizens who had never seen Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui shocked, even those who knew Duan Henji were the same. Now that Galactic Day was approaching, the military's workload was slightly less than usual. After being idle, Yu Xinlan went to visit Dongfeng He Wen's house not far from her home and freeloaded lunch. Although the optical computer and the galactic network had become necessities in people's lives, Dongfeng Yu was still young after all. While eating, her father put away the optical computer and told her not to be distracted. However, the adults were different. Now that lunch was almost over, Yu Xinlan, Dongfeng He Wen and his spouse talked about the recent news on the galactic network. As they talked, the topic drifted to Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui. By the way, didn't the Marshal and Duan Henji take photos of Galactic Day together this morning? After taking the photos, the two workaholics didn't continue to work overtime during the holiday, but went shopping in Nanjushing. Yu Xinlan gossiped. Although Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui's trip was confidential, as the main security person in charge of Nanjushing and the house of the Marshal, Yu Xinlan certainly knew where the two went. Although Yu Xinlan always knew that her two old friends were not very gossipy people. But the moment her voice fell, the man sitting opposite still put down his chopsticks with some surprise, and then involuntarily confirmed with Yu Xinlan, the Marshal went shopping? Dongfeng He Wen didn't want to talk about this at first, but when he saw the look of surprise on his spouse's face, he considerately explained, when the Marshal was young, his parents would sometimes bring him to the Southern Star for a walk, so he's actually quite familiar with the surroundings. So it's like this. The man nodded, indicating that he understood. Seeing that the other two people didn't want to continue to gossip with her, Yu Xinlan was bored and turned on her optical computer. After seeing Yu Xinlan's optical computer suddenly lit up, Dongfeng Yu, who was eating, gently put down his chopsticks and then glanced at the general. Dongfeng Yu? After seeing his daughter's action, Dongfeng He Wen didn't give her face and directly exposed her. Hearing his father call his full name, Dongfeng Yu stuck out his tongue and then sat back again. But at this time, Yu Xinlan, who was looking at the optical computer, screamed and then turned on the screen. Yu Xinlan pointed to the screen with a shocked face and said to the two people sitting in front of her, "Look. The Marshal just sent a photo." In an instant, General Dongfeng's restaurant was quiet. Beside Yu Xinlan, the three people put down the things in their hands at the same time, and then looked at the optical screen in front of her. At this time, Dongfeng Yu, who had been pretending to eat, couldn't help but speak his mind. "I want to see it too." TSK, sure enough, no one would not be curious about Meng Jinhui's behavior. In Dongfang Hewen's restaurant, the air stagnated for a full 2 minutes. After looking at that status repeatedly for a long time, Yu Xinlan, who already thought that she knew Duan Hengji, couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect Duan Hengji to be such a person. I thought I knew him very well. No. Hearing Yu Xinlan's words, General Dongfang's spouse, who was sitting opposite her, slowly shook his head. Then he looked at Yu Xinlan and said meaningfully, this is not his private state, but his state in front of the Marshal. What? Yu Xinlan didn't understand his words for a while. At this time, Dongfang Hewen, who hadn't spoken, finally kindly explained, it means that you can't compare yourself with the Marshal. Okay. Yu Xinlan sighed exaggeratedly, then slowly leaned back in her chair and said, I was naive. Under everyone's expectations, Interstellar Day finally arrived. Just like what Meng Jinhui said to Duan Hengji that day, on many planets, Interstellar Day has a series of carnival activities. Although the importance of Interstellar Day is equivalent to the former Spring Festival, few people will spend this big day at home. Every day on this day, countless people in the interstellar will go out of their homes and come to the landmark buildings of their planet or wait in the square to celebrate with everyone. Right now, it was sunset where the house of the Marshal was located. The central square of the city where Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhui went last time was already full of people waiting for the event. Finally, when the night gradually darkened, a light screen appeared in front of the square. The carnival was about to begin. However, before the follow-up project began, the photos taken by Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhui in the house of the Marshal last time will be released at this time along with the other upper levels of the empire. At this time, night has slowly fallen. When the light screen rose, the photo equipment in the square also dimmed at the same time. The noisy crowd instantly became quiet. Everyone looked up and waited for the image to appear on the light screen. A few seconds later, as the music started, the first photo appeared on the light screen. In the impression of the entire interstellar day, the 3 words Nanjushing seemed to be forever connected to the empire's military. And because the house of the Marshal's presence is too strong, even the people of Nanjushing often forget that above the house of the Marshal, they are still under the jurisdiction of the imperial family. The first photo appeared on the light screen. Unlike the expected cheers, the huge square instantly became so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. This was a photo of the Yetian Empire's Emperor and the Empress, accompanied by their blessings for Interstellar Day. Although on the surface, Nanjushing and the capital planet still maintained the same relationship as before. In fact, the people of Nanjushing were already very dissatisfied with the upper levels of the empire. Now that they suddenly saw a photo of the Empress in front of them, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. As residents of Nanjushing, many of them worked in military-related companies or organizations. Many of them were even serving in the military. Suddenly seeing a photo of the Empress on such a day, the atmosphere instantly became strange. Especially after the photo was displayed, in the Interstellar Day blessing, Nanjushing also received a sentence different from the other planets of the Empire. The imperial family hopes that Nanjushing will always remember its mission in the future. What was Nanjushing's mission? This was something that all Interstellar Day residents who had attended elementary school history classes should know. As early as a few decades after Nanjushing was discovered, the Empire's military was stationed here. At that time, the Empire's imperial family still firmly controlled the entire Yitian. So when the military came to Nanjushing, the Empire sent its blessings and expectations to this newly discovered planet, hoping that Nanjushing will always remember its mission to protect the Empire and the imperial family. After so many years, the Empire's imperial family was no longer the imperial family of the past, but they chose this time to send a message that was similar to a warning to Nanjushing. The atmosphere in the square that was originally waiting for the celebration suddenly cooled down. Because the Interstellar Day event was organized by the imperial family, even Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhui didn't see the message left by the other party for Nanjushing. At this time, in the house of the Marshal, Meng Jinhui, who was sitting at the table eating dinner, suddenly received a lot of messages. He wasn't interested in the Interstellar Day event, so he didn't turn on his optical computer to watch the live broadcast. Sorry. After seeing his flashing optical computer, Meng Jinhui glanced at Duan Hengji, then stood up and took the optical computer to the side. Although he knew that Meng Jinhui went elsewhere to deal with his work, Duan Henji's curiosity still made him look away from the table and cast his gaze on Meng Jinhuai's back. Duan Henji saw that Meng Jinhui stood by the window and turned on his optical computer, then his hand stopped in the air. Although he knew that he had nothing to do with the military, when he saw Meng Jinhui standing there looking at his optical computer without moving, Duan Henji finally couldn't help but ask, "What happened?" After hearing Duan Henji's words, Meng Jinhui finally turned around and smiled at him, then shook his head and said, "Nothing big, it's just that during the Interstellar Day celebration, the imperial family specially sent Nan Zhuxing a blessing." Specially? Duan Henji immediately noticed the difference between these two words. Meng Jinhui nodded, then walked to Duan Henji's side and said, "Take a look." As he spoke, he directly put his optical computer in front of Duan Henji. However, since Duan Henji probably didn't know the meaning of the phrase, Nan Zhuxing will always remember its mission, while Duan Henji was looking, Meng Jinhui briefly explained the story of Nan Zhuxing and the imperial family to Duan Henji. After listening to Meng Jinhui's words, Duan Henji nodded, not fully understanding. At this time, Meng Jinhui took back the optical computer and said to Duan Henji, "The imperial family's words will definitely cause dissatisfaction among the people of Nan Zhuxing. After all, when this planet was first discovered, all the subordinate planets of the empire were only subsidiary planets of the capital planet. In that era, if the capital planet was in danger, the other planets of the empire had to spare no effort to save it." Duan Henji understood Meng Jinhui's meaning. When Nan Zhuxing made the promise, the relationship between the planets of the empire was still unequal. But now, after the obvious change, they actually brought up that promise again. Even though everyone knew about this story, it was still uncomfortable for it to be mentioned in front of hundreds of millions of people on Starry Day. Then should Nan Zhuxing give a response? Duan Henji asked. Meng Jinhui nodded lightly, then he casually touched Duan Henji's head and said, "It's okay, leave this to you Xinlan." As the general in charge of Nan Zhuxing's affairs, dealing with major public opinion was also part of Yu Xinlan's job. After all, she was a comrade who had worked with Meng Jinhui for many years, so she naturally understood the general's meaning. Before the holographic screen in Nan Zhuxing's central square showed the photos of Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui, Nan Zhuxing issued an official response. This sentence was not long, but Nan Zhuxing very clearly expressed their position and point of view. They said that when Nan Zhuxing was born, their mission was to protect the empire and the capital planet. And now, as time passed, their mission became more and more meaningful. In addition to protecting the empire, they should also protect all the people of the empire and protect the peace of the galaxy. Nan Zhuxing's most important citizens, almost everyone here followed Nan Zhuxing's official account. Thus, a very spectacular scene appeared in the square. At the same time that Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui's photos appeared, they received a response from Nan Zhuxing. In an instant, the square, which originally had a somewhat dull atmosphere, became lively again. No one knew who took the lead and shouted, "Protect the peace of the galaxy." Then the whole square resounded with this slogan. The power of a person was immeasurable, even though there was some distance between them and the city. But through the open window, Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui could still vaguely hear voices coming from the distance. With the stars outside the window, for the first time, Duan Henji felt that protect the peace of the galaxy was actually not empty words, but a very romantic promise. "What are you thinking?" At this time, dinner was over. Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui each held a glass of wine and stood on the balcony, looking at the distant stars and the shadow of the city. After hearing Meng Jinhui's question, Duan Henji honestly said what was on his mind. He turned around and said to Meng Jinhui, "I'm thinking, before, I always felt that protecting the peace of the galaxy was very far away from me. But after hearing it just now, I suddenly feel that it's not empty words, it's a promise." "Yes, a promise." Meng Jinhui repeated Duan Henji's words. When he spoke, he held a glass of wine and looked at the sky not far away. When Duan Henji almost forgot what the two of them were talking about, Meng Jinhui said again, "When Nan Zhuxing was discovered and became a military base, my ancestors came here." Duan Henji turned around and looked at Meng Jinhui, waiting for him to continue. Meng Jinhui continued, "Over the years, I don't know how many people in my family have died on the battlefield for the promise of protecting the Yetian Empire. Maybe I don't dare to casually admit other things, but just the point of keeping the promise. Like my ancestors, I will never forget. Even though Meng Jinhui said it in a casual tone, Duan Henji read the extraordinary seriousness in his words. Just as the two of them were talking, the celebration in the square in the distance reached the next step. Duan Henji saw many spectacular fireworks suddenly appear in the distant sky, almost covering half of the planet's sky. In an instant, the darkened world was lit up again by the fireworks. The light blue light imprinted on Meng Jinhuai's face. He looked at the fireworks in the night sky and said to Duan Henji, "This is from Nanwei." Hearing this name again, Duan Henji reacted for a moment before remembering that it was the satellite of Nanjushing. Tonight, Meng Jinhui wore a white shirt, the 3 buttons near his neck were all unbuttoned, faintly revealing a bit of his collarbone and chest muscles. Because of the wind by the window, he also put an extra long and wide grey windbreaker on his shoulders. At this time, Meng Jinhuai's black bangs and windbreaker fluttered under the night wind. Compared to the marshal of the military, Meng Jinhuai's temperament was more like that of a wandering artist. Meng Jinhui was leaning against the window with one elbow gently propped against it. Actually, other than celebrating the arrival of the era of interstellar discovery, Interstellar Day has another meaning. Duan Henji looked over curiously. Meng Jinhui continued to explain, "In the beginning, this day was to commemorate all of our pioneers who sacrificed themselves in the era of interstellar exploration. Later on, it carried a bit of nostalgia for our ancestors. But too much time has passed, many people have forgotten the original meaning. Countless people in the galaxy had forgotten this day, but Meng Jinhui still remembered it." He reached out and pointed at Nanwei hidden behind the fireworks. The satellite also represents the watch of the deceased on this day. After Meng Jinhui finished speaking, Duan Henji's gaze involuntarily stopped on Nanwei. Even though the fireworks were too dazzling and his eyes were a bit sore, he still didn't look away. After a few months, Duan Henji once again thought of his family on Earth through Nanwei. He didn't know if they were doing well. Duan Henji didn't know how bright his eyes were due to the fireworks. Meng Jinhui unconsciously moved his gaze from the sky to Duan Henji's face. He slowly approached Duan Henji, as if he had something to say, but at this moment, a series of hurried footsteps could be heard. Duan Henji's senses were always very sensitive. The moment the footsteps sounded, he involuntarily turned around and looked at the corridor. The words that Meng Jinhui wanted to say were cut off here. After a few seconds, Duan Henji saw a familiar figure appear in front of him. It's actually his assistant. Unlike Duan Henji, who had his back facing Meng Jinhui, the assistant saw the expression on the marshal's face as soon as he entered the room. Then he realized that he came at the wrong time. Even though their statuses were different, after seeing Meng Jinhui's expression, the assistant, who had always been very dedicated to his job, couldn't help but silently recite the name of the person who told him to come to Meng Jinhui. Yu Xinlan. What's going on? Even though Meng Jinhui's mood was ruined, he knew that Duan Henji's assistant must have something important to say. After hearing Meng Jinhui's question, the assistant couldn't help but sigh in relief. From the corner of his eyes, he glanced at the AI in the distance that had obviously been ignored, and then said to Meng Jinhui, "It's like this, Marshal sir, the internal system of the military is suddenly under intense attack. Although we can still hold on for now, General Yu Xinlan, who is in charge of this matter, asked me to inform you." Even though the optical supercomputer was almost omnipotent, if there was an emergency and the owner of the optical supercomputer didn't see the message, the military would ask nearby staff to inform him. Meng Jinhui glanced at the optical supercomputer, then took off his windbreaker from his shoulder. He nodded to Duan Henji's assistant and said, "Okay, I'll go take a look." The military's internal system. After hearing these words, Duan Henji suddenly felt that they sounded familiar. After a while, he remembered. Isn't this the place where he used to steal intelligence? Duan Henji couldn't help but have a very subtle feeling in his heart. Wait, Duan Henji suddenly called out to his assistant and Meng Jinhui. He said to the two of them, "I'll go too." The assistant was sent to Duan Henji's side and used to monitor him. Duan Henji's assistant was one of the few people in Nanjushing who knew that he was a spy. The assistant understood that Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui were no longer hostile towards each other. He also knew that the relationship between Duan Henji and the military had changed. However, When he heard that Duan Henji wanted to follow them to see the situation on the military's internet, the assistant still had a slightly hesitant expression on his face. Fortunately, Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui didn't have time to look at his expression. After hearing Duan Henji's words, Meng Jinhui nodded at him without hesitation and said, "Okay, let's go together." Everything on the military's internet was classified. The assistant roughly knew that with Duan Henji's ability, it wasn't difficult to hack into the internet to see the classified information. However, when he heard Meng Jinhui's straightforward response, he still silently re-evaluated the relationship between the two people in front of him. It was the Galactic Day holiday. Even though it was the Empire's military, most of the staff still went back to take a break. Now, some people were left here to work. After receiving Yu Xinlan's notice, some staff members who lived in Nanjushing and were responsible for system security were already rushing here. The technical department's duty room was already filled with people. After walking to the door of the technical department's duty room, the assistant took the lead and entered his own identity information. Then, he opened the black metal door of the duty room. When the door opened, Duan Henji saw that all the optical computers in the room lit up. Rows of complex data were flashing in front of his eyes at an extremely fast speed. Because they were too focused on their work, other than Yu Xinlan standing in the middle of the duty room, no one noticed that Duan Henji and the other two had walked in. After seeing Meng Jinhui, Yu Xinlan quickly walked over and saluted him. Then she lowered her voice and said, "About 10 minutes ago, the military's internet system began to receive an unknown attack. The technical department's duty room is now working on the system's defense." Yu Xinlan spoke very quickly. Her slender eyebrows were tightly knitted together and her expression was serious. Compared to her usual unreliable self, she was a completely different person. "Okay." Meng Jinhui nodded and walked directly to the corner of the duty room. Duan Henji watched as Meng Jinhui tapped on the silvery white wall. The wall slowly cracked open and another empty office appeared in front of them. "Why is there another room next to it?" Duan Henji wasn't the only one who was surprised. Even the staff who had worked here for many years didn't know that there was such a large space in the wall next to them. But the surprise only lasted for a moment. Now that the enemy's attacks were getting stronger, they had to devote themselves to their work. After the wall was opened, Meng Jinhui walked over and sat in front of the optical computer in the middle of the room. After a few seconds, a dark red symbol appeared on the originally pitch-black optical computer. Duan Henji was very familiar with this image. This was the military's back-end login interface. After reaching this step, he had to start coding the system to find loopholes and attack. But as the Marshal of the military, Meng Jinhui obviously didn't need to do this. A dark blue light shone from the top of the optical computer and swept across Meng Jinhui's face. In an instant, the image on the optical computer changed and dense data appeared in front of them. Even though Yu Xinlan was in charge of Nanjushing's affairs, she only had the most basic knowledge of the system. After seeing the data in front of her, Yu Xinlan couldn't help but turn around and ask Duan Henji's assistant, "What's the meaning of this?" In fact, when Yu Xinlan asked this question, she didn't expect to get an answer from the assistant. As expected, when the assistant heard her question, he shook his head and said, "I don't understand the current direction of the data." While the two were talking, Duan Henji walked over and glanced at Meng Jinhui's optical computer interface. He said, "The current situation is not optimistic. There are many people on the other side attacking the military system." After that, Duan Henji turned around and looked at Yu Xinlan, then asked, "How many off-duty staff members are on Nanjushing right now?" Even though Duan Henji was Meng Jinhui's spouse, he didn't have any position in the military. Logically speaking, as a general, Yu Xinlan didn't have to follow Duan Henji's orders. However, after hearing the question, Yu Xinlan subconsciously took out her optical computer and glanced at it. She said to Duan Henji, "There are a total of 21 technical staff members on leave in Nanjushing. 13 of them have already returned. The rest of the staff are also on their way. They'll be here soon." After seeing this data, Yu Xinlan couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. But unexpectedly, Duan Hongya stood there and shook his head after hearing her words. "No, there are too many sources of attack." After hearing Duan Henji's words, Yu Xinlan subconsciously turned around and glanced at Meng Jinhui. From the serious expression on the general's face and the fact that he didn't refute, it was obvious that Duan Henji's words were correct. In the book Overturning the Galaxy, the author mentioned more than once that the general was very talented in programming. For example, Duan Xianxia, the spy, was successfully tracked down by him. However, no matter how talented Meng Jinhui was in programming, he was too busy with his daily work. He didn't have time to conduct in-depth research on the system. Duan Henji, who was standing next to him, could see that Meng Jinhui was always able to find the problem immediately. However, when dealing with it, Meng Jinhui's coding speed was slightly slower. After seeing this, Duan Henji couldn't help but feel emotional. Meng Jinhui was indeed worthy of being praised as a talented person by the author. Now, the technical department staff had returned to their posts. Compared to these staff members, Meng Jinhui's data analysis ability didn't fall behind at all. He was different from the full-time technical staff who looked at the screen every day. Meng Jinhui usually didn't have time to understand this kind of content. This kind of talent was indeed terrifying. However, the data on the optical computer was still not optimistic. It was obvious that the enemy's attack on the military's internal system had been planned for a long time. There were more than 100 attack sources, and each of them had extremely strong professional skills. They were not inferior to the military staff members. Seeing this scene, Duan Henji, who was standing behind Meng Jinhui, could not help but slowly clench his fists. Unlike Duan Henji, Yu Xinlan and his assistant, who were also standing in this room, did not have any knowledge about the system architecture. As a soldier of the Empire, Yu Xinlan hated this kind of situation that was completely out of his control. In fact, Duan Henji really wanted to be like Meng Jinhui and open the optical computer to help the technical department with the system modification work. However, Duan Henji's rationality told him that for the Empire's military, he was still a spy that could not be ignored. Duan Henji wanted to volunteer, but deep down, he was afraid of being rejected. Suddenly, Duan Henji saw Meng Jinhui, who was sitting in front of him, suddenly stand up. Meng Jinhui. What is he doing? Not only Duan Henji, but when the other two saw his actions, they also looked at Meng Jinhui with confusion. Even though they did not understand the system architecture, from the actions of the staff members in the room, as well as the symbols that were quickly flashing on the optical computer, they could see that the situation was not optimistic. After Meng Jinhui stood up, he turned around and looked at Duan Henji. He then said, "Ahung, I'll leave it to you. Use this optical computer and my authority." After hearing Meng Jinhui's words, not only Duan Henji, but even Yu Xinlan was shocked. Everyone knew what martial authority meant on Nanjushing and all of the military's subordinate planets. The other three people in the room all knew that if Duan Henji was still in disguise and was loyal to the royal family, he would be able to do so. After obtaining Meng Jinhui's authority, with Professor Duan's ability, he could use the short span of a few seconds to send all of the important information on the military's internet, including the mecha core data, the deployment of the military, and even the framework and revenue of the various subordinate organizations to the royal family, or he could just destroy it. At that time, the tug-of-war between the military and the royal family over the power of the empire would come to an end in an instant. Sir Marshal. Even though she had already regarded Duan Henji as a friend, Yu Xinlan's rationality still told her to stop. Our staff on Nanjushing have all returned to the military, I think. As she spoke, she walked around Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui and stood in front of the optical computer, blocking Duan Henji's path. Yu Xinlan. Meng Jinhui suddenly interrupted Yu Xinlan. You don't have the right to stop my decision. Even though it was Galactic Day, Yu Xinlan was still wearing her military uniform because she was on duty. Her red hair was tied up behind her head, and on her black military uniform was a silver-white medal that was faintly glowing with a dark blue light under the illumination of the optical computer's data. Even though everyone in the duty room was busy processing the data, the dispute between Duan Henji and Yu Xinlan still reached everyone's ears. In everyone's impression, before today, the Marshal and the two generals had never had any disagreements. I'm sorry, Professor Duan, it's not that I don't trust you, it's just that, the Marshal's authority is too high. Yu Xinlan's many years in the military had magnified her straightforward personality. After she finished speaking, she realized that her words were a little thoughtless. However, Duan Henji only faintly admired this woman with the highest military rank in the Yetian Empire. After listening to Yu Xinlan's words, Duan Henji actually admired her. He knew that for a soldier like Yu Xinlan, opposing was far more difficult than obeying. Only by wholeheartedly thinking about the military would Yu Xinlan be able to say something like this to Meng Jinhui. You can use the authority of a normal staff member. Yu Xinlan glanced at Duan Henji and added. The data read by a normal staff member is different from mine, Meng Jinhui said to Yu Xinlan. Yu Xinlan, get out of the way, he said with a very serious expression. Because she was too nervous, Yu Xinlan's breathing was a little unstable. When Duan Henji saw this scene, he felt an indescribable emotion in his heart. At this moment, he clearly realized how much trust Meng Jinhui had placed in him. Duan Henji, who had been silent the entire time, walked to Yu Xinlan's side. He looked straight into her eyes and said, General Yu, please trust me. Before Yu Xinlan could reply, Duan Henji added word by word, I'm the only one who can help the military right now. Duan Henji's words were indeed a little arrogant. But at this moment, anyone who heard this sentence, whether it was Duan Henji, Yu Xinlan, or any of the technical staff here, could not deny it. Even though Yu Xinlan looked carefree, she had never been swayed by emotions in her life. After seeing Duan Henji's serious expression, Yu Xinlan finally moved away from the optical computer. The office was too quiet. The sound of Yu Xinlan's high heels clicking on the floor was unexpectedly loud. The moment Yu Xinlan left the optical computer, Duan Henji sat down on the chair. Because he had been observing the data operation on the optical computer, Duan Hongye didn't hesitate for a moment after sitting down. He directly placed his hand on the virtual keyboard and began to input data at an unimaginable speed. Even though the book didn't explicitly state the original owner's talent in systems science, as someone who could independently program a mecha, someone who almost killed a marshal by modifying a program, someone who stole a military document before his identity was exposed, someone who could independently program a mecha, someone who could independently program a mecha, someone who almost killed a marshal in the galaxy, someone who could steal a military document before his identity was exposed. Duan Henji's ability in system programming was definitely enough to be described with the word valiant. Probably because he had previously used illegal methods to break into the military system, Duan Henji was probably more familiar with the internal structure of the system than anyone else in the world. After Duan Henji took over, the data on the optical computer changed several times faster than before. If one didn't constantly pay attention to the screen, they wouldn't even be able to see what was being edited. Unlike Meng Jinhui, who was staring at the screen without saying anything, Yu Xinlan didn't understand this. However, after seeing that the on-call room and Meng Jinhui's reactions were normal, Yu Xinlan finally confirmed that the worst-case scenario didn't happen. General Yu couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. At this time, Yu Xinlan slowly walked over to another person in the room. She gently nudged Duan Henji's assistant with her elbow and whispered, Yi Pu, why do you think the data on the optical computer changed so quickly? After hearing Yu Xinlan directly call his name, Yi Pu, Duan Henji's assistant, couldn't help but pause for a second. After confirming that the surrounding staff members were focused on their work and no one was paying attention to them, he replied, because Professor Duan found another way. I don't know the details. Oh yeah, General Yu, next time, please remember not to call me by my name in public. I understand, Yu Xinlan shrugged and said, there are no outsiders here, I'll pay attention elsewhere. As someone who could command the military on planet Duguang, not only did Yi Pu have a high military rank like Duan Henji imagined, but he actually came from the same army as Yu Xinlan. However, unlike General Yu, who repeatedly made contributions on the battlefield, Yi Pu worked behind the scenes with a confidential nature. After accepting the secret mission of monitoring Duan Henji, Yi Pu suddenly had a new identity. In order not to arouse the suspicion of the people around him, those who used to know him no longer called him by his previous name. After he finished speaking, Yu Xinlan returned to his seat. She looked at the faster and faster data records on the optical computer. Even though she still didn't understand anything, she couldn't help but admire Duan Henji from the bottom of her heart. At this moment, Yu Xinlan suddenly saw from the corner of his eye that the staff in the on-call room next to him had put down their hands from the virtual keyboard one after another. What's going on? seeing Duan Hongye's increasingly serious expression and the frightening data on the optical computer, Yu Xinlan's heart couldn't help but sink. Could it be that the mission this time had failed? However, Yu Xinlan pretended to be calm and said, "What's going on, why aren't they working?" After hearing Yu Xinlan's words, Meng Jinhui, who had been standing behind Duan Hengji silently, finally looked over. Meng Jinhui looked in front of him and saw that the staff members from the technical department had all stopped working. After being asked by Yu Xianlan, a few of the staff members opened their mouths and prepared to speak, but before they could speak, Meng Jinhui, who had not spoken this entire time, finally spoke up, "They can't keep up with Aheng's editing speed." Yu Xinlan went silent. After hearing the general's words, the person in charge of the technical department finally nodded at Yu Xinlan and said, "Professor Duan's editing speed is too fast. If we continue, we'll only drag him down." Duan Hengji seemed to be completely isolated from the outside world. While everyone was talking, he still didn't slow down his work. Yu Xinlan looked at Duan Hengji, then at the staff members in the duty room. She seemed to have understood what it meant to be crazy. Duan Hongye, this person, was really too scary. However, while Duan Hengji was dealing with the system attack, the staff members finally stopped idling. Since Duan Hongye was now using Meng Jinhui's authority and not an ordinary staff members, he could choose to send some important information to everyone. After a few minutes, everyone received a common document on their optical computers. Meng Jinhui looked at it and said, "Track the location of the attack according to this." After the Marshal finished speaking, the staff members who were bored to the point of feeling guilty immediately threw themselves back into their intense work. However, a few minutes later, someone reported an address. Planet Li6? Meng Jinhui read the name of the planet. As high-ranking military officials, Duan Hengji and Yu Xinlan knew what this planet represented. Actually, a few days ago, the military already confirmed that the attack on Amro was done by the League of Lixing. The reason why it wasn't announced to the public was because the military was still investigating how those students got into Amro University. After a short period of investigation, the military also locked onto a few high-ranking officials of Amro University as well as the school board of directors. Therefore, when they heard the familiar planet name Li9, they immediately realized that the people who secretly let those students in must have realized the danger they were in. The other party was afraid of being exposed, so they found a bunch of famous interstellar hackers to attack the military system. If Duan Hengji knew what Meng Jinhui and the others were thinking, he would definitely realize that those hackers were actually like the Lan Jingqi in the book, smart and walking on the edge of good and evil. Right now, Duan Hengji's speed was getting faster and faster. He could feel that even though the other party had the advantage in numbers, regardless of whether it was their knowledge of the system or their familiarity with the military system, they were completely inferior to him. Gradually, the other side was at a disadvantage. Unknowingly, Duan Hengji had been working on the system for more than an hour in front of the optical computer. Finally, Meng Jinhui, who had been standing behind Duan Hengji all this time, narrowed his eyes. He saw that the source of the attack had been driven out by Duan Hengji and was about to completely disappear from the system. Duan Hengji, who had been silent all this time, suddenly let out a long sigh. Then he raised his finger and pressed the last character. Success, his hand that had been hovering over the virtual keyboard finally fell down. At this time, Duan Hengji finally realized that he had unknowingly broken out in a cold sweat. However, before Duan Hengji could stand up from his chair, he heard a series of footsteps coming from outside the duty room. The person who came in was a staff member from the technical department who had just rushed over from Nanjushing to work overtime. He had been in another office all this time. After quickly walking into the duty room, the staff member didn't even catch his breath as he reporting to Marshal and General Yu. "Just now, our staff discovered that a few months ago, someone had broken into the military's system and left behind traces." After hearing his words, everyone in the room became nervous. However, the staff member continued, "But that person didn't seem to have made any malicious modifications. Instead..." At this point, he actually hesitated. "Instead what?" Yu Xinlan could not help but ask. The staff member looked up at Meng Jinhui and finally said, "Instead, he helped us fix a few system vulnerabilities." To be honest, when he discovered this, he was also very shocked. Breaking into the military system, not only did he not make malicious modifications, but he also helped to fix the system. Who in the world had so much time on their hands? Wait. Thinking of this, Duan Henji, who was about to stand up from the optical computer, suddenly remembered something. This so much time on their hands seemed to be himself. Galactic Day was very important because some of the staff members had left the military. In order to ensure that the work was carried out smoothly during the shift, the technical section chief was personally responsible for the shift. Therefore, after hearing the words of the staff member who suddenly ran in, everyone only heard an extremely ear-piercing sound of a chair leg scraping across the floor in the originally quiet room. Then, a person stood up from his chair. WH. What? His eyes widened as he asked the staff member who just ran in. The person who spoke was the technical section chief, who was mainly responsible for the security of the military's internal system. After he spoke, he realized that Duan Henji and Yu Xinlan were still in the room. All departments in the military had strict work regulations. Before today, there had never been a situation like this where he rushed to speak before the general. Since he was able to become the technical section chief, this staff member had obviously been in the military for a long time. After noticing that his reaction was too intense, the staff member finally calmed down and stammered, "Sorry." Then he sat back down. However, just like the technical section chief, everyone in the room was in a serious mood, or even panicked. The staff member just gave Meng Jinhui an emergency report, which was also the first time they heard of this incident. Before this, as ordinary staff members of the technical section, they never even knew that someone had broken into the military's internal system. Meng Jinhui did not speak, and Yu Xinlan and Duan Henji's assistant, Yi Pu, who vaguely knew something but did not dare to guess, also remained silent. Seeing that the big shots in the military didn't say a word, the head of the technical department started sweating profusely. Even his hands, which were quietly hanging by his side, began to tremble with the passage of time. It was as if today's attack on the military was a group of mercenaries. At the time, in the team that investigated Duan Henji, there were actually not many official military staff members, so most of the people present did not know about this. As the person in charge of maintaining the internet, the pressure in his heart was so great that it could crush him at any time. Duan Henji felt as if he could already hear the beads of sweat dripping from the man's forehead to the ground. As a person with a conscience, he realized that his actions had frightened others and felt the suffocating silence at this moment. Duan Henji began to reflect on whether or not he should confess. Because of the sudden intrusion of the staff, Duan Henji was still sitting in front of his optical computer. However, his hand, which was originally supporting himself on the table, had unknowingly clenched into a fist. While Duan Henji was hesitating, Yu Xinlan was secretly observing Duan Henji's reaction. Even though she didn't have any evidence, she knew that Duan Henji was the only one who could hack into the army's internal system and fix the loophole. Yu Xinlan wasn't someone who was good at disguising her gaze. At this moment, everyone in the duty room was focused on the three of them. After noticing General Yu's gaze, the nervous staff also silently shifted their gaze to Duan Henji. Their movements were very orderly. Fortunately, due to the angle, Duan Henji's back was almost facing the staff. But even so, he could still vaguely feel nervous and curious gazes on his back. If there was a mind-reading ability, Duan Henji would definitely be able to hear the thoughts of the dozens of staff in the office at this moment. Strangely, they were all thinking the same thing, no way, right? It can't really be Duan Henji, right, to be able to enter the army's internal system maintenance work. Other than the door here, the staff present were all industry bigwigs. They were confident in their profession and knew the development progress of the industry in the galaxy. Thinking back to Duan Henji's actions just now, one only needed to calm down a little to realize that in the entire galaxy, the only person who could sneak into the internal system of the Empire's military without anyone noticing was Duan Henji. At this moment, Meng Jinhui, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. He glanced at the staff in front of him and said, "I know who it is, don't be afraid." Okay, if it was just a guess before, Meng Jinhui's "don't be afraid" at the end almost directly said Duan Henji's name. For the Marshal to say this, the mysterious person who hacked into the system was definitely on the army's side and was very familiar with Meng Jinhui. So other than Duan Henji, who else could it be? the celebration of Interstellar Day was still going on. After the busy event, the staff members on duty also changed shifts with their colleagues in advance. After greeting everyone and thanking all the staff, Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhui finally walked out of the duty room. When they walked out, Yu Xinlan still didn't know why he wanted to follow Duan Hengji. But fortunately, Yipu quickly pulled him back. "Make your presence a little lower," he whispered to Yu Xinlan. When Yu Xinlan saw Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhui's slightly silent backs, he finally understood Yipu's words and turned his body 180 degrees. "Okay." General Yu nodded stiffly. Of course, the house of the Marshal had its own means of transportation, but Meng Jinhui didn't choose to take it. Instead, he walked with Duan Hengji to the residential area at the back. Just like that, Duan Hongye and Meng Jinhui strolled through the military department's work area. Although it was a holiday, it wasn't just the technical department. The other departments also had a large number of staff members on duty. Most of these duty rooms didn't close their office doors. When they saw Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhui pass by the door, everyone stood up and greeted them. For some reason, Meng Jinhui's mood didn't seem to be affected at all even though he had just experienced a system attack. After seeing people greet him, Meng Jinhui stopped in a good mood and greeted them back. Although they had always worked in the army, the title Marshal was still an unreachable symbol for most of the staff here. But now, on the night of Galactic Day, not only did they see Meng Jinhui and Duan Hengji with their own eyes, they even received blessings from each other. It was obvious that after seeing Meng Jinhui, these staff were visibly excited. Although Duan Hengji had been worried about the army's system, after seeing everyone's expression, he couldn't help but be surprised by Meng Jinhui's prestige in the Yetian Empire. Although the army was very large, it didn't take long for Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhui to pass through the duty area and arrive at the residential area of the House of the Marshal. The surroundings fell silent again. The celebration of Interstellar Day continued outside the window, and Duan Hongye could even hear faint cheers coming from afar. Gradually, Duan Hengji slowed down his footsteps. When Meng Jinhui noticed him, he stopped as well. The Marshal turned around and looked at Duan Hengji. "What's wrong? What are you thinking about?" After hearing Meng Jinhui's question, Duan Hengji didn't know what to say for a moment. How could Meng Jinhui not know what he was thinking? But even though he knew that Meng Jinhui was asking the obvious, Duan Hengji still answered seriously. "Sorry, about the hacking into the army's internet." Seeing that Meng Jinhui didn't respond, Duan Hengji continued. "Actually, I could have erased the traces of the system modification, but in the end, I chose to leave the traces behind." He admitted it directly. After all, from the way Meng Jinhui operated the system just now, it could be seen that the Marshal might be a little slow in repairing the system, but he wasn't lacking in knowledge at all. If it was before today, Duan Hengji might have been able to pretend. But in the maintenance work 10 minutes ago, Duan Hengji had already exposed his technical skills to everyone. The more he said, the more mistakes he would make. Thus, Duan Hengji decided to confess to Meng Jinhui. After hearing Duan Hengji's words, Meng Jinhui walked over to him, then slowly put his hand on Duan Hengji's neck. This skin was really sensitive. When Meng Jinhui put his hand on it, Duan Hengji couldn't help but tremble. "Why are you saying sorry again?" Meng Jinhui said lightly. Duan Hengji couldn't discern the emotion in his words for a while. Duan Hengji couldn't help but slowly look up. Then he saw that Meng Jinhui was staring at him very seriously and said, "At that time, you didn't have to believe me. But now and in the future, you must believe me." The topic was suddenly changed by Meng Jinhui. "Okay, don't think too much." After that, Meng Jinhui slowly moved his hand from Duan Hengji's neck to his shoulder, then gently leaned over to Duan Hengji's ear. He whispered to him, "Happy Interstellar Day." Not far from the window, a bunch of fireworks suddenly bloomed in the middle of the dark night sky. At the same time, Duan Hengji's face turned red in an instant. Because they were too close, when Meng Jinhui spoke, Duan Hengji felt a tingling sensation spread from his ear to his body. Meng Jinhui's voice was low and pleasant to the ear. After Meng Jinhui finished speaking and left, Duan Hengji subconsciously lowered his head, then moved his gaze to the carpet on the side. Then, Duan Hengji heard Meng Jinhui's chuckle from the side. The sound was like a gust of wind on a summer night, sweeping past his ears. It seemed like he didn't take anything away, but it also seemed like he took everything away. The military's holidays were much shorter than other places in the Interstellar. After the Interstellar Day celebration ended, the military personnel who were on vacation finally returned to Nanjushing, and the entire planet returned to normal working conditions. The Aero University incident involved a lot of stakeholders, and the evidence of the incident had not been collected yet. Therefore, the incident that happened on the night of the Interstellar Day was still confidential. However, other than the system being attacked, there was another incident that happened that night. That was, someone broke into the military's system and helped to patch the hole. There were too many personnel present that night, and because the latter incident was not signed with a confidentiality agreement, it was full of gossip. In the end, someone accidentally spread the news. The news spread like wildfire, and a few days later, the news finally appeared on the interstellar web. The place where the reply appeared was a system learning forum on the interstellar web. People were discussing in a thread whether the current system learning masters in the interstellar web were working in the upper echelons of various countries or in private organizations. Suddenly, someone appeared and began to mysteriously drop hints about Duanhenji. Before this person, no one mentioned Duanhenji's name in the thread. After all, everyone knew that even though the mecha system and the interstellar web system were very similar, they were not exactly the same. No one doubted Duanhenji's achievements in the field, but to suddenly mention his name outside of the field seemed like an amateur. Therefore, the replies started to refute this post owner, and as the replies got bigger and bigger, the post owner finally couldn't help but say, "Actually, I'm not just spouting nonsense. I have a friend who works in the military, and he told me that Professor Duan once broke into the military's internal system alone, and then helped to patch a few holes in the system." After replying, the post owner received a few hundred question marks in less than a minute. When he realized that there were too many people watching and that his words might be recorded, the post owner decisively deleted his account. Even so, the screenshot of the reply was still spread all over the interstellar web in just a few minutes. At this time, everyone was probably mocking him for spreading rumors without any common sense. At the same time, some people jokingly tagged Nanjushing, asking him to come over and refute the rumor. It had to be said that after the floor manager was besieged by the people in the building with the reason of not having the common sense of systematic learning, his reaction became more intense. Most people thought that it was a bit funny. Therefore, as the screenshot spread more and more people followed the trend and tagged Nanjushing to refute the rumor. However, something unexpected happened. A few hours later, Nanjushing actually replied to the post. The official account didn't refute the rumor, but instead, replied, "The situation is true." The people who were waiting to see the rumor creator get slapped in the face were stunned when they received the message. Wait a minute. What did Nanjushing's official account just say? It was a simple forward reply, but at this moment, countless people read it over 100 times. In the end, they dared to confirm that they weren't seeing things. Nanjushing's reply really was, "The situation is true." In other words, Duanhenji really broke into the army's internal system alone and fixed the back-end vulnerability. For the interstellar web, this might be explosive news. However, for the army's upper echelons and Duanhenji, there were more important things to do. After the royal banquet, Duanhenji asked Empress a question on the spot: who was the third person in the laboratory when the experiment accident happened? However, at that time, Empress didn't directly answer Duanhenji's question. Instead, his expression changed and he changed the topic. Later on, although the army cooperated to investigate this matter, Duanhenji never thought that he would know the answer to that question so early on. Nanjushing morning, Duanhenji, who was still on vacation, continued to work in the house of the Marshal's study. At this moment, the heavy wooden door of the study was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Because Duanhenji had been carefully observing the data on the optical computer and the study was in a state of isolation from the outside world, he finally raised his head and saw the person standing at the door. It was Meng Jinhui, who was supposed to be working. At this time, Meng Jinhui was wearing a black army uniform. He stood at the door with a serious expression that Duanhenji rarely saw. After seeing Duanhenji looking at him, Meng Jinhui finally walked in. Ahang! Meng Jinhui suddenly called out to Duanhenji for no reason. Although Meng Jinhui didn't say anything else, Duan Henji was already nervous. What's wrong? After seeing Meng Jinhui's expression, Duan Henji couldn't help but reach out and turn off the optical computer in front of him. Meng Jinhui sat on the chair opposite the desk. He didn't say anything and just put his optical computer on the table. Meng Jinhui finally took a deep breath and said to Duan Henji, "Do you still remember what you said to me on the starship on the way back to Capital Planet?" The moment he heard Meng Jinhui's words, Duan Henji's eyes widened involuntarily. He immediately understood what Meng Jinhui wanted to say today. "Are you talking about the accident that happened to my parents?" Duan Henji didn't know, but his tone was also raised. Meng Jinhui nodded. He continued, "We now have an answer about the third person in the laboratory. In the published incident report, the only people who died in the accident were Duan Henji's parents. However, in the internal report of the imperial family, there were clearly 3 autopsy reports. Duan Henji's intuition told him that the identity of the third person was definitely strange." After hearing Meng Jinhui's words, Duan Henji couldn't help but become more nervous. He could feel that he was now one step closer to the truth. Who is that person? Even Duan Hongye himself didn't notice that his tone couldn't help but tremble a little when he spoke. Meng Jinhui didn't directly answer Duan Henji's question. Instead, he turned on his optical computer. Then, a still photo appeared in front of Duan Henji. The man in the photo looked very ordinary, one could even say that he had a common face. Perhaps the most eye-catching thing about him was that he was wearing a navy blue military uniform that belonged to the Yetian Empire's military. Although the style was slightly different from the current one, Duan Hongye was able to recognize the clothes at a glance based on a few details. This is? Even though he already knew the answer in his heart, Duan Henji couldn't help but look up at Meng Jinhui, as if he was asking for confirmation. After noticing Duan Henji's gaze, Meng Jinhui slowly nodded, then closed the photo and said, "This is a former major general of the Empire's military." After hearing Meng Jinhui's answer, Duan Henji's heart couldn't help but feel empty. He never thought that this matter would be related to the Empire's military. It seemed that the experimental accident many years ago was indeed more mysterious than what people knew and imagined. Meng Jinhui couldn't help but frown, then he gently shook his head, then looked into Duan Henji's eyes and said, "Before receiving the results of the investigation, this person's status in the military personnel column has always been missing." A missing major general of the military actually died in an experimental accident. It was obviously early in the morning, but after hearing Meng Jinhui's words, Duan Henji couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. However, before Meng Jinhui finished speaking, he paused for a moment and said, "He was a close subordinate of my parents when he was alive." Maybe because he was afraid that Duan Henji didn't understand the meaning of his words, after this sentence, Meng Jinhui added, "Just like Dongfeng Hewen and Yu Xinlan." After hearing Meng Jinhui's words, Duan Henji's mind was once again in a mess. After a while, he finally asked, "Then, did this major general have any other contact with my parents when he was alive?" Hearing this, Meng Jinhui shook his head and said, "No, I've always been curious. In fact, I've always been curious about one thing. 10 or 20 years ago, the military and the research institute had very little contact. It was a little strange. Logically speaking, these two organizations need to maintain close cooperation for a long time, but during that period of time, Nanjushing and the Mecha Research Institute didn't have any special cooperation except for the necessary information. But now, they found out that the missing subordinate of Meng Jinhui's parents had actually died in an experimental accident." The atmosphere in the study room suddenly became eerily quiet. After a while, Meng Jinhui suddenly turned on the optical computer again. Duan Henji couldn't help but look at him in confusion. Meng Jinhui looked at his contacts and quickly said to Duan Henji, "Remember the reporter we met on the test flight planet?" Duan Henji couldn't help but nod. "You're saying?" "That's right." Meng Jinhui moved his gaze from the optical computer to Duan Henji's face and said, "That reporter was an old mutual friend of my parents. Also, he was an old acquaintance that they knew before they achieved anything in the galaxy." Even though it was still a holiday, the Yeti Empire Mecha Research Institute was about to take a break after the Galactic Day celebration. But strangely, Duan Henji didn't rush back to work as soon as possible. On the contrary, as soon as Suminga returned to the institute, he received a message from Duan Henji. Duan Henji told Suminga that he encountered something and would be delayed for a day or two. Duan Henji wasn't someone who would be absent from work for no reason. After receiving the message, although Suminga was confused, he still temporarily took over the work at the institute. But after hearing about this, the staff at the institute couldn't help but speculate what exactly happened to Duan Henji. Not only Duan Henji, but even Meng Jinhui, who was known as the galactic model worker, temporarily handed over his work to the two generals. Only a few people in the entire galactic knew that on this day, the house of the Marshal in Nanjushing welcomed a very special guest. At 10 o'clock in the morning in Nanjushing, Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui were already waiting in a tea room in the residential area of the house of the Marshal. As time went by, in order to suppress the tension in his heart that was difficult to ignore. After sitting for a long time, Duan Henji suddenly began to fiddle with the tea set on the table. With years of practice from his previous life, even though he was now in a different body, Duan Henji's movements were still as smooth as the clouds. After seeing Duan Henji's movements, Meng Jinhui's eyes were filled with admiration. Just as Duan Henji poured the tea into a cup, the door of the tea room finally opened. An old man in a grey jacket and crutches stood at the door. As the door opened, Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui stood up from the sofa together and walked to the door to greet him. The person who came was no stranger. He was the retired old reporter who appeared on the test flight planet a while ago. Old Yan, sorry for calling you all the way here. Meng Jinhui walked over and shook his hand while apologizing. After hearing Meng Jinhui's words, Old Yan smiled and shook his head. There's nothing to be sorry about. It's my honor to be invited to the military headquarters by the Marshal, Duan Henji said. Then he stepped forward to shake Old Yan's hand and said, Good morning, please have a seat. Okay, thank you, Professor Duan. Old Yan sat down on the sofa under Duan Henji's invitation. When he saw the tea that had already been brewed on the table, he looked up at Duan Hongye in surprise and asked, Was this tea brewed by Professor Duan? Duan Henji paused for a second, then he nodded and said, Yes. Old Yan slowly picked up the teacup, then he took a sip and said, It tastes good. I remember, when you were young, Professor Duan, the Research Institute held an active mecha exhibition. At that time I was lucky enough to be a reporter and was invited by your parents for a chat. When he spoke, he had a smile on his face and his head was slightly raised. It seemed like he was immersed in his memories of the past. Speaking of which, Duan Henji was clearly just recalling a very ordinary memory, but after hearing what he said, he became nervous again. As expected, Old Yan continued, At that time, you also came out to make tea. I didn't expect that after so many years, Professor Duan, who has always been busy with work, would still remember the art of tea. There weren't many people in the galaxy who knew about the art of tea, so Old Yan remembered that Duan Henji made tea for him back then. Even though Duan Henji already knew something about the emblem on the provider's planet, when he heard Old Yan talk about his childhood, his heart couldn't help but sink. However, because Duan Henji was already mentally prepared, when he heard Old Yan suddenly mention this, his expression didn't change much. He nodded at Old Yan and said calmly, Yes, although I didn't forget, I haven't practiced in a long time. However, even the slightest change in Duan Henji's emotions couldn't escape Meng Jinhui's eyes. After seeing this scene, Meng Jinhui immediately changed the topic. Old Yan, to be honest, this time we suddenly invited you to Nanjushing because we have something to ask you. Meng Jinhui's expression was slightly serious. After seeing his expression, Old Yan immediately sat up straight and listened carefully to Meng Jinhui's words. After all, Old Yan had been a reporter his whole life. He was very smart and knew how to read people's expressions. Meng Jinhui didn't directly state the purpose of inviting Old Yan to Nanjushing this time, but after hearing a few simple words from the Marshal, he vaguely guessed the other party's purpose. After Meng Jinhui's voice fell, Old Yan took a sip of tea and slowly leaned back on the sofa. He was silent for a while, as if he was thinking. When the hot tea on the table was a little cold, Old Yan finally said slowly, thinking about it carefully, I should have known the old Marshal, Jinhui's father. For the longest time, Old Yan glanced at Meng Jinhui, then continued, When I met him, I was already a war reporter, but the old Marshal had just joined the army not long ago. At that time, he hid his identity and background and fought like all the soldiers. Just like the royal family, in the book Toppling the Stars, Nanjushing was also passed down from generation to generation by a big family. It was different from Meng Jinhui, who was exposed to the public from a young age and inherited the military at a young age. His father had been training in the military in his early years under an alias and didn't expose his true identity. However, because of his outstanding mental strength and his many achievements, I still chose him out of all the soldiers to interview. Speaking of this, old Yan's face showed a proud expression. After all, as a reporter, to be able to discover and interview a future influential figure in the galaxy when he was still young was indeed something to be proud of. During the conversation, Duan Henji could not help but cast his gaze on Meng Jinhui. At this time, Meng Jinhui's expression was very serious. When old Yan spoke, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up slightly. Although Duan Henji transmigrated halfway, he had heard some things about the old Marshal. For example, he knew from Yu Xinlan that Meng Jinhui's father was a very strict person, and he was extraordinarily strict with his only son. In fact, it was not hard to imagine that in the short 10 years that he had spent with the old Marshal, Meng Jinhui might not have had a good conversation with him. After all, before Meng Jinhui could understand the old Marshal's age, he had already disappeared from his son's life because of the war. Now that he suddenly heard someone mention a young father that he had never met before, Meng Jinhui's eyes could not help but soften. At this point, old Yan suddenly smiled and turned to Duan Henji and said, "Oh, right, Professor Duan's parents and I met at a mecha research competition. At that time, they were still just students, even younger than you are now." Hearing this, Duan Henji remembered the first time old Yan met him. The old man had said that he looked more like his mother. After saying what he had just said, old Yan looked at Meng Jinhui again and continued to reminisce. "After that, I often reported some news about the military, so I often kept in contact with the Marshal's father. It was also during that time, when he was about to marry your mother, at an Empire Youth Symposium event, that I found out about his identity a little earlier than the interstellar era." "Oh, right." Old Yan suddenly raised his voice and then happily slapped his knee with his palm. He smiled at Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui and said, "Speaking of which, it was also fate. It was also during that event that I found out that the 4 young people that I had always admired, your parents, had known each other for a long time, and were even good friends." As an excellent reporter who had seen countless people, old Yan had always been very satisfied with his ability to recognize talents. Therefore, when he recalled the young people that he had thought highly of, he was particularly excited. This beautiful memory made old Yan excited, but unlike him, Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui couldn't help but look at each other, and they both fell silent. Duan Henji was still okay. After all, he still lacked a lot of memories from his youth. But Meng Jinhui was different. The Marshal had always had a good memory, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find any memory of his parents knowing Duan Henji's parents. He always knew that old Yan was familiar with his and Duan Henji's parents. But he didn't know that his parents were good friends with each other. Logically speaking, it would be strange if they didn't know each other since they were high-ranking military officials and top researchers in the research institute. But before today, Meng Jinhui never knew that his parents and Duan Henji's parents had known each other for such a long time. The lifespan of people in the interstellar era was very long. Unlike Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui, who had become famous at a young age, their parents were already in their 40s or 50s when they really made a name for themselves in the interstellar era. Logically speaking, they should have known each other at that age. And old Yan's words pushed the timeline forward another step, directly to the time when the old Marshal was hiding his identity. When Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui didn't respond for a long time, old Yan realized that something was wrong. He sat up straight again, then glanced at Meng Jinhui and said solemnly, "Marshal, do you have any questions about what I said just now?" Old Yan was Meng Jinhui's old friend. After hearing his question, the Marshal didn't beat around the bush. He directly asked old Yan, "Can you continue to tell me about the story between my parents and Ahang's parents?" Old Yan nodded silently, then took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. "I didn't ask for the details, but I heard that they seemed to have met during a mecha research event. At that time, the empire was at its most chaotic. Although the royal family kept a low profile, their hidden strength was greater than it is now. Young people like your parents might not have reached the top of the empire at that time, but they could vaguely feel the direction of the wind. So, although they looked peaceful, there was a kind of passion in their hearts that people of your generation can't understand. Recently, Duan Henji had taken advantage of his free time to catch up on the history of the empire. So now he knew that in his parents' generation, although the empire's internal and external troubles were more serious than it was now, because the military and other forces didn't rise to power, the royal family's area of control was actually larger than it was now. Duan Henji had almost no memory of the original owner's parents, but Meng Jinhui was different. In his impression, his parents were always cold and distant. Today was the first time he heard someone use the word hot-blooded to describe his parents. They hit it off very well, and later on, their relationship was quite good. In the years when Duan Henji's parents were unknown, the Star Web didn't record the story of his parents. Because too much time had passed, old Yan's memory was a little fuzzy. But this morning, he slowly sipped his tea and slowly told Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui the story of the young people who had passed away. As he listened, Duan Henji slowly bent down. He couldn't help but put his hand on his knee, then he supported his chin with his hand and looked at old Yan. From old Yan's fragmented memories, Duan Henji roughly sketched out a complete story in his mind. In the early years, the unknown teenagers became good friends because they had the same ambition, but as their strength gradually increased, especially after Meng Jinhui's father became a marshal, they began to be suspected and envied by the empire. In order not to affect each other, the young people who used to be close to each other slowly began to avoid suspicion after they achieved success. After all, they all knew that whether it was the Research Institute or Nanjushing, they were all under the surveillance of the royal family. Duan Henji could understand this approach. After all, the relationship between the military and the Mecha Research Institute was too special. As a member of the royal family who still had some power, they would definitely pay special attention to the relationship between the two sides. It was conceivable that if he wasn't a spy who had been brainwashed and controlled for many years, the royal family wouldn't have easily allowed him to marry Meng Jinhui. In fact, even though a few decades had passed, the marriage between the original owner and Meng Jinhui was still a symbol of the royal family's surveillance of the military. If it weren't for Duan Henji, this variable, they would have been quite successful. Speaking of the past, because of the gradual climb to the top of the empire's pyramid, the two sides deliberately avoided suspicion. Later on, except for people like old Yen who knew them early on, and the royal family who had been paying attention to these things, almost no one knew that the senior management of the Research Institute and the House of the Marshal were old friends. Old Yan's eyebrows furrowed deeper and deeper. He took a big puff of his cigarette, then glanced at Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui. Then, as if he finally understood something, he asked, "So, you guys didn't know?" Meng Jinhui didn't say anything. Instead, he nodded quietly. After a while, he said to old Yen, "I didn't know that they knew each other in private, and that they were good friends." From Meng Jinhui's reaction, it was obvious that he didn't know much about his father's past. However, after hearing Meng Jinhui say that he didn't know that they knew each other in private, old Yen still had a look of disbelief on his face. Then, he turned around and glanced at Duan Henji. Even though Duan Henji didn't have any childhood memories, based on Meng Jinhui's reaction, he could roughly guess that his parents had never told him about their relationship. Therefore, under old Yan's gaze, Duan Henji nodded silently, while old Yan was reminiscing. He had unknowingly smoked a dozen cigarettes. Although the ventilation system in this tea room was very good, after a while, there was still a lingering smell of smoke left in the room. Old Yan slowly shook his head and said, "They had a very good relationship in their early years. I always knew that they deliberately acted like strangers in front of the outside world for the development of the military and the Research Institute. I really didn't expect that they wouldn't even tell their own children." Probably because he was old, after sighing with emotion, Elder Yen couldn't help but talk to Duan Hongye and Meng Jinhui about a few small things that happened when their parents got along. Although those things didn't help with the ongoing investigation, it could be seen that the relationship between them was indeed as good as Elder Yen said. After lunch, Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui sent old Yen off. Even though old Yan's clue was basically over, they didn't continue working in the afternoon. Instead, they returned to the tea room in the morning. After Meng Jinhui sat down, he went silent for a while. He then said to Duan Henji, I think the accident at the research institute can no longer be called an accident. After hearing Meng Jinhuai's words, Duan Henji nodded silently. Although Meng Jinhui didn't say it, after listening to Elder Yan's words in the morning, he could already guess that while they were no longer in contact on the surface, the cooperation between the research institute and the military should be deeper than what he previously knew. As for why they didn't tell him and Meng Jinhui about this, it was probably because they were worried that if their children were involved, it would bring unnecessary trouble to them in the future. Duan Henji picked up the teacup made of green jade on the table. He subconsciously played with the teacup in his hand while saying to Meng Jinhui, after I return to the research institute, I will carefully check the previous experiment records. As long as the information is not completely destroyed, even if there is only a trace left, I will restore it. Although Duan Henji's words about recovering data were simple, Meng Jinhui knew how difficult this task was. However, as far as the eye could see, perhaps only the person in front of him could do such a thing. Thank you, Aheng, said Meng Jinhui. Perhaps it was because of old Yan's story this morning, Meng Jinhui's temperament was unexpectedly gentle. When Duan Henji heard him say this, he felt a little embarrassed. However, before he could say anything, Meng Jinhui spoke again, by the way, Aheng, do you still remember what happened on the day of the accident? After hearing Meng Jinhui's question, Duan Henji couldn't help but be stunned. Other than the memory of the emblem, he had almost no memory of the experiment before the accident. Therefore, after hearing Meng Jinhui's question, Duan Henji reflexively shook his head. But at this moment, Duan Henji suddenly felt a fragmented image in a part of his brain that was originally blank. Duan Henji suddenly remembered what happened back then. Even though it was just a blurry image. Meng Jinhui saw Duan Henji, who was shaking his head gently, suddenly widened his eyes. His hand subconsciously stretched out, and the teacup in his palm fell to the ground. It then hit the floor and shattered into countless pieces. However, the sound of the teacup shattering didn't attract Duan Henji's attention. Duan Henji began to slowly talk to himself. Their office is not in the Research Institute building, it's separate. When I was young, I spent almost every day in the outer part of the office. Sometimes I studied by myself, and sometimes they would come over to answer some questions related to mecha. Duan Henji said as his eyes slowly narrowed. His expression involuntarily carried a hint of pain, as if he was trying very hard to remember. Meng Jinhui wanted to interrupt Duan Henji, but Duan Henji seemed to know what he wanted to do and shook his head. Duan Henji continued, that day, it was just like any other day. I was reading a book, then suddenly there was a loud noise not far away. Then I saw their office suddenly emit a blue light, and then half of the wall melted. One of the mechas suddenly lost control and started attacking the room. That was the last thing I saw before I fainted. Duan Henji couldn't help but reach out his hand and press heavily on his temple. He didn't know if it had anything to do with the recovery of his memory, but Duan Henji's temple was throbbing with pain. He couldn't help but shake his head, then looked up at Meng Jinhui and said, I can only remember this much. Just as Duan Henji finished speaking, the sofa beside him suddenly sank. Before Duan Henji could react, he fell into a familiar embrace. Meng Jinhui gently hugged Duan Henji, then whispered to Duan Henji as if he was telling a bedtime story, okay, don't think about it. Do you trust me? Although he didn't know why Meng Jinhui suddenly asked this, Duan Henji still nodded gently. Good. Just give me some time and I will find the answer. Meng Jinhui promised, then reached out and slowly tucked Duan Henji's hair behind his ear. The Marshal said, if you don't want to remember it, then forget it completely. Duan Henji wasn't someone who was good at forgetting. He knew that the experiment accident would definitely be a very dark memory. Just like Meng Jinhui said, completely forgetting that memory was the right choice. However, Duan Henji didn't deliberately forget. Instead, he reviewed that memory over and over again in his mind, repeatedly discovering details that he didn't notice before. The military investigation regarding this incident was still ongoing, but now that the Research Institute's vacation was officially over, Duan Henji couldn't stay in Nanjushing any longer. That night, Duan Henji took a starship back to the Research Institute. He left very late, but because he had been thinking about things, Duan Henji didn't feel sleepy at all. The black starship slowly sailed out of Nanjushing's airspace. Henji, who still couldn't remember anything, finally stood up from his seat. He was a little irritated, so he walked to the window, then looked at the endless dark space. The starship was moving very quickly. Originally, the scene outside the window was quite empty, but after a while, large and small planets began to fly by the window. Henji didn't know how many times he had walked the path from Nanjushing to the research institute. He had already memorized the major planets he would pass by. Henji gently placed his hand on the transparent window and looked at the silent space outside the window. At this time, the starship was passing by a medium-sized planetary belt. Even though it was very far away, he could still see the lights emitted by the cities on the planets. Compared to other places, the planets here weren't psychedelic and beautiful. Henji didn't pay too much attention to this place before. But today, because he wanted to divert his attention, Henji began to carefully observe this planetary belt. He looked at it and found that there was only a sporadic planet not far away. Its appearance was very inconspicuous, but placed among this group of bustling residential planets, it showed a bit of a special meaning. Henji was now a qualified galactic resident. After seeing the strange planet, he gently clicked on the window in front of him. A few seconds later, a row of words suddenly appeared on the originally empty window. Henji didn't care about the words. He roughly clicked on the location of the strange planet on the window. Then a light green light appeared on the window. The light was scattered at first, but after a few seconds, it condensed into a beam. Then, it scanned the planet that Henji just clicked on. This was the planet identification and introduction function of the starship. After discovering this planet, Henji liked to click on planets and read related introductions. It was also because of this function, Henji finally had some knowledge of interstellar geography. After the scan ended, a light screen rose next to Henji. Seeing this, Henji moved his gaze away from the window and looked at the light screen. Planet, Qingli Planet Affiliation, Yetian Empire Marshal's Planet Property, Special. The starship had just left Nanjushing not long ago, so the surrounding planets were most likely Marshal's planets. After reading the first 2 lines of introduction, Henji didn't feel much. It was just that, the planet property at the end attracted all of Henji's attention. After discovering this function, Henji clicked on a lot of planets and looked at their information. In Henji's memory, there weren't many planets that were labeled as special. Even Nanjushing, where the house of the Marshal was located, was abbreviated as Habitable Planet. If he remembered correctly, the only special planets he had ever seen were the Yitian Empire's Mecha Research Institute and the Mecha Test Flight Planet. Could it be that this seemingly inconspicuous planet in front of him was also related to Mecha? If Henji was 60 points curious before, now that he saw the word special, his curiosity was immediately raised to 100 points. Henji didn't hesitate. He clicked on the name of the planet again and opened the information window. Henji originally thought that this was a planet related to Mecha. Before the specific information was opened, he was still guessing in his heart whether this was an abandoned experimental planet. But the second the text appeared, Henji was completely stunned. In fact, this planet called Qingli Planet had nothing to do with Mecha. This was a planet, and it was also a very special cemetery. Qingli Planet was originally a very ordinary habitable planet, but because its location wasn't very good, and because of the lack of resources, as the surrounding planets were developed, the number of residents on this planet decreased. This was a very common phenomenon in the interstellar, and from the data, it could be seen that as early as a few hundred years ago, there were only 2 billion residents left on this planet. 2 billion was really a small number in the interstellar, and it was as inconspicuous as Qingli Planet itself. However, on this inconspicuous planet, there was once an incomparably tragic war that was recorded in the history of the Empire. That war almost destroyed the entire Qingli Planet, and after the war, the planet was no longer suitable for human habitation. The Empire had moved most of its population away, and the planet that was left behind became a huge mausoleum floating in space. Later on, not only were there soldiers who died in the war 100 years ago, but there were also some mecha destroyed in the war that were sent to Qingli Planet. However, there were even more cenotaphs for the soldiers who died in the interstellar. After seeing the number in the detailed data, Henji's scalp couldn't help but go numb. He had always been aware of the cruelty and danger of war in the interstellar era, but after seeing the number of cenotaphs, Duan Henji finally had a more direct understanding of the matter. He slowly reached out to turn off the screen. Not long after, the starship's control room received a special order. Duan Henji requested that the starship make a temporary course change, head to the vicinity of Qingli planet, and circle at once. Not long after receiving Duan Henji's message, Assistant Yipu, who had been elsewhere all this time, came over. He didn't understand why Duan Henji suddenly wanted to go to Qingli planet. Professor Duan, do you have any other requests? Do you need to arrange for landing? As Duan Henji's personal assistant, Yipu had always felt that his job was abnormally easy, apart from having to pay attention to his every word and action and special movements. Duan Henji's daily life was very simple, and his range of activities was also very small. As his personal assistant, he spent most of his time in a state of idleness. Although Qingli planet had a special nature, it was very difficult for ordinary people to get close to it without special permission. However, Duan Henji was the director of the Yeti Empire Mecha Research Institute, after all, so it was very simple for him to go to Qingli planet. Suddenly hearing Yipu speak, Duan Henji couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't expect Yipu to suddenly mention the matter of landing. Seeing this, the assistant said, "It's like this, Professor Duan. Because Qingli planet has been half abandoned for many years, some of the basic facilities on it can't keep up. Right now, there are only a few permanent staff members on Qingli planet, so there aren't many of them. If you want to go, we'll have to contact them in advance." The top-grade starship that Duan Henji was on was of excellent quality, so it was reasonable to say that it could land in any condition. However, Qingli planet was really too desolate right now. If Duan Henji went there at the last minute, he would probably see an endless wasteland and a city that had been abandoned for many years. Yipu didn't know what Duan Henji wanted to do there, but he thought that no matter what, he would have to find some staff members on the planet to receive him. After hearing Yipu's words, Duan Henji quickly shook his head and said, "No need, we won't land." At this moment, the starship had already changed course and was flying towards Qingli planet. Duan Henji said, "I just want to take a closer look." "Okay." After saying that, Yipu didn't leave. He stood beside Duan Henji and started introducing the planet to him. Unlike the data listed on the information bar, what Yipu told him was more like a story. Following the assistant's narration, the huge starship finally arrived above Qingli planet. Right now, the starship was in the middle of the night sky of Qingli planet. As there were almost no people living on it, the planet was completely dark. The starship slowly lowered its altitude again. With the illumination of the lights below the starship, Duan Henji could finally see what Qingli planet looked like. At this moment, the starship was flying over the ruins of a huge abandoned city. This city was frozen in time from 100 years ago. As Qingli planet was an underdeveloped planet, the buildings here were generally not tall. In addition, because it had been abandoned for a long time, everything here gave Duan Henji an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It actually felt a little like Earth. However, such a technological architectural style and desolation level were rare on Earth. Yipu, who was also standing by the window, was different. Although he knew the history of this planet very well, Yipu had never been to Qingli planet before. As the starship gradually got closer, Yipu stopped his narration at some point. Then, he couldn't help but open his eyes wide and look at the ground. The starship finally flew over the sky above the city and then slowly came to the day sky of the planet. At this moment, they could finally see clearly that there were mechas standing on the wasteland below them. This is. Although Yipu already knew that Qingli planet was also a mecha graveyard, he couldn't help but mutter when he saw the scene below them with his own eyes. Although Duan Henji didn't know much about the history of this place, as a mecha researcher, he knew every single mecha below. Most of the mechas that were sent to Qingli planet were severely damaged to the point that they could no longer be repaired. However, even if only a little of the mecha's frame was left, Duan Henji could still accurately identify its model number and when it was in service. Duan Henji rarely spoke so much, but Yipu could feel that although Professor Duan spoke a lot, his mood was gradually becoming gloomy. The assistant opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. After some time, Duan Henji finally left the window. He turned to his assistant and said, "Okay. Let's go back to the research institute." After hearing Duan Henji's words, Yipu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He nodded to Duan Henji and then turned on his optical supercomputer to send a return notification. But at this moment, Duan Henji turned to look at the scenery outside the window again and sighed. He then muttered to himself, "Technology and mechas, do they bring peace or destruction to the galaxy?" Yipu heard Duan Henji's words, but he also understood that this sentence wasn't directed at him, but at himself. As the director of the Mecha Research Institute, Duan Henji didn't have to face the war directly, but perhaps he considered the war more than anyone else in the galaxy. After so many days, the test flight of the Mecha Nanju was finally officially completed. From the initial solo test flight to the subsequent team test flight, Nanju's performance had always been good. All of its values met the standards for mass production. After all, the situation in the Empire wasn't exactly peaceful, so after the last test flight mission was completed, the plan for mass production of the mecha was finally put on the agenda. It was also at this time that Duan Henji realized that the real trouble seemed to have arrived. At 10:30 in the morning, the deputy director of the Mecha Research Institute, Suminga, knocked on the door and walked into Duan Henji's office with his optical supercomputer. "Dean Duan, this is the information of all the organizations that produce the external thermal insulation layer of the mecha. Can you take a look?" Suminga entered the office and turned on his optical supercomputer. As soon as he finished speaking, a bunch of densely packed characters instantly appeared in front of Duan Henji's eyes. Strangely, Duan Henji, who didn't feel bored even when looking at the background program of the star web, began to feel dizzy when he saw the information of these organizations. After trying to look at it for a while, Duan Henji moved his eyes away from the optical supercomputer. After seeing Duan Henji's painful expression, Suminga finally couldn't hold back his laughter and sat across from him. "Is it hard to choose?" Suminga asked knowingly. Duan Henji tried to look at it again and nodded silently. In fact, in his previous life, Duan Henji faced a similar situation. As an ancient martial arts family, the Duan family didn't choose to completely hide from the world after arriving in the modern era. They continued to pass down the foundation of ancient martial arts, and they also had many business enterprises. As the youngest son in the family, Duan Henji didn't have to inherit the family business, but the elders in the family did try to get him to come in contact with these kinds of jobs. Strangely, as someone who could read the boring experimental data all day long, he had a lot of interest in it. When Duan Henji looked at his work in the business world, he couldn't help but have a headache. He didn't think that even though he was in a different world and he was the director of the research institute, he still had to look at these kinds of things. Although it couldn't be seen, in terms of age, Suminga was actually much older than Duan Henji. Due to his strong professional skills and his daily facial paralysis, Suminga almost never thought that Duan Henji was actually still a child. But now, after seeing Duan Henji's obviously troubled and distressed expression, not only did Suminga finally realize that Duan Henji had a youthful and immature side to him, but he also saw a little bit of cuteness in him. Suminga couldn't help but be in a good mood. He pulled the stool closer, and then began to introduce to Duan Henji, one by one, all the organizations that had applied to produce the external heat insulation layer of mecha. "These are all companies that have worked with the Research Institute before, you can focus on them," Suminga said while outlining Duan Henji on the holographic screen. After hearing Suminga's words, Duan Henji began to listen carefully like a student. He turned on his optical computer and made checkmarks while recording Suminga's introduction. But soon, Duan Henji realized that it was a bit inconvenient to manually check the key points and then use the virtual keyboard to type. It also greatly reduced the speed. So while Suminga was introducing him, Duan Henji adjusted the orientation of the holographic screen and took out a virtual pen that could be used to record on the holographic screen. After all, Duan Henji was from the Earth era. Compared to writing by hand, Duan Henji's typing speed was still a bit slower. While Duan Henji was carefully recording, Suminga couldn't help but look from his holographic screen to Duan Henji's hand. In this era, although writing was still a compulsory course for students, for the sake of convenience, very few people would write by hand during work. Especially for people like Suminga who didn't put much effort into writing and hadn't written by himself for many years after graduation. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that his handwriting had long deteriorated to the level of an elementary school student. Now that Duan Henji had switched to a virtual keyboard for convenience and started to write by hand, Suminga couldn't help but lower his head to observe Duan Henji's handwriting. Although many people in the galaxy didn't write on a daily basis, they would still practice their signature. Suminga lowered his head and found that unlike those who only practiced a few words, Duan Henji had a firm grasp of all the words. He never stopped writing. Most importantly, Duan Henji's handwriting was exceptionally beautiful. As Suminga looked at it, he actually forgot what he was supposed to do. Seeing that Suminga didn't say anything for a long time, Duan Henji finally felt that something was wrong. He looked up at Suminga in confusion and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Suminga shook his head and said, "I didn't expect your handwriting to be so beautiful." He sincerely praised. In fact, the discussion about the external heat insulation layer was almost over. Suminga suddenly looked at the holographic screen with interest and said to Duan Henji, "Wait for me, I need to get something." Although Duan Henji didn't know what Suminga wanted to do, he still nodded and watched him leave. Then, he continued to study the information Suminga summarized on the photon supercomputer. After a few minutes, Suminga finally returned to Duan Henji's office. In his hands were two things that Duan Henji was very familiar with but hadn't seen in a long time: paper and a pen. "What are you doing?" Duan Henji couldn't help but ask. Suminga raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Can you write a few words for me on the paper?" While the two were talking, the morning work at the research institute had already ended. Duan Henji looked at the records on the photon supercomputer again and turned it off. Although he didn't know why Suminga wanted him to write, it was very simple for Duan Henji. He didn't ask any questions and took the paper from Suminga's hands. Duan Henji looked up and asked, "What do you want to write?" Although Suminga didn't write often, his writing tools were the best in the galaxy. After receiving it, Duan Henji felt that it was a good pen. As someone who had practiced calligraphy for many years, he couldn't help but feel a little itchy. Seeing that Duan Henji agreed so readily, Suminga sat back down in his chair. After thinking for a while, he said to Duan Henji, "Write a poem." "I'll read it to you." "Okay." Duan Henji lowered his head. What Suminga was reciting was a very popular and classic short poem in the interstellar. Even Duan Henji had heard it many times since he transmigrated to this world. When Suminga read it, Duan Henji also wrote it down stroke by stroke. In just a few minutes, the poem was finished. After seeing the words on the paper, Suminga showed a surprised expression. He picked up the paper from the table and took a few pictures with his photon supercomputer. "Have you practiced before?" Suminga looked at it for a while and couldn't help but ask. "Yeah." It had been a long time since he used a pen and paper to write. After Suminga finished reading the poem, Duan Henji continued to scribble on other pieces of paper. Seeing that Duan Henji was engrossed in writing, Suminga didn't bother him anymore. After looking at it for a while, Suminga, who was in a good mood, posted the photos he just took to his social media account. Unlike Duan Henji, who never posted anything, Suminga was very diligent in updating his social media account and was very happy to interact with his fans. Suminga, can anyone guess who wrote this piece of calligraphy? Picture, after posting the status, Suminga didn't rush to see everyone's reaction. Instead, he continued to return to Duan Henji's side. Because the original author was lazy, many of the historical backgrounds and cultural knowledge of toppling the galaxy were the same as China on Earth. The ancient poem that Duan Henji wrote was also a compulsory lesson for everyone when they were young. When Suminga saw what Duan Henji wrote, he first praised it, then asked casually, "Oh yeah, Professor Duan. When you were young, did you also learn calligraphy in addition to writing with a fountain pen? I feel that the poems you are writing now will definitely have a better feeling if they are written with a brush." Duan Henji came from an ancient martial arts family. How could he not know calligraphy? After he heard Suminga's words, he nodded casually and said, "I did, but I haven't written in a long time." After hearing Duan Henji's words, Suminga's eyes suddenly widened. Seeing that he didn't speak for a while, Duan Henji finally looked up. "What's wrong?" "Wait for me." Suminga smiled at Duan Henji and said to him, "I do have a brush in my office." At this moment, Duan Henji really wanted to ask Suminga if his office was also called a grocery store. Perhaps it was because the test flight of the new mecha was over, but the atmosphere in the research institute was much more relaxed than before. After he finished speaking, Suminga walked out of Duan Henji's office. It seemed like he was going to get a writing brush. It was currently the afternoon break. As soon as the door to Duan Henji's office opened, the sound of the staff chatting could be heard. This time, Suminga's actions were very fast. Within a few minutes, he had brought the items over. When the staff saw the writing brush and other things in Suminga's hand, they gathered around and asked, "Professor Su, what are you holding in your hand?" Unlike the compulsory course of writing with a fountain pen, very few people had seen this kind of retro thing in real life. Hearing someone ask, another staff member walked up and said, "Is this a writing brush?" He asked in an exaggerated tone, "You don't even know what this is?" "Okay." The staff member who was looked down upon shook his head and asked Suminga, "Professor Su, what are you doing with this?" Suminga, who was surrounded by everyone, smiled and then said to them in a slightly boastful manner, "Me? Watching Dean Duan write." After saying this, Suminga walked directly to Duan Henji's office. Behind him, a bunch of staff members widened their eyes and looked at Duan Henji's office in disbelief. Watching Duan Henji write? With a writing brush? After hearing Suminga's words, the staff members were stunned. It wasn't until Suminga disappeared in front of them that they finally realized what Professor Su said. After Suminga entered the office, the silver-white door of Duan Henji's office began to slowly close. Hearing Suminga's footsteps, Duan Xianxia, who was looking at his work just now, couldn't help but raise his head and look ahead. Then, he saw a bunch of staff members poking their heads out behind Suminga. In fact, there weren't many staff members in the work area outside Duan Henji's office. After spending so much time together, Duan Henji already knew them. Normally, these staff members would always be serious and professional in front of Duan Henji, but now, during lunch break, they finally revealed their original personalities. For some reason, Duan Henji unknowingly became happy when he saw them like this. After Suminga entered the office, the door of the director's office slowly closed. At this moment, the staff members who were looking outside the office suddenly noticed that Duan Henji raised his head and looked in their direction. Even though everyone had gradually become familiar with Duan Henji, for most staff members, Duan Henji's image was still closely tied to the word serious. Therefore, when the staff members at the door saw Duan Henji looking in their direction, they instantly looked away and lowered their heads, pretending to be busy. When Suminga saw the reaction of the people outside, he finally couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, something unexpected happened. After Duan Henji looked up, he wasn't as angry as they thought, nor did he show a serious expression. On the contrary, Duan Henji glanced at the staff members who were secretly observing at the door and said, "Stop looking outside, come in." After Duan Henji finished speaking, he stretched out his finger and gently tapped on the holographic screen beside him. Then, the office door that was about to close lit up, and finally opened again. If it was said that when the door was half open, there were still people who doubted if they had heard wrongly when Duan Xianxia called them in. Now that the door to the dean's office had reopened, everyone finally confirmed that they had not heard wrongly. Even though their usual place of work was outside Duan Henji's office, as ordinary staff members, they never had the opportunity to step into the office of the director of the Yeti Empire Mecha Research Institute. Now that they heard Duan Henji's invitation, even though they were extremely excited, they still didn't walk in. Suminga had brought a lot of things with him, and now, they were all piled up on Duan Xianxia's desk that originally had nothing on it. Duan Henji lowered his head and stopped the pen that was about to roll off the table. When he looked up again, he saw that the office door was clearly open, but the 5 or 6 staff members outside all stood in place. No one dared to come in. "What's wrong?" Duan Henji couldn't help but ask in confusion. After hearing his words, Suminga, who had been fiddling with things, also raised his head and looked outside. He then said, "You guys aren't coming in? Then I'll help Dean Duan close the door." Hearing this, the staff members who were still hesitating finally seemed to be motivated. After a few seconds, the few of them appeared together in Duan Henji's office. Even though they had been working outside this office for a long time, they had seen the scene inside many times. they also knew the minimalist layout of the office. But when they actually came in, they finally had an intuitive understanding of how clean Duan Henji's office was. Just like how Duan Henji felt when Suminga said that there was a writing brush in his office, anyone who had been to Suminga's office would think that it was a grocery store. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, in short, everything could be found in the office. Therefore, with Suminga as a reference, Duan Henji's office seemed even more empty. Just as everyone was silently observing Duan Henji's office, he and Suminga finally gathered the large pile of things together. In fact, Duan Henji had practiced a lot of calligraphy in his previous life, but after he started working, he rarely practiced. When everything was neatly arranged, Duan Henji first picked up the writing brush. Then, he turned slightly to Suminga and said, "I haven't practiced in a long time. Maybe my writing isn't very good." "It's okay." Suminga was still immersed in the poem Duan Henji had just written for him. When he heard Duan Henji's words, he waved his hand indifferently and said, "Not many people know how to write these days." Duan Henji nodded silently and spread out a piece of rice paper. Although Duan Henji hadn't touched it for many years and even changed his body, because of thousands of years of practice when he was a child, these movements had long been deeply engraved in his soul. He was very skilled at spreading the rice paper. When the paper was flat on the table, Duan Henji finally picked up the pen that had been placed on the side. It had been blackened by ink. Seeing this, the staff who were looking around and observing the office all turned their gazes over. It was strange. The person who was going to write was Duan Henji, not them, but after seeing his movements, the staff members who were responsible for watching became nervous. However, Duan Henji wasn't affected by this nervousness. He raised the pen, and after his wrist hung in the air for a while, Duan Henji finally slowly put the pen down. What he wrote was an ancient poem that was very famous in China. This poem also existed in the world of Toppling the Stars. Duan Henji's hands were very beautiful. The moment he picked up the pen, everyone exclaimed in their hearts. Because there was almost no excess fat on his hands, and his skin was slightly pale, Duan Henji's hands looked like a piece of art carved from white jade. At this moment, the surrounding staff members even ignored the words Duan Henji was about to write. Instead, all of their attention was focused on his hands. Needless to say, they really wanted to record this moment, but considering the prestige of the dean, no one dared to do anything. However, Suminga was different. After seeing Duan Henji's movements, Suminga set his optical computer to hover mode and quietly recorded Duan Henji's writing. When Duan Henji finally finished writing, everyone's attention finally began to shift. Wait a minute. Suminga couldn't help but open his eyes wide. If he remembered correctly, Duan Henji just told him that he hadn't practiced for a long time. Maybe his writing wasn't that good, but now, after seeing the ink on the rice paper, Suminga didn't want to believe that the words in front of him were actually not that good from Duan Henji's words. "Oh my god." Suminga couldn't help but let out an extremely colloquial praise. This sentence was also the voice of everyone present. After working for so long, in everyone's eyes, Duan Henji had long been labeled as omnipotent. But now that they saw with their own eyes that he had gained a new talent point in front of them, everyone couldn't help but admire Duan Henji even more. Duan Henji, who was focused on writing, didn't look at the reactions of the people around him. After a while, he finally lifted his wrist from the paper and read the poem he just wrote from beginning to end. "My hand is a bit rusty." In the end, Duan Henji calmly commented. "Sigh." After listening to Duan Henji's words, Suminga sighed heavily and turned off the optical computer's video mode. He shook his head and said with slight admiration, "Okay, now I'm sure you're really a genius." Just as Duan Henji was showing off his calligraphy, Suminga's social media account had accumulated millions of comments. Everyone was guessing who wrote this piece of calligraphy. For a time, the few people who were familiar with Suminga and had good handwriting were all named. But soon, these people came out and denied everyone's guesses. There were a few comments that were similar to "Could it be Professor Duan?" However, the replies under these comments were almost all "ha ha ha ha." Obviously, not many people took it seriously. The research institute's lunch break wasn't long. Even though everyone wanted to stay in Duan Henji's office for a while, they didn't want to disturb his lunch break. After Duan Henji finished writing his calligraphy, everyone left. After returning to his office, Suminga, who was still excited, finally began to read the comments on his social media account. TSK. He said to himself while reading, why does it seem like no one guessed correctly? After that, Suminga picked a few of his most liked comments and began to reply to them one by one. X post, Professor Su, can you tell us if the person who wrote this is someone we know? Suminga, you guys know each other. X+1 post, can you give us a hint? It's so hard to guess. What if the words were automatically generated by the optical computer? It's not impossible, right? When I was young, I finished my writing class homework like this. Cough 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 Suminga, it wasn't generated by the optical computer. After replying to this post, Suminga looked through his optical computer's photo album. Finally, he sent out a picture of Duan Henji's calligraphy that he had just intercepted. He also wrote in his reply section, this was also written by him. If anyone can guess it, I'll post a video of him writing. After that, Suminga refreshed his comment section again. After seeing that Suminga said that he was going to post a video, the comments below became even faster. The calligraphy that Suminga showed just now was indeed good, but it was still considered common. However, this calligraphy was different. There were very few people in the entire galaxy who knew how to use this kind of pen, let alone write such beautiful words with it. Professor Su, are the words that you shared really written by someone you know? I thought it was collected from an ancient book. This comment represented the thoughts of most people. If Suminga didn't say that he would post a video if he guessed it, after seeing Duan Henji's calligraphy, everyone would think that he collected it from an ancient tablet or ancient book. Suminga's social media account already had a lot of followers. Now that this calligraphy was posted, it rushed to the top of the galaxy's real-time trending list. There was no other reason, Duan Henji's ancient poem was really beautiful. However, after Suminga posted the picture, everyone stopped guessing whether it was Suminga's friend or someone from the research institute. Instead, they focused their attention on several famous calligraphers in the galaxy. However, at this moment, Suminga's optical computer suddenly rang with a very special notification. Someone who was related to him had commented on his post. Suminga's hand that was scrolling through the comments paused for a moment. Then, he opened the notification. It's actually Yu Xinlan. When the mecha Nanju was being manufactured, Yu Xinlan worked at the research institute for a period of time. She was mainly responsible for the security of the nearby areas. After a while, Yu Xinlan and Suminga became familiar with each other. Speaking of which, Yu Xinlan and Suminga were the same. They were both relatively active on social media. Therefore, after leaving the research institute, she would often reply to Suminga's posts. Seeing this, Suminga couldn't help but be a little curious. They were both old acquaintances. Would Yu Xinlan guess that the person who wrote this was Duan Henji? Yu Xinlan, there's no need to guess, this person is our Professor Duan. Suminga, just post the video. Yu Xinlan actually guessed it. After seeing this message, Suminga couldn't help but be a little surprised. After all, in his impression, Yu Xinlan didn't seem like such a smart person. Also, the tone of the other party's reply seemed a little overconfident. Therefore, even though Yu Xinlan directly said the answer, Suminga didn't post the video. Suminga, Yu Xinlan, why do you say that? The monk was different from Suminga. After seeing Yu Xinlan's reply, the comment section was full of messages. She didn't even need to look carefully to know that these people were all Duan Henji's fans. After Suminga replied to Yu Xinlan, he waited for a while. When he almost couldn't help but share the video, Yu Xinlan finally replied to him. Yu Xinlan said in the comment section, "Oh, I showed it to the general." This is what he said. General. After seeing these words, Suminga was completely speechless. Since it was Meng Jinhui, it was no wonder he was recognized so quickly. He reluctantly replied to Yu Xinlan, "Okay." After that, Suminga finally posted the video to his social media account as promised. At this point, he couldn't help but praise General Yu's reply. If this was any other time in the past, this video of Duan Henji's handwriting would definitely cause a commotion on Star Web. But with General Yu Xinlan's reply, even though everyone was screaming, it wasn't because of the video. It was because of the relationship between Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhui. After Su Mingge and the others left the office, Duan Hengji had a simple lunch and wanted to continue researching the mecha manufacturers. But at this time, Duan Hengji's optical computer suddenly received a message. Meng Jinhui, I saw the picture that Su Mingge posted on Star Web. Your handwriting is very nice. When Duan Hengji saw Meng Jinhui's message, he was slightly surprised. After all, in his impression, General Yu was very busy on a daily basis. He didn't seem like someone who would read other people's news on Star Web. But before Duan Hengji could reply, his optical computer received another message from Meng Jinhui. Meng Jinhui, help me write a poem next time. It was clearly a simple sentence, but after seeing it, Duan Hengji's heart started beating faster for a few seconds. Okay. After writing paragraph after paragraph and deleting them, in the end, Duan Hengye still replied like this. In the blink of an eye, the Imperial Mecha Research Institute had been on vacation for a long time. At this time, Amuro University's vacation was finally over. Although the investigation into the attack last semester had yet to be completed, after a holiday break, the Empire's top institution of higher learning had finally returned to its original working track. Before the official start of the new semester, Amuro University sent a long letter to Duan Hengji early in the morning. Although the attack itself was not successful, Duan Hengji encountered such a terrible incident in Amuro's territory. If it weren't for his skills, there would have been immeasurable consequences. Therefore, even though Duan Hengji didn't express his stance on this matter, he didn't mention Amuro's security. However, the school was still very nervous. They didn't even worry about whether Professor Duan would come to Amuro next semester. Instead, they were worried about whether the research institute and the military's attitude towards Amuro would change in the future. Even though they didn't say it publicly, many of the school's higher-ups were actually thinking about it. Duan Hengji wouldn't come to Amuro next semester. It was almost an undeniable fact. The letter sent to Duan Hengji was mainly an official apology. After the letter was sent, Duan Hengji didn't reply to them for 3 days. Just as the higher-ups of Amuro began to despair and worry about whether Duan Hengji would end all cooperation with the school, they finally received a reply from Duan Hengji. Unlike what they expected, this reply wasn't sent by Nanjushing or the Research Institute. Instead, it was sent by Duan Hengji's private account, and the content included the next semester's plan. Duan Hengji's reply didn't mention anything about accountability at all. He only said that the investigation was handed over to Nanjushing and that he wouldn't pay attention to this matter anymore. However, Duan Hengji still hoped that Amuro would take care of the school's security. After all, the students here were the future of the empire. Just like the long letter sent by Amuro to Duan Hengji's reply was also quite long. After receiving this reply, the people who originally thought that they had completely offended Duan Hengji were all dumbfounded. This was because in their opinion, not only was Duan Hengji's reply not official at all, but it was also sincere and worried about the future of the school's students. Duan Hengji was indeed like what was said on the Star Web. He was a person who looked cold on the surface, but was actually more gentle than anyone else. Duan Hengji didn't know that after seeing his reply, his image in the eyes of Amuro and a bunch of other professors improved once again. The reply to Amuro's official letter was later posted on the school's official website, but Duan Hengji didn't have time to look at it. This was because almost at the same time that he replied to Amuro, Duan Hengji received a special message on his optical computer. Ever since that day when he met Lan Jingqi at the military base, he hadn't contacted Duan Hengji for a long time. Also, because there were a lot of things that he was busy with during the Galactic Day holiday, Duan Hengji forgot to continue paying attention to Lan Jingqi's daily research and life. Therefore, when he received Lan Jingqi's message, Duan Hengji was shocked beyond words. This message read, during the Galactic Day holiday, Lan Jingqi passed 11 exams with full marks on his optical computer and officially skipped a grade. In Amuro University, skipping grades wasn't an easy thing to do. This matter could even be described as extremely complicated. It could be seen from the high failure rate of the mecha major that Amuro, as the #1 institution of higher learning in the galaxy, had always been extraordinarily strict in terms of grades. Even though the school had a grade-skipping policy since its establishment, Duan Hengji's impression was that no one would take the risk to attempt this. After Lan Jingqi sent the news, Duan Hengji used his authority to check Amro University's back-end. Immediately after, he found out that in the past 10 years, there were only 9 people from all the majors in the school who had applied to skip grades, and 5 of them had succeeded. And out of the 5 who had successfully applied, only 2 of them had successfully graduated with their senior year. This probability was so low that it was a little scary. It was almost like buying a lottery ticket. To the outside world, every major in Amro University was ranked at the top of the galaxy. However, within the school, there was still the so-called ace major. Other than the mecha design major that Duan Hengji was currently in, pharmaceutics was also considered one of Amro's ace majors. From the records he had just checked, it could be seen that in the past 10 years, no one from the mecha or pharmaceutics majors had applied to skip grades, which showed how difficult this task was. Seeing this, Duan Hengji couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Because while he was looking for information, he also saw that Amro's internet clearly stated that any student who applied to skip grades not only had to maintain their ranking in the top 1% of their major, but their grades had to be above 90 points. Not only that, the amount of experiments and classes they had to take was several times more than normal students. Duan Hengji felt that for Lan Jingqi, meeting the first requirement wasn't difficult. But the second requirement, grades above 90 points, wasn't easy at all. Although Duan Hengji didn't know the specifics of the pharmacy department for the time being, if he remembered correctly, the first place in his mecha department last semester was only 83 points. Amro hadn't officially started classes yet, so no one knew that Lan Jingqi had chosen to skip a grade apart from the teachers. After closing Amro University's internet and reading Lan Jingqi's message, Duan Hengji finally replied. Duan Hengji, don't be in a hurry to decide on the matter of skipping a grade. The mecha department will open before the pharmacy department. When the time comes, come find me in advance. In the past, Lan Jingqi's replies had always been very timely. It could even be said that he was enthusiastic. But this time, a long time after Duan Hengji sent the message, Lan Jingqi slowly replied with an unusually simple okay. Duan Hengji had been a teacher for almost a year, but today was perhaps the first time he had experienced the exhaustion of this profession. Just as Duan Hengji had said in his reply to Lan Jingqi, his mecha department would start classes a few days earlier than Lan Jingqi's pharmacy department. Duan Hengji's original intention had been to tell Lan Jingqi to come a bit earlier, but unexpectedly, as soon as Duan Hengji had arrived at Amro, before the starship had even landed, Lan Jingqi's message had already been received on the optical supercomputer. The new semester hadn't started yet, so Duan Hengji's class schedule couldn't be found on the official website. He didn't know how Lan Jingqi had managed to get here on time. Lan Jingqi, Professor Duan, I've arrived at the starship docking area. After seeing Lan Jingqi's message, Duan Hengji hesitated for a moment. Then he said to his assistant, Yi Pu, help me tell Amro to postpone my visit to the multi-purpose building today. Because of the previous incident, Duan Hengji had originally planned to meet with Amro's school leaders today. But after receiving Lan Jingqi's message, he decided to postpone the event. Okay, Professor Duan. Even though he didn't quite understand, as soon as the starship landed, Yi Pu notified Duan Hengji of the change in schedule. Then he looked up again and asked, Professor Duan, do you have any new arrangements? Yes, Duan Hengji nodded and said, I'm going to see Lan Jingqi. Lan Jingqi? Yi Pu was very familiar with this name. But the reason he was familiar with this name wasn't because of the award Lan Jingqi won a while ago, but because Meng Jinhui had specifically told him to pay attention to this name. So after hearing Duan Hengji's words, Yi Pu's nerves immediately tensed up. He glanced at Duan Hengji and asked a little nervously, Professor Duan, is the meeting location on the starship? Or do we need to arrange something else? Even though Amro University has already gone through a security check during the holidays, we still don't recommend you to choose a meeting location on the spot. Yi Pu was usually a very calm person. Duan Hengji rarely saw him this anxious, but after the incident last time, Duan Hengji could understand why he was so worried. So after hearing his assistant's words, Duan Hengji thought for a moment and said, no need, let's meet on the starship. After saying that, he picked up the optical supercomputer and sent a message to Lan Jingqi again. Long before Duan Hengji arrived, Lan Jingqi was already waiting on the mecha dock. A few minutes after receiving the message, Duan Hengji heard a notification in his ear. Lan Jingqi had already boarded the starship. This starship that belonged to the military was very large. After receiving the notification, Duan Hengji walked towards the door. When he got there, he saw that Lan Jingqi was already standing in front of the robots on the starship, performing a security check. Compared to the reply from the optical supercomputer, Lan Jingqi's tone was much colder. After seeing Duan Hengji come over, Lan Jingqi immediately smiled at him. From Duan Hengji's point of view, this smile didn't seem any different from before, but there was something strange about it that he couldn't quite put his finger on. After seeing Lan Jingqi, Duan Hengji couldn't help but stop in his tracks, then slowly walked over. At this time, the security check was also over. After confirming that Lan Jingqi didn't have any dangerous items on him, Yi Pu and a few other military personnel around him bowed slightly to Duan Hengji, then left. It was undeniable that earlier on, Duan Hengji did help Lan Jingqi get out of trouble for the antidote. But now, after interacting with him for so long, Duan Hengji had gradually begun to treat Lan Jingqi as his own younger brother. So now that he received the message from Lan Jingqi, and saw that Lan Jingqi obviously didn't care about skipping grades, Duan Hengji finally felt a little disappointed that Lan Jingqi didn't live up to his expectations. After seeing Lan Jingqi, Duan Hengji couldn't help but sigh softly, then he said to him, "Come with me." After saying that, Duan Hengji turned around and walked towards the corridor first. Probably because he could tell that Duan Hengji wasn't in a good mood, Lan Jingqi didn't say anything along the way. It wasn't until Duan Hengji brought him into his own lounge that Lan Jingqi finally opened his mouth and said, "Professor Duan, that decision I..." Before Lan Jingqi finished speaking, Duan Hengji interrupted him and said, "Take a seat first." Then a robot came over with a drink. After hearing Duan Hengji's words, Lan Jingqi nodded, then quietly sat down on the sofa next to Duan Hengji. He picked up the drink, then lowered his head and looked at the light orange liquid in the cup without saying a word. For some reason, seeing Lan Jingqi like this, Duan Hengji finally let out a sigh of relief. "Although I'm not your teacher, AMRO's grade-skipping policy is the same for every major. So just because you're AMRO's professor, I don't recommend you to make this choice." Duan Hengji came straight to the point. While speaking, Duan Hengji looked straight into Lan Jingqi's eyes. His eyebrows couldn't help but slightly frown. He had a very sincere look on his face. After hearing Duan Hengji's words, Lan Jingqi finally moved his gaze away from the cup. He looked at Duan Hengji and said, "Professor Duan, don't worry, I've successfully passed the exam." Hearing this, Duan Hengji couldn't help but shake his head. Then he continued to say to Lan Jingqi, "Passing the exam is only the first step." Duan Hengji paused for a moment before continuing, "I just checked. In the past 10 years, there have only been 9 people in the entire school who applied to skip a grade. 5 of them successfully applied. In the end, there were only 2 people who successfully graduated with the seniors. Also, none of these people were from the pharmacy major." After Duan Hengji finished speaking, Lan Jingqi didn't speak for a long time. After a long time, he finally smiled at Duan Hengji and said, "Thank you, Professor Duan, for caring about me. Actually, I didn't even think about checking the data myself." Listening to Lan Jingqi's tone, he actually sounded very happy. But the main point of his words seemed to have been completely skipped by Lan Jingqi. "Although your identity is just a normal AMRO student, because of the award last time, a lot of people in the galaxy are paying attention to your future performance." Duan Hengji couldn't help but reach out his hand to massage his forehead. Then he continued to say to Lan Jingqi, "In the eyes of most people, you already have the label of genius. So, under these conditions, no matter what you achieve, in the eyes of others, it's only natural. But if something unexpected happens, the people who once praised you will also be the ones who will not hesitate to belittle you." Duan Hengji was the youngest in his family. Even though his family didn't have to worry about his studies, he had an introverted personality. However, because of his slightly introverted personality and his EQ, which could not catch up with his IQ, he was often asked to go away for small meetings by his elders since he was young. But now, after Duan Hengye finished speaking, he suddenly realized that his identity had changed from an educator to an educator at some point in time. After hearing Duan Henji's words, Lan Jingqi gently shook his head and said, "No one has successfully skipped a grade before, but that doesn't mean I can't." Then he finally put down the drink in his hand, looked straight into Duan Henji's eyes, and said in an extremely serious tone, "Just like Professor Duan, you've done a lot of things that ordinary people wouldn't even dare to think about. Please believe me, one day I can do it too." Even though Lan Jingqi didn't finish his sentence, Duan Henji knew that Lan Jingqi wanted to say that one day he could also stand in the same position as him. If this sentence was said outside, probably not many people would believe it, but Duan Henji knew that Lan Jingqi's words were definitely not empty words. Compared to his absent-minded performance just now, Lan Jingqi was like a completely different person. If Duan Henji was confused by Lan Jingqi's harmless appearance, after he said these words, Duan Henji finally remembered that in the story Toppling the Stars, Lan Jingqi was originally a genius who was fearless. Even though his words just now seemed to be for Lan Jingqi's sake, wasn't it also a form of distrust towards him? Duan Henji suddenly shook his head gently, then said to Lan Jingqi in a gentle tone, "Sorry, it's not that I don't trust you. If you really think about it, then maybe it's not a bad thing to persevere, whether it's for you or for the entire pharmaceutical field." After saying this, Duan Henji paused again, then said to Lan Jingqi slowly, "But you have to know, this path isn't easy at all. I'm not just talking about the matter of skipping grades, but you have to understand that after making this decision, the shackles of the so-called genius will firmly bind you." Duan Henji was probably the most suitable person in the galaxy to say these words. After hearing Duan Henji's words, Lan Jingqi, who had a serious expression just now, suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief. In fact, before Duan Henji, his own professors had already talked to Lan Jingqi many times. Duan Henji's words had been repeatedly repeated by many people, and after the conversation ended and they were firmly denied, those people would all say to Lan Jingqi, "Who is Duan Henji? Who are you? What he could do, how many people in the galaxy could do it?" Although they didn't say it explicitly, the words overconfident were written all over the faces of those familiar teachers. Lan Jingqi didn't expect that the first person to believe in his ability would be Duan Henji. But this wasn't the main point. Like most people in the world, in Lan Jingqi's heart, Duan Henji's image was incomparably high. Especially in his field of expertise, Duan Henji was almost omnipotent. But just now, from Duan Henji's words, Lan Jingqi heard his true opinion on the halo around him for the first time. Hearing this, Lan Jingqi smiled at Duan Henji again and said, "Professor Duan, don't worry, I've already thought about it." After hearing Lan Jingqi's words, Duan Henji knew that the other party probably wouldn't go back on his decision. He glanced at the time on the photon computer and said to Lan Jingqi, "Okay, it's getting late. I have to go see some of the leaders of AMRO." After saying that, Duan Henji stood up from the sofa. After hearing Duan Henji's words, Lan Jingqi also stood up at the same time. At this time, Duan Henji finally realized that Lan Jingqi, who used to be a little shorter than him, had actually grown so tall, at least after standing up, he couldn't smoothly look at him at the same level. Duan Henji raised his hand and gently patted Lan Jingqi's shoulder, then said to him, "Okay, then I'll wait for the day you become the head of the Pharmaceutical Research Institute." Duan Henji didn't say it directly, but the meaning of his words was, "I'll wait for the day you stand on the same level as me." Lan Jingqi, who was standing there, froze for a moment, then suddenly stepped forward and gave Duan Henji a short hug, saying, "I will." This hug came quickly and ended quickly. Before Duan Henji could react, Lan Jingqi had already returned to his original position. "Okay," Duan Henji said. At this time, Duan Henji still didn't know that he had unintentionally changed the plot of a part of the novel. At least before Duan Henji said this, Lan Jingqi had never thought of going to the Pharmaceutical Research Institute of the Yetian Empire. He had even almost been like the original novel, dropping out early and entering the gray area of the interstellar. But after today, Lan Jingqi's goal changed. In fact, it wasn't just the leaders of AMRO University who had been very nervous before, even the students felt that Duan Henji probably wouldn't continue teaching them. Even though Duan Henji's reply had been posted on the official website, it didn't say whether or not he would return to the school. As for the next semester's teaching plan, AMRO obviously wouldn't put this kind of core teaching document on it. So even now, the students still didn't know that Duan Henji was coming back. On the day of the new semester of the mecha specialization, the atmosphere in the classroom was particularly stifling. In the past, even though everyone wouldn't make a ruckus before class, there would still be whispers. But this time, when Duan Henji arrived at the lounge, he couldn't hear a single sound coming from the classroom. He was puzzled at first, but then he understood the reason. "Professor Duan, our security personnel are in place." Just as Duan Henji was about to go to the classroom as usual, Yipu suddenly came over and whispered this into his ear. Duan Henji nodded and said, "Okay, thank you for your hard work." Even though the classroom had been refurbished during the holidays, the security measures in the classroom were now very complete. Not only was the entrance detection system upgraded to the same level as the House of the Marshals, but there were also automatic laser weapons on the podium. Even so, the military still arranged for a few special students in this 1,000-person classroom. Duan Henji glanced at the seating chart on Yipu's screen and said, "Okay, I got it." Actually, he didn't really want to spend so much manpower around him, but the reality was, his identity was sensitive and special. This kind of tight security was not only responsible for himself, but also for the students and the entire Interstellar. However, because of the security check, Duan Henji was delayed by a minute. He didn't know how torturous this minute was for the people in the classroom. "What time is it? Has class started already?" After a student saw the time on his optical computer, he couldn't help but break the silence. If he remembered correctly, Duan Henji would always arrive at the classroom on time. If there was any delay, he would always notify in advance. Because the classroom was too quiet, even though he deliberately lowered his voice, the people around him still looked over. The person who was asked looked at his screen and said, "It's already past the time. Do you guys think Professor Duan won't come?" "Actually, I don't think he'll come either. The incident last semester had a bad impact," said the people around him. "That's right, I was sitting in the 4th row during that class last semester. It's not an exaggeration to say that the scene in that class that day was scarier than a galactic movie. If it weren't for Professor Duan's skills, he would have definitely gotten into an accident." After saying this, he couldn't help but sigh heavily. As he spoke, the atmosphere around him became more and more tense. Even though they hadn't received an official notice, everyone had already accepted the fact that they wouldn't see Duan Henji in class anymore. At the same time, after confirming with Yipu, Duan Henji finally walked into the classroom. After a short while, he once again appeared at the familiar lectern. Unlike the calm Duan Henji, the students in the classroom continued to remain silent after seeing this familiar figure. However, their expressions and eyes betrayed them. Everyone was shocked by Duan Henji's appearance. Of course, Duan Henji knew what the students were thinking. The man standing on the lectern habitually opened the mecha model in the middle of the classroom. After a while, under everyone's expectant and nervous gazes, Duan Henji finally turned to the students and said, "All right, cheer up. Don't worry, I'll send you all to graduation." Of course, Duan Henji could feel the strange atmosphere in the classroom. On one hand, he said this to reassure the students, but on the other hand, he wanted to ease everyone's tension. After all, everyone in the classroom had personally experienced the attack. However, Duan Henji didn't expect that his words would be even more effective than he expected. As soon as he finished speaking, the students couldn't help but start clapping. The atmosphere on planet Duguang was lively. Duan Henji, who was in the middle of his lecture, put his optical supercomputer aside and turned off the normal notifications for the time being. Thus, Professor Duan didn't know that the Marshal had suddenly appeared at the Imperial Mecha Research Institute while he was lecturing the students. Although he had been there many times before, Duan Henji had always been there. Meng Jinhui would go straight to him as soon as he arrived. Today was different. Since Duan Henji wasn't at the research institute, Meng Jinhui used his authority as the Marshal to wander around. In an instant, the entire staff of the research institute was on alert. "Suminga, Professor Duan, are you on planet Duguang?" "Suminga, that's scary. Why is the Marshal suddenly here?" Although transportation in the interstellar era was very fast, this was still a journey between planets. Duan Henji saw the news after class ended 2 hours later. Even if he were to return to the research institute now, it would take him a few more hours. Duan Henji did not understand why Meng Jinhui would suddenly go to the research institute at this time. However, after seeing the message sent by Suminga, even though he was still on the distant planet Duguang, he could imagine how nervous his colleagues at the research institute were at this moment. After class, the students dispersed one after another. Duan Henji also returned to his lounge. However, he did not leave the classroom as usual. Instead, he took out his optical supercomputer again and sent a message to Meng Jinhui. Duan Henji estimated that it was almost time for the research institute to get off work. He guessed that as long as the Marshal was there, no one would dare to leave before him. Therefore, as the dean, Duan Henji, who was rarely considerate, helped the staff out. He told Meng Jinhui that he could go to his residence in the research institute to rest. Just as Duan Henji estimated, the sun was currently setting in the hemisphere where the Yeti Empire Mecha Research Institute was located. Logically speaking, at this time, most of the researchers who had finished their work should have left. However, until now, the tense atmosphere in the research institute had not dissipated. Although no notice was given in advance, the news of Meng Jinhui's arrival at the research institute still spread throughout the research institute. This was not the first time Meng Jinhui had been to the research institute, but it was obvious that he had not lost his interest in this place. While walking and stopping, Meng Jinhui asked a lot of questions to the staff accompanying him. As the Marshal of the Yeti Empire with countless military achievements, Meng Jinhui's understanding of mecha far exceeded that of the average researcher. Soon, everyone realized that Meng Jinhui's questions were not casually raised, but rather, they were rather profound and had been considered in advance. For a moment, everyone was nervous. They were afraid that Meng Jinhui would suddenly wander over and ask some difficult questions. As the vice dean, Suminga was only accompanying Meng Jinhui on a tour. However, when he heard Meng Jinhui's questions, he could not help but feel nervous like everyone else. In the blink of an eye, the research institute's daytime working hours were over. However, Meng Jinhui's attitude did not seem to have any intention of leaving. However, when Meng Jinhui walked to the research institute's optical system, Suminga saw Meng Jinhui's optical supercomputer. There was no need to think too much. As the Grand Marshal of the Empire, Meng Jinhui would definitely receive countless messages on his AI every second. If he was like an ordinary person and set the notification mode to normal, he would have been annoyed to death by the sound of the notifications. Suminga remembered that Meng Jinhui's optical supercomputer had not flashed even once in the past few hours. He guessed that Meng Jinhui must have set the notification mode to emergency notifications. Therefore, when he saw Meng Jinhui's optical supercomputer light up, Suminga could not help but feel nervous. Whether the staff could get off work on time was a small matter. The safety of the empire was the most important thing. Like Suminga, Meng Jinhui also saw his optical supercomputer light up. Then, he stopped in his tracks. Then, he picked up the silver-white optical supercomputer and opened the message he had just received. Now, Suminga was not the only one following Meng Jinhui. There were several other people in charge of the research institute as well. When they saw the notification from the Marshal's optical supercomputer, everyone became nervous. Following Meng Jinhui's movements, everyone's attention was focused on his hands. But after a few seconds, they realized that the terrifying scene they had imagined did not happen. After turning on the optical supercomputer, not only did Meng Jinhui not have a serious expression on his face, he even smiled at the object in his hand. So what did the Marshal see? Meng Jinhui turned off the optical supercomputer. Then, he turned around and smiled at the staff who had been following him. Then, he said, "Okay, thank you for your explanation today." Hearing Meng Jinhui's words, everyone could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just as Suminga was about to ask Meng Jinhui if he was going to arrange dinner for him, he heard Meng Jinhui say to the military staff who had been following him, "Go to the residential area SIU-7. "Yes, Lord Marshal." Hearing this, the staff in the black military uniform who had not spoken a word nodded. Then, he picked up the optical supercomputer and began to adjust the hover car. After hearing Meng Jinhui's words, Suminga stood there for a moment. Then, he remembered that the SIU-7 Meng Jinhui mentioned was the coordinates of Duan Henji's residence on this planet. Well, there was finally an answer as to who sent that message. Normally, after the afternoon class at Amro University, Duan Hengji would stay on planet Duguang for the night and return the next morning. But because Meng Jinhui was at the research institute today, Duan Hengji boarded the starship directly after class. At the same time, Meng Jinhui stepped into Duan Hengji's home at the research institute. Even though Meng Jinhui had been here a few times before, he had never taken a good look at this place. Duan Hengji's residence was a 3-story villa. When Meng Jinhui first came in, the word cozy popped up in his mind. At first glance, the style of this place didn't seem to match Duan Hengji, but after a while, he felt that Duan Hengji belonged to this world. When Meng Jinhui first came here, he saw a black upright grand piano in the corner of the first floor of the villa. Even though this piano had not been used for a long time, because of the robot's regular cleaning, there was not a single speck of dust on the piano. At this time, the setting sun shone through the window and plated the black piano with a layer of honey-colored gold. It looked like chocolate with syrup. Meng Jinhui walked in and paused for a moment. Then, he walked towards the piano that had not been touched in a long time. Duan Hengji's starship was huge and flew very smoothly. Even though the journey back was a little long, it was not too tiring. Even though the starship had sped up, it was already night time when Duan Hengji returned to the research institute. As soon as Duan Hengji walked to the entrance, he found that the lights on the first floor of his residence were still on. However, before Professor Duan could think of anything, the identification device at the door automatically sensed the return of the owner, and then the door of the villa slowly opened. A smooth sound of music flowed out of the house. The soundproofing of this house was so good that Duan Hengji was stunned when he heard the sound of the door opening. But then he saw a familiar figure sitting by the piano not far away. Meng Jinhui of course also heard the sound of the door opening, but he still didn't stop playing. Duan Hengji slowly walked towards the piano. To be honest, even though this piano was very large, because it had been sitting there quietly for a long time, Duan Hengji almost forgot that there was such an instrument in his home. But most importantly, Duan Hengji had never heard that Meng Jinhui could play the piano. Because the female lead of Star-Toppling Stars, Shang Mingjin, was mainly active in the entertainment industry, there was naturally a piano scene in the book. To save time, the author directly put the classical songs from the Earth era into this world. Therefore, even though he was in a different world, Duan Hengji was still very familiar with the piano music played by Meng Jinhui at this time. He walked to Meng Jinhui's side, then gently put his hand on the piano, and then quietly enjoyed the other party's performance. The window behind Meng Jinhui was not closed. The evening wind slightly lifted the light gray gauze curtain by the window, and the curtain's foot touched the side of the piano. Right now, Meng Jinhui didn't have the murderous aura that came from the battlefield. Instead, he was extremely elegant. Although Duan Hengji didn't remember the name, he could tell that Meng Jinhui was playing a lyrical song at this time. But in this style of music that had nothing to do with the word passionate, Duan Hengji's heartbeat began to accelerate little by little. His hand, which had been resting on the side of the zither, had unknowingly moved to his chest, and the sound traveled along his flesh and bones to Duan Hengji's ears. He thought that his heartbeat might have disrupted the rhythm of this lyrical song. After an unknown period of time, Meng Jinhui finally stopped playing the zither. And at this time, as the only audience of this young and elegant pianist, when Meng Jinhui's keys fell, Duan Hengji couldn't help but applaud. As a child of an aristocratic family, Duan Hengji, like most people, learned this kind of musical instrument when he was young. But unfortunately, Duan Hengji didn't like the boring activity of playing, so he didn't continue learning for long. But today, after hearing the music played by Meng Jinhui, Duan Hengji felt the beauty of it for the first time. Seeing Duan Hengji gently applauding there, Meng Jinhui smiled at him, then stood up and closed the piano cover. Seeing this, Duan Hengji couldn't help but show a disappointed expression. "I'll play for you next time." When Meng Jinhui smiled, his eyes unconsciously squinted slightly, the usual seriousness was completely gone. Duan Hengji nodded, then couldn't help but look at the piano and said, "If it weren't for you, this piano would be wasted here." His words were a little regretful. Hearing this, Meng Jinhui shook his head and didn't say anything. Perhaps it was because he had been sitting here for a long time, but when Duan Hengyi arrived, Meng Jinhui walked over to the dining table to the side. He drank a mouthful of water then said, "I was in a bit of a rush a few times before." I originally wanted to take a good look at the place where Aheng lived when she was young. But when I thought of you not being here, in the end I didn't run around. After saying this, Meng Jinhui gently raised his eyebrows at Duan Hengji, as if he was waiting for his praise. Duan Hengji thought about the time Su Mingge sent him the message, then realized that Meng Jinhui had probably been sitting here for a few hours. He turned around and looked at his empty kitchen, then couldn't help but frown and ask Meng Jinhui, "You haven't had dinner yet?" Meng Jinhui shook his head, then as if he knew what Duan Hengji wanted to do, he added, "I had lunch a little late." Duan Hengji ignored Meng Jinhui's words. After hearing the first sentence, he went straight to the kitchen. Perhaps because he was afraid that Meng Jinhui would stop him, Duan Hengji walked towards the kitchen while saying, "Just in time, I haven't eaten either." Duan Hengji, who didn't turn around while talking, didn't know that Meng Jinhui was looking at him with an indescribable gentleness in his eyes. "Okay." After a while, Meng Jinhui replied. Dinner started very late, and it was very simple. But in Meng Jinhui's eyes, the simple dinner paired with the house that Duan Hengji grew up in was particularly warm. He thought that maybe home was supposed to be like this. Meng Jinhui was the Marshal of the empire. Although the empire was relatively peaceful recently, he didn't return to the research institute for leisure. He had serious business to attend to. In the morning of the second day, Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhui took a hovercraft together to a corner of the research institute on the planet that no one had set foot in for a long time. Arrived, coordinates, KN0, confirming access now. After arriving here, the hovercraft suddenly stopped in midair without any warning. When Duan Hengji heard the coordinates reported by the synthesized electronic voice, he hesitated for a moment. He then reached out his hand and gently placed it on the side of the hovercraft. Access confirmation beginning. Duan Hengji, President of the Yeti Empire Mecha Research Institute, confirmed. Access granted. After the voice finished speaking, the hovercraft gently beeped again. Then, the hovercraft that was suspended in the air for a while began to move forward again. Gradually, the scene in front of them became clear. 70% of the planet where the research institute was located was surrounded by buildings. Other than that, all of the places were man-made green belts. This planet was very standard. It looked like a fully developed interstellar planet, exquisite and beautiful everywhere. But now, the place in front of Duan Hengji was completely different from the rest of the planet. If there were two words to describe it, it would be desolate and decadent. If he looked down, he could see that the ground under his feet was not covered by any green plants. Instead, it was completely scorched black. If one tried to observe carefully, they would be able to see a faint silver light in the middle of the charred area. From the moment the hovercraft slowly entered this area, Duan Hengji had been looking down. Seeing this, Meng Jinhui, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but look at him with a worried expression. "Aheng, how are you doing now?" Actually, when Duan Hengji looked down, his mind was completely blank. It wasn't until Meng Jinhui spoke that his mind was finally pulled back. Duan Hengji pursed his lips, then shook his head and said to Meng Jinhui, "No, I can't remember anything." Duan Hengji's voice was a little quiet when he said this, and he looked confused. "The hovercraft is about to land." Seeing that Duan Hengji was in a good state, Meng Jinhui looked down and spoke to him. Not long after Meng Jinhui spoke, the hovercraft landed on the scorched ground in front of him. After the silver hatch opened, Duan Hengji took a deep breath and finally walked out before Meng Jinhui. Perhaps for Duan Hengji, this was a place that he couldn't be more familiar with. The director's office used to be independent of the main building of the research institute, where Duan Hengji lived as a child. Because after the accident, Duan Hengji was taken away by the royal family. So until a few days ago, when Duan Hengji began to reinvestigate the incident, Duan Hengji found out that the site of the accident was not actually buried. Instead, it was left there in its original state. Even though he didn't know why the investigation team made this decision back then, he had to admit that the ruins were indeed a clue that couldn't be missed. As soon as Duan Hengji walked out of the hovercraft, he heard a strange cautious sound from under his feet. The surroundings were too quiet, so the sound under his feet was particularly obvious. Even though Duan Hengji's mental fortitude had always been very good, when he suddenly heard the sound from under his feet, he couldn't help but tremble. Meng Jinhui, who was standing behind Duan Henji, held his shoulder and said, "It's okay, it's a branch." After hearing Meng Jinhui's words, Duan Henji slowly squatted down, then picked up the pitch-black object under his feet. Just like Meng Jinhui said, this was the appearance of a tree that was scanned by a special optical weapon. Even though Duan Henji understood the reason for its formation, unlike Meng Jinhui was a marshal who was used to seeing the messy state of a planet after a war, so he naturally didn't recognize it immediately. After confirming what it was, Duan Henji gently placed it back on the ground. He looked around, then said to Meng Jinhui, "The area of destruction here is larger than I thought." Meng Jinhui nodded, then said to Duan Henji while recalling, "The loss of control of the mecha back then was too sudden, and at the time of the incident, many people weren't sure if this was a deliberate experiment by the director. So it wasn't until 10 minutes later that the garrison of the research institute came over with another mecha to take control of the scene." This office was far from the research institute building, and there was an open space around it. The previous director often used this open space to conduct some small experiments. So even though the research institute detected the abnormality in the energy here, because they were hesitant about whether this was an experiment or not, they didn't react quickly enough. What Meng Jinhui said just now was also written in the accident investigation report that was released to the public, and it has always been regarded as the biggest cause of the previous director's death. Probably because he lost this part of his memory, Duan Henji was calmer than he expected when he returned here. The two of them recalled the experiment report while walking into the depths of the ruins. Finally, after a few minutes, Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui stopped in front of a broken silver metal pillar. During the investigation back then, the staff in charge of the investigation left a mark here. When they got closer, Duan Henji saw the words Research Room 7 metal pillar. Before coming here, Duan Henji had studied the original structure of the laboratory. So when he saw this pillar, he realized that he and Meng Jinhui were currently in the indoor part of this office, even though he couldn't see anything from the scorched area. More than 10 years had passed, but Duan Henji didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but as soon as he walked here, he seemed to smell a strange burning odor that he couldn't get rid of. He glanced at Meng Jinhui, and after noticing the other party's expression, he confirmed that this smell was not an illusion. For a moment, Duan Henji felt that the atmosphere around him had become a little strange. He looked at Meng Jinhui again and said, "This smell isn't right." Whether it was the investigation report released to the public or the report stored in the Imperial Palace's internal network, neither mentioned this smell. Duan Henji believed that this obviously strange smell would not be missed by the investigators. Just as he thought of this, Meng Jinhui said telepathically, "This smell isn't right, find the source." "Okay." Duan Henji nodded at Meng Jinhui, and then the two of them walked in different directions of the ruins. Now that they were indoors, because the materials of the melted structures were different, the wreckage left behind was also different. When Duan Hanya walked, he felt like he was taking a deep step and a shallow step. Fortunately, he had some foundation in ancient martial arts, so he didn't trip over the things under his feet. Slowly, the distance between Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui widened. Just as he was about to walk out of the ruins, Duan Henji suddenly saw a special piece of metal shining with a dark blue light in front of him. He slowly squatted down, hesitated for a moment, and tore off a piece of his shirt. Then, Duan Henji hesitated for a moment, and slowly picked up the dark blue piece of metal. Just as Duan Henji squatted down to pick up the item, Meng Jinhui also walked in his direction. Finally, Duan Henji slowly stood up with the item in his hand. At this time, Meng Jinhui also walked to his side. "This is..." Meng Jinhui muttered as he looked at the item in Duan Henji's hand. "Even..." Though Meng Jinhui didn't say it, Duan Henji nodded his head lightly. Then, he turned to Meng Jinhui and said, "Yes, this is it." If it was someone else, they might have overlooked this unremarkable dark blue piece of metal. However, the people here today were Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui. Both of them recognized that the item in Duan Henji's hand was some kind of solidified fuel. It was usually used in a type of large-scale killing weapon that had not yet been installed in a mech. "Why is it this thing?" Duan Henji muttered as he flipped the object over. "This is LC liquid fuel." He muttered the name of the object in his hand. In fact, other than the professional code Duan Henji just said, this LC liquid fuel had a more well-known name, flaming scale. Anyone in the galaxy who had a little understanding of weapon systems would know that flaming scale had only one purpose, to be used as fuel for the new type of large-scale destructive laser cannon. Because he had been holding it in his hand, the white shirt Duan Henji had torn off earlier had been dyed a dark blue. Duan Henji's fingertips had also been stained a little. As the color faded, the dark blue metal began to emit an unpleasant smell. Unlike the strange burnt smell that pervaded the air, this was an extremely sour and pungent smell. It was like some kind of disinfectant that drilled straight into one's brain. Meng Jinhui was the marshal of the military, so he was very familiar with the uses of flaming scale. But when he saw Duan Henji's expression, he couldn't help but ask Duan Henji, "Does this thing usually appear in the research institute?" After hearing Meng Jinhui's question, Duan Henji slowly shook his head and said, "No, the research institute doesn't store fuel that can't be used by mechs. And flaming scale isn't easy to store. It has very strict environmental requirements, and the slightest carelessness will cause it to lose its original effect." Duan Henji switched the flaming scale to his other hand and continued to speak to Meng Jinhui. "Normally, after this thing is mined, it will be transported directly to the weapon's location using a special tool. It won't be sent anywhere else. First, it has no use in the research institute, and second, it will waste a lot of resources to store it. In short, it has no meaning," Duan Henji concluded. In fact, the most important point was what Duan Henji said at the beginning: flaming scale was a special fuel that could only be used in the new type of laser cannon. The laser cannon was currently the most destructive weapon in the galaxy, but due to several technical reasons, it had never been used in mechs. Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui didn't speak for a long time. Because of the body temperature, the solidified fuel was becoming more and more acidic. "Actually, it has always been my goal to install it in a mech." After he finished speaking, Duan Henji paused for a moment, then looked at the thing in his hand again. And said to Meng Jinhui, "No matter what, we still have to send it for it to be tested." "Yes." Meng Jinhui agreed with Duan Henji's words. Although the two of them had already determined what this thing was based on their experience, they still had to send it for a specialized test to be on the safe side. The Mecha Research Institute didn't store this type of fuel, but it still had the most advanced fuel detection equipment in the galaxy. Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui carefully checked their surroundings again, then boarded the hover vehicle for the return journey. By now, the fuel in Duan Henji's hand had melted a lot, and after entering the enclosed space of the hover vehicle, the unpleasant smell became even more intense. Duan Henji didn't feel anything at first, but when they got here, as the acidic smell grew stronger, Duan Henji's head suddenly became dizzy. Meng Jinhui was sensitive enough to notice the change in the expressions of the people around him. He took the item from Duan Henji's hand, then asked him, "Do you have a headache?" "Yes." Duan Henji sniffed, then gently leaned towards the interior of the hover vehicle behind him. As a pure fuel, flaming scale fire was not poisonous. However, for people and children with lower immune systems, once they come into contact with too much of it, they will feel uncomfortable and have a headache. Meng Jinhui reached out his hand and gently touched Duan Henji's forehead, then said to him, "After the material test is done, you have to go to Nanjushing for a comprehensive physical examination." When he heard Meng Jinhui's words, Duan Henji wanted to refute that it was unnecessary. But when he looked up and saw the serious expression on the other side's face, Duan Henji swallowed the rest of his words. After all, it wasn't easy for him to be reborn, and now, Duan Henji valued his health more than anyone else. At the same time, he also knew better than anyone that his physical condition wasn't optimistic. While talking, the two arrived at the Research Institute building. There was more than one material test equipment in the institute. On the way back, Duan Henji set up a route on the optical computer and directly arrived at the most remote place. Other than the busy research laboratories that couldn't be opened, there was usually no one who came here. The hover vehicle was close to the wall of the building, and then a small crack suddenly appeared on the originally smooth exterior. After the exit of the hover vehicle was connected to the crack on the wall, Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui walked into the laboratory together. As the sensor lights lit up, the two immediately saw the gray detection device standing in the room. After entering the door, Duan Hengji first used a special cleaning solution in the corner of the room to wash away the blue marks on his hands, then he changed into a white lab coat hanging on the side. During the process, Meng Jinhui stood beside him and watched silently. Although Meng Jinhui had been to the research institute many times before, he had never seen Duan Hengji wearing a lab coat before. In fact, regarding the current state of the director, the colleagues who worked with him day and night had already reached a consensus. If there was a word to describe Duan Hengji now, it would be abstinence. However, Duan Hengji was anxious to see the results and didn't care about his current state. He took the flaming scale from Meng Jinhui's hands and put it in the cleaning tank of the apparatus. Although there was a shirt covering it, it was still an experiment and a very precise process. In order to not interfere with the results of the experiment, Duan Hengji first put it in the special groove, then he put on a pair of gloves and carefully washed the whole piece of metal. In fact, the original owner rarely did this kind of experiment, but it was similar to Duan Hengji's daily work in his previous life. Therefore, even though he was in a different world, Duan Hengji's movements were still smooth and practiced. Duan Hengji picked up a special silver metal plunger and began to carefully clean the piece of metal. His movements were very careful, like a surgeon performing a surgery, but his speed wasn't slow at all. The process didn't take long, and soon the apparatus lit up with a green light. Okay. Duan Hengji put the thing in the groove again, then he took off his gloves and said to Meng Jinhui, "The following experiments can be carried out automatically." After that, the small piece of dark blue metal sank into the middle of the experimental groove and disappeared into the opaque experimental equipment. Meng Jinhui had been looking at Duan Hengji the whole time, and now he finally had the time to carefully examine the laboratory. The laboratory wasn't small, and there was more than one apparatus in front of him, but Meng Jinhui didn't know the names of most of them. The Marshal had always known that Duan Hengji was an all-rounder in the field of mecha. But when he saw how skillfully he operated the dye detector, he couldn't help but be amazed. While waiting for the results, Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhui didn't speak. However, the experiment was carried out very quickly, and in just a few minutes, Duan Hengji walked back to the groove, then he turned to Meng Jinhui and said, "Okay, the process is now complete, and the results will be out soon." As soon as Duan Hengji finished speaking, the piece of dark blue metal returned to its liquid state, and then it spread out from the groove. Duan Hengji walked over to set up a program to collect it all together, then he said to Meng Jinhui, "Save it first, maybe it will be useful in the future." At this moment, a holographic screen rose from the laboratory equipment, and it was filled with densely packed equations. Meng Jinhui walked over, and then the Yetian Empire's Marshal, who had always been omnipotent, suddenly realized that he couldn't understand what was in front of him. But while Meng Jinhui was frowning at the holographic screen, Duan Hengji began to carefully read it. Although flaming scale hadn't been used in mecha yet, as a top mecha researcher, the original owner of the body had done a lot of research on the internal composition of various fuels. So relying on his knowledge of this subject, Duan Hengji was able to successfully read the meaning of the characters on the holographic screen. But this time, Duan Hengji's reading speed was surprisingly slow. After waiting for 10 minutes, Duan Hengji slowly turned off the holographic screen. Then he suddenly took a deep breath, then said to Meng Jinhui seriously, "These flaming scale have reacted before." Although it was just a few simple words, Meng Jinhui's expression immediately became serious after hearing it. In the center of the laboratory, there were several experiment tables. Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhui walked over to the table and sat down. At this time, Duan Hengji turned on the holographic screen on the table again, then said to Meng Jinhui, "Just as I guessed before, this metal is indeed flaming scale." Because it was still in liquid form, it was overlooked. But according to common sense, flaming scale should evaporate when exposed to air, but... After saying this, Duan Hengji tapped on the holographic screen with his finger. As a marshal, a soldier who had lived in war since he was young, Meng Jinhui rarely felt nervous because of a certain matter. But today, after seeing Duan Hengji's actions, Meng Jinhui couldn't help but take a deep breath. Duan Hengji, who was fully focused on the holographic screen, didn't see Meng Jinhui's expression at this time. After opening the data, he turned to Meng Jinhui and said seriously, "But before this, these fuels were subjected to high temperatures, and some kind of reaction occurred under high temperatures. So they didn't evaporate, but formed the dark blue metal we see now more than 10 years later. After Duan Hengji finished speaking, Meng Jinhui didn't speak for a long time. If ordinary people heard this, they might think that Duan Hengji's words didn't have any special meaning. But for Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhui, this high temperature was an extremely important word. Even though it was a type of fuel, the flaming scale would only react in a special device. This device was part of a new type of laser cannon, and its size was very large. This was also an important reason why it was temporarily difficult to install on a mech. After seeing this result, a slightly crazy conjecture appeared in both Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhui's minds. The flaming scale from back then had been successfully installed on a mech. Looking at the data again, Duan Hengji thought that perhaps this conjecture was true. Currently, only Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhui knew about the flaming scale. But after that day's trip to the ruins, the clues seemed to have come to an abrupt end here. Now, the investigation in Nanjushing was still ongoing, and the scope of their investigation and the manpower invested were gradually expanding. At the same time, Duan Hengji had also returned to Nanjushing and began his medical examination. Nowadays, people in the interstellar era were almost no longer sick, and traditional hospitals had also disappeared. But in Nanjushing, there was still a research institute that specialized in the interstellar era. This time, Duan Hengji's medical examination was being carried out there. In his previous life, Duan Hengji's health had always been good, and he rarely went to the hospital, let alone use a bunch of equipment to carry out a detailed medical examination. So when he arrived at the research institute at the appointed time and saw the huge equipment in front of him, even Duan Hengji, who had always thought that his mental fortitude was good, felt a bit of fear. It was indeed worthy of being called the most advanced equipment in the interstellar era. Just by looking at the light screen and the unknown words on it, Duan Hengji became nervous. Last time when he was unconscious, Duan Hengji had used a special equipment from the military to check his body. But compared to this time, the equipment from last time was more inclined to check whether the various elements in his body were normal, but this time, it was to check his health. Even though it was still the military's normal working hours, Meng Jinhui still took the time to come here. He saw Duan Hengji's nervousness and stood behind Duan Hengji comfortingly. Then he whispered to him, "It's okay, this equipment looks huge, but you just need to sit in the front seat." Looking in the direction Meng Jinhui pointed, Duan Hengji saw a silver-white metal seat in front of the huge equipment. The seat was still some distance away from the equipment. Seeing this, Duan Hengji's nervousness finally calmed down a bit. He nodded to Meng Jinhui and then walked towards the seat. Because Duan Hengji's identity was very special, all of the senior staff members of this organization were present today. When Duan Hengji walked to the seat, someone came over and said to him, "Professor Duan, you just need to sit here. Because there will be a light ray scanning project, you have to close your eyes most of the time. By the way, this scan may take 40 minutes. The staff member only gave a simple explanation. After hearing his explanation, Duan Hengji finally felt a little relieved. He sat down and said to Meng Jinhui, who was still standing there, "There's still 40 minutes, you can go first." After hearing Duan Hengji's words, Meng Jinhui stood there and shook his head. He then said to him, "It's okay, I'll stay here with you." As soon as Meng Jinhui finished speaking, Duan Hengji heard the staff member say to him, "Professor Duan, the equipment is now ready, the examination will begin after you close your eyes." After hearing the staff member's words, Duan Hengji looked at Meng Jinhui one last time. The general nodded at Duan Hengji, then gently mouthed, "I'll wait for you." Duan Hengji inexplicably felt relieved. The interstellar era's medical examination technology was really advanced. After Duan Hengji closed his eyes, he didn't feel anything for a long time. Because the surroundings were too quiet, he actually felt a little sleepy at this moment. However, Duan Hengji thought that it was not a good thing to fall asleep during a medical examination. He forced himself to sit up straight again. At this time, Meng Jinhui, who had been waiting next to him, suddenly said, "It's almost done, don't worry." After hearing Meng Jinhui's words, Duan Hengji realized that he was standing so close to him. Even though he couldn't speak, Duan Hengji still nodded slightly. Meng Jinhui's reminder just now made Duan Hengji feel refreshed again. He continued to patiently wait for the results to appear. Duan Hengji, who had his eyes closed, didn't know that. At this time, the light screen on the huge machine behind him had all lit up, and different characters were flashing. Most of the staff members who were waiting next to him had already left. Now, they were sitting in front of the desk, nervously staring at the data in front of them. Unlike the previous examination, the results of this examination came out very quickly. Almost at the same time when the machine scanned with various lights, the data was transmitted to the optical computer of the staff members. 40 minutes quickly passed. Duan Hengji, who was trapped in the darkness, suddenly felt a hand gently on the back of his hand. Before he had time to react, he heard Meng Jinhuai's familiar voice in his ear. Okay, the examination is over. Finally, Duan Hengji opened his eyes. Because he closed his eyes for a long time, when he suddenly opened his eyes, Duan Hengji was still dazzled by the light in the room. Meng Jinhuai reached out and pulled Duan Hengji up. Let's wait here for the results, he said. Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhuai sat together on the sofa in the office area. But this time, not long after they sat down, they saw a staff member quickly walking towards them. General, Professor Duan, the examination results are out. When Duan Hengji heard this, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Even though he knew that the results of the physical examination would be out soon, he was still shocked by the short time it had taken to get the results. Unlike Duan Hengji, who was mainly focused on the time of the examination, Meng Jinhuai saw the hesitation and confusion on the staff member's face. Even though Meng Jinhuai didn't want to admit it, he knew that Duan Hengji's examination results were probably not optimistic for the staff member to have such an expression. Okay. Meng Jinhuai turned around and glanced at Duan Hengji. He then stood up and walked with him to the area where the staff members were gathered. In front of an empty office desk, there was a 1-meter-tall light screen. The screen was full of data that Duan Hengji didn't recognize. When the staff member saw Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhuai walking over, he hesitated for a moment. He then walked over and said, "This is the status of Professor Duan's various organs." He paused and looked at Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhuai. When he saw that the two of them didn't intend to interrupt him, he continued, "This situation is not optimistic." The staff member's words were very tactful, but when Duan Hengji heard it, his eyelids couldn't help but twitch slightly. At the same time, Meng Jinhuai's hands grabbed Duan Hengji's arms from behind. He almost pulled Duan Hengji into his arms. Although Duan Hengji had a sufficient amount of cloned temporary antidote in his hands, and he had already taken it for a period of time. However, the results of this physical examination told Duan Hengji that the temporary antidote he took could only delay the symptoms of the disease. In other words, the poison in Duan Hengji's body hadn't been completely removed. Therefore, even though the poison hadn't acted up for a long time, Duan Hengji's body was still in a bad condition. The accumulation of poison over a long period of time had unknowingly caused undetectable but almost irreversible damage to his organs. As for the so-called antidote, if one had to use an example, it was like an anesthetic that was injected into a person after a serious injury. The bleeding didn't stop at all, but with the help of the anesthetic, the pain would slow down. In fact, the so-called antidote that was regularly distributed by the royal family had always been just a special anesthetic. Since he was a child, the poison in Duan Hengji's body had been accumulating and spreading day by day. Until now, it hadn't decreased at all. Although Duan Hengji was mentally prepared, when he heard about the consequences of the poison from the staff member, he couldn't help but feel nervous. He believed that he was a person who had experienced life and death, and he wasn't greedy for life. However, in the interstellar era, where the average lifespan was more than 200 years, it would be a waste to go offline early. Seeing that Duan Hengji didn't say anything, Meng Jinhuai couldn't help but ask worriedly. Duan Hengji, who was a little lost in thought, was asked by Meng Jinhuai, and he directly said the second half of the sentence in his heart. Hearing this, Meng Jinhuai was silent for a while. In the end, he suddenly hugged Duan Hengji from behind and whispered in his ear, "Don't worry, it won't happen." Duan Hengji had never heard Meng Jinhuai speak in such a tone. He paused for a moment, then gently patted Meng Jinhuai's arm. I know." After the start of the new semester, Amro returned to its original peaceful state. However, if someone was slightly more sensitive to the school's upper management, they would realize that the details of the school's leaders and board of directors had disappeared from the official website. This was something that had never happened to Amro before. Amro University was the #1 university in the galaxy. Every move made by the school would not only affect the students' daily lives, but it would also affect the future development of the academic world. If it was in the past, before such a big change in personnel, the school would notify the public in advance. Even the Galaxy News would follow up and report. Therefore, compared to the past, it was indeed abnormally quiet this time. Anyone who found out about this couldn't help but connect it to the attack on Amro by Xianxia a while ago. However, this was indeed the case. These prominent figures in the Galaxy academia and business world were indeed removed from their positions because of that incident. Although the progress of the investigation was still confidential and there were no signs of it being announced to the public, the results were already out. As the changes on the official website spread, more and more people in Amro University began to pay attention to this matter. Following that, as the person involved in this incident, Xianxia also felt a lot of curious gazes. In fact, everyone's guess was correct. Other than the ones in charge of security, the ones who were removed from their positions were the ones who had private contact with the League of Lixing. Although the prestige of the Empire's royal family was declining day by day, Amro was still the symbol of Yutian. Most of the students here had a sense of honor that exceeded the average person. It was conceivable that when this incident was finally exposed, the school would definitely be in chaos for a while. Xianxia, who had arrived in the lounge early, turned on the sound shielding device and heard the students chattering about this incident. Xianxia couldn't help but reveal a conflicted expression. As he gradually became familiar with this group of students, Xianxia felt that other than being a teacher, he also had the invisible identity of a homeroom teacher. He began to unconsciously concern himself with the development of these students outside of their studies and paid attention to guiding them. Right at this moment, a sudden question came from a place not far from the resting room Xianxia was currently in. "By the way, have you heard about the recent news in Xianxia?" someone asked. Perhaps it was because everyone was still seriously discussing the future of the school just a moment ago, but this sudden question caused many people to be stunned. In Xianxia's impression, although Anlua's students weren't as rigid as people imagined and only knew how to study all day, there were very few people who would discuss celebrities or gossip in the entertainment industry before class. If they were talking about other people, Xianxia would definitely not be interested in listening. However, this time, the name that appeared in the mouths of the students was Xianxia, the female lead of the book Toppling the Stars. At this time, Xianxia couldn't help but raise his spirits. "Of course I did. Actually, I didn't want to believe it at first, but now it seems to be getting more and more real." After a moment of silence, a girl said, her tone a little disappointed. "Yeah," another person agreed. "Actually, I used to be a fan of Xianxia. If it weren't for the fact that more and more people are finding out about her, I really wouldn't want to believe that she's such a power-hungry person." After hearing these seemingly fan-turned-anti-fan comments, Xianxia couldn't help but wonder, what's going on with Xianxia now? In Xianxia's impression, Xianxia was an actress who rose and fell in the entertainment industry, a person who ascended to the throne of Best Actress at a young age. She didn't lack fans, nor did she lack so-called anti-fans. However, after hearing these comments in the classroom, Xianxia's heart felt a little different. For example, Xianxia knew that the character of his students was extremely gentle compared to the netizens on the Star Network. For them to say something like this, the comments about Xianxia on the internet would probably be even worse. Xianxia could almost recite the plot of the book. In his impression, although Xianxia, as the female lead, had experienced a lot of things, there was almost no large-scale fan-turned-anti-fan situation. So, what on earth happened this time? Xianxia picked up the optical computer and prepared to search for related news on the Star Network. However, before he could do anything, he saw the time on the side reminding him that class would start in 2 minutes. Seeing this, Xianxia first suppressed the doubts in his mind, then got up and walked into the classroom. After such a long time of practice, Xianxia could be regarded as a more qualified teacher. Now, in addition to teaching knowledge on a daily basis, he was paying more and more attention to the students' reactions in class. This was to judge his own progress and the students' understanding. But this time, Xianxia discovered that unlike their usual focused expressions, the way the students looked at him had suddenly become a bit more gossipy, as well as careful. Duan Hengji's intuition told him that the change in his students should be related to the discussion they heard before class. However, Duan Hengji couldn't connect the dots for a while. Although he was very curious, Duan Hengji's progress and rhythm in class was not affected by this strange emotion. In these few hours of class, Professor Duan's performance was still perfect. However, the students of Anlua University's Mecha department would never have guessed that less than a minute after class ended, someone would suddenly appear. Duan Hengji, who was explaining with a serious face, returned to the lounge. He took out his optical supercomputer and searched for galactic gossip news. The optical supercomputer's recommendation function was very smart. The Xianxia news was currently the most influential news in the entertainment industry. However, because Duan Hengji always paid attention to important political news and scientific consulting, Professor Duan's optical supercomputer had already categorized entertainment gossip as not interested. When Duan Hengji heard his students discussing the news before class, he vaguely felt the popularity of the news. However, after seeing the lively scene in the entertainment section, Duan Hengji had a direct understanding of the news. He opened the entertainment section of the galactic web and didn't even have time to type the words Xianxia into the search bar before a photo of the person appeared in front of his eyes. This photo took up a lot of space on the page. As long as one was looking for entertainment news, they wouldn't be able to ignore it. In the photo, Xianxia's makeup was exquisite as usual. Although it was obvious from the expressions of the people in the background that she was facing a bad situation, the expression on her face was still as calm as ever. In fact, if one only looked at the outline of the novel, it would be easy to categorize Xianxia as a simple Mary Sue. However, after getting to know her in real life, one would realize that Xianxia was a very charismatic person. To be able to become a movie queen at such a young age and climb to the top of the industry pyramid, in addition to her professional ability, Xianxia's mental fortitude was also top-notch. Duan Hengji moved his gaze down from the photo and saw a line of light gray text at the bottom of the photo. Xianxia sacrificed herself to the Yixian Marshal's home planet and did not directly answer the recent rumors. Gently placing his finger on the title, Duan Hengji saw that this news was updated 10 minutes ago. Duan Hengji didn't hesitate and clicked on it directly. Immediately afterward, he saw a familiar name appear in this entertainment news. That name turned out to be Duan Hengji. Recently, the Yixian's new movie queen, Xianxia, and Nan Zhuxing's special relationship has attracted a lot of attention. Today, we met Xianxia, who was participating in an event on the Marshal's home planet. Unfortunately, Xianxia did not respond to the special relationship between herself and Nan Zhuxing, nor did she express concern about Professor Duan's recent work. What's going on? Why would Xianxia express concern about my recent work? Duan Hengji found that although he opened the star web and saw the relevant news, the doubts in his mind were not dispelled. Instead, they became heavier. Duan Hengji typed the 3 words Xianxia into the star web entertainment section search bar. In an instant, a terrifyingly large number appeared in front of his eyes. Duan Hengji knew that the star web must have a function to quickly find relevant news, but unfortunately, as a transmigrator, he didn't know where to turn on this function. However, Duan Hengji wasn't deterred by this small problem. After thinking for a while, Duan Hengji decisively wrote a program to register a virtual identity and then went to the Star Web Entertainment Forum. It had been nearly 10 minutes since Duan Hengji's class ended. As Duan Hengji's assistant, Yipu saw that Duan Hengji hadn't come out, so he went to the lounge to see if Duan Hengji had encountered something. However, when Yipu walked in, he saw that Duan Hengji wasn't stopped by the students. Duan Hengji was facing the photon computer with a serious face and typing. It seemed that Professor Duan was working. Seeing this, Yipu silently retreated. The assistant probably wouldn't have guessed that Duan Hengji, who was seriously working, was actually posting on the gossip forum. Question: did something happen to Xianxia recently, like the title? It was probably because Duan Hengji's newly applied account was a little inconspicuous, and the questions he asked were not nutritious at all. After posting for 2 or 3 minutes, he didn't receive a single reply. Duan Hengji, who was posting on the star web for the first time, couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He kept refreshing the page and finally, just as he was about to give up, he received a reply. First comment: OP, did you come from a primitive society? Duan Henji never thought that after waiting for so long, he would receive a reply that directly exposed his identity. Even though Professor Duan knew that the person who replied to him was just saying it casually, he was still a little nervous. After thinking for a while, Duan Henji decided to ask the only person who replied to him, "I'm a fan of Xianxia, but I don't really pay attention to entertainment news. Today, I happened to hear someone mention something at work, so I came to the forum to ask." This post, which had already sunk to the bottom, was pushed up again because of Duan Henji's reply. This time, the post was a lot more lively than before. Third comment: "Okay, then OP really missed out on a lot of things. I don't even know where to start if I want to give you a lecture. First of all, if you don't pay attention to gossip news, then do you know that Xianxia and the House of the Marshal have a good relationship? Especially since she created a Duan Henji fan persona a while ago." After seeing this reply, Duan Henji couldn't help but frown. Even though he really wanted to hear what this person said, Duan Henji didn't like what the person said. Xianxia is creating a fan persona. However, before Duan Henji could think of a better reply, Xianxia fans who saw this post started arguing with the person who wrote it. In just a few minutes, Duan Henji's small building, which no one cared about, had become a veritable building. Almost every time Duan Henji refreshed the page, there would be a dozen or so replies. Unfortunately, everyone seemed to have forgotten about the poor OP, which was Professor Duan's purpose for opening the forum. They were all focused on arguing. Duan Henji looked for a long time and found a bunch of acronyms that he didn't recognize. At first, he still had the energy to search for the acronyms one by one. However, after a few minutes, he completely gave up. At this moment, Duan Henji deeply understood that the so-called fandom was really a mysterious organization. Just as Duan Henji was about to refresh the page and delete the post, he finally saw a reply to his question. 140th comment: "Pfft. I suddenly realized that OP's building has become unreasonably crooked. Seeing that everyone is fighting, then this passerby will answer the OP's question. Ever since she became the movie queen, Xianxin's resources have skyrocketed. Everyone knows this. However, a while ago, Xianxin finally dropped their endorsements. The original online movies also officially announced other actors. Actually, this is very normal. However, Xianxin's fans have started to say that someone is defaming Xianxin behind their backs." When Duan Henji suddenly saw such a large reply, he couldn't help but feel a little touched. He originally wanted to delete the post, but he stopped. Then he quickly replied to the OP, hoping to keep him. "OP, and then, 142 ND comment, oh my, the OP has been here all this time." Then, Xianxin's fans accidentally blew the matter out of proportion. At the same time, everyone discovered that Xianxin's endorsements and scripts were actually related to Nanjuxing. Therefore, at this time I want to talk about Xianxin's fans. If they don't blow the matter out of proportion, usually no one would dig into this. On one side there was a fierce argument in the forum, and on the other side there was a reply from a passerby. After more than 10 minutes, Duan Henji finally understood what had happened recently. Just as the reply said, Xianxin's resources had suddenly dropped a lot recently. As a movie queen who was in the limelight, Xianxin's fans started a lot of posts on the entertainment page. After a few days of anti-fans, some people came out and said that many of Xianxin's resources were related to Nanjuxing. Looking at the comments on Star Web, many people had vaguely pointed the arrow at Nanjuxing's boss, Meng Jinhui. For example, in Duan Henji's building, someone directly said that the relationship between Xianxin and the Marshal was worth observing. Although out of respect for Meng Jinhui, these comments were still vague and not very bold, but the rhythm had already been set. Now, Duan Henji finally understood why everyone was concerned about Xianxin's attitude towards him in the news. He guessed that in the hearts of many people who believed the gossip, he was probably jealous at this time. Humans were such complicated creatures. On one hand, they were lamenting the beauty of the relationship between Duan Henji and Meng Jinhui. But on the other hand, they doubted this relationship in their hearts and secretly hoped that someone would expose its falsehood. The House of the Marshal naturally had the ability to delete posts on the internet, but people's mouths were the most difficult thing to shut. Duan Hengji looked at the comments for a while and thought that with the current popularity of Shang Mingzhen and his and Meng Jinhuai's popularity, the current state of public opinion was probably already moderated. In fact, Duan Hengji could understand the strange and tangled mentality of the netizens. But after reading the general discussion, Duan Hengji really wanted to tell everyone that Shang Mingzhen, who seemed to be the least innocent in the whole news, was actually the most innocent person. Just as someone said in the comments, Shang Mingzhen did indeed have a mysterious relationship with Nan Zhuxing that had not yet been exposed. But in fact, the relationship was completely different from what the post had guessed. It could even be said that it was the complete opposite. Even though Meng Jinhuai had not publicly said it, Duan Hengji had already confirmed it. In fact, the relationship between the female lead, Shang Mingzhen, and the male god, Meng Jinhuai, was relatives. That's right, the netizens would not have thought that the truth was so simple. After all, as a female lead who could be simply summarized as a Mary Sue, how could Shang Mingzhen not have a powerful family background? Even though Shang Mingzhen and Nan Zhuxing had not yet acknowledged each other, Meng Jinhuai had instructed some of his subordinates to help Shang Mingzhen with work. Duan Hengji guessed that Meng Jinhuai did not intend to keep this relationship a secret. So now, if someone dug deeper, they would be able to discover that Shang Mingzhen and Nan Zhuxing had a lot to do with each other. After figuring out the situation, Duan Hengji thanked the netizen who replied to him on Star Web and deleted the building. When he finally walked out of the lounge, Duan Hengji could not help but sigh in his heart. The female lead, Shang Mingzhen, probably still did not know about his relationship with Nan Zhuxing. She was probably more confused than anyone else when it came to this matter. Today's class started a little early, so Duan Hengji did not plan to stay on planet Duguang. Instead, he went straight back to the research institute. When he went out, he saw that his assistant, Yi Pu, had been waiting for him outside for a while. "Professor Duan, are you going straight back to the research institute now?" "Yes, I am." Duan Hengji nodded at Yi Pu and walked with him to the hover car that was heading towards the starship docking area. Duan Hengji was very familiar with the road from Nan Zhuxing to the research institute. After he got on the starship, he estimated the time and decided to close his eyes and rest for a while. But before Duan Hengji could close his eyes for long, his optical computer beeped. He received a news notification. Duan Hengji had just seen the news on the entertainment section and browsed through the gossip forum. Now, his optical computer had assumed that Duan Hengji was an entertainment news enthusiast and might even be a fan of Shang Mingzhen. This piece of entertainment news that was suddenly released was related to Shang Mingzhen. Because of the recent news about Nan Zhuxing, Shang Mingzhen was surrounded by reporters after an event. Duan Hengji, who was already a little tired, immediately perked up when he saw the picture attached to the news. He could see that unlike the normal questions from the entertainment reporters, Shang Mingzhen was deliberately making things difficult for him. Right now, Shang Mingzhen was not in a good situation at all. To put it bluntly, she did not realize that so many resources around her were related to Nan Zhuxing. Now that she was being asked about this matter, she obviously could not casually talk about Meng Jinhuai and Nan Zhuxing. At this time, Shang Mingzhen had already walked into a dead end. The news notification sent Duan Hengji was about a commercial event that was being broadcast live from Shang Mingzhen. The event itself had already ended, but the reporters did not disperse. On the screen, the host who was still at the scene kept rejecting the reporters' questions with the excuse that the questions had nothing to do with the event. However, it was obvious to the naked eye that the reporters' questions were becoming more and more rude. Shang Mingzhen's expression became ugly little by little. In addition to being angry, she was also a little embarrassed and fragile. This was something that the strong female lead rarely showed. After seeing this, Duan Hengji could not help but close the star web and quickly sent the recent events to Meng Jinhuai. However, he did not know if it was because Meng Jinhuai was currently working, but he did not receive a reply for a long time. It was conceivable that although Meng Jinhuai and Shang Mingzhen were somewhat related by blood, they did not have feelings for each other after all. Meng Jinhuai did not always pay attention to Shang Mingzhen's movements. He might have simply mentioned it to his subordinates a long time ago and asked them to take care of Shang Mingzhen. Now, the public opinion on the internet was controlled by Nan Zhuxing's relevant staff. Just as Duan Hengji was thinking about this, another piece of news appeared. For some reason, during the live broadcast, Shang Mingzhen's anti-fan suddenly appeared, and the scene suddenly became chaotic. He glanced at Xianxia on the screen, and then looked at the optical computer that had not responded for a long time. Duan Hengji finally made a very bold decision. He found Xianxin's current location and sent the coordinates to Yipu. A few minutes later, the starship that was originally heading towards the research institute changed its direction and flew towards another planet. Unlike Duan Hengji, who only paid attention to the news on Star Web, as Duan Hengji's assistant, Yipu had always been paying attention to the entertainment news. Due to his admiration of the opposite sex, as well as his impression of Xianxia being acquainted with Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhui, Yipu couldn't help but keep an eye on Xianxia. As expected, Yipu was one of the first people to see this news on Star Web. Even though he had a lot of work to do, he still continued to pay attention to the news reports. Speaking of which, it was a bit strange. Even though Yipu was a core member of Nanjuxing, as an assistant, he still didn't know what the relationship between Xianxia and Meng Jinhui was. Perhaps no one would believe him even if he told them. As the person who spent the most time with Duan Hengji, Yipu only had a rough idea that Xianxia was acquainted with Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhui, and that their relationship wasn't too bad. However, even though Yipu didn't know the truth, after seeing the coordinates, he silently helped Duan Hengji issue an additional command. That's right, Mr. Yipu used his special authority to issue another command to the crew of the starship to move forward at full speed. Duan Hengji didn't know that not long after the command was issued, his usually serious assistant hesitated for a while. After that, Yipu returned to his lounge and turned on his optical computer to look at the gossip section on Star Web. Even though Duan Hengji thought he was quite familiar with this world, he still didn't know that the speed of spacecraft in the Star Web had always been strictly regulated. For example, a general civilian starship, unless it encountered a major emergency during the voyage, could only travel according to the speed and route that had been reported in advance. However, Duan Hengji's identity was very special. As the spouse of the Marshal and the owner of the Yeti Empire Mecha Research Institute, Duan Hengji's starship had the highest authority in the Star Web. After a few seconds, the huge black starship suddenly made a big turn on its original course, and then quickly flew in another direction. Duan Hengji, who had been looking at his optical computer and didn't have time to pay attention to the scenery outside the window, didn't notice that the scenery outside the window was changing faster than any other time he had seen it before. If he turned around, he would be able to see those huge planets flashing with various colors flying past him at an extremely fast speed, like meteors. In these few short seconds, even though the surrounding planet didn't move much, the surrounding planet didn't change much. But from the visual effect, they gave birth to a long trailing tail as gorgeous and beautiful as a lady's gorgeous dress at a banquet. Right now, the route the starship was in was considered a busy area in the Star Web. There were many civilian starships around it. Because it was traveling too fast, this starship deliberately stayed away from other means of transportation. However, there were still many people who saw it on the route. Seeing a huge black object flashing in front of their eyes, many witnesses couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Then everyone started to guess. Where did the starship come from? Which planet was its destination? The planet that the female Li Jipu was on today was one of the Marshal's planets, so it wasn't far from Duan Hengji's current coordinates. However, after a long time, when Duan Hengya raised his head again, the scene outside the window had changed from an endless pitch-black starry sky to a gradually approaching blue ocean. In fact, it had only been 20 minutes since Duan Hengji ordered the starship to change course. After confirming that they were about to arrive at their destination, Duan Hengji moved his gaze away from the window. He saw that Meng Jinhui still hadn't replied to his message, so he was probably still in a meeting. Seeing this, Duan Hengji put the optical supercomputer back on the gossip page he was just looking at and continued to read the post. The farce surrounding Xianxia was still not over, and it was even becoming more and more intense. The speed of posting in the Star Web Entertainment section was ridiculously fast. For example, the post that Duan Hengji casually opened just now had tens of thousands of posts in just 20 minutes. As a scientific researcher, Duan Hengji was a relatively stubborn person under most circumstances. Seeing that the post he opened was getting taller and taller, he still didn't directly click on the last page to see if there were any new developments. Instead, he started to study the slang between fans bit by bit. Professor Duan, who had forgotten what he was supposed to do, felt that it was quite interesting. Duan Henji, who had his head down, didn't know that the starship he was on had already entered the destination city. Normally, the starship would land at the large starship dock closest to the city where the female lead Xianxia was located. Then, Duan Henji would change to a hovercraft and fly to the destination. However, today was different. Because of the 2 vicious attacks in a row, Duan Henji's security level was increased to the highest possible level. This was a last-minute decision, so the military didn't prepare for the arrival of the starship in advance. Therefore, in order to ensure Duan Henji's safety, the starship would directly fly to the entrance of the building where Xianxia was currently participating in the event. Even though Yipu just gave the order to full speed ahead, now that the starship had entered the city area, its speed was reduced to the minimum. Currently, the starship was located in the largest city on the planet. In the core area of the city, there were super skyscrapers that were hundreds of stories high. Duan Henji, who was looking down at his optical computer, finally looked up at the window again after a long time. Then, he realized that the starry sky and sea outside the window had all disappeared. Instead, they were replaced by an endless steel forest. C Kami. Duan Henji didn't expect to see this scene when he looked up. He couldn't help but let out a not-so-elegant sigh. As the largest city on the planet, the width of the city's waterway was incomparable to that of ordinary areas. However, the starship Duan Henji was on was a bit too large. Anyone walking on the ground could see a huge shadow approaching them. The people standing on top of the building also had the illusion that the huge starship was about to touch the edge of the building. Duan Henji knew in his heart that since the optical computer dared to plan this path for the starship, there shouldn't be any mistakes. However, when he saw the blue curtain wall outside the window that he could almost touch with his hand, Duan Henji was still shocked by this thrilling scene. Duan Henji couldn't help but put away his optical computer and stare out the window. While the people inside the starship were looking out, the people outside were also looking in. Actually, Duan Henji had his own private starship, but he didn't know when it started, but his means of transportation between the research institute and planet Duguang had become this huge military starship. Duan Henji, who had gotten used to this mecha, had obviously forgotten something very important. His starship had a huge military logo printed on it, and it also carried several large weapons that couldn't be hidden. Just as the starship was flying above the city, the black muzzles of the guns were pointed at the onlookers below. Anyone with a bit of common sense would be able to tell from the huge logo that the starship flying above the city wasn't an invasion ship from the Empire, but rather, it was from the Yitian military. However, when everyone saw the weapons on it, they couldn't help but be shocked. This formation, did something big happen on this planet? At this time, this mech from the military was flying slowly in the sky above the city. Because of its size, its speed was reduced to the slowest speed of a starship. Inevitably, almost everyone in the city witnessed this scene. At the same time, there were many related discussions on the star web. Coordinates, Planet X City, a large military ship suddenly flew overhead. Did something happen? A military starship is coming to Planet X. What's going on? I've never seen such a large starship before. Is Planet X going to war? In an instant, every page of the Star Web forum was filled with such meaningless posts. However, after a while, someone recognized the mecha from the photo. LZ, everyone, don't be afraid. As a student of AMRO, I feel that I have the right to say that the appearance of this mecha doesn't mean that Planet X is going to war. First post, what do you mean by this? Although it's impressive that you're a student of AMRO, the current state of Planet X isn't something that can be determined from a photo. LZ, no, I mean, I've seen this starship before. The owner of this starship is Professor Duan from Duan Henji. He comes to AMRO on this starship every week. At the beginning, when this LZ posted, there were a bunch of people who didn't believe what he said. However, the netizens on the Star Web were extremely powerful. In just a few minutes, someone found the photo of the starship docked at AMRO. After seeing the photo, the Star Web was silent for a while. However, after that, some of the netizens who loved to gossip couldn't help but think of the same thing. Who's in Planet X City right now? Xianxia. Because of Duan Henji's appearance, some people who originally didn't pay attention to Xianxia and the entertainment industry also touched the entertainment section. What followed was a popular science lesson on the various love and hate that happened recently. However, if Duan Henji, who was looking out the window, had the time to look at his optical computer, he would realize that even though everyone guessed correctly who he was looking for, their guesses were a million miles off. The female lead, Xianxia, was participating in an event on the first floor of a skyscraper on the planet. The skyscraper was located in the city center, and opposite it was a huge central square. As a starship that belonged to the military and could be deployed to the battlefield at any time, Duan Henji was on a vehicle that could naturally land anywhere. A very flat central square was a piece of cake for the starship. Although Duan Henji's visit today was a surprise, he did not inform the planet in advance to make security preparations. But just as the starship was about to land, Yipu contacted the relevant departments here and asked them to help clear out the space where the starship was docked. At this time, anyone who liked to visit the star web had already seen the news about Duan Henji arriving at Planet X on a military starship. Because most of the buildings in the city center were relatively tall, the line of sight of the people standing here was blocked. So even though they saw the news, they did not know whether the legendary starship was flying towards their location or not. And just as everyone was in doubt, Planet X's security personnel finally came over and cleared out some space in the central square. Seeing this, the central square immediately quieted down. Everyone consciously followed the staff to the side. In just a few minutes, a large space was cleared out in the central square. Actually, most of the people in the central square today were here for Xianxin's event. Other than a portion of fans, there were also some residents who lived on Planet X and were very interested in the recent news. There were also some entertainment reporters who did not have the qualifications to enter the central square. If some people were disappointed that they could not enter the event venue before, they immediately became excited when they saw the situation in the central square. At this time, although the starship had not arrived yet, there were already some daring entertainment reporters who adjusted their cameras upwards, waiting to record the scene in a while. A few minutes later, the black starship with the huge military logo finally appeared above everyone's heads. The people standing below all held their breaths. At this time, inside the starship, Duan Henji followed his assistant, Yipu, and walked towards the door. Before him, a group of military personnel had already arrived at the side door of the starship. Although they were rarely seen, there were many military personnel who were in charge of security on this starship. Duan Henji's eyesight had always been good. At this time, the starship was already slowly descending. Standing by the window, he could see that the onlookers below were also looking up at the huge starship. It was a silent gaze from top to bottom. Although the starship had already slowed down, it didn't take long for it to land steadily on the square below. Duan Henji and Yipu did not go out immediately. While they were waiting, the accompanying security personnel came out of the doors on both sides of the starship and started maintaining the scene. The security personnel sent by the military to Duan Henji were very imposing. Just their serious expressions and the laser weapons on their backs were enough to silence the onlookers. After seeing this scene, the normal onlookers who were following the trend put down their optical computers. At this time, there were only a few entertainment reporters left in the square. They were still under the silent gaze of the staff and continued to shoot. However, the security personnel around Duan Henji did not stop them. The atmosphere was very serious. After a few minutes, the starship's main door finally opened slowly. Duan Henji's assistant, Yipu, walked down one step ahead of him. Because he rushed here from Amro University at the last minute, Duan Henji's clothes today were very different from when he usually appeared in public. Professor Duan did not wear a formal suit. Instead, he wore a simple sky blue loose sweater with a light collar and black jeans. Today, Duan Henji did not look like the dean of the Yeti Empire Mecha Research Institute. Instead, he looked more like a student who had yet to graduate. Coupled with his soft and slightly long black hair, in addition to his gentleness, he had an inexplicable sense of vulnerability. Although Duan Henji had gradually become accustomed to participating in all kinds of public events, this was the first time he encountered a scene like this. After walking out of the starship's door, Duan Henji felt the strange atmosphere on both sides and reflexively lowered his head. He then quickly followed behind Yipu. After noticing Professor Duan's behavior, Yipu's assistant in front of him felt that he had a huge responsibility on his shoulders for the first time. Yipu could not help but straighten up again. He then completely blocked Duan Henji behind him. Duan Henji did not know that this simple action would cause a lot of speculation on the internet after it was broadcasted live. LZ, is there anyone watching the live broadcast on XX network? Why do I feel that Professor Duan's expression is not very good? Also, he has his head lowered and is standing behind a staff member. First comment, OP, you're not alone. Duan Henji looks very serious today and he doesn't seem to be in a good mood. Second comment, thank you for the reminder. Professor Duan actually lowered his head and followed behind his assistant. This is definitely not right. Third comment, looks like Xiang Meng is going to be in trouble today, TSK. Obviously, the people on the internet had forgotten one thing. Under most circumstances, Duan Henji had always been a very serious person. Because of their psychological expectations, they automatically attributed Duan Henji's current mood to being unhappy. The area of the plaza was too big. Even though Duan Henji had intentionally quickened his pace. But after a few minutes, he finally reached the door. Before Duan Henji entered the building, a portion of the security personnel had already entered the building. Unlike the spectators on the plaza who had been paying attention to this matter, because the building was too chaotic, no one knew that Duan Henji had already arrived on his planet. Of course, this included the female lead, Xiang Mingzhen. Xiang Mingzhen had been trapped by the anti-fans for a long time. As the female lead, she was far calmer than the average person. However, after a few minutes of torment, Xiang Mingzhen's mood could not help but drop. Her mentality gradually leaned towards the direction of collapse. At this moment, Xiang Mingzhen suddenly saw a group of uniformed staff members appear at the entrance of the first floor. In the Yetian Empire, because the climate of each planet was different, most of the Empire's organizations did not have a uniform. In addition, the security personnel that accompanied Duan Henji were dressed differently from ordinary Empire soldiers. So at first glance, no one would associate this group of people with the military. Xiang Mingzhen was no exception. But in any case, after seeing these people, Xiang Mingzhen finally breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, according to the current chaotic situation, the planet should have already sent the police. Xiang Mingzhen was a smart person. 10 minutes ago, when the scale of the chaos had just begun to expand, she realized that perhaps the people who had been slandering her behind the scenes were related to the power behind this planet. If it was a conspiracy, today's Hongmen banquet had probably been waiting for her for a long time. Seeing that there were finally people who looked like police, Xiang Mingzhen guessed that at this time, the mastermind behind this probably realized that the scene was too chaotic and should end this farce. Although she was still very unhappy, after seeing the group of uniformed security personnel, Xiang Mingzhen's heart finally felt a little more at ease. And when the string in her heart loosened, Xiang Mingzhen's eyes instantly turned red. No matter how strong a person was, after being wronged for so long, she would always feel helpless and wronged. Now, not only Xiang Mingzhen, but the fans and media also saw the security personnel who were walking towards them. Finally, the first floor of the building quieted down. Because the scene was too noisy just now, even the media staff surrounding Xiang Mingzhen did not know that Duan Henji suddenly visited the planet. In any case, for some unscrupulous media, when the word movie queen was associated with chaos, security, and so on, it represented an increase in click-through rates. Therefore, when the military security personnel entered the door, these reporters did not restrain themselves. Instead, they adjusted the height of their cameras and directly shot at the door. At the same time, a staff member who was doing a live broadcast said to the camera, "We can see that the commotion caused by Xiang Mingzhen has indeed brought a lot of trouble to Planet X. Not only are there a lot of fans at the scene, but even the planet's security personnel are also attracted." This reporter did not mention the organizers. Instead, he directly put the biggest blame on Xiang Mingzhen. Now that Xiang Mingzhen was in an emotional state, when she heard the reporter say this, she turned around and rolled her eyes at him. As a mature actor, ever since Xiang Mingzhen entered the industry, she knew that in the future, she would never be free of doubts and slander. Before today, Xiang Mingzhen's treatment of these slander was mostly to ignore or treat them coldly. But just now, Xiang Mingzhen finally couldn't help but lose control. Of course, this scene was also faithfully recorded. At this time, the security personnel who arrived in advance were already standing in their positions. Because of their arrival, an empty space suddenly appeared in the originally crowded hall. After a few seconds, a figure first appeared in the empty space. Who was he? After seeing the man in black, the fans and media present could not help but be stunned. Because the reporters had been reporting on the entertainment news, they did not recognize Duan Hengji's assistant, Yi Pu. They only knew that the man in front of them had an unusual and dangerous aura. But Xiang Mingzhen was different. As a fan of Duan Hengji, she recognized at a glance that the man in front of her was Duan Hengji's personal assistant. If she remembered correctly, Yi Pu usually never left Duan Hengji's side. That means, before all the reporters present, Xiang Mingzhen cast her gaze behind Yi Pu. Then she saw a light blue figure walking towards her with his back against the light. It really was him. The hall was very big, but at this time, no one spoke. The originally chaotic scene became extremely quiet. In this atmosphere, Duan Hengji walked in step by step and stopped behind Yi Pu. Unlike Xiang Mingzhen, who had mentally prepared herself for a few seconds, after seeing Duan Hengji, everyone present had a feeling of "am I dreaming?" After his doubts gradually subsided, Duan Hengya saw that a few people not far from him had excited expressions on their faces, like hungry wolves that had seen a piece of raw meat covered in blood. Duan Hengji knew what they were thinking. By now, news related to Xiang Mingzhen and Nan Zhuxing had spread all over the star web. Due to Meng Jinhuai's identity, no one had publicly announced the so-called special relationship. But in the eyes of this group of reporters, it was already something that was set in stone. Now that Duan Hengji had suddenly appeared here, the disgust in their eyes almost solidified. Duan Hengji ignored the reporters. After he stood still, Yi Pu, who had been following beside him, stepped forward and gestured for the reporters who had been surrounding Xiang Mingzhen to leave. Although they did not know what Yi Pu was trying to do, when they saw Duan Hengji's staff make such a request, the group of reporters obediently made way for Xiang Mingzhen. At this time, Xiang Mingzhen, who had been surrounded for a long time, finally walked out from the crowd. Xiang Mingzhen was a strong person, but the moment she looked up and saw her idol, she could not help but tear up. In fact, Xiang Mingzhen was also very nervous. Although she knew she was innocent, she was also not sure what Duan Hengji was trying to do by suddenly appearing here. After walking out of the crowd, Xiang Mingzhen stood in front of Duan Hengji and said in a low voice, "Professor Duan." Duan Hengji remembered that in the book Star Flipping, the female lead, Xiang Mingzhen, never cried outside of movies. So when he saw the expression on her face, Duan Hengji, who appeared calm on the surface, could not help but feel a little lost. Duan Hengji really did not have any experience in comforting a girl. While Duan Hengji stood there and thought about whether he should say something, the reporter who had been standing behind him finally could not help but speak up. Duan Hengji was the president of the Mecha Research Institute. Reporters like them naturally did not have the opportunity to come into contact with him. Not to mention receiving special interview training like their seniors. So when they realized that Duan Hengya had the intention to leave now, someone finally asked a question that countless people were concerned about and curious about out loud, even though it was very inappropriate. "Professor Duan, what do you think about the special relationship between Ms. Xiang Mingzhen and Nan Zhuxing?" The moment the reporter asked that question, he immediately realized that his approach seemed to be a little dangerous. The moment he finished speaking, the military security personnel standing around Duan Hengji all looked at him with an indescribable and terrifying expression. Even though the reporter had seen a lot of storms in the entertainment industry, this was the first time he had encountered a situation like this. When he saw the security personnel's murderous gaze, he instantly cowered and silently took a few steps back. At this moment, something unexpected happened. Duan Hengji did not ignore him as expected, nor did he ask the staff around him to come forward to deal with him. On the contrary, Duan Hengji even stopped Yi Pu, who was about to step forward. Then he looked straight into the eyes of the reporter and said, "Special relationship? Why should I have an opinion on this matter?" Even though Duan Hengji did not directly answer the question, his words clearly told everyone that Xiang Mingzhen and Nan Zhuxing did have some kind of special relationship. Now, not only the onlookers, but even Xiang Mingzhen and Yi Pu could not help but widen their eyes and look at Duan Hengji. With such a big piece of news in front of them, how could they not ask? Even though they knew logically that continuing to ask might cause trouble, after seeing Duan Hengji really answer, the reporter who asked the question just now turned to Duan Hengji and asked loudly again, so you admit that Shang Mingzhen and Nan Zhuxing have a special relationship? Shang Mingzhen, who was standing next to Duan Hengji, turned pale. She slowly raised her head and looked at Duan Hengji. Duan Hengji's expression did not change at all after hearing those words. He looked coldly at the reporter and said, I don't know what you mean by special relationship. But I hope you know that Shang Mingzhen has a relationship with Nan Zhuxing since the moment she was born. She was originally a member of Nan Zhuxing. Ah? After hearing Duan Hengji's answer, Shang Mingzhen's reaction was bigger than anyone else's. In reality, the three words Nan Zhuxing represented more than just the planet where the military was located. It was not only the symbol of the military, but also the representative of the huge family behind the military that had lasted for hundreds of years. After hearing Duan Hengji's words, many people thought that as a popular movie queen, Shang Mingzhen's background had been poached before, but all of them ended in failure. So according to Duan Hengji's words, Shang Mingzhen was actually a member of the Meng Jinhui family? In this way, it seemed like the answer to why Nan Zhuxing was so popular with her. But wasn't this answer a little too crazy? The reporter seemed to want to ask more, but after seeing Duan Hengye's expression that he obviously didn't want to talk to him anymore, Yipu stepped forward to stop him. He also said a bunch of very official words to the crowd, but in fact, every sentence was full of threats. After Yipu finished speaking, Duan Hengji, who had been standing in place, finally moved. He walked forward and stood next to Shang Mingzhen, who was still in a daze, then he bent down slightly and said in an extremely gentle tone, Okay, let's leave this place together. After hearing Duan Hengji's words, Shang Mingzhen held back her tears and said, Okay. Then she unconsciously followed Duan Hengji and walked out of the building. Duan Hengji's words and the current scene were recorded. After Meng Jinhui finished an extremely important secret meeting, he saw this picture. In the picture, Duan Hengji was wearing a light blue knitted sweater, and his expression was incomparably gentle. Shang Mingzhen, who was standing next to him, changed from her usual cold temperament to that of a gentle goddess. Seeing this, Meng Jinhui, who originally wanted to take a look at the optical computer that he had neglected for a long time, stood there motionlessly for a long time. In the conference room, the staff member called by Meng Jinhui looked at him very nervously, then he asked tentatively, General, is there a problem with the private database that we just provided? Duan Hengji, who had finished reading the description, finally moved his gaze away from the optical computer, then he shook his head at the staff member, There's no problem, it's something else. Ah, okay. If General has any questions related to the database, please feel free to contact us at any time. After speaking, the staff member promptly left the room. When he was the only one left in the office, Meng Jinhui once again took out the optical computer. Although Meng Jinhui was in the know, after seeing this picture, he couldn't help but feel a little jealous. After a few minutes, Meng Jinhui walked out of the conference room. He glanced at the assistant waiting outside and said, Inform the starship to go to Planet X. After hearing Meng Jinhui's request, although the assistant was very confused, he immediately opened his optical computer and began to contact the general's starship. At the same time, Duan Hengji finally brought Shang Mingzhen back to the black starship. Although the purpose of helping the female lead was achieved, strangely, Duan Hengji didn't immediately order the starship to leave the planet. Duan Hengji once again sent a new coordinate to the starship, a famous luxury villa area on Planet X. After hearing this coordinate, Shang Mingzhen, who hadn't recovered from the shock of hearing Duan Hengji's words just now, couldn't help but look at Duan Hengji with a questioning gaze. At this time, Duan Hengji also slowly sat down on the sofa, then asked Shang Mingzhen, Do you know who did this during this time? After hearing Duan Hengji's words, Shang Mingzhen first shook her head reflexively, then hesitated for a moment before telling Duan Hengji her guess. After hearing what she said, Duan Hengji didn't answer for a long time. It wasn't until Shang Mingzhen thought that Duan Hengye was about to skip the topic that he finally said, I think your guess is probably not wrong. There is someone who was unhappy with you before who is indeed on Planet X, who is it? Shang Mingzhen asked tentatively. My brother, Duan Hengxing. He said. Even though the huge starship that belonged to the military slowed down, it still drove out of X City in a few minutes. The villa that Duan Hengji just provided wasn't far from the city. After driving for a while, the starship arrived at a large parking area nearby. This parking area was shared by several large residential areas nearby. At this time, it was densely packed with starships and hovercrafts. With them as a reference, when the starship landed, it looked back. As a person who hadn't seen too many ordinary civilian transportation vehicles, Duan Hengji finally had a more intuitive understanding of the appearance of his daily transportation vehicle. This time, because there wasn't a suitable place to dock the starship in the villa area, the huge starship landed on this parking area in advance. Immediately after, Duan Hengji and the others took the hovercraft that was waiting here in advance and headed to their destination. Duan Hengxing's residence was a famous luxury villa area on this planet, or even in the entire empire. Even though Duan Hengji had never been here before, he had heard about the legends and descriptions of this place long ago. It was said that the residents of this villa area were mysterious interstellar rich merchants or mysterious nobles. The degree of luxury inside the villa area was rumored to be second only to the palace in the entire Yetian Empire. Duan Hengji didn't think much of these legends before, but now, as the hovercraft gradually approached the villa area, Professor Duan finally realized that maybe the rumors in the interstellar weren't exaggerated. This villa area was built by the sea, and the architectural style was very similar to a medieval European manor from Earth. Even though the building area wasn't too big, and there was a lot of green space, this kind of spacing was even more rare. Even though there were many habitable planets in the Yetian Empire, the population was also exploding. In this era, except for some planets with special purposes, ordinary habitable planets had mandatory green space requirements. Under this premise, the living space of ordinary people was once again squeezed out. Even though skyscrapers now easily had hundreds of floors, the living space of ordinary people was still smaller than on Earth. In this context, the appearance of a villa was already an extremely luxurious reflection, let alone one that was close to the sea with a large green area and a beach. The female lead, Shang Mingjin, was still in a bad mood. Perhaps she still hadn't recovered from the shock, but she didn't speak much during the journey. However, as the hovercraft gradually approached the beach, Shang Mingjin's attention involuntarily shifted from elsewhere to outside the window. After seeing the endless blue sea, even Shang Mingjin, who had seen countless beautiful sceneries, couldn't help but reveal an expression of admiration. Although Duan Hengji had never been to this place before and their relationship was very vague, he still knew the exact coordinates of his younger brother. After entering the villa area, the floating device slowed down and flew towards the central area. Seeing this, Shang Mingjin, who was looking outside the window, suddenly said to herself, "This is the core area of the entire villa area." There was a bit of emotion and admiration in her words. As a movie queen, Shang Mingjin was one of the people close to the top of the interstellar income chain. In her memory, she had heard rumors about this villa area at countless banquets. At the banquets, there would often be rich businessmen talking about who the owner of this villa area was. In short, no matter the process of the discussion, the final conclusion was that the owner was definitely not only rich, but more importantly, had a place in the upper class of the empire. Shang Mingjin didn't expect that the answer to this gossip would fall into her hands. Although she was a bit surprised, the answer seemed to be reasonable. Duan Hengji's younger brother was also adopted by the empress family. Duan Hengxing, who grew up under the eyes of the royal family, was indeed in line with everyone's previous guesses. But at this time, after hearing Shang Mingjin's words, Duan Hengji suddenly thought of something. The money to buy this villa, was it Duan Hengxing who got it from the original owner? The answer didn't seem to require much guessing. Although Duan Hengji wasn't a person who was good at investment and management, he also had his own principles when it came to spending money. Duan Hengji felt that the last time he bought the clone antidote was a necessary expense. Although the money for Duan Hengxing to buy the villa was far less expensive than the antidote, Duan Hengji couldn't help but feel distressed. At this time, suddenly two gray hovercrafts flew quickly toward them from not far away. After seeing this scene, the military security personnel who were in the same hovercraft as Duan Hengji immediately became serious. Then they slowly moved to the front of Duan Hengji. After seeing the movements of the staff around him, Duan Hengji didn't speak, but directly stepped forward and gently gestured to him to step back. "Professor Duan, this?" The person who spoke was the main security person sent by the military to Duan Hengji's side. Although he also knew the strength of Professor Duan, after seeing Duan Hengji's current movements, the person in charge couldn't help but feel nervous. Duan Henji shook his head and said, "It's okay, wait for a while." The military sent a large number of security personnel to Duan Henji's side. Because they usually hid in a huge starship, they might not be able to see the number of security personnel, but at this time, they could see that behind Duan Henji, there were 3 other medium-sized hovercrafts. The location of Duan Henji's group was now in a famous luxurious villa area on the planet. The people who lived here were either rich or powerful. Logically speaking, this place should be a no-fly zone for hovercrafts. However, Duan Henji had the highest authority in the military, and this planet was a marshal's planet. Therefore, after flying here, the 4 hovercrafts directly ignored the restrictions of the no-fly zone and continued to fly in without stopping. Seeing this scene, the security personnel in the residential area were naturally nervous. Sure enough, after the hovercraft stopped, the other side sent a signal to them to land. Now that the hovercrafts had flown into the villa area, all of the open space nearby belonged to the residents. If they wanted to land, the hovercrafts had to leave the area. Almost at the same time as receiving the signal, the staff around Duan Henji directly rejected the request from the other side. After a few seconds, the hovercrafts on the other side began to slowly approach Duan Henji. When Duan Henji saw this scene, he couldn't help but frown. Right now, there were a bunch of mechas floating in the air. Other than the one that was approaching him, the others were all motionless. It was like they were in a standoff, or maybe they were in a standoff. In the face of such a scene, Duan Xianxia, who had personally experienced 2 attacks, did not feel much. The staff who walked down from the battlefield beside him also had a calm expression on their faces. The only person who wasn't so calm was probably Xianxia, who was standing next to Duan Henji with a frightened face. Out of human instinct, after seeing this scene, Xianxia silently moved closer to Duan Henji, who he was most familiar with. After seeing Xianxia's actions, Yi Pu, who had been standing on the other side without saying anything, silently clenched his hands into fists. Then he put them to his mouth and coughed twice. Ahem. His coughs were a bit artificial. Even though he was afraid of this scene, Xianxia was still from the entertainment industry after all. After seeing Yi Pu's actions, Xianxia immediately understood what the other party meant. Then he silently returned to his original position. Duan Henji witnessed Xianxia and Yi Pu's actions the whole time, but he didn't understand what the two were doing. Not long after Xianxia returned to his position, the side of the gray hovercraft facing Duan Henji's group suddenly cracked open. This action was very familiar to the security personnel behind Duan Henji. After the crack appeared, several silver laser guns stretched out from below and directly aimed at Duan Henji's hovercraft. Once again, they sent a landing request. After seeing this scene, Duan Henji slowly turned around and asked the military personnel, "Those facing us, are they the security personnel sent here by the military?" After hearing Duan Henji's words, a lot of cold sweat suddenly appeared on the personnel's forehead. He slowly shook his head at Duan Henji and said, "No. They're not from the military." Duan Henji turned around again. He looked at the hovercraft again and asked, "Then does Planet X allow private use of laser weapons?" Duan Henji didn't need to answer his question. Every citizen of the empire knew how serious it was to privately carry laser weapons. Not to mention, just the fact that someone brought laser weapons into Amro University and then suddenly attacked Duan Henji was enough to alert everyone. Seeing that no one answered, Duan Henji didn't ask any more. He walked to the side of the starship and quickly tapped on the screen there a few times. Duan Xianxia's movements were very skilled, and when he was doing this set of movements, the expression on his face was unbelievably calm. However, the moment Duan Henji tapped on the screen, everyone on the hovercraft saw a bunch of laser weapons appear on the side of the hovercraft they were on. The military personnel who spoke to Duan Henji couldn't help but gulp. Then, he stared at Duan Henji with wide eyes. How is Professor Duan so skilled at adjusting laser weapons? From the outside, the hovercraft they were on right now was no different from a normal hovercraft. If it was placed in the Galactic Public Hovercraft Docking Bay, no one would suspect anything. On such an ordinary-looking floating device, if one wanted to test out the weapon, they would need to master a series of complex passwords. After the staff calmed down, even though they weren't surprised that Duan Henji knew how to operate the laser weapons, they were still shocked by Duan Hengji's speed. Maybe the reaction of the staff on Duan Hengji's hovercraft wasn't that big, but when the laser weapons appeared, the hands of the people on the opposite hovercraft began to tremble. When they saw this hovercraft earlier, they thought it was an intruder who broke into the security system. But now, those top-notch interstellar laser weapons that were flashing at them clearly told them, the hover device opposite them had something to do with the military. The hovercraft on the opposite side slowly retracted its laser weapons. Then, it sent a video signal to Duan Hengji's hovercraft. After seeing this signal, Duan Hengji looked sideways at the staff member, and the staff member immediately understood what he meant. Duan Hengji's hovercraft didn't connect to the video signal. Instead, it directly displayed its first-level authorization. There weren't many people who had first-level authorization from the military, and the news that just happened on Planet X a few minutes ago could only point to one person. Duan Hengji. After seeing this authorization, the hovercraft on the opposite side paused for a few seconds. Then, it began to descend at its fastest speed. After seeing their movements, Duan Hengji wasn't in a hurry to immediately rush to the destination. He said to the staff member, "Follow them and find out where the laser weapons came from." "Yes, Professor Duan." After hearing Duan Hengji's words, the staff member in charge of security who had been following him all this time actually reflexively saluted the other party. He finally realized that the person who spoke to him wasn't General Meng Jinhui, but Duan Hengji. When the staff member thought of this, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. It was unknown when, but Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhui's temperament, as well as the feeling they gave people, had actually become so similar. After hearing Duan Hengji's order, the other hovercraft that belonged to the military directly followed him down. After it disappeared from their sight, they, who had been standing in place for a long time, once again approached their destination. The hovercraft was originally located very close to Duan Hengji's residence, so after a while, they directly landed on the beach in front of the white seaside mansion. After the hover came to a stop, the hatch slowly opened. After seeing this, several security guards walked out first. Duan Hengji and Xianxia were the last to step out of the hatch. In the technologically advanced interstellar era, the more luxurious a residence was, the more similar it was to a residence on Earth. After standing in front of Duan Hengji's residence, Duan Hengji had the illusion that he had returned to his original world. "Professor Duan." Seeing Duan Hengji standing there without moving, a military staff member walked up and asked, "Do you need us to force the door open now?" The staff member's words pulled Duan Hengji's thoughts back. After hearing this, Duan Hengji shook his head and said, No need. You guys wait here with Xianxia, I'll go alone." Professor Duan, don't worry, we'll send someone to follow Xianxia. But it's still too dangerous for you to go in alone." After hearing Duan Hengji's words, Yi Pu, who had not spoken for a while, came forward and said. Although Yi Pu now knew who did the defamation of Xianxia, he also understood that Xianxia was just an innocent victim in this storm. It didn't matter if Xianxia went in or not, or if Duan Hengxing saw him. At this point, the focus was back on Duan Hengji and Duan Hengxing. But no matter what, it was extremely dangerous for Duan Hengji to go in alone. After hearing Yi Pu's words, Duan Hengji shook his head and said, "No need, I can handle it." After saying this, Duan Hengji directly raised his hand and revealed a small laser defensive weapon that had been hidden in his sleeve the entire time. After seeing this, Yi Pu was stunned. Even though Yi Pu's current identity was Duan Hengji's assistant, he actually came from the military. As a military staff member, Yi Pu's basic skill was to recognize all of the weapons in use in the galaxy. He searched his brain, but he couldn't find any memory of seeing Duan Hengji carrying this weapon. But even so, based on the appearance of that thing, Yi Pu was still able to recognize its use. It seemed that this small laser weapon that he had never seen before should have come from Duan Hengji. Yi Pu finally had a new understanding of Duan Hengji's versatility. Actually, this weapon wasn't Duan Hengji's original creation. Ever since those two incidents, Duan Hengji deeply felt the importance of carrying a weapon at all times. Because the commonly seen laser weapons in the galaxy were too large, Duan Hengji didn't choose to use them. Instead, he used his memory from his previous life to design a small laser weapon based on hidden weapons like hidden arrows. Designing something like this was easy for Duan Hengji. Relying on the top equipment of the Yeti Empire Mecha Research Institute, Duan Henji received the finished product a few hours after the design was completed. Seeing that Duan Henji insisted on going in alone, Yi Pu and the other military staff members couldn't stop him. They retreated back into the hovercraft and moved a little further away. After everyone left, Duan Henji slowly lowered his head. He looked at the weapon hidden in his sleeve and suddenly sighed softly. As a person who was used to planning ahead, Duan Henji didn't think too much when he designed this weapon. So it was only at this moment, after everyone had left, that Duan Xianxia finally realized that the first enemy he was about to face with this weapon he had personally designed might be the person closest to him in this world by blood. Even though he didn't have any memories of his childhood with Duan Henji, when he thought of this, Duan Henji couldn't help but recall his family from his previous life. He didn't know why, but he felt a little sour in his heart. However, Duan Henji didn't hesitate for long. He stood at the door for a while, then avoided the door's sensor area and walked to a small screen diagonally in front of him. Duan Henji placed his hand on the screen. After a while, the wooden door in front of him slowly opened by itself. The owner of this villa didn't ask who the visitor was and directly opened the door. This villa built by the sea had good lighting. After the door opened, large beams of sunlight shone through the long corridor and shone in front of Duan Henji. Duan Henji paused at the door for a while, then finally stepped in. As soon as he stepped into the corridor, the heavy wooden door behind him slowly closed by itself. After entering the door, Duan Henji discovered that just like the rumors in the galaxy, Duan Hengxing's residence was indeed extremely luxurious. In addition to the picturesque scenery outside the window, there were various kinds of antiques placed in every corner. Although Duan Henji didn't know much about antiques, he could vaguely guess the value of the antiques from their exquisite shapes. Because the room was too quiet, Duan Henji's footsteps were infinitely amplified. Slowly, he walked through the corridor, then what appeared in front of him was a huge living room. Behind it, there were 3 transparent floor-to-ceiling windows facing the sea. The sea was always noisy, but the sound insulation of the Galaxy era completely isolated the sound of the waves crashing against the reef outside the house. Duan Henji's gaze swept around the living room, then he saw Duan Hengxing sitting on the sofa with his back facing him. He had clearly walked into the living room, but Duan Hengxing still didn't have any intention of turning around. Duan Henji hesitated for a while, then continued to walk forward. When he stood diagonally in front of Duan Hengxing, Duan Henji finally shifted his gaze from the wine glass in his hand to Duan Henji. Although Duan Hengxing had a hedonistic temperament, after all, he and Duan Henji had the same father and mother, so their facial features were undeniable. This kind of appearance, coupled with the shirt with a wide-open collar and the faintly discernible decadent temperament on his body, if seen by others, he would definitely receive the praise of being charming. Duan Henji stood there. Duan Hengxing also raised his head to look at him. The two were silent for a long time. After a long time, Duan Hengxing finally put down the wine glass in his hand, then he crossed his legs and smiled at Duan Henji in disdain. "I knew you were coming." After hearing Duan Hengxing's words, Duan Henji stopped standing. He directly sat down on the sofa across from Duan Hengxing. Seeing that Duan Henji still didn't speak, Duan Hengxing's face gradually lost its composure. He couldn't help but snort and say, "Oh? Professor Duan, since you're here, why don't you talk to me? Duan Henji, do you know that I really hate you like this? Who do you think you are to treat me like this?" Duan Hengxing gradually lost control of his emotions, and he said hatefully. Seeing this, Duan Henji, who hadn't said a word since he walked in, finally spoke. He coldly glanced at Duan Hengxing and said, "Then how should I treat you? Are you any different from other people?" Duan Henji's words blocked Duan Hengxing's anger. After hearing Duan Henji's words, Duan Hengxing's first reaction was that the two were related by blood. Duan Hengxing looked like he had swallowed a fly, so Duan Henji guessed what he was thinking. "If you want to talk about blood relations." Duan Henji casually looked around Duan Hengxing's house and said, "Everything you have now is because of me." Duan Hengxing was a hedonistic rich kid, but he wasn't an idiot. While squandering and enjoying himself, Duan Hengxing subconsciously knew where his power and status came from. Duan Henji's tone couldn't be more normal, but his words hit Duan Hengxing's sore spot. After a moment of silence, Duan Hengxing finally became flustered and exasperated. He stood up from the sofa and pointed at Duan Hengji's nose. He sneered and said loudly, "That's right, it's because of you. I'm indeed a despicable person who can't stand you. I purposely used Madame Shang's incident to annoy you, so what?" Duan Hengji looked at Duan Hengxing and said in his usual tone, "Childish." "Huh, childish?" Duan Hengxing sneered. "Yes, you're not childish. You've been a smart person since you were young. You could always stay by our parents' side and learn about mecha from them. What about me? I think that even when they were still around, very few people in the galaxy knew that Dean Duan actually had a son, right?" Hearing Duan Hengxing's words, Duan Hengji's eyes, which were as still as a pool of stagnant water, finally stirred. If Duan Hengye remembered correctly, Duan Hengxing hadn't been very old when the original owner's parents had passed away in that mecha accident. Before hearing the other's words, Duan Hengye had never thought that he would still remember what had happened when he was young. Duan Hengxing also noticed the change in Duan Hengji's expression. He sneered and said, "Actually, I've always known your motives, yours, your parents, and the royal family's." Motives? Duan Hengji couldn't help but feel confused. If the royal family had motives, he could understand, but what were Duan Hengxing's motives? Duan Hengxing put his hands in his pockets and looked out the window at the sea. "Whether it was you, my parents, or the royal family, you all wanted to raise me into a useless piece of trash. On the surface, you provided me with food, drink, and entertainment, but in reality? What can I do now? But I still have to thank you." Duan Hengxing looked around, then tilted his head and said to Duan Hengji, "I've been living more comfortably than you these past few years." After hearing Duan Hengxing's words, Duan Hengji couldn't help but be speechless. He didn't think that Duan Hengxing's malice towards him would come from this. Although Duan Hengji still didn't have any memories of his childhood, Duan Hengji felt that he could vaguely see the faces of his parents from back then. The original owner's parents definitely weren't the people Duan Hengxing described them to be. Although he didn't have any memories, after hearing Duan Hengxing's disdainful words, Duan Hengji couldn't help but gradually become angry. But before Duan Hengji could say anything, he saw Duan Hengxing smile at him. Then he spread his arms and said to Duan Hengji, "Congratulations, you've achieved your goal." Duan Hengji's expression became uglier, and Duan Hengxing's words made his anger burn even more. Although his expression didn't change, Duan Hengji couldn't help but become agitated. At this moment, an image suddenly flashed through his mind. He was sitting at his desk reciting obscure mecha information, and at this moment, a short little boy suddenly ran to his desk. "Big brother, why are you still reading?" The boy pouted and said, "Play with me for a bit." Hearing the child's words, Duan Hengye, who was sitting at the table, didn't react. A woman in a white lab coat walked over first. She lightly touched the little boy's cheek and said softly, "Good boy, Brother Heng needs to study. Go take a look at the optical computer, isn't there a new anime?" After hearing the woman's words, the little boy was still a little dissatisfied, but after pouting, he still hugged his toys and ran out of the house. Perhaps he was a little tired from sitting at the desk, but when he saw the little boy run out of the house, he couldn't help but sigh softly. Seeing this, the woman came over and sat beside him. She lowered her head and asked, "Ahung, are you tired?" "I'm fine." After hearing this, the woman sighed and touched the top of the boy's head and said, "The galaxy right now isn't peaceful at all. When I first found out that you had a talent for mecha, I hesitated for a long time whether or not to bring you into this field. But..." At this point, the woman shifted her gaze and said faintly, "But there are some things that we can't escape from, no matter if there are many dangers in the future or not. You're the big brother. Whether it's now or in the future, you have to take care of your little brother. We have to make him happy, okay?" This memory that suddenly appeared stunned Duan Hengji. This memory appeared too suddenly and too clearly, giving Duan Hengji the illusion that it just happened. "Whether it's now or in the future, you have to take care of your little brother. We have to make him happy, okay?" The woman's words echoed in Duan Hengji's mind again and again. Duan Hengji's current state was too strange, even Duan Hengxing felt it. He stood there and stared at Duan Hengji for a long time without saying a word. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Hengji finally said to Duan Hengxing, "Do you miss your parents like this?" Duan Hengji didn't say anything special, but the tone of his voice was something Duan Hengxing had never heard before. What do you mean? Duan Hengxing's voice was a little shaky. After a long time, he finally spoke. Nothing. Duan Hengji looked at him coldly. I just want you to think about whether what you said just now was right for them. After saying this, Duan Hengji slightly shook his head and said in a low voice that only he could hear, and I didn't do what I promised them back then. Duan Hengxing didn't hear the last part of Duan Hengji's sentence clearly, but just the words right for them were enough to make him emotional again. A few seconds after Duan Hengji's voice fell, Duan Hengxing suddenly took out a silver mini ray gun from his pocket and aimed at Duan Hengji's direction. Shut up! He shouted. Duan Hengxing didn't undergo strict undercover training like the original owner, but he was still someone with a position in the royal family, so using a gun wasn't a problem for him. Duan Hengxing's firing speed was very fast, but Duan Hengji dodged even faster. In an instant, Duan Hengji was already standing next to Duan Hengxing, and behind him, a large piece of glass had been broken. In an instant, the sound of huge waves could be heard. At the same time, another person's footsteps could be heard from the corridor. Although Duan Hengji had practiced a little, but compared to his 2 lives of experience, Duan Hengxing, who currently held an idle position in the royal family, not only did he have a poor foundation, but he also lacked a lot of actual combat experience. The moment he fired the shot, Duan Hengxing could not help but close his eyes. Then, he clenched the silver mini pistol with both of his hands and staggered back a few steps. He fell onto the sofa, looking very awkward. The gun Duan Hengxing was holding did not have any recoil when it was fired, and it also did not make any sound. Therefore, after he pulled the trigger, he only had time to hear the sound of glass shattering not far away from the villa. Although Duan Hengxing was an antagonist in the original novel, he was not the kind of person who would stop at nothing. Before this, Duan Hengxing had never fired a gun at anyone, let alone kill someone. Therefore, when he pulled the trigger because of his emotions, his ears involuntarily buzzed. Did I just shoot at someone? That person was Duan Hengji. Even though he had always acted like he was conflicted, he didn't hate his only brother to the point that he wanted to kill him. Therefore, when he found out that he really pulled the trigger, Duan Hengxing was completely stunned. At this time, Duan Hengxing seemed to be isolated from the world. He had no perception of what was happening outside, and he did not dare to look. At this time, he suddenly felt that the light gun in his hand was suddenly pulled out by someone. The person's movements were fast and not gentle at all. The moment the metal gun was pulled out of Duan Hengxing's hand, he felt a sharp pain between his thumb and index finger. The skin that he used to hold the gun on seemed to have been rubbed until it bled. This pain finally brought Duan Hengxing's attention back, and he slowly opened his eyes. Then he saw Duan Hengji standing beside him, and Meng Jinhui behind him. The person who pulled the gun out of Duan Hengxing's hand was Meng Jinhui. After looking up and seeing him, Duan Hengxing could not help but widen his eyes. Then, he felt his hands and feet turn cold. Meng Jinhui. Why is he here? The Marshal was someone who had been through countless battles. Facing a hedonistic son of rich parents like Duan Hengxing, he only needed to reveal a little of his aura, and it was enough to make the other party tremble in fear. Unlike Duan Hengxing's nervous and scared reaction after shooting just now, after taking the silver laser gun in his hand, Meng Jinhui only smiled coldly at the other party. The Marshal habitually placed the small weapon on the tip of his finger. Then, with a casual flick of his finger, it easily spun in a circle. It was such a dangerous weapon, but in Meng Jinhui's hand, it was as obedient as a toy. Meng Jinhui restrained his aura, but in the eyes of Duan Hengji, who was familiar with him, the Marshal was more dangerous than ever. Duan Hengji pursed his lips and wanted to say something. However, before Duan Hengya could say anything, he saw Meng Jinhui raise his other hand that had been hanging by his side. The Marshal held the laser gun with both hands, then slowly aimed the muzzle at Duan Hengxing's forehead. With Meng Jinhui's skills, he definitely did not need to use a scope. However, even though Duan Hengji did not see the other party's movements clearly, he clearly saw a red beam from the muzzle. In the galaxy, this was an extremely arrogant threat. Would Meng Jinhui dare to open fire? Duan Hengji felt that there was no doubt about the answer to this question. Meng Jinhui was always so calm and gentle on the battlefield. This kind of him was often forgotten. As a marshal who piloted the most advanced mecha in the galaxy, Meng Jinhuai's hands were definitely stained with blood. After suddenly thinking about this, Duan Hengji's palms suddenly became sweaty. At this time, Duan Hengxing, who was facing the muzzle of the gun, became even more nervous. He shuddered as he moved to the other side of the sofa. He was in a very sorry state and did not look like a gentleman at all. But no matter where Duan Hengxing moved, Meng Jinhuai only needed to slightly adjust the angle of the muzzle, and he would continue to be in the range of the laser weapon. The faint red beam kept moving, and Duan Hengxing's expression was visibly crumbling. Okay. That's enough. Duan Hengji, who had been standing silently on the side, suddenly opened his mouth. He then reached out his hand and pushed the muzzle of the weapon to the side. Perhaps Duan Hengji was the first person in the world who dared to push the muzzle of the Marshal's gun away with his own hand. This scene was indeed a bit strange, but after Duan Hengji did this, Meng Jinhuai did not show the slightest bit of displeasure. On the contrary, the Marshal actually slowly retracted the gun, then turned around and smiled at Duan Hengji. This smile was completely different from the one he showed to Duan Hengxing just now. Are you okay? It was obvious to the naked eye that Duan Hengji was not injured by his little brother, and he was thousands of miles away from the broken glass. But even so, Meng Jinhuai still gazed worriedly at the glass shards on the ground and asked with concern. The contrast was so big. Even Duan Hengji couldn't keep up with it. After hearing Meng Jinhuai's gentle voice, Duan Hengji's first thought was that it didn't match the current atmosphere. So Meng Jinhuai, who was standing next to him, only saw Duan Hengji's ears suddenly turn red. Then, he forcefully shifted his gaze to the side. After a short moment of silence, Duan Hengye finally sat back down on the sofa opposite him. Meng Jinhuai followed closely behind him and sat down as well. Compared to when the gun was pointed at him, Duan Hengxing's breathing was still rapid, and his emotions were still fluctuating, but at least he was calmer than before. If it was any other time, perhaps Duan Hengji wouldn't have reached out to push the gun away, but who told him to just remember a childhood incident a few minutes ago? After sitting down, Duan Hengji was silent for a while, then he finally said to Duan Hengxing, "If you've lived for more than 20 years and only know how to complain, or blame your mediocrity on others, then it's fine. Even if you died a moment ago, I don't think it's a loss to the entire galaxy or anyone." Duan Hengxing slowly raised his head and listened to Meng Jinhuai's nonchalant words. On one hand, you're enjoying your luxurious life, and on the other hand, you're feeling inferior because of your mediocrity and lack of attention, and you feel like you've been let down by others. But have you ever thought about what you've done? If you really want to learn mecha, or anything else, is there really anyone in this world who can stop you? Duan Hengxing was stunned. Accompanied by the sound of waves, Duan Hengji's speech became faster and faster. Duan Hengxing couldn't help but slowly open his mouth when he heard Meng Jinhuai's words, then he revealed a shocked expression. Even though there was a long gap of more than 10 years in between, Duan Hengxing, who had known Meng Jinhuai since birth, had never heard his brother speak so much in one breath. Duan Hengji suddenly stopped, then he smiled at Meng Jinhuai. After seeing Duan Hengxing's expression, he continued. You haven't realized how much you've been protected by the people around you since you were young, and how much they've sacrificed for you. How much sacrifice is hidden behind the mediocre life of wealth that you don't care about. After Duan Hengji's voice fell, Meng Jinhuai, who had been silent all this time, slowly put his arm on the back of the sofa behind Duan Hengji, then he asked casually. Do you know why your parents died? Duan Hengxing slowly sized up Meng Jinhuai with a suspicious gaze, then said, because of an accident during a mecha experiment. After hearing Duan Hengxing's answer, Meng Jinhuai immediately showed an I knew it expression. After a while, Meng Jinhuai shook his head and said, it just so happens that the military has been investigating the incident recently, and it's not convenient to disclose some of the details at the moment. But no matter what, as their youngest son, you have the right to know. After hearing Meng Jinhuai's words, not only Duan Hengxing, but even Duan Hengji couldn't help but show an incredulous expression. Since Meng Jinhuai said this, then did it mean that the investigation had produced some significant results? Meng Jinhuai naturally felt the gazes of the people around him. He gently put down the hand that was resting on the back of the sofa behind Duan Hengji and patted Duan Hengji's shoulder comfortingly. What happened to your parents, to be precise, was because of mecha, not some so-called mecha accident, Meng Jinhui said. What do you mean by that? Duan Hengxing gritted his teeth and asked. Meng Jinhui continued unhurriedly. I don't know if you know what mecha represent in the galaxy. If you really don't know, I can tell you, in addition to being the symbol of the highest technological productivity in the galaxy, mecha and the various new technologies behind it also represent war and profit. And your parents? Meng Jinhui suddenly stopped. He glanced at Duan Hengji and saw that the other's expression was still relatively calm. He continued. They were implicated in the benefits behind mecha, the benefits that you can't see. After that, the so-called accident happened. Although Duan Hengxing hated Duan Hengji, he wasn't someone who didn't have feelings for his parents. After hearing Meng Jinhui's words, even though he still said, "How is that possible?" his eyes were already avoiding Meng Jinhui's gaze. Some things, if one didn't think about it, would be easy to overlook. But with someone's guidance, one's thoughts would instantly scatter. Duan Hengxing was an ignorant and incompetent person, this was not wrong. But from his hatred for Duan Hengji that had been brewing for so many years and constantly fermenting, it could be seen that Duan Hengxing was also a very divergent person. Although Duan Hengxing's official position had dissipated and he didn't have access to the core of the royal family, he had seen many shady deals. So when Meng Jinhui said this, Duan Hengxing had a rough idea of the situation in his heart. Oh, right. After seeing Duan Hengxing's gradually changing expression, Meng Jinhui continued. Actually, the only one who really escaped danger is you. From the beginning to the end, because of mecha and some new technologies, your family's lives, including your brother Duan Hengji, have never been peaceful for a moment. As Meng Jinhui spoke, a gust of sea breeze suddenly blew in through the broken glass. The wind was a bit cold, Duan Hengji couldn't help but move closer to Meng Jinhui. The life you have now is not only because of your parents' lives, but also because of Duan Hengji's 10 years of unimaginable hellish life. Meng Jinhui smiled, then looked straight into Duan Hengxing's eyes and said one word at a time. After eating human blood, you continue to be complacent, or complain that they didn't do the best. Duan Hengxing, don't you think you're ridiculous? Meng Jinhui's words were full of mockery. After he finished speaking, he finally stood up and slowly turned around to look at the broken glass behind him. He said sternly, then let me remind you again, Nan Zhuxing knows what you've done. I didn't argue with you before because of your relationship with a Heng. But after today, I don't think I have to worry about anything. After saying this, Meng Jinhui reached out and gently pulled up Duan Hengji, who had been sitting on the sofa in a daze. Suddenly leaving the warm sofa, Duan Hengji suddenly felt that his clothes were a bit thin. The cool sea breeze blew in from all directions, enveloping his entire body in it. Ahang, let's go home. Meng Jinhui said gently as he held Duan Hengji's hand. After Meng Jinhui arrived, he immediately arranged for Nan Zhuxing's staff to take Shangmingzhen away. So now, after Yipu consciously left, only Duan Hengji and Meng Jinhui were left in the starship's lounge. Seeing that Duan Hengji was a bit cold from the sea breeze, Meng Jinhui entered the lounge and asked the robot to bring him a hot drink. Duan Hengya took a light sip. The taste of the hot drink was slightly sweet, but it also had a slightly sour feeling. It was very similar to the orange juice he had drunk on Earth. But now, Duan Hengji's attention was obviously not on the drink. After his body temperature gradually recovered, Duan Hengji once again remembered what Meng Jinhui said to Duan Hengxing. But before Duan Hengji could ask, Meng Jinhui seemed to know what he was thinking and said, "A few hours ago, the military found a special document in the database from more than a decade ago." At this point, Meng Jinhui stopped and looked at Duan Hengji, then suddenly said to Duan Hengji without warning, "I'm sorry." These 3 words were a bit sudden and very serious. Meng Jinhui's tone and expression made Duan Hengji feel an inexplicable panic. Seeing this, Duan Hengji, who had always been expressionless, forced out an unnatural smile. Then he asked Meng Jinhui, "Why are you suddenly telling me this?" Meng Jinhui shook his head and said, "Perhaps the military has found the answer to the incident back then." Although the documents left in the military from more than a decade ago have not been completely deciphered, the general cause of the incident is more or less clear because of that document. Duan Hengji slowly retracted his smile, Then he suppressed his excitement and nodded seriously at Meng Jinhui. While the two were talking, the starship had already flown into the vast universe. They were surrounded by bright stars, but because they were relatively far away from the planets, the light did not shine in. For a moment, the only light source in the room was the cold light of the lamp. It looked particularly cold and cheerless. Meng Jinhui glanced at the distant stars outside the window, then finally began to explain the newly discovered document to Duan Hengji in detail. "Remember the fuel we found in the ruins of the Research Institute planet?" Meng Jinhui asked. "Yes, LC liquid fuel, flaming scale." Duan Hengji read out the name of the fuel. Hearing this, Meng Jinhui nodded and continued, "That's right, it's flaming scale, the internal fuel used in the photon cannon. When we saw it that day, we already had a rough guess in our hearts. Your parents, back then, had already discovered a way to shrink the internal combustion system of the photon cannon and attach it to the photon cannon. And now, this document we found in the military clearly tells us that our guess is correct." Duan Hengji was silent for a long time. As a mecha designer, he knew very well what it meant to attach a photon cannon to a mecha. This research had always been Duan Hengji's goal, so he knew better than anyone else how difficult it was to accomplish. It was just that before he found flaming scale that day, Duan Hengji had never dared to imagine that his parents had actually found a way to attach it to a mecha more than a decade ago. Because of his memory loss and his lack of knowledge about interstellar history, Duan Hengji only had a very shallow impression of his parents in this life. Based on the evaluations of others, as well as the mecha they developed, Duan Hengji roughly knew that these two were extremely talented researchers who were 100% passionate about mecha. But after listening to Meng Jinhui's words, Duan Hengji once again realized that he still didn't have a deep enough understanding of their field of expertise. For the empire that was in chaos back then, the significance of the light cannons was heavy. After listening to Meng Jinhui's words, Duan Hengji raised his head and asked him. "The empire was in a state of chaos back then. Did some forces know that the photon cannon could be attached to a mecha? In order to prevent them from affecting their own interests, did they take action?" After listening to Duan Hengji's words, Meng Jinhui first nodded, then gently shook his head. "Back then, my father's death was too sudden, and the house of the Marshal's power was greatly reduced. There were even some signs of division. As a general, my mother wanted to do it, but she was powerless. With the frequent expeditions, she also vaguely felt that she was in danger." Meng Jinhui began to recall the darkest days of his youth. Even though Meng Jinhui intended to fill in the interstellar history, what he said now was still something that Duan Hengji didn't know. Meng Jinhui lowered his head slightly, and continued to speak slowly to Duan Hengji. "My parents were friends when we were young. Even though on the surface they gradually drifted apart due to their identities later on, they never stopped interacting and contacting each other in private. In order to leave something behind for the younger generation to rely on, it was also for the Empire's future victory. Back then, the military had been secretly assisting the Research Institute in researching the method to assemble the destructive light cannons." What Meng Jinhui said almost completely overlapped with what Duan Hengji had guessed all this time. But after listening to Meng Jinhui's explanation, Duan Hengji still didn't understand the reason behind it. Unlike Shui Yan, the previous emperor of the empire was a suspicious and ruthless person. At that time, Nanjushing's power was at its weakest. Right after the Marshal's death, there were signs of internal strife in the military. After receiving the tip-off, the emperor knew that the Research Institute had already discovered the method to assemble the light cannons. Meng Jinhui didn't finish his sentence, but Duan Hengji could already imagine it. But the truth was exactly as he thought. The paranoid emperor believed that Nanjushing and the Research Institute had secretly colluded to research the method to assemble the light cannons to replace him. So when they received the tip-off, they immediately sent people to the Research Institute. The imperial family wanted to destroy the finished product of the light cannons and steal the technology. Of course, they also wanted to get rid of their disobedient subordinates. In the end, this plan could be said to have succeeded by a third. The newly developed light cannons that could be mounted on the mech were completely destroyed, and the disobedient subordinates disappeared from the galaxy. Perhaps the only regret was that Duan Hengji's father, after discovering the abnormality in the situation, immediately erased the method to assemble the light cannons from the photon computer. Other than the encrypted copy sent by the emergency system and hidden in the military, there was no trace of the light cannons in the galaxy. But perhaps for the paranoid and narrow-minded imperial family, it didn't matter whether such a powerful weapon could be preserved or not. What mattered was whether the threat to their position had disappeared. The rest of the story was what Duan Hengji knew. After successfully eliminating the threat, the imperial family still refused to let go of the Research Institute. They sent the famous genius eldest son of the director and his wife to Empress's family, who was still the crown princess at the time, to be raised on her behalf. More than a decade had passed since then. But to Duan Hongya, it was like a nightmare of a life. Although Duan Hengji was somewhat mentally prepared, he still felt that the amount of information he just received was no less than the memory and knowledge he received instantly after his rebirth. These things, in addition to the childhood memories that Duan Hengji just recovered, made his brain suddenly sluggish. Duan Hengji was completely stunned. His eyes stared at the sea of stars outside the window, but they weren't focused. At this moment, Duan Hengji's mind seemed to be filled with many things, but it also seemed to be blank. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment, but it also seemed to have skipped this moment. Duan Hengji was in a daze for a long time until he suddenly felt the person beside him hugging him tightly. At this moment, Duan Hengji looked at the man beside him as if he had just woken up from a dream. He didn't know how weak and lost his eyes looked in the other person's eyes right now. As a soldier of the Empire, as a marshal, Meng Jinhui rarely had this kind of moment. This unintentional panic and helplessness was not because he remembered his past, but because of Duan Hengji. Meng Jinhui buried his face in Duan Hengji's shoulder, and then muttered to him in a low voice, "I'm sorry, ahang. I'm sorry." Meng Jinhui had always been confident and rarely admitted his mistakes. Perhaps all the sorry he had in his life were said to Duan Hengji today. At the time, my mother was afraid that the Research Institute and her friends would be affected by the internal strife in the military, so she asked her loyal subordinate to take them away temporarily, but in the end, she didn't make it in time. The loyal subordinate Meng Jinhui mentioned was the third person who appeared in the accident. Because he was also present, his name was also written in the Imperial Investigation Report. However, because of his special identity, this person's name was not made public in the end. Later, when the military was in chaos for a while, the person's status on the information bar changed to missing after they found out that he was missing. After saying this, Meng Jinhui whispered again in Duan Hengji's ear, "I'm sorry." "There's nothing to be sorry about." Duan Hengji looked at Meng Jinhui deeply, and then said, "Nan Zhuxing and the Research Institute did nothing wrong." Duan Hengji had never seen Meng Jinhui like this before. In fact, he did not even dare to imagine that he would be like this. Therefore, when he heard the other party's sorry, Duan Hengji could not help but feel a little flustered. He was not a person who was good at dealing with situations like this. Duan Hengji could not help but turn sideways. Then, he thought for a long time and finally said, "It's okay, I've forgotten all about it." Duan Hengji said this sentence from the bottom of his heart, but Meng Jinhui also knew why Duan Hengji lost his memory. Duan Hengji was at the scene when the accident happened. Although Meng Jinhui had not yet investigated the whole process of the accident, he could imagine how difficult it must have been. Duan Hengji subconsciously said that he had forgotten, but in fact, it made him sadder than anything else. Although Duan Hengji was not a person with a high EQ, he obviously felt Meng Jinhui's depressed mood at this time. Therefore, Duan Hengji sat up straight again and said to Meng Jinhui, "By the way, I just remembered something from when I was young. It's about Duan Hengji and my mother." After all, Duan Hengji did not have much experience, so changing the topic was still a little awkward. However, Meng Jinhui was a person who was very good at controlling his emotions. After hearing Duan Hengji's words, he felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Then, he sat up straight and nodded at Duan Hengji with a smile, indicating that he should continue. Judging from Duan Hengji's tone, this story might be a beautiful memory for him. Sure enough, Duan Hengji described his mother as an elegant and gentle person. Although it was only a short memory fragment, Meng Jinhui could feel some warmth from it. After telling this story, Duan Hengji looked at Meng Jinhui, then sighed softly and showed the weapon hidden in his sleeve to Meng Jinhui. Duan Hengji continued, "Actually, if I didn't remember this incident, I might have really fought with Duan Hengxing." But after thinking about it, I realized that Duan Hengxing wasn't the only one who didn't live a good life and stay away from interstellar disputes like his parents wanted. I also didn't fulfill their wishes. Duan Hengji's tone was very calm, but there was a bit of loneliness in it that could not be ignored. As someone who had been on the battlefield since he was young, Meng Jinhui understood the sacrifice of his parents. But now that reality told him that Duan Hengji was also one of the sacrifices, Meng Jinhui's feelings became so complicated. Meng Jinhui was not a person who liked to be stubborn. He understood Duan Hengji's meaning. A young mecha genius who was always ready to sacrifice himself for the mecha industry was the choice Duan Hengji's parents made for him. But if he had to choose, Duan Hengji would definitely take this path. All of this was not only because he had no choice but also because it was inevitable. With this thought in mind, Meng Jinhui suddenly kissed Duan Hengji's forehead without warning. Back then, Nan Zhuxing did not protect the research institute as he promised, but fortunately, fate left Duan Hengji alive. Meng Jinhui was a person who never believed in the so-called fate, but now he was incomparably grateful. Let's fulfill our wishes together, he said. End of chapter 74. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.